The stadium was packed with spectators, a tense atmosphere enveloping the National Archery Championship. The match had entered its final set, with only one arrow left to decide it all. All eyes were on the youngest competitor in the history of this tournament. His name was Yu Songyun, a genius making history. He's been hitting nothing but 10s since the start of the match, right? That's right. Would Yu Songyun's final shot be the perfect mark? Taking a deep breath, his eyes sharp and cold, he drew his bow in absolute silence. The arrow was released, streaking through the air like a flash of green lightning. His fingers released the bowstring decisively, creating a twang that echoed throughout the stadium. The arrow flew towards the target, piercing the very center of the bullseye, shattering all limits. The stands erupted in cheers, Songyun #1 banners waving brilliantly. The commentators shouted, "Another bullseye, perfect accuracy." The shot was so incredible that it pierced right through the live broadcast camera lens. Teammates rushed to embrace Yu Songyun, congratulating their hero. Yu Songyun's innate talent left the entire nation in awe and admiration. Just then, he woke up, hitting his head on the conference table, jolted from his dream of glory. A man yelled at him, "You useless idiot, what are you daydreaming about?" Yu Songyun bowed his head and apologized in silence, surrounded by gossiping stares. His boss said coldly, "Rewrite this report. You call this garbage something to submit to me?" Yu Songyun's hands trembled as he picked up the draft under the contemptuous gaze of his superior. The boss sneered, "The type who gets special treatment but has no talent can't even use his own hands properly." Yu Songyun turned his back, swallowing the humiliation he couldn't refute. The office door closed softly, ending another stressful day. Leaning against the glass wall, Yu Songyun sighed. At least today is over. Returning to his old, shabby house at night, a faint light flickered in the quiet neighborhood. Memories echoed in his mind. The glorious moment on the champion's podium years ago. His face stared silently at the screen, where the past was just an old recording. "I can't believe 10 years have passed." He sighed in front of his computer. Back then, all he had was the archery range and an intangible ambition. With no money and living with his grandmother, he had only one path: to win a scholarship through sheer effort. He practiced relentlessly, over and over, each arrow hitting the center of the target. Achievement followed achievement, prestigious medals and trophies lining his shelves. The feeling of being recognized as a genius made him believe his future would always be bright until the accident struck. His hand trembled, his eyes showing the pain as he recalled the buried past. If his coach hadn't recommended him for this job, he would have been useless forever. He sighed, letting go of the flashback, trying to return to his empty reality. On the screen, the logo for the game streaming platform Tribe appeared. He decided to find some entertainment. He scrolled through a series of live streams, all of them broadcasting the game Full Dive. Almost everyone is streaming Full Dive, he thought. It had become a major trend. Full Dive technology allows players to be completely immersed in a lifelike virtual world. Full Dive is the most advanced technology, providing a perfect indirect experience, as if one were living in the virtual world. Players call it a game capsule because it can only be accessed using a dedicated gaming pod. However, the capsule device was too expensive, beyond the reach of ordinary office workers like the main character, the former archery prodigy. Even though he couldn't play, he still felt lucky to be able to watch Full Dive game live streams online. A mission appeared on the stream: kill a wild boar with a bow within 15 minutes to receive 100,000 won. A gamer named Bubblegum confidently showed off his skills to thousands of viewers, declaring he would win the reward. He shot 3 arrows at once with spectacular effects, greatly impressing the viewers. But all the arrows missed their mark, leaving the wild boar to calmly graze as if nothing had happened. The audience burst out laughing, leaving a flood of comments mocking Bubblegum's failure. Bubblegum made excuses about his old equipment and game lag, then loudly retorted to a donor who was teasing him. Yu Songyun stared intently at the screen, repeating the phrase, "Anything is possible in the capsule," like a glimmer of hope. Despite the streamer's poor gaming skills, he, and many others, still found it enjoyable to watch. He remembered his youth, when he was willing to trade everything to pursue fame and recognition. The screen went dark, and Yu Songyun decided to go to bed early, ending a long, thoughtful day. On his desk, Yu Songyun's resignation letter was ready amidst rumors of downsizing. The HR manager suggested that Yu Songyun should resign early to receive a severance package instead of being fired with nothing. Faced with this warning, Yu Songyun remained silent, seemingly considering his options seriously. Finally, he uttered, "I'll quit." A surprising but decisive decision. Yu Songyun confirmed that if he quit now, he would receive a decent severance package. The manager casually pushed the form towards him. Complete the paperwork today. He didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. You got in through connections anyway. The HR manager reprimanded Yu Song-yoon, saying he was only hired because of his connections, while his colleagues had to study hard, accumulate experience, and even study abroad. He emphasized that they didn't have many options, justifying the decision to force Song-yoon to resign. Yu Song-yoon left the company in silence, returning to his old, shabby house late at night with a bitter "yes, sir." He collapsed onto his bed, next to a box containing his old documents and office supplies. Yu Song-yoon opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, the light illuminating his tired and contemplative face. He thought to himself, 28 years old, a milestone between a glorious past and an uncertain present. 10 years ago, his mind was fixed on the target, the center of a young archer's life. Memories resurfaced, a clear image of a brave teenager drawing his bow and hitting the bullseye in the autumn wind. Yu Song-yoon was once the youngest athlete to win the national championship, a true archery prodigy. But now, he was just a high school graduate, unemployed, with no skills left to hold on to the past. Song-yoon sat up, feeling empty. His brilliant past was now closed. He looked up, confused about the next step in his life. His phone notified him of a new live stream from Bubblegum and a message from a friend named Kim Joo-hyuk. The phrase, "Everything's possible in a capsule," from the live stream made his eyes light up. He started typing the description skill-based stream for his channel. An idea sparked. If everything is possible in a capsule, could he shoot a bow again? The streamer Bubblegum, despite being bad at the game, was very popular. That made Song-yoon think. He pressed the key with determination, ready to start a new journey. The screen lit up with countless live streams from different games. Yu Song-yoon stared, his eyes filled with a light of hope and determination. The main character was surprised to realize there were many talented streamers, far beyond his initial imagination. Not only did they showcase skills, but many people also watched streams to learn and improve themselves. He was shocked to realize the world of skill-based streaming was another version of the sports world he once belonged to. The real-world sports world was full of favoritism, connections, and injustice, the very things that had brought him down. Before him now was a new path, a bright world where everything depended on true ability, where no one could interfere. It was a world where people competed with skills, constantly upgrading themselves, simple yet fair. A thought flashed through his mind as his gaze focused. What if I could also? He clicked on the Tribe platform, a brilliant light filling the screen. What if I could also have that world? At Lala Cafe, a conversation began with a surprising question about buying a gaming capsule device. The main character nodded in confirmation, his expression calm, as if he had thought carefully about this decision. Joo-hyuk, his friend, shouted in vehement protest upon learning he planned to spend all his savings just to play a game. Joo-hyuk couldn't believe it. He had said he'd never played games before. Joo-hyuk continued to question him, pointing out that he didn't even remember when he had quit archery. Despite this, he remained resolute, with a confident look in his eyes. I'm really good at it, trust me. Joo-hyuk lost his patience, shouting loudly, not letting him continue his justification. The main character's eyes grew thoughtful. If Joo-hyuk was reacting this strongly, perhaps things weren't so simple. Joo-hyuk was the only person from his old workplace he could share with and trust amidst a calculating environment. Joo-hyuk came from a wealthy family and was always successful, a complete opposite to him. But for that very reason, it made him feel comforted when confiding in him. Joo-hyuk was at his wit's end with the decision to buy the capsule, even advising the main character that gambling at Kangwon Land would be a better option. He sighed upon hearing the capsule's price was 40 million won, a huge sum of nearly $33,300. Joo-hyuk began listing additional costs like supplementary equipment, special features, and electricity bills. The main character was bewildered to discover that the capsule alone wasn't enough. There were many other expenses to worry about. Even though the amount was huge, he still couldn't accept that it would cost even more to play a virtual reality game. Joo-hyuk slammed the table forcefully, refusing to let the main character act foolishly without thinking it through. Joo-hyuk ordered. He had to sit still and wait for him to get off work so they could deal with this capsule issue together. In the afternoon, the two stood before a building. The main character's eyes filled with surprise. Could this be? A building with a capsule PC sign appeared. Joo-hyuk had brought his friend to a capsule gaming cafe. Joo-hyuk thought to himself, this is a place to play in capsules, not to buy them, but the main character still didn't understand. Upon hearing his name called, a burly man turned around. It was Lee Kang-seok, an acquaintance of Joo-hyuk's. Kang-seok introduced himself warmly, confirming he knew about Song-yoon wanting to buy a capsule. Kang-seok offered to sell a used capsule at a good price, leading Song-yoon to guess he was the owner of the capsule cafe. Admiring Joo-hyuk's quick thinking, Song-yoon gave a thumbs up to show his admiration, while Joo-hyuk remained confused. The scene of the capsule machines appeared, grand and modern, creating a sense of excitement and awe. Song-yoon entered the capsule area, marveling at the sight, seeing these devices in person for the first time. Kang-seok suddenly approached very closely, suggesting Song-yoon try the capsule before buying, which made him a little flustered. Without giving Song-yoon time to react, Kang-seok pulled him away to collect the biometric data needed to activate the capsule. In front of the staff-only room, Kang-seok said the process would be quick and told Song-yoon to rest assured. Joo-hyuk thanked Kang-seok for his help, but Kang-seok just laughed, seeing it as an opportunity to get rid of old equipment. He mentioned that he had seen many people dream of changing their lives after watching streamers. But in reality, real-life skills often can't be directly applied in game. The main character wondered, is playing in Full Dive any different from reality? Kang-seok affirmed that it was, because you can't use physical strength, everything relies on the mind. When physical limitations are gone, judgment can easily be skewed. He reminded him that Song-yoon was unemployed and advised him to be there for him if he gave up after this trial. The main character thought in silence, silently admitting that might be for the best. Kang-seok introduced the game, Real Olympics, and chose archery for Song-yoon. He began to activate the capsule for Song-yoon to try. Song-yoon began to feel the difference as he entered the capsule's world. Song-yoon felt as if his body was still lying there, but his mind was being pulled away to a strange place. When he opened his eyes, Song-yoon was overwhelmed by a dazzling light and the sensation of falling into another world. Gently falling leaves signaled a completely new environment, a sunlit outdoor stadium. Song-yoon appeared in an archery competition uniform, bewildered by the incredibly realistic scene. He took the bow from an assistant, a clear premonition of the task that lay ahead. A commentator's voice rang out. Song-yoon steps into position. He was once an archery prodigy as a child. Song-yoon was stunned as he realized how real it felt, as if he were truly participating in the Olympics. He reached for the first arrow, preparing for the momentous opening shot. A painful memory flooded back, the image of Joo-hyuk's reproach. You don't even remember when you quit archery. Song-yoon was flustered, his trembling hand gripping the bowstring, wondering to himself, can I do this? A gentle breeze brushed through his hair, his gaze focused, no longer wavering. On the screen, Song-yoon stood still, while outside, his two friends watched nervously. Joo-hyuk was confused because Song-yoon hadn't shot yet, while Lee Kang-seok thought it might be due to nervousness. Joo-hyuk wondered, why is he so tense? He's usually so calm. Under a hazy white light, Song-yoon felt the bowstring again, his hand gripping the memory tightly. Suddenly, he realized his hand was no longer shaking. The feeling of archery had returned. He aimed carefully, his eyes filled with determination, everything seeming to merge into one. The arrow shot out like a flash of lightning, piercing the center of the target, a perfect shot. Joo-hyuk and Kang-seok were stunned. They couldn't believe the shot had scored a perfect 10. The MC excitedly announced, Song-yoon is quickly preparing for his next arrow. Song-yoon continued to shoot arrows one after another into the center of the target, each shot a perfect score that overwhelmed the audience. His eyes shone with determination. When the referee shouted, shoot, he acted immediately, with power and precision. All the arrows hit the bullseye. Everyone was stunned by the unbelievably outstanding performance. Joo-hyuk and the capsule cafe owner, Lee Kang-seok, were astonished by the result, unable to believe their eyes as they witnessed a perfect 10. Joo-hyuk asked Kang-seok if the virtual environment wasn't very different from reality. Kang-seok replied that Song-yoon had an extraordinary ability to adapt. Joo-hyuk observed Song-yoon through the screen and thought to himself, that wasn't mere adaptability, but true instinct. Kang-seok began to have doubts. Something tells me he's not like the others. Light shone down on Song-yoon's back, sparking a question in everyone's mind. Who is he, really? The game began to fade out. A hazy white smoke enveloped Song-yoon, pulling him out of the virtual world. Lee Kang-seok excitedly praised Song-yoon, saying his talent deserved more than old equipment. Song-yoon sat slumped over, his body weak after exiting the game, which worried Joo-hyuk. He trembled, raising a hand to his head, as if enduring both physical and psychological pain. Joo-hyuk stared at Song-yoon, stunned, the question repeating in his mind, who is he really? Joo-hyuk recalled the past. Song-yoon had once been the youngest gold medal-winning archer. If it weren't for that accident, Song-yoon could have become the best in the world. Joo-hyuk had always been by Song-yoon's side during his decline, wanting to help him in any way he could. He listened as Song-yoon confessed with a single word, yeah. Joo-hyuk thought to himself, for Song-yoon, archery wasn't just a career, it was his entire world. Song-yoon clutched his head and burst into tears, the teardrops revealing a deep, unhealed pain. The main character remembers the moment someone blamed him for forgetting the day he gave up archery. But in reality, he had never forgotten. He smiled faintly, but behind that face was the indelible memory of a fateful day. The unexpected accident happened. The car was mangled, shattered, engulfed in smoke and fire. The memory was still as clear as yesterday. The doctor avoided his gaze, signaling something serious that he didn't want to hear. He looked at his hands, wrapped in bandages, the moment he was forced to give up his dream of becoming an archer. Tears fell silently onto his hospital gown. The dream shattered in silence. Joo-hyuk worriedly called out to Song-yoon, who was buried in his sorrow, only to be met with a bitter refusal. Song-yoon tried to smile, but tears still fell silently. He felt ashamed for revealing his true emotions. Joo-hyuk looked at Song-yoon gently, saying nothing, just staying quietly by his side, a warm and steadfast presence. Back in the present, Joo-hyuk announced that he had finished installing the capsule and the live streaming software, ready for the next step. Song-yoon sighed in the cabin, finally preparing to start his first live stream after much effort. He recalled how the capsule shop owner, Lee Kang-seok, was moved by his childhood passion and gave him a special discount. Song-yoon grew pensive, feeling a little guilty thinking that Lee Kang-seok might have taken a loss because the price was too low. He opened the livestream interface, preparing to press the broadcast button for the first time, his heart filled with nervousness and determination. Choosing the game genre, Song-yoon already had a title in mind that he wanted to experience and share. Kingdom Age, the game he chose, had a medieval style and demanded high skill. The game immerses players as medieval mercenaries, known for its realism and fierce combat. Due to its high difficulty, few streamers dared to choose this game, but that very fact presented a special opportunity for a newcomer like him. With a name that was just well-known enough and not oversaturated, Kingdom Age was a smart move for his first stream. The screen showed the character creation process was complete, with only a few seconds left before Song-yoon officially entered the full dive world. Song-yoon nervously swallowed as the system began the full dive process, preparing to step into the virtual reality game world. A brilliant blue light enveloped his vision, signaling that he had fully synchronized with the virtual world. A piercing shout rang out along with a slap, pulling Song-yoon from his daze and into a new reality. Song-yoon opened his eyes, his vision disoriented as he realized he was lying upside down, his face still stinging from the slap. He woke up in pain amidst a pile of wooden crates, his head throbbing, vaguely unsure of what was happening. He scrambled to sit up and discovered he was in an old carriage, confused about where he was. Song-yoon's face showed clear astonishment and bewilderment as he tried to acclimate to the strange surroundings. The sound of screams and clashing weapons outside startled him. A battle was raging very close by. He peeked outside, confirming he was in the middle of a real battle in the game, and was harshly cursed at before he could even get his bearings. A fierce-looking man, a mercenary lieutenant named Roman, appeared and confronted Song-yoon with a harsh tone. Song-yoon realized it was Roman who had just slapped him and that the pain felt real, as if he were in the real world. Roman roared an order. Mountain bandits are attacking. Get your weapon now. The system initiated the real combat roleplay. The game system launched the weapon menu, allowing Song-yoon to choose his first combat tool. The game paused for Song-yoon to choose between 3 types of weapons: a sword, a spear, and a bow. He wondered why he couldn't see the bow even though it was on the selection list. A message popped up from a viewer. Are you going to try the bow and arrow challenge? Which surprised him. Song-yoon was surprised to see that 5 people were already watching his stream. One viewer warned that the bow was very difficult to use. It was easy to hit allies, ammunition was limited, and it was susceptible to counterattacks. Song-yoon thanked the audience for the explanation, realizing they were laughing because he was a newbie. Despite being advised to choose the sword, Song-yoon made his decision. I choose the bow and arrow, officially stepping into the challenge. Song-yoon read the comments from the viewers, realizing they were interested because he was a beginner. Just as he was wondering about the bow that hadn't appeared, Song-yoon was suddenly attacked from behind by an enemy. An arrow pierced through the opponent's head, and the newly chosen bow appeared, hovering in midair. The bow gently fell into Song-yoon's hands, leaving a look of bewilderment on his face. A notification appeared, bow and 20 arrows acquired, along with teasing comments from the audience. In the midst of the tense battle, Roman yelled at Song-yoon, demanding he quickly join the fight. Roman continued to scold him, doubting Song-yoon's archery skills, which angered the viewers on his behalf. Despite the taunts, Song-yoon's eyes were filled with determination as he drew the bowstring back. The arrow flew and struck an enemy right between the eyes, stunning the viewers. From inside the capsule, Song-yoon analyzed the feeling of shooting a bow in the game, starting to get used to the new experience. The audience explained that the game's headshot system would guarantee a kill if the head was hit, causing Song-yoon to change his strategy. Despite being laughed at by the viewers, Song-yoon remained focused, drawing his bow and aiming precisely. He decided to prove his skills through action, because to him, that was the true spirit of sportsmanship. The arrow pierced another enemy's head. Song-yoon began a spectacular chain of kills. He quickly calculated. There were 20 bandits, and he had exactly 20 arrows, just enough if he didn't miss. Each shot was meticulously calculated and precise. Not a single arrow was wasted. Parallel to the archery scene, a reflection between the present Songyun and his past self showed his determination to prove himself. Songyun calmly continued the battle, not letting himself be swayed by the chaotic fight around him. Another enemy was sent flying into the air by a precise shot from Songyun's rear. The battle continued, and Songyun didn't slow down. Each arrow was a statement to the audience watching. Hiding behind a fence, Songyun found that the moving targets were not as difficult as he had imagined. At the front line, Roman was fiercely clashing with the enemy using his sword and shield. The fight was intense, the shield continuously blocking a barrage of attacks from the enemy. Songyun noticed the shield-bearing enemy, a tough target that made him hesitate. Fearing he would run out of arrows, Songyun considered carefully before making a decision. Roman charged forward with a decisive attack, landing a powerful blow on the enemy right in front of it. The enemy with the large shield readied himself for the clash, while behind him, the battle raged on. Songyun smiled faintly, confident in the decision he had just made. He knocked an arrow, his eyes sharp, preparing to launch a fatal shot from a distance. To your right, Songyun called out a warning, his hands never leaving his bow. Songyun aimed precisely at the shield-bearer's weak point and fired a fatal arrow right between his eyes. The shield-bearer's body collapsed after the deadly shot, leaving a quiet void on the battlefield. Songyun cautiously scanned his surroundings, wondering if the shield-bearer was the last one or if there were still enemies in hiding. Back in the cockpit, Songyun wondered why the chat channel had suddenly gone silent, thinking everyone was bored of him just continuously shooting arrows. A message suddenly appeared, startling Songyun, a clear sign of the viewer's surprise. The chat room exploded with a flood of shocked messages. People couldn't believe the rookie had just taken down the boss with a series of headshots. Songyun, confused, wondered if he had done something wrong by defeating the boss, while another player revealed that the boss wasn't supposed to be killable. When one player insisted it was impossible to headshot the boss, Songyun simply replied, "But I just did." The entire chat room questioned how he could do the impossible, while Songyun just wondered, because it hit. Another player explained the boss had a shield and extremely fast reflexes, and could only be defeated if shot with maximum force. Songyun naively replied, drawing the bowstring all the way, "What's so hard about that?" Songyun was bewildered when he realized that drawing the bow with full strength made aiming harder, but he hadn't felt that at all. An armored figure approached Songyun, calling him newbie and preparing to talk. Roman, a mercenary lieutenant, asked Songyun if he was the one who fired the arrow that finished off the enemy. On the game's forum, a player clicked on a post titled, "I just watched a weird stream." The post was about Songyun, calling him a newbie to Kingdom Age, but with superior archery skills that surprised many. The writer played a video recording of Songyun demonstrating the skill that had shaken the community. The arrow in the video was powered up to its maximum, creating an intense stream of energy before leaving the bow. The arrow pierced through the front line, felling the opponent with terrifying power and unavoidable speed. A hand rested on Songyun's shoulder as someone approached him from behind with a serious voice. The new character emotionally praised him. He had never seen an archer as talented as Songyun in his life. Comments on the forum flooded in, viewers unable to believe Roman's gentle reaction towards the new soldier. Someone asked for the streamer's identity and was told it was a rookie, whose name would appear at the end of the video. They dragged the video slider to the end, preparing for the reveal of the character's name that had caused such a stir. On the screen, a voice came from the commanding character. "I need your name. I'll report it to the high command." The main character turned, seemingly about to reveal his name. He smiled slightly and said, "My name is Almond." The name was prominently displayed, spreading instantly across the internet. Another player looked up at the sky, his face beaming. "I will definitely remember that name." The long-standing online community Kinchman has existed alongside the game Kingdom Age and remains active to this day. Although the forum is mainly composed of veteran gamers, discussions are becoming repetitive, and the lack of new players is making the community feel old. Until a surprising post appeared, shaking the entire community, a rookie kid praised by Roman. The post was accompanied by a video of Roman looking at Almond with a radiant gaze. The poster, Kingdom Resident 1, had verified this with biometrics in the capsule. The community was bewildered by the event, thought it was clickbait. Does Roman really know how to praise people? Everyone was shocked. The information that the account was created just yesterday made many suspicious. A clickbait scheme? Didn't you watch the clip? It's clearly real. Comments erupted everywhere, with many suggesting he was a veteran gamer who created a new account for an archery challenge. Kingdom Resident 1, the original poster, firmly asserted he's a real rook. His stream name is even a system-generated one. The protagonist, a former archery prodigy, streamer Almond, was startled to realize he had been identified by his default name. Almond sat in front of his computer, sweat breaking out, silently thinking, I didn't even know about this, while the community roared with laughter. The online community was astonished to learn that the new streamer Almond had defeated a boss, something even the legendary Electrowave had once failed to do. The name Electrowave brought back memories, a professional gamer who once topped the charts for high-skill game streamers. Electrowave was a legend in the gaming world, so being compared to him left Almond stunned and pressured. Almond, the protagonist, was dumbfounded as he read the comments elevating him to the same level as a legend. The truth shocked Almond. After just one day of streaming, his name was placed alongside someone he had only known through the news. Viewers argued, suggesting that comparing Almond to Electrowave was too much pressure and might cause him to quit midway. Almond clenched his fists, trying to suppress his emotions. He felt the pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders, a new and powerful sensation. But instead of breaking down, Almond burst into an excited laugh. Being mentioned in the same breath as Electrowave was unimaginable, but thrilling. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. An unexpected call broke his train of thought. A familiar name appeared on the screen, Kim Joo-hyuk. Almond was surprised, wondering why his friend was calling at this hour. Joo-hyuk called to ask Song-yoon about his first stream, showing genuine concern. Joo-hyuk mentioned that Kang Seok-hyung, the capsule cafe owner, was also worried about the equipment's quality. Joo-hyuk asked Song-yoon how many viewers he had, and Song-yoon mumbled an evasive answer. Song-yoon recalled having about 20 viewers at the end of the stream, which surprised Joo-hyuk. Joo-hyuk shot up in shock upon learning Song-yoon had reached 20 viewers on his very first day. Noticing people in the cafeteria staring, Joo-hyuk embarrassedly apologized for his overreaction. Joo-hyuk whispered, asking for the secret to achieving such an impressive number on the first day. Song-yoon, snacking, replied that he simply chose the right game to stream. Joo-hyuk wondered why someone as talented as Song-yoon would accept a mundane office job. Song-yoon replied lightly that no one would turn down a job at a big company, making Joo-hyuk laugh in agreement. He prepared to end the call as he needed to start his new stream. He asserted that streaming was no longer a hobby, but his full-time job. Joo-hyuk was stunned, speechless at his determination. He let out a soft laugh, seemingly understanding and supportive. Joo-hyuk teased, "You talk like someone who does nothing at the company all day." Just then, his superior appeared, yelling, "Kim." The superior was angry that Joo-hyuk dared to eat lunch while his subordinates were working their tails off. Joo-hyuk immediately excused himself. "I have to hang up now, goodbye." The protagonist gave a wry smile as he looked at the phone indicating the call had ended. He sighed, muttering that Mr. Park hadn't changed at all, then prepared to turn on the capsule device. Almond clutched his hungry stomach, regretting his light breakfast and realizing he should have eaten more. Despite his hunger, Almond decided not to eat more, not wanting to delay the stream. He quickly stepped into the capsule cabin, eager to start the next session. His heart was still pounding with excitement after reading the positive comments on the online community. The feeling of being compared and judged reminded him of his old competition days. Almond smiled as he realized it was the attention and feedback from others that fueled him. He silently admitted to himself that he was still a true athlete, living for the thrill of competition. Notifications flooded in as he started the stream. Viewers quickly flocked in out of curiosity. He was surprised by the sudden liveliness of the chat and wondered how many people were currently watching. The current viewer count was 189, far exceeding his expectations and leaving Almond utterly astonished. Almond couldn't believe his eyes. In just one day, the viewership had increased ninefold. He was surprised by the powerful viral effect from just one post in a small community. Though excited, Almond still felt nervous facing such a huge, unprecedented audience. He tried to take a deep breath, preparing himself to stay calm for the important stream. He closed his eyes, telling himself to calm down and remember what he needed to do in this moment. In his mind, this wasn't real life, but just a game from a third-person perspective. And whenever he detached himself from reality like that, all his stress would melt away. With a single opening of his eyes, all his anxiety vanished in an instant, like magic. With a radiant smile, Almond officially began the stream. "Let's start again, everyone." The scene shifts to an office, where an employee sighs wearily, highlighting the contrast between real life and the virtual world. Mr. Kim was annoyed at being yelled at by Mr. Park while he was eating, his heart filled with resentment. He tried to swallow his anger, telling himself to let go of the past, and intended to work while drinking his coffee. His phone lit up. It was a thank you message from Yoo Song-yoon, which made him smile faintly. Mr. Kim was secretly pleased to see that Song-yoon was still as diligent as ever, a person who was always serious. Suddenly, Mr. Kim remembered what he had intended to tell Song-yoon earlier. He had called Song-yoon about something important, but had completely forgotten about it while they were talking. Thinking back, Mr. Kim recalled Lee Kang-seok had reminded him to message Song-yoon about the capsule matter. A colleague came in to remind Mr. Kim to prepare for a meeting, forcing him to postpone messaging back. Mr. Kim scratched his head, trying to recall the content of the message he intended to send Song-yoon, but he had completely forgotten. At the same time, Yoo Song-yoon had logged into the capsule, completely unaware of what was about to happen. Yoo Song-yoon began to ponder Lee Kang-seok's advice, vaguely remembering it was something related to body optimization in the capsule. Before going to sleep, Yoo Song-yoon went online to learn how famous streamers handled situations and attracted viewers. He memorized common taboos, especially not mentioning the viewer count to avoid affecting interaction. Song-yoon realized he needed to make his audience feel like they were watching a friend play a game, not just a streamer. He started the new stream, greeting each familiar viewer by name, creating a sense of familiarity and closeness. The audience was surprised that he remembered their names, even calling him a genius for having loyal viewers on only his second day. Despite the praise, Song-yoon remained humble and quickly started a new gaming session with the command, initiating full dive. His eyes opened in the virtual world with a brilliant golden light, marking the transition to realistic gameplay mode. Almond appeared in the game riding a horse, surprised to start directly on his steed this time. He took the opportunity to update the situation. After yesterday's stream ended, the character Roman had given him a new quest. To avoid boring the audience, Almond proactively handled the tedious parts beforehand and only recounted what was important and interesting. Before going to sleep, Almond researched how major streamers managed their audience and handled controversial incidents. He discovered that mentioning the viewer count could affect the audience's experience and create unnecessary competition. Almond started the stream, greeting 3 familiar people from yesterday by name: Ruby Sword, Sizzling Eggplant, and Dumbo. The viewers were excited that Almond remembered their names. Some even called him a live streaming genius. After only 2 days on air, he initiated full dive mode to enter the game immediately, without hesitation. The character's signature golden eyes opened in the game. Almond had successfully logged in. He was surprised to find himself starting on horseback, seemingly mentally unprepared. Almond updated his audience that he had progressed further in the game after the stream and had been given a new quest by Roman. He chose to complete the boring parts himself so he could explain them more clearly to the audience later. The new quest appeared on the screen: Protect the Moving Noble, a rather unremarkable quest for Almond. A viewer recognized the familiar quest and warned that this could be the part where mounted bandits suddenly appear. Almond was flustered by the information from the viewer, not expecting to have progressed so far in the game. The sound of galloping hooves echoed, signaling that something bad was approaching. Almond was startled as his horse reared up at the sound of shouting from ahead. A group of fierce mounted bandits charged out from the bushes, attacking the escort party with sharp weapons. Roman ordered the spearmen to the front to engage as the surprise battle erupted. A red-haired bandit swung a fierce blow, causing blood to splatter across the battlefield. The defensive line was broken, and the panicked soldiers called for reinforcements and to protect the noble. In his chibi form, a pale-faced Almond admitted that the viewers' words were completely true. They were in big trouble. Amidst the battle, some viewers cheered enthusiastically, while others were skeptical and mocked Almond's abilities. Almond, Yoo Song-yoon, remained calm in the face of doubt, as he was used to skepticism from his past as an athlete. He told himself that this kind of reaction was easy to quell, just prove it with clear actions, as he once did with his bow. Almond drew his bowstring with composure, preparing to show the audience they were wrong about him. He wondered why the mercenary squad always lost. This time it wasn't an ambush, yet they were still on the defensive. Without wasting time, Almond quickly released his first arrow, his gaze fierce and decisive. The arrow flew towards the enemy leader, as Almond declared he would take down the leader of the mounted bandits. The arrow struck the bandit leader squarely in the forehead, causing him to fall instantly, to the shock of his comrades. Commander Roman and the escort soldiers were horrified as they witnessed Almond's absolutely precise archery. The bandits were stunned as their leader was taken down in an instant. A chaotic atmosphere enveloped the battlefield. The stream viewers asked each other in bewilderment, "Is Bruca dead?" No one could believe the tide of battle had turned so quickly. Almond didn't understand why the audience reacted so strongly to his last shot, while the audience was stunned to learn he had taken down Bruca with a single arrow. Comments flooded in. Almond dazedly realized the person he had shot at the front line was the leader of the bandit gang. Although there were only over 200 viewers, the chat room suddenly exploded. Almond found the audience's excitement satisfying. He prepared to shoot his next target, recognizing that the battle was not yet over. Almond maintained his focus, asserting that celebrating victory should only happen after all enemies were eliminated. His next arrow pierced the forehead of a bandit, taking down a second target with cold precision. Almond continued to draw his bow, his eyes never leaving his targets. Another arrow was loosed with lightning speed. The third enemy fell after the shot, sending the bandit gang into chaos as no one could react in time. The next bandit was taken down in an instant. The question, "Who's next?" echoed like a challenge from Almond. The remaining bandits began to panic, realizing that the clip they once suspected was fake was actually completely real. After Bruca was eliminated, the mounted bandits panicked and fled in chaos, no one daring to advance. Almond raised his bow again, determined not to let the enemy escape easily. He drew the bowstring taut, preparing his next shot, his eyes cold and focused. The arrow shot forth, piercing the head of a fleeing bandit, to the astonishment of the viewers. Riding a horse while in a shooting stance, Almond wowed everyone on the live stream with his skill. Another arrow hit its mark, taking down another bandit in an instant. One more fell under the rain of precise arrows, terrifying the remaining bandits. The livestream viewers were excited and amazed, realizing Almond was truly far beyond a novice's level. A commander in the escort party shouted, "The enemy is fleeing. Pursue them. Leave no one alive." The quest updated, "Pursue and eliminate all mounted bandits." Almond was determined to end the battle. On the forum, gamers were bewildered by rumors of a total annihilation branch in the mounted bandit quest, something no one had ever heard of. Almond went online to see if anyone was talking about him, and was surprised to find a series of posts praising his takedown of Bruca with a single arrow. Another player, sitting in front of his screen, also grew curious, asking, "Who is this Almond?" He was surprised to see Almond using a bow, a weapon rarely chosen by anyone, and was live streaming at that very moment. With a sarcastic smirk, this player scoffed, thinking that only a foolish streamer would play a niche game like Kingdom Age. A new character appeared, Acornjello, a veteran game streamer, who thought he had just found a kindred spirit in the gaming world. Acornjello clicked on Almond's live stream, his eyes glinting with interest and a sudden sense of familiarity. He began to glue his eyes to the screen, watching the events unfold with intense focus. The chair crashed to the floor as Acornjello suddenly shot up in astonishment after witnessing a scene in the video. He couldn't believe his eyes. Almond had just taken down an elite mob with a single critical arrow. Acornjello was stunned as he realized that if it had been just a headshot, the enemy wouldn't have fallen instantly. The speed and damage indicated it was a perfect finishing blow. He muttered, unable to believe his own speculation. Could it be a perfect shot? A shot thought to exist only in theory. Acornjello wondered in amazement if this was the legendary perfect shot. In Kingdom Age, enemies usually died instantly when their weak points were hit, but only for regular monsters. However, taking down a boss-level enemy with a single blow was nearly impossible. The game had a secret system called the perfect shot, the only skill capable of doing that. Most players didn't know about it, and even veteran gamers debated its existence. Acornjello was skeptical because the skill seemed to have never appeared in practice. To execute it, a player had to shoot within 1.5 seconds with maximum force at the exact weak point. Yet, the streamer Almond not only did it once, but it seemed like every shot was perfect. Acornjello wondered if Almond was cheating, but then dismissed the thought. He curiously searched for information about Almond, wondering if he was a former Olympic athlete. Outside the game, Yu Song-yoon was startled by the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, the streamer Acornjello couldn't believe that Almond was a new player. A group of mounted bandits suddenly appeared and roared, charging in to attack. The commander expressed concern, asking Almond about his decision to use a bow while on horseback. Despite the skeptical comment, Almond replied that he preferred using a bow. He confidently reassured the commander that he could handle it. Hearing this, the commander agreed to let Almond face the challenge on his own. The commander smiled, declaring his complete trust in Almond. Almond thought to himself that even though it was his first time, he believed he would get used to it quickly. Almond drew his bow, aiming straight at the charging bandits. Almond recalled the moment he had always longed for, when his right hand could firmly hold the bow. With the determination not to give up, Almond released his hand, letting the arrow fly. His arrow struck the bandit leader, Bruca. The viewers, including Acornjello, were astonished by Almond's masterful mounted archery skills. Even so, Almond was not satisfied because he had aimed for the head but hit the neck instead. He realized he needed to time his shots with the horse's gallop for better accuracy. Almond spurred his horse into a gallop, determined to be even faster to pursue the enemy. He drew his bow, activating a skill to enhance the accuracy of his next shot. The power-enhanced arrow flew with incredible speed. This shot took down another bandit with a perfect headshot. With a precise arrow, Almond took down the bandit leader, Bruca. The viewers were amazed as Almond continued to draw his bow, showcasing his superior skills. His arrow once again struck another bandit in the head. Yet another bandit fell to Almond's unstoppable arrows. The entire band of mounted bandits was completely wiped out by Almond in the blink of an eye. The brown-haired, goateed commander was astonished by Almond's abilities. He praised him profusely, calling Almond a heaven-sent archer. The other mercenaries also cheered and applauded his talent. Meanwhile, the stream viewers were excitedly discussing Almond's godlike skills. Suddenly, a system notification with a ding sound appeared in front of Almond. After defeating the bandits, a nobleman approached and called out Almond's name in gratitude. The nobleman promised not to forget Almond's name and to give him a handsome reward. Surprisingly, Almond received a donation message just as the nobleman left. The streamer Acornjello had donated a large sum, making Almond wonder why such a famous person was watching his channel. The audience urged Almond to give a thank you reaction for the donation, which startled him. He was flustered, not knowing what to do, while the audience suggested an arrow reaction. Almond suddenly had a unique idea for his thank you performance. He decided to perform a special archery skill in response to the donation. Almond shot an arrow with terrifying power, knocking back 2 people in the distance. The audience was bewildered, not understanding what had happened, while Almond seemed pleased with his shot. The audience scoffed as Almond shot an arrow straight into the sky. Almond smugly performed his disappearing arrow trick. The arrow fell from the sky, embedding itself straight into the forehead of the bandit leader, Bruka. The stream's audience erupted, unable to believe what had just happened. Yu Song-yoon laughed at the viewers' reactions, but was suddenly startled. The capsule machine suddenly opened, leaving Song-yoon bewildered and wondering if the game had bugged out. Song-yoon broke into a sweat, thinking the old and hot capsule was the cause of the malfunction. He quickly picked up his phone to check the status of the live stream. The stream had ended abruptly, but the chat was still lively with humorous comments. Song-yoon explained the incident was due to the game and the old capsule, which only amused the viewers more. Yu Song-yoon was surprised to see the audience's reaction was more positive than he thought. Joo Hyuk sent a message, saying that Yu Song-yoon had the potential to become a streamer. He realized that the humorous incidents might have been the element that attracted the audience. He thought he was lucky that the moment became material for all tube. He was about to type an explanation but then decided it wasn't necessary. Instead, he abruptly sent a notification ending his live stream. The online community exploded with posts and comments about the hilarious stream. He read comments comparing his popularity to the streamer Acornjello. Curious, Yu Song-yoon decided to search for information about Acornjello on AllTube. Yu Song-yoon was amazed when he watched the videos of the famous streamer Acornjello. Acornjello was astonished by Almond's insane combat skills. Acornjello thought Almond's archery challenge wasn't impressive, but the other clips were quite cool. Yu Song-yoon wondered why a skilled streamer would watch his channel. He was surprised when he saw the content of the message he just received. Acornjello messaged him directly, introducing himself and greeting Almond, leaving him stunned. Yu Song-yoon realized Acornjello was a variety game streamer, just like Bubblegum. That was also the goal Song-yoon aimed for to generate profit. He was surprised to read the message from Acornjello proposing a collaborative live stream. Acornjello's message to not feel pressured unintentionally made Song-yoon even more stressed. Song-yoon considered it, fearing he might be seen as riding on Acornjello's fame. While he was hesitating and wishing for someone to talk to, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than Kim Joo-hyuk. On the other end of the line, Kim Joo-hyuk said he had watched the stream and asked directly if he was Almond. Song-yoon calmly admitted it, and Joo-hyuk joked about his fame. Joo-hyuk found his friend's reaction boring, while Song-yoon explained that an archer needs to stay calm. Yu Song-yoon confidently said he was used to the attention, making Joo-hyuk silently curse him. Joo-hyuk asked if Yu Song-yoon had only called to brag. Joo-hyuk cheerfully informed Yu Song-yoon that he had quit his job that day. Yu Song-yoon was completely stunned and didn't understand what was happening. Joo-hyuk explained that he had a huge argument with Mr. Park. Joo-hyuk said the only thing he regretted was not throwing an ashtray at Mr. Park. Song-yoon realized that the talented Kim Joo-hyuk had now become a free agent. Song-yoon admitted that Mr. Park must have been really unreasonable to make Joo-hyuk so angry. He had the bold idea of asking Joo-hyuk to be his manager. But Song-yoon quickly dismissed the thought as he couldn't afford to pay Joo-hyuk. Joo-hyuk suddenly called and declared he would become Song-yoon's manager. Yu Song-yoon was surprised and flustered by Joo-hyuk's offer. Pressed for an answer, Song-yoon awkwardly affirmed that he loved the idea. Joo-hyuk mentioned Song-yoon's current meager income but seemed very calm about it. Song-yoon blushed with embarrassment when Joo-hyuk suddenly brought up the time he cried. Joo-hyuk explained that seeing Song-yoon at that moment had made him think. Seeing Song-yoon's passion, Joo-hyuk realized he had never had anything to pursue. Therefore, Joo-hyuk also decided to find his own passion. Yu Song-yoon worried this would leave a gap in Joo-hyuk's resume. Ju Hyuk confidently reassured his friend and joked that he would become a CEO who would tie Song-yoon down. Ju Hyuk teased Yu Song-yoon over the phone, asking if he was scared. Ju Hyuk promised to help Song-yoon drown in money and urged him to submit his resignation immediately. Ju Hyuk suddenly announced he had found a job for Song-yoon, leaving him utterly surprised. Ju Hyuk revealed it was an offer for a collaborative stream, proud of his eye for talent. Yu Song-yoon seemed hesitant about the offer, but Ju Hyuk completely reassured him. Ju Hyuk was confident that he was the expert and would handle everything for Song-yoon. Ju Hyuk proposed a no-fee arrangement, letting Song-yoon's skills prove themselves. The scene inside the cafe, where the meeting was about to take place. Someone was looking at Almond's profile, which had only 324 followers, and sighed. Acornjello's manager, Nayeon, was skeptical about meeting an unknown streamer like Almond. Acornjello believed Almond had potential, even if he wasn't a superstar yet. The girl with him mocked Acornjello about a past incident. Acornjello praised Almond's athletic abilities as being top tier in the country. He argued that discovering talent early was a smart investment. When asked if he had met Almond in person, Acornjello was startled. He confessed they had never met, leaving the girl shocked and suspicious. She worried Almond would be a failure and warned Acornjello not to regret it. A stranger approached and asked if he was Acornjello. Acornjello and his companion looked up, surprised by the new arrival. Yu Song-yoon, also known as Almond, appeared and greeted them politely. The partner's female manager blushed as she silently praised Yu Song-yoon's good looks. Yu Song-yoon stood up to greet the man they had an appointment with. The man introduced himself as Do Jae-mook as he shook hands with Yu Song-yoon. Do Jae-mook politely asked about the identity of the person with Yu Song-yoon. Kim Ju-hyuk introduced himself as Yu Song-yoon's manager and offered his business card. Do Jae-mook was silently impressed by their professional demeanor. He was curious about their previous work experience. Both Do Jae-mook and the female manager were stunned when they read the information on the business card. Do Jae-mook was astonished to learn that Kim Ju-hyuk's former workplace was a major corporation. When asked, the female manager became flustered and awkward when introducing herself. Ju-hyuk stopped Yu Song-yoon as he bowed excessively to Book and Acornjello. Book invited everyone to sit down to start the meeting about the collaborative livestream plan. They discussed the streaming schedule and how to interact with viewers during the joint broadcast. After discussing the main details, the meeting seemed to be coming to an end. When Book mentioned the issue of money, Yu Song-yoon immediately raised his hand to interrupt. Song-yoon proposed that he would not accept any payment, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Book immediately refused, stating that not paying a salary would cause trouble later on. Ju Hyuk quickly covered Song-yoon's mouth and suggested they accept the minimum wage due to their lack of experience. Book explained that the streamer industry does not pay an hourly wage. Yu Song-yoon then made another proposal to solve the problem. Ju Hyuk suggested they would split the donation money if they live streamed together. Yu Song-yoon was astonished by the generous 50-50 split offer. He quickly realized this was a fantastic opportunity he couldn't miss. Ju Hyuk waited for an answer, while Yu Song-yoon fell silent, considering.
Ju Hyuk was excited that their collaboration plan was off to a great start. Ju Hyuk happily announced they would receive half of the donations from their joint stream. Ju Hyuk revealed he had investigated and found out Acornjello earned 2 million won last month. Ju Hyuk sent Yu Sang-hyun a message that confused him. Yu Sang-hyun was astonished to see it was a video recording of Acornjello's stream. Ju Hyuk explained that he always prepared for every situation, leaving Sang-hyun stunned. Sang-hyun secretly admired Ju Hyuk, who then discussed profit sharing. Ju Hyuk offered to take 20% of the profits if Sang-hyun's stream earned over 3 million won. Sang-hyun was worried about his meager income, but Ju Hyuk was confident about his own finances. Sang-hyun agreed to trust Ju Hyuk, who had planned everything. Almond started his stream and was surprised by a question about co-streaming with Acornjello. Almond wondered who had leaked the news and understood why his viewership had skyrocketed. Remembering he was told to keep it a secret, Almond decided to pretend he knew nothing about it. Almond announced today's goal, to take down the mounted bandit leader with a single shot. Viewers scoffed, saying it was impossible to kill the boss with one shot, which bewildered Almond. Recalled taking down Bruka that way, but he mispronounced the name, making the viewers laugh. The audience explained that Bruka was just an elite monster, not a boss, which made Almond realize his mistake. Almond realized he had made a grand declaration based on a terrible misunderstanding. Suddenly, a viewer donated and set a mission: kill the boss with one shot to receive 100,000 won. Without a moment's hesitation, Almond immediately accepted the mission, to the audience's delight. Yu Sang-hyun accepted the impossible mission of taking down the boss in one hit. Realized that although the mission was difficult, it would attract more donations. Yu Sang-hyun confidently thanked the viewers and declared he would claim the reward. Immediately, many new donations and missions were sent in succession. Understood that missions from donations were the key to maintaining his revenue. Surprised to receive donations before even entering the game, Yu Sanghyun thanked everyone. The good feeling, he decided to log into the game world. Flash of light transported him into the virtual world of Kingdom Age. Almond appeared in the game, at a familiar location like the last time. Soon as Almond appeared, his name was called, signaling that the long-awaited moment had arrived. Lady Amelia thanked him for saving her from the bandits, making the viewers in the chat go wild. Amelia was flustered, not knowing how to repay them for saving her life. Almond guessed Amelia was the game's heroine, and that his choice would determine the next event. Choice window appeared, and viewers continuously spammed for Almond to pick the greedy answer. Contrary to the viewers' expectations, Almond chose the humble answer, causing them to boo. Amelia's smile once again captivated the viewers, though some argued that Rosnita was the best. Almond wondered about Rosnita, while Roman approached Amelia to report on the situation. Roman reported that the remnants of the bandit group were in the nearby mountain range, and suggested sending an attack team. Amelia agreed with Roman's proposal, and he immediately accepted the order. As Roman ordered the defense team to set up camp, Almond realized a new stage had begun. Sound of footsteps and rustling leaves echoed through the dense forest. Almond and his teammates moved cautiously through the bushes. Group took cover, observing an enemy camp from a distance. Commander raised his fist, signaling to prepare. Ordered a surprise attack from the rear. Almond let out a sigh of relief, feeling more nervous than he had imagined. Realized the in-game sensations were so realistic they couldn't be taken lightly. Commander raised his sword high, ready to give the attack signal. His signal, the entire team charged to attack the enemy camp. 2 guards in the camp were caught by surprise, panicking at the ambush. 1 bandit was taken down, making his comrades panic as they realized there was an archer. Immediately after, the leader Bruka was also hit by a fatal arrow straight to the head. A succession of arrows flew out, quickly taking down the bandits one by one. Almond calmly knocked another arrow, preparing for his next shot. Unleashed a powerful shot, showcasing his superior skill. Bandits identified his position and yelled to eliminate Almond first. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared in front of Almond. It unlocked the rapid shot skill after landing 3 consecutive headshots. Almond decided to immediately test the new skill he had just received. Drew his bow, activating the skill which made the bow glow brightly, ready for a test shot. Almond activated the skill Rapid Fire, unleashing a volley of glowing arrows. The arrows flew at a terrifying speed, striking the bandits all at once. Dreamer Acorn Jello was shocked because the Rapid Fire skill was considered useless. He was even more astonished when he realized all the shots were headshots. Cornjello initially thought the skill itself was fast. Then he realized it was Almond's own speed that was extraordinary. Almond breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the chat explode with praise. Turned to interact with his viewers, praising his new bow. Viewers reacted humorously, saying that only Almond could use a bow that well. Almond happily replied to a fan that he was currently single. Almond smiled, feeling that playing this game was truly enjoyable. To him, the realistic experience and the audience's admiration were the most exciting things. Brown-haired commander patted his shoulder, calling Almond's name with admiration. Praised Almond as the best archer in the Empire, but he responded humbly. Almond suddenly realized something and called out, "Lieutenant." Soldier brought Bruka's body, confirming he was the leader of the bandit group. System notification confirmed the boss was dead, but the audience didn't believe it was a one-shot kill. Almond grew worried as the audience argued, fearing he had failed the mission. Suddenly, Acorn Jello donated 100,000 won and confirmed that a perfect shot could take down the boss. Almond read the comments. The audience was still debating the existence of a perfect shot. Yu Sanghyun pondered the definition of a perfect shot. Dreamer Acorn Jello donated 100,000 won, praising Almond's perfect shot that one-shotted the boss. Almond seemed annoyed, while the viewers were skeptical, believing the perfect shot was just a myth. Cornjello trembled with anger, secretly wishing he could prove the shot's existence to everyone. Cornjello looked at the screen, silently hoping Almond would be the one to explain it to everyone. The game, Almond was also bewildered, wondering what a perfect shot actually was. Cornjello donated again, asking in astonishment, and Almond casually admitted he didn't know what a perfect shot was. Cornjello was deeply shocked, unable to believe that Almond had been executing perfect shots without even realizing it. Sighed in exasperation, looking at the screen with a face of disbelief. Cornjello's exasperation turned into admiration. He wondered what level of genius Almond was. Realizing Almond was a true talent, Cornjello thought the time had come and started typing on his keyboard. Cornjello donated, asserting he would prove to everyone that the perfect shot was real. Immediately after, Cornjello unexpectedly invited Almond to a co-stream the next day. News spread, and Almond realized Acorn Jello was heavily promoting the event. Almond hesitated at the invitation, while viewers debated the risks with mixed opinions. Despite expressing concern, deep down, the viewer community was eagerly anticipating the co-stream. Just then, Ruby Sword donated and offered a large reward if Almond could prove the perfect shot. Yu Sang-hyun was moved and thanked Ruby Sword for giving him the motivation to decide. With a confident smile, he accepted the honorable co-stream invitation from Acorn Jello. Elsewhere, Acorn Jello smiled with satisfaction at Almond's response. Acorn Jello sent a thank you donation, praising Almond's courage and saying he would be in touch later. Almond was happy to see the audience's positive reaction to his performance. Almond was surprised by how Acorn Jello had fabricated a story to promote the co-stream. The audience reminded Almond to react to the donation and begged him not to end the stream. After defeating the boss and finishing the promotion, Almond raised his bow, preparing for his next move. Almond decided this was the perfect moment to end the stream abruptly. He shot an arrow into the sky, thanking the audience for their donations before ending. Almond killed his in-game character as a farewell and stopped the broadcast. Yu Sang-hyun exited the capsule, feeling hot after a long stream, worried about the risks of the device as it affected his brainwaves every time he died. Joo-hyuk sent a message saying Acorn Jello wanted to meet, which greatly confused Yu Sang-hyun. Yu Sang-hyun was flustered when Kim Joo-hyuk asked if he had been paying attention during the meeting. Sang-hyun suddenly remembered he had agreed to a live interview along with the live stream. Grew anxious at the thought of having to meet and be interviewed in person. After a moment, he sent a message to meet Kim Joo-hyuk at Chungai Station. Yu Sang-hyun decided to go online to see people's reactions to the stream. Read comments about Almond ending the stream and Acorn Jello's appearance. Noticed a post analyzing the scene where Almond took down the boss in one hit. Slow-motion video showed that the boss Bruka was hit by 2 arrows almost simultaneously. Yu Sang-hyun himself was confused, not clearly remembering how he had shot. Read a comment saying everything would be revealed in the upcoming joint livestream. Yu Sang-hyun ignored the speculation about streamer Almond's real appearance. Suddenly, his phone rang with an incoming call from Kim Joo-hyuk. Yu Sang-hyun was startled and turned to look at the ringing phone. Kim Joo-hyuk excitedly reported that their video on AllTube had reached 40,000 views. Sang-hyun was confused because they had never uploaded a video to AllTube. Joo-hyuk explained that streamer Acorn Jello had posted a video promoting their collaboration. The game, Acorn Jello showed absolute faith in Almond. Almond drew his bow, concentrating energy for a powerful shot. His arrow accurately embedded itself in the forehead of the bandit leader, Bruka. Magic arrow flew at a terrifying speed, leaving a trail of light. One of Almond's arrows struck him right in the forehead, taking down the leader Bruka. Bruka collapsed, and the viewers wondered if the perfect shot was real. Almond's video went viral, leading to the announcement of a co-stream with Acorn Jello. Many people thought the video was edited, but were still eager to watch. Everyone was stunned by the skill of a rookie like Almond. Next day, Acorn Jello's broadcast reached a record number of viewers. In the streaming room, Acorn Jello called for Almond, preparing for the broadcast. Acorn Jello asked if Yu Sang-hyun was ready to go live and greet everyone. Yu Sang-hyun adjusted his clothes, while Acorn Jello reminded him about the viewer count. Acorn Jello left, wishing Yu Sang-hyun good luck before he started alone. On-air signal indicated the live stream was about to begin. Acorn Jello greeted his fans and was astonished when the stream hit 10,000 viewers right at the start. Still looking at his phone, Acorn Jello realized he had broken a record. Yu Sang-hyun was watching the stream, thinking to himself that Acorn Jello was very skilled at interacting with the audience. The chat was calling out Almond's name. Acorn Jello announced today's special guest. Acorn Jello resolutely declared he would prove the existence of the controversial perfect shot. The audience reacted enthusiastically, while Yu Sang-hyun wondered about Acorn Jello's obsession. Viewership skyrocketed as the chat exploded, and Yu Sang-hyun broke into a confident smile. Without further delay, Acorn Jello solemnly raised his hand to introduce the guest. Acorn Jello joyfully introduced the genius archer everyone was waiting for, Almond. The audience was eagerly awaiting streamer Almond's first face reveal. Almond greeted the audience as he slowly sat down in his chair. Finally, Almond revealed himself with a smile and a handsome appearance, capturing everyone's attention. The audience erupted at Almond's appearance, donating continuously and calling him the most ruthless streamer. Acorn Jello proudly boasted about Almond's looks, while the audience reacted humorously. Acorn Jello asked for the audience's opinion, and they unanimously demanded to see Almond play a game right away. Acorn Jello reminded the audience to maintain order, while Almond was overwhelmed by the speed of the chat. After coming to an agreement with the audience, Acorn Jello and Almond prepared to start the live stream. Acorn Jello began with a technical question about optimization code, which confused Almond. Turned out, Acornjello didn't know what optimization code was either and cluelessly asked Almond back. Acornjello explained to Yu Sanghyun about the gameplay optimization code in the capsule. Acornjello was astonished to see that Yu Sanghyun had no idea what he was talking about. Acornjello wondered how Almond could achieve that level of performance while playing without optimization. Kangseok suddenly jumped up and screamed, startling Yu Sanghyun, who was sitting next to him. Kangseok suddenly remembered that he had told Acornjello, but forgot to tell his friend the important matter. Kangseok whispered to Acornjello that he had forgotten to tell Yu Sanghyun about this. Yu Sanghyun remained confused, watching Acornjello and Lee Kangseok whisper to each other. Acornjello appeared frustrated with the audience, while the chat was filled with curiosity and questions. Acornjello explained that Almond bought a used capsule and played the game without ever knowing about optimization. Yu Sanghyun asked Acornjello if his game used to crash, and received a confirmation. Yu was stunned when Yu Sanghyun revealed his secret to gaming was to never die. Yu silently admired him, realizing that Yu Sanghyun was on a completely different level. Yu Sanghyun smiled, confidently acknowledging his own class. Yu was completely overwhelmed by Yu Sanghyun's confidence and talent. Yu Sanghyun was considered the ideal genius, born to be a streamer. Yu smiled confidently, having a good feeling about the upcoming plan. Yu suggested starting to create the optimization code, and Yu Sanghyun immediately agreed. The optimization process began, enveloping Yu Sanghyun in a stream of digital light. Process completed surprisingly quickly, generating the optimization code Z102938. Yu asked how the optimization effect felt, and Yu Sanghyun was satisfied with the result. Yu Sanghyun sensed the virtual space, where movement was controlled by consciousness alone. After the optimization, Ju-hyuk looked at Yu Sanghyun with a mysterious smile. Ju-hyuk was full of excitement, wanting to find out if the perfect shot was real. Game Kingdom Age began, but Sanghyun was still skeptical about the perfect shot. New quest began, and streamer Acornjello was also watching Almond. Her mission was to find and eliminate the goblins in a nearby cave. Almond, Acornjello, and their teammates accepted the goblin extermination mission in unison. Team traveled in a horse-drawn carriage to the mission location. On the way, Acornjello began to explain to Almond the criteria for a perfect shot. Acornjello explained the first condition: one must hit the exact center of the target's weak point. Acornjello explained that the second condition was the truly difficult part. Acornjello emphasized that the player only had a single chance to execute it. Almond just replied quietly, looking completely unfazed by the challenge. Acornjello was completely surprised by Almond's incredible calmness. Acornjello thought to himself, Almond's reaction was as if the challenge wasn't worth bothering with. He reasoned that perhaps for a true master, this was normal. Almond suddenly appeared and delivered a heavy blow to Acornjello's head. Almond angrily yelled, telling Acornjello to get lost before he lost his temper. Almond irritably wondered who had recruited such a terrible rookie. Suddenly, Roman's attitude changed completely as he turned and called Almond's name. Roman entrusted the mission to Almond, despite always being strict with him. Below the cliff, a horde of goblins was growling, hiding in the forest. Another player was loudly boasting, preparing to demonstrate a perfect shot. Immediately, he was hit with a powerful punch to the head for causing a disturbance. Roman shouted, demanding the new soldier to be quiet if he wanted to be useful. Roman then ordered Almond to take the lead and demonstrate how to ambush for the rookie. Goblin became alert upon hearing the sound of footsteps quietly approaching. Almond clung to the grass, his body fully prepared for the attack. Almond noticed that moving had become much easier after his body was optimized. With sharp eyes, Almond silently drew his bow, aiming straight at the target. Acornjello wondered if Almond was going to shoot from that position. Acornjello suspected that even Almond couldn't hit the target with just one shot. Almond's arrow struck a goblin squarely in the head. Acornjello was astonished by the completely different level of archery skill. Without hesitation, Almond quickly drew his next arrow. Second arrow also precisely took down another goblin. Acornjello admired, realizing Almond's skills were even more refined after optimization. Almond drew his bow silently, perfect for an ambush. Acornjello swallowed, thinking to himself that this scene was insane. Acornjello remarked that Almond had extraordinary physical abilities and a special presence. Acornjello was confident that with the right attention, he would become the center of it. Meanwhile, Almond continued his hunt in the forest, let out a sigh of relief after cleanly taking down his prey. Almond easily defeated the guarding goblins and wondered about the game's difficulty. Brown-haired goateed commander praised Almond, while his teammates were astonished. Mission meant for an entire mercenary squad was completed by Almond alone. Dreamer Acornjello excitedly commented on Almond's perfect shot for his audience. Commander ordered the cave to be sealed and a fire lit to smoke the goblins out. Smoke began to fill the inside of the cave, forcing the goblins to run out. Suddenly a piercing scream echoed from within the cave, startling them both. Giant, clawed foot stomped heavily on the ground from the cave's exit. Massive creature with terrifying, glowing red eyes emerged from the smoke. Goblin boss appeared, causing the mercenary to cry out in fear. New quest required Almond to defeat the goblin elite. Commander ordered the shield bearers to advance and provide support. Goblin elite attacked, and the commander reminded Almond to aim for the weak spot. Almond immediately drew his bow and aimed straight at the boss, to the viewer's astonishment. Suddenly Almond noticed something unusual and paused. Lowered his bow, leading the viewers to think he was nervous. Discovered the goblin elite was wearing a steel mask. Almond knew the arrow couldn't penetrate the armor. He considered another target. However, he determined the head was still the target, with the highest probability of being hit. Having made his decision, Almond raised his bow, aiming for an arched trajectory. Almond suddenly drew his bow and shot an arrow straight into the sky, confusing the viewers. The arrow soared high under the moonlight, while the audience still didn't understand what was happening. The arrow fell. Almond focused intensely to execute a perfect shot on the weak spot. Shieldbearer looked up. A glint of light in the sky signaled the approaching arrow. This meant the weak spot wasn't necessarily the shieldbearer's forehead. The arrow pierced the top of the helmet, embedding itself straight into the shieldbearer's head. Brown-haired, goateed commander was astonished by this parabolic shot. Even Almond himself was stunned, unable to believe the shield-bearer had actually been defeated. The image of the disappearing shield-bearer was reflected in Almond's eyes. Shield-bearer's body began to disintegrate into particles of black light. Almond's arrow caused the boss's giant sword to plunge straight into the ground. Giant boss had been defeated. The entire mercenary squad was stunned by the sight. Streamer Acornjello and his audience erupted in extreme excitement. Viewer named Ruby Sword sent a large donation and admitted defeat. Almond thanked Ruby Sword, while Acornjello was still celebrating wildly. Almond was surprised. As a flood of donation notifications began to pour in continuously. Countless viewers sent donations, praising Almond's perfect shot. Yu Sanghyun sighed in relief as he logged out of the game and sat up in his capsule. Real-life Acornjello ran to show off to Naeun, drenched in sweat from excitement. Acornjello jumped for joy, proud to have proven himself right. Acornjello and Almond realized the game's server had crashed due to the overwhelming amount of chat messages and donations. Someone suggested they should do an on-camera interview to get more donations, since the stream hadn't ended. Acornjello enthusiastically agreed, thinking it was a rare opportunity not to be missed. Yu Sanghyun hesitated, wanting to dry his hair, but Acornjello immediately objected. Acornjello and Yu Sanghyun appeared on camera together to greet their fans. Chat box exploded with welcoming and excited messages from the viewers. Acornjello smugly declared to the audience that he had been cleared of the baseless accusations. Yu Sanghyun silently thought about the perfect shot, while the viewers hailed him as a god archer. Teased by a viewer for having turned off his screen to cry, Acornjello angrily shouted in denial. A series of donation messages appeared, with many demanding all the money be given to Almond. Bubblegum thanked the viewers for their support during the live stream. Acornjello was amazed as Bubblegum read the names of donors for 40 minutes straight. He and his companion were startled when a surprising notification appeared. Viewer named Seojia had donated a huge sum of 1 million won. Yu Sanghyun was completely stunned by the unbelievable donation amount. Acornjello was dumbfounded when he heard Bubblegum shout out thanks for the donation. Bubblegum was astonished, as it was the first time seeing this viewer, and prepared to read the message. Read the message calling Almond cute, then glanced over at him. Seojia donated another 100,000 won with the same message, leaving Bubblegum speechless. Eased by the audience, Bubblegum tried to compose himself and moved on to the interview segment. Acornjello announced the results of a fan survey, but the content of the questions left him stunned. Yu Sanghyun answered calmly, while Acornjello was embarrassed by the fans' questions. He continued to answer questions about his love life and height with a confident smile. Yu Sanghyun admitted that the feeling of being the center of everyone's attention like this was quite pleasant. Realized this was the joy of live streaming. Perhaps gaming and live streaming had gotten into his blood. Live stream ended successfully amidst the cheers of the fans. Woman brought him a pillow and wondered why Yu Sanghyun was drenched in sweat. Acornjello worried, suggesting it might be because Yu Sanghyun had overconcentrated. Bubblegum expressed his thanks for the successful stream, and Yu Sanghyun and Book gave him a gift. Bubblegum happily opened the box of pastries, and Book suggested making tea for everyone to enjoy. Meanwhile, Book mysteriously said they had something fun to do. Bubblegum held up a tablet, asking everyone to wait in suspense. Yu Sanghyun and Book held their breath as Bubblegum prepared to announce the total donation amount. Bubblegum excitedly prepared to announce the revenue from the livestream. Woo Sang-hyun and Book held their breath, waiting for the donation results. Both were stunned when they saw the total revenue reached over 5.3 million won. Woo Sang-hyun couldn't believe his eyes, shocked by the 5 million won figure. He asked Bubblegum in amazement if this was a typical income. Girl brought them drinks and suggested splitting the earnings evenly. Split evenly, each person would receive about 2.7 million won. Woo Sang-hyun and Book bowed their heads and thanked Bubblegum formally. Book realized that donations were not Bubblegum's main source of income. Book curiously asked Bubblegum how he made his main profit. Manager explained that a streamer's income comes from platform advertisements. He also finds external advertising contracts, like clothing sponsorships. Woo-hyuk listened, as the manager compared this job to being a celebrity. Male streamer immediately protested when teased about his appearance. Manager said a humorous appearance was an advantage, making Joo-hyuk and Woo Sang-hyun suppress their laughter. Woo Sang-hyun just listened to the conversation in silence. Manager suddenly blushed, suggesting Woo Sang-hyun should try a celebrity image. Woo Sang-hyun put his glass of water down on the table. He asserted that he only wanted to be a streamer specializing in games. Two quickly explained they were just discussing how to maximize income. Famous streamer could expand their activities to television shows. Woo-hyuk explained the sources of a streamer's income, making Woo Sang-hyun start to ponder. Woo-hyuk categorized streamers into two groups, those creating mainstream content and those serving niche markets. However, video editing plays a decisive role on platforms like YouTube. Woo Sang-hyun asked about Joo-hyuk's editing experience, but he replied that he had none. He advised Woo Sang-hyun to take it slow, as the initial profits were still low. After the meeting, the group went to the parking lot together. Woo Sang-hyun shook hands to thank his streamer friend for his help. He said goodbye and agreed to have another joint live stream in the future. Meanwhile, another streamer smiled, seemingly with a plan of their own. Woo Sang-hyun stood waiting for his friend in the underground parking garage. Woo-hyuk watched the car that had just left and looked envious. Woo-hyuk praised his friend's talent, while Sang-hyun urged him to go because it was getting cold. Woo-hyuk drove Woo Sang-hyun home as the sun set. Sang-hyun was about to get out of the car. Joo-hyuk called him back. Woo-hyuk advised Sang-hyun not to rush when starting his streaming career. Woo-hyuk affirmed that Sang-hyun had real talent and would succeed. Woo Sang-hyun let out a small laugh at his friend's encouragement. Sang-hyun thanked Joo-hyuk as his car slowly drove away. Woo Sang-hyun walked down the steps to his home alone in the chilly weather. Woo Sang-hyun recalled how he used to worry about his grandmother every time winter came. Silently sank into his thoughts under the streetlight at dusk. Smiled, wanting to tell his grandmother that he had earned 2.7 million won today. Decided to continue this work because it was fun and Joo-hyuk didn't take any money. Woo Sang-hyun realized the miracle was that his arm didn't tremble at all when he was in the game. In real life, his right hand still trembled uncontrollably. Car accident that day not only left him with after effects, but also deeply affected his grandmother. Still vividly remembered the scene of his grandmother crying silently in her room. Therefore, Sang-hyun's right arm meant more than just a bad memory. The arm that was once a shackle could now draw a bowstring again. Woo Sang-hyun thought proudly of his spectacular performance in the game. He was grateful for the good people who helped him and wondered if his grandmother had sent them. He was moved to tears, wondering how to repay everyone's kindness. Woo Sang-hyun wiped away his tears, trying to suppress his emotions. He told himself to try his best, but wondered if it was too late to start over. He recalled the coach's scolding, that the later you realize you are, the harder you must work. Remembering the lesson, he smiled and resolved to keep moving forward. Even so, he still felt a little sad walking alone. That sadness was because his beloved grandmother wouldn't be here to witness his success. Meanwhile, on the internet, Almond's performance had caused a storm, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Woo Sang-hyun was surprised by the huge reaction from the online community. His female colleague asked about the Kingdom Age post entering the top 10 for the first time. He asked about a crazy video, but Sang-hyun acted uninterested. He explained it was a video on the editor community and sent him the link. Woo Sang-hyun was completely stunned after watching the video he was sent. Joo-hyuk exclaimed in admiration as he watched the video about Woo Sang-hyun. Joo-hyuk saw the post about Almond going viral and believed that good fortune was coming to Sang-hyun. New day began with the chirping of birds outside the porch. Sound of water dripped in the bathroom after Woo Sang-hyun finished his shower. Woo Sang-hyun dried his hair and thought about his next move based on what he had learned. Recalled that there were two main monetization models for streamers. One was to focus on live streaming, earning money from donations and ad revenue. The other was to upload edited videos to get advertisements and product sponsorships. Woo Sang-hyun considered it and realized the all-tuber style was probably the best fit for him. Remembered Joo-hyuk had also commented that he was more like Bloated Ramen's type. Joo-hyuk even dreamed big of doing TV commercials, which surprised Sang-hyun. Sang-hyun thought Joo-hyuk was just talking about the business model, as their streaming styles were complete opposites. Joo-hyuk had considered making money on AllTube through ads and sponsorships. Sang-hyun knew that a good editor was the deciding factor and began his search. Stumbled upon a fan-edit video of the Archer challenge in Kingdom Age. Sang-hyun was stunned to realize the Archer character in the video was him. Checked the channel name and saw it was Almond's fan Seojia. Realized Seojia was the one who had donated 1 million won and immediately clicked on the video. Video began with elaborately edited in-game scenes set to music. The video, a commander reported that mounted bandits were still hiding in the mountains. Another person suggested sending a special attack team to hunt them down and eliminate them. Video showed a scene of the enemy laughing sinisterly, signaling an impending battle. Dramatic music played. Sang-hyun was extremely focused and impressed. Admired how the music, colors, and editing had created a movie-like story. The eyes of the character Almond in the game flashed, showing intense concentration. Character Almond drew his bow, his entire body enveloped in a blue aura. Released his hand, unleashing the arrow from the bowstring with formidable power. The arrow whizzed through the air, aimed straight at a target who was trying to defend. The arrow struck the enemy directly, causing him to scream in pain. Another precise shot finished off the enemy instantly. Almond was proud of how he had made the repetitive combat scenes interesting. Sang-hyun admired his own performance and said to himself, "Not bad, Almond." Sang-hyun was delighted that his video received countless positive comments from viewers. Decided to call Joo-hyuk immediately to share this good news. Suddenly, his phone vibrated before he could make the call. It was a message from Kim Joo-hyuk, who was also watching the video and had already started his role as a manager. Joo-hyuk encouraged him to keep pushing while he had the momentum. His friend's encouragement made Sang-hyun smile in relief. Realized Joo-hyuk was right and decided to focus entirely on playing the game. With new determination, Sang-hyun returned to his capsule machine. He was confident in his archery skills, but noticed his other physical stats were still weak. Continue skill-based streaming, he understood that practice was essential. Sang-hyun decided to set the game to the highest difficulty level. He opened the refrigerator, sighing in relief after just finishing a session. Couldn't believe it had taken him 3 hours to complete it. Looking at the clock, Sang-hyun realized it was almost time for his live stream. He had to settle for some almonds to tide him over. While eating, he pondered the viewers' upcoming reactions. Swallowed nervously and waited. Sang-hyun logged into the game, and the screen began a countdown. Number 1 appeared, officially starting the broadcast. At the same time, the streamer Acorn Jello screamed in anger. Office worker wondered about the decision to release a fantasy game. This was the headquarters of Punk, the largest game publishing company in Korea. He knew this genre was hard to succeed in, but he never expected Kingdom Age's revenue to be so disastrous. Cried in despair, not understanding why a game praised by experts had failed. He was about to propose an event, but realized the company wouldn't approve it because the game was selling poorly. Someone else mocked the idea of a star player for a game with no tournaments. Hopelessly trying to salvage the situation, he typed the keyword Kingdom Age into the search bar. He was surprised to find a Kingdom Age video with a sudden spike in views. He was immediately captivated by the quality of the video he had just found. He was amazed by the video's quality and especially by the player's gaming skills. Almond's skills proved he was a real talent. Someone surprisingly discovered that streamer Almond had only created his account a few days ago. Man rewatched Almond's impressive moments on stream. Almond's popularity skyrocketed thanks to his skills and flair for live streaming. The audience excitedly discussed and turned on notifications so they wouldn't miss Almond's stream. Furthermore, he was also said to have very handsome looks. Man was determined that his plan would surely succeed. Followed Almond, thinking that good marketing was all that was needed. Right after that, he received a notification that Almond had started a new stream. He was delighted because the timing was so perfect and started watching Almond play the game. Corngello was confused when he saw something unexpected. He looked at Almond's lively chat and began to wonder. Corngello was astonished to see that Almond already had over 1,000 viewers. Corngello wondered in surprise if this person really had that many viewers. Soon as he started, Almond's channel had over 1,000 viewers and was still growing rapidly. Corngello reasoned that if Almond could maintain this viewership, it would mean he was ready to become a full-time streamer. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun was overwhelmed by the flood of messages demanding he start the broadcast. Chat box became chaotic as viewers argued and grew excited. Sang-hyun recalled the previous joint stream, where he felt calm because professionals were leading the way. Now he realized he had to face this pressure on his own. Overcoming his anxiety, Almond smiled and confidently greeted his audience. Viewers wondered why Yu Sanghyun, the streamer nicknamed Almond, never showed his face. Noticed many requests to turn on his camera, even though his old fans knew his streams were audio only. Suddenly, he received a message from his friend, Juhyuk. Juhyuk sent a link to a viral post about Almond's appearance. Post praised his looks, comparing him to an idol the entertainment industry had missed out on. Yu Sanghyun was stunned to learn that screenshots of his face had spread widely. Sitting in the capsule, he messaged Juhyuk, admitting he might be an attention seeker. He admitted with a look of embarrassment, yet delight that the feeling was amazing. Finally, Sanghyun decided to turn on his camera and greet his fans live on stream. He immediately received many donations and announced he would start the game right away. Noblewoman struck up a conversation with Almond, saying she had heard of his talents. Woman named Emilia praised him for easily dispatching the goblins. Almond humbly said he wasn't alone, but she didn't seem to agree. He suddenly grabbed his hand and said that Lieutenant Roman had recounted everything. Almond was flustered by her action, causing a stir among the stream's audience. Emilia seriously revealed that she had another task she wanted to assign him. The audience, however, thought this was just another way for her to keep exploiting him. Wondered why she didn't ask Roman, but Emilia wanted him to carry out this mission alone. He pointed towards a distant castle, making Almond wonder about the mission's difficulty. The cold expression, Emilia demanded that he eliminate the master of that castle. Almond was surprised by the mission he had just received. NPC named Emilia explained that he would have to infiltrate the castle. Viewers in the chat commented on the unusual change in her personality. Emilia showed absolute trust in Almond, while donations continued to pour in. Quest window appeared, and he pondered thoughtfully before making a decision. Corngello, another streamer, was astonished to realize the mission was to assassinate the Lord. Thought to himself that completing this mission with only a bow was impossible. Meanwhile, viewers in the chat passionately debated Almond's capabilities. Corngello agreed with the experienced viewers that this was an extremely difficult play. Siege was notoriously tough, almost impossible to infiltrate without being detected. Man is worried and thinking. He realizes there is a bigger issue lurking. The enemy, Lord Talorante, clad in heavy armor, is the worst scenario for an archer. He suddenly thinks of a possibility. What if Almond actually passes this level with just a bow? Acknowledges that Almond has superior skills and an attractive appearance, but that is not enough to become a star. Become a true star in the gaming industry, one needs a little bit of magic factor. The game, Almond's character with a determined look, has accepted a challenging offer. Confident blonde woman smiles. She knows that Almond will agree to her proposal. Even knowing the task won't be easy, Almond confidently steps forward amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the fans. Almond shows unwavering determination. He must succeed in this field and will never back down. Almond explains that he is not acting blindly. He has analyzed and leveraged the historical accuracy of the game. Emilia appeared determined to carry out the mission, while Almond confidently chatted with his viewers. Silently wondered why a lady named Emilia would want to take someone's life. Almond believed that even as a game character, she wasn't the type to hate someone without reason. Then directly asked Emilia if the lord of the castle had done anything wrong. Emilia was silent for a moment before answering. He revealed that Lord Talorante had been turning his people into slaves, lent money at high interest, and then forced them, including women and children, into lifelong slavery to repay their debts. Emilia explained that if he died, her family could take care of the people. After hearing the story, Almond's expression became resolute, confirmed that the reason was more than convincing enough. New quest appeared, assassinate Lord Talorante. Under the moonlight, the howling of wolves echoed outside the castle walls. Almond whispered, wondering if talking to himself would get him discovered. Realized he could be exposed if he didn't adjust his settings. However, Almond was determined to continue, as he valued the game's realism. Quickly dashed off, crossing a vast cornfield. Viewers were amazed to realize Almond's movements were on a completely different level. He smiled, realizing this result was thanks to 3 hours of relentless practice. Almond silently approached the base of the castle wall. Guard holding a torch was patrolling on the wall. Almond secretly approached the base of the castle wall, cautiously observed his surroundings, assessing the situation, calculated how to climb the wall without being detected. Almond saw 2 guards and realized he couldn't attack them individually. Considered the usual stealth assassination method, but then hesitated. Not confident with any other weapon, he decided to use his bow and arrow. His viewers protested, fearing he would be discovered if he made a sound. Almond was also puzzled by the suggestion to take down both guards at the same time. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in his mind. Confidently declared to his viewers that he had a way. Almond suddenly had a bold idea. He could use a single arrow to take down both enemies at once. Under the moonlight, Almond suddenly had an idea, believing there was a way to resolve the current situation. Almond confidently declared that he had a way to take down both targets at once with just his bow. Viewers on the stream were skeptical, arguing that the technique of shooting 2 arrows at once was impossible in the game. Despite the viewers' doubts, Almond drew his bow, while the chat box buzzed with discussion about the difficulty of the challenge. With intense focus in his eyes, Almond told himself that he could absolutely pull off this seemingly impossible shot. Almond planned in detail, starting by shooting an arrow in the highest possible arc to take down the target on the left. Drew his bow almost vertically, a strange action that left the viewers on the stream utterly confused and bewildered. First arrow was shot, soaring into the air at a dizzying speed, beginning its calculated arch trajectory. Immediately after shooting the first arrow, Almond did not hesitate and instantly drew a second arrow from his quiver. With absolute concentration, Almond quickly drew his bow a second time, preparing for the next shot in his plan. Almond stood on the castle wall, drawing his bow and aiming at the distant target, preparing to execute a highly technical arched shot. Almond's arrow soared into the air, drawing a perfect curve across the night sky before plunging straight down towards the target. Just as the first arrow was about to hit its mark, Almond immediately fired the second arrow with incredible focus and speed. Almond's 2 arrows simultaneously took down the 2 guards, one arrow piercing a head and the other pinning the torchbearer. Second arrow passed through the burning torch, embedding itself straight into the guard's head, leaving him in utter astonishment before he collapsed. The audience on Almond's stream was completely shocked, unable to believe their eyes at the feat of taking down 2 targets at once. A wave of comments erupted, praising Almond's insane skill, while he wondered if he had finished everything yet. Large donations continuously poured in, and Almond smiled, thanking the viewers for their support of his display of skill. Scene shifts to a man in an office, apparently a game developer, sweating and looking utterly amazed. The man held his head, admitting that he could never have imagined a player being able to do something like that. A man in the game industry commented that, although he had seen countless players, Almond was a completely different and special case. The director was extremely impressed. He immediately grabbed the phone on his desk with a determined look after watching the performance. He made a call, requesting his subordinate to arrange a meeting for the next day, and said he would send the information of a streamer he wanted to meet. He emphasized that they must recruit Yu Sanghyun at all costs, showing absolute confidence in his potential. Meanwhile, in the game world, night fell upon an ancient castle tower where Almond was carrying out his mission. Leaf gently floated in the wind, signaling Almond's light and stealthy movement as he began to climb the castle wall. With an extraordinary effort, Almond's hand finally gripped the edge of the wall, completing the difficult part of the climb. Almond panted after climbing the wall, thinking to himself that this challenge was truly harsh and brutal. Noticed that everything in the game was difficult, except for archery, while viewers were amazed that he had climbed the wall on his first try. Almond proudly replied that he had practiced at the highest difficulty and would continue to do so, believing that repetitive practice is the core of an athlete. Just as he was about to hide the body, Almond suddenly flinched and turned around upon hearing a strange noise, his eyes becoming wary. A guard carrying a torch was patrolling the corridor, looking confused and surprised by the quiet scene. Looked out at the dark courtyard, wondering why all the other guards had strangely disappeared. Guard grumbled, assuming his comrades were being lazy, completely unaware that Almond was hiding behind a flame and drawing his bow. Arrow suddenly flew through the air, heading straight for the unsuspecting guard ahead. Almond breathed a sigh of relief after the perfect shot. The stream audience analyzed it as a critical shot to the neck for a silent takedown. After clearing away the guard's body, viewers commented that this mission seemed too easy for Almond at the beginning. The audience worried that even as a legendary archer, Almond would have difficulty fighting at close range inside. Almond admitted the lower floor would be very difficult and began to calculate a plan to infiltrate safely. Below, 2 guards were guarding a building with an iron gate. A clank sound indicated a mechanism was activating. Almond walked in his new armor, feeling it was heavier and more uncomfortable than he had imagined. Almond identified the armory and decided he would go in to get more arrows and then leave quickly. While Almond was rummaging inside the armory, a guard yawned sleepily outside. The guard suddenly spotted Almond and called out, forcing him to turn and face him. Before he could finish his question, the guard was shot by an arrow that embedded itself straight into his head. The audience on the stream was stunned, thinking Almond had deviated from the mission to assassinate the Lord. Despite the audience's comments, Almond reached for an arrow, his eyes sharp and determined. The feeling of drawing an arrow from the quiver was strangely familiar, reminding Almond of his archery competition days. Everything around him blurred, leaving only the single target of the torch-bearing guard on the castle wall. In this moment, Almond's world narrowed, and he focused his entire mind on aiming. Almond drew his bow, pouring all his concentration into the decisive shot, where there were only two options, hit or miss. His fire arrow flew and struck the target on the castle wall precisely, completing the mission perfectly. The line between life and death, Almond felt his power become limitless, his eyes shining with determination. Almond dashed off at an incredible speed, completely immersed in the game, oblivious to the comments in the chat box. Loud noise attracted the attention of a guard, threatening to expose Almond's infiltration plan. Almond quickly shot an arrow into the guard's leg, causing him to collapse instantly, to the astonishment of the viewers. Though the viewers thought he had failed, Almond just smirked, showing that everything was still under his control. Another guard witnessed his comrade Damon being taken down and shouted angrily, calling Almond a cunning scoundrel. The angry guard chased after the fleeing Almond down the corridor, demanding that he stop immediately. Almond suddenly changed direction skillfully, easily evading the pursuit of the guard following behind. Almond moved nimbly, running while drawing his bow, his sharp eyes focused on an unseen target ahead. Shot an arrow through the guard, causing him to accidentally stab his comrade who was standing right in front of him in astonishment. Another guard witnessed the horrific scene, not understanding what had just happened and completely shocked by the unexpected situation. The audience on Almond's stream was extremely excited, praising his tactic of using an enemy as bait to take down both guards. Immediately after taking down the guards, Almond decided not to waste time and instantly sped up, rushing straight into the castle. While moving, Almond unexpectedly came face to face with another guard, startling the enemy with his sudden appearance. Without giving the opponent time to react, Almond immediately drew his bow and shot a precise arrow at the guard who had just spotted him. The arrow hit its target, causing the guard to collapse, but this action was noticed by someone else in the distance. Detecting an intruder, the guard immediately blew a warning horn, its sound echoing throughout the area to alert his comrades. Hearing the alarm, numerous guards from different locations immediately rushed towards Almond, creating the sound of thundering footsteps. Almond was suddenly surrounded by countless sharp weapons. His presence had been completely discovered by the enemy. The audience on the stream discussed that Almond had acted too recklessly, causing his position to be exposed. Facing him was a team of guards armed to the teeth, ready to attack at any moment. Spotted and surrounded by the guards, Almond faced a life-or-death situation, considered a complete failure by the viewers. Without a moment's hesitation, Almond activated his chain arrow skill, creating a powerful wave of energy that knocked back the surrounding enemies. Prepare for a decisive counterattack, Almond quickly drew a handful of arrows from the quiver on his back. Instead of shooting immediately, he forcefully stuck the entire bundle of arrows into the ground, a strange action that caught the guards off guard. Almond drew his bow, aiming straight at the bundle of arrows on the ground, gathering energy for a highly tactical special shot. Almond's arrow hit the bundle, causing them to scatter in all directions like a rain of arrows, taking down the nearest enemies. A volley of arrows continued to fly at terrifying speed, piercing through defenses and embedding themselves in the stunned soldiers. A rain of arrows wiped out the entire squad of guards, leaving a chaotic scene with many fallen enemies on the ground. Surviving soldier watched in shock as his comrades were annihilated by Almond's unbelievable archery skill. Realized with horror that all the arrows had struck precisely in the center of each target's forehead, an incredible feat. Mercenary trembled in fear, stammering that Almond was a monster as he witnessed his incredible power. Another soldier screamed in panic, urging his comrades to flee to save their lives from the terrifying opponent. Mercenary's face showed sheer terror and despair as he tried to escape the pursuit. Almond gave the enemy no chance to escape, dashing forward at incredible speed to pursue them to the end. Fiercely pursued by Almond, the mercenaries screamed in desperation as they fled for their lives down a narrow alley. Stream viewers doubted his ability to run and shoot simultaneously, but Almond confidently asserted that he could absolutely do it. While still sprinting, Almond calmly drew his bow, focusing all his concentration on aiming at the target. With intense focus, a glowing arrow shot out like a laser, piercing straight through a soldier's helmet. Almond's face was cold as he released his grip. The next arrow fired with incredible power and speed. Almond's arrow embedded itself straight into another soldier's head, finishing him instantly in a spray of blood. Terrified soldier witnessed his comrade being taken down by a surprise attack, blood splattering across the sturdy fortress wall. Last surviving soldier gasped for breath in desperation, trying to call for help as he realized he was the next target of the hidden enemy. His cry for help was cut short by a fatal arrow piercing through him, ending the life of the last soldier on the watchtower. Soldier's body slid down the stairs, revealing Almond standing atop the watchtower, coldly observing the cleared battlefield. In the real world, Yu Sanghyun let out a sigh of relief after the intense battle, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek from the high concentration. Almond turned back to his comrades with a confident smile, while the chat exploded with praise from viewers for his skill. Noticed the donations were soaring. The stream was more successful than expected, giving Almond a very optimistic feeling. After clearing out the guards, Almond decided not to delay any longer and quickly moved to his next objective. Almond headed straight for the castle's large gate, ready to face the final challenge of eliminating the Lord inside. The heavy door creaked as Almond stepped inside, officially beginning his infiltration of the enemy's stronghold. Almond drew his bow, aiming at a mysterious figure sitting on a throne in a gloomy great hall, signaling a tense confrontation. The armored knight thought to himself that his opponent was not an official as he had imagined, but someone who exuded the formidable aura of a boss. Almond questioned the knight why he knew it was an ambush, but didn't help his comrades, making the audience on his stream laugh at his naivety. Suddenly, a heavy object flew forward at terrifying speed, embedding itself in the floor right in front of Almond, knocking him back from the force. Almond realized with shock that the object was the knight's greatsword, now stuck deep in the floor right before him. Knight's gauntleted hand still held an afterimage from the powerful throw of the greatsword, showcasing his extraordinary strength. Knight slowly leaned forward, asking in a threatening tone if Almond had come alone. Almond stood up, both amazed by his opponent's strange power and quickly raising his bow, preparing for a counterattack. As he was aiming, Almond suddenly noticed something unusual, his gaze faltering for a moment with doubt and unease. Axe suddenly flew past, embedding itself in the wall right next to Almond's head, making the audience realize he finally understood the hopeless situation. Almond faced a fully armored knight, who seemed to have no weak points to attack. The iron-armored knight beckoned with his finger, a confident and provocative gesture, challenging Almond to advance. Sound of clashing metal rang out as the knight stepped forward heavily, creating an invisible pressure on Almond. Not just one but more knights began to appear, all equipped in full plate armor. Almond realized the enemy was not alone and could summon more subordinates, making the situation more difficult. Viewers on Almond's stream began to worry, wondering what he would do against a fully armored opponent. Everyone thought blunt weapons were the best option, but Almond hesitated as he had never used one before. Despite the viewers' advice, Almond believed this quest had to have a solution involving a bow and arrow. Recalled that the bow was one of the initial weapon choices, reinforcing his belief that there was a unique path for it. Instead of attacking rashly, Almond calmly drew his bow, deciding to observe carefully to find an opening. Almond focused intensely, his golden eyes shining with determination as he analyzed the situation before him. Almond faced 3 iron-armored knights in a hall when he suddenly noticed an important detail. One of the knights suddenly turned his head, his action catching Almond's attention. The knight stood silently, seemingly having detected Almond's hidden presence. Instead of worrying, Almond smirked confidently, apparently already having a plan. Knight immediately charged forward, swinging his sword in a powerful and decisive arc towards Almond. Almond nimbly dodged the dangerous attack and immediately drew his bow to prepare a counter. With a sharp gaze, Almond drew the bowstring taut, aiming straight at the target with absolute precision. Almond's arrow grazed past, knocking the knight's helmet off to the astonishment of the viewers. The helmet flew off, making a loud noise that startled the remaining knights. Almond quickly drew his bow and shot a precise arrow towards the approaching enemy. Almond's arrow didn't kill the enemy, but knocked the helmets off 2 soldiers, surprising them. Knight Commander, having lost face in front of his subordinates, gritted his teeth and glared at Almond with rage. Knight roared, "You bastard!" and charged madly towards Almond for revenge. Almond calmly slid across the floor, effortlessly dodging the knight's powerful sword swing. As soon as he dodged, Almond wasted no time and immediately drew a new arrow. The arrow was fired at close range, embedding itself straight into the forehead of the off-balance knight. Seeing their leader fall, the other soldiers simultaneously jumped forward to attack, but it was too late. Almond's comrade also acted quickly, stabbing another enemy soldier from behind with his sword. The enemy collapsed to the floor, while Almond stood firm, witnessing the end of the battle. Almond single-handedly defeated the guards, standing opposite the final boss to the amazement and applause of the viewers. Boss, the Lord, acknowledged Almond's talent, but the viewers worried because his helmet had no weak points to attack. Lord stood up, swinging his giant sword, preparing to charge at Almond in the final battle. Almond calmly realized he had met the 3 headshots conditioned to activate a special tactic. Drew a special arrow, preparing to execute his plan and see if it would actually work. Arrow in Almond's hand began to emit a magical blue light, signaling an upcoming skill activation. A confident expression, Almond activated his chain arrow skill, ready to unleash the decisive attack on the Lord. Almond activates the rapid-fire skill, sticking a bundle of arrows into the ground, making the viewers curious about the purpose of this action. From above, Almond draws his bow, aiming straight at the iron-armored knight standing alone in the Great Hall, preparing for an attack. The iron-armored knight taunts Almond, declaring that arrows cannot take him down, causing the viewers to also doubt his choice. Despite the taunt, Almond maintains a calm and confident expression, asserting that everything is fine before shooting an arrow. The arrow hits the knight's chest plate, causing him to pause for a moment, while Almond rejoices at having found a way to attack. The arrow only leaves a small dent on the armor, enraging the knight who questions Almond for ignoring his warning. The knight looks up at Almond, who is preparing for his next attack, and once again asserts that his efforts are futile. Deciding to counterattack, the knight steps forward and threatens to crush Almond to dust for daring to challenge him so recklessly. Almond shoots another arrow, hitting the exact same spot on the chest plate, creating a loud clang and surprising the knight. Completely shocked by the precise and powerful attack, the knight cannot understand how Almond managed to do it. Almond's arrows continuously hit the shield soldier's armor, creating sparks but failing to penetrate, causing him to mock his foolishness. Almond grabs 3 arrows at once, preparing for a barrage of attacks amidst the shield soldier's skepticism about its effectiveness. Shield soldier shows surprise, and is slightly pushed back as Almond's arrows continuously strike his armor with force. Almond concentrates intensely, telling himself he needs to shoot faster and with even greater precision to take down his opponent. He decides to pour all his strength and focus, aiming at a single point on the opponent's armor, the heart. Arrows continuously strike the same spot, creating sparks that enrage the shield soldier and astonish the viewers. Watching audience can't help but admire Almond's extraordinary precision, calling him a madman for this skill. Unable to endure it any longer, the shield soldier roars in anger and charges straight at Almond, determined to finish him with his sword. However, an observant viewer notices that Almond is running out of arrows, making his situation extremely critical. Despite the situation, Almond calmly draws his last arrow, confident that he can absolutely end this fight. Almond shoots a glowing arrow, aiming straight at the weak point on the boss's armor. The arrow strikes the boss's armor hard, creating a resounding metallic clang. Boss is astonished to realize his armor is starting to shatter from the attack. Can't believe that the arrow is still piercing through his solid defense. The arrow finally pierces through his chest, inflicting a fatal wound. Blood-soaked arrow flies out of the boss's body, confirming the attack was successful. Giant boss collapses to the floor, while Almond is also exhausted after delivering the final blow. Almond's stream explodes with messages and donations, leaving him utterly surprised. Almond clenches his fist, feeling the satisfaction of once again overcoming a difficult challenge. Despite the harsh schedule, the feeling of success is the greatest motivation driving Almond. Almond thanks the viewers for their donations and wonders about the Bloodsworn Ally title he just received in the game. Almond interacts with the audience, estimating it took 40 shots to break the armor, while the viewers acknowledge his growth. Just as he was about to meet Lady Amelia, Almond suddenly freezes upon hearing a strange notification sound in his ear. Almond is stunned when a viewer named Seojia suddenly donates a huge sum of 300,000 won to him. The audience recognizes Seojia from donating to Acorn Jello and buzzes with discussion, leaving Almond completely bewildered by the large sum. Donation notification from Seojia appears prominently, while another viewer expresses admiration and envy at her wealth. Back in reality, Yu Sang-hyun is standing on the subway platform after finishing his stream. The train doors open. He is pushed and shoved by the dense crowd, squeezed into the cramped and stuffy space of the train car. People shout and complain about being pushed, while he tries to squeeze out of the crowd to get off at his station but can't. Finally getting off the train, he gasps for breath, exhausted and tired of the noisy, crowded scene he faces every day. Tired girl trudges down the stairs in the night, wondering how long she has to drift along with the current of life. She wishes she could just let go, to be carried away by the waves of life without having to struggle anymore. Arriving at her empty apartment, the girl longs to drift away to a vast ocean, far from reality. A lifeless face and empty eyes, the girl is immersed in a feeling of endless despair and deadlock. Rushing back to her room, the girl throws down her backpack and turns on her computer, worried that she has missed the stream. Face lights up when she sees that Almond's broadcast has just begun, her heart filled with joy. She feels so lucky to have caught it just as the game screen was loading, and the streamer Almond had just appeared. Her, watching Almond's live streams is the only happiness in this dull life. First, she only watched because his name was the same as the Almond snack, but then she became captivated by his skills. Following the new quest on the screen, she wonders how Almond could possibly complete this strange request. Cornjello is stunned in disbelief as Almond accepts the challenge, wondering if he really intends to beat this tough stage. The game, Almond doesn't hesitate, immediately drawing his bow and shooting a fire arrow towards the enemy standing at the end of the long corridor. Cornjello's skepticism quickly vanishes, replaced by a look of anticipation and excitement as she watches the match unfold. The enemy is no pushover either. He raises a bow that emits a green light, preparing to launch a powerful counterattack against Almond. Cornjello can't believe her eyes, smiling in admiration at the incredible skill Almond is displaying on the screen. One of Almond's arrows flies true, embedding itself straight into another soldier's head, taking him down instantly before he could react. She is completely engrossed in the match, holding her breath as she watches Almond's every move with a look of admiration and intense focus. Almond delivers the final blow, a light arrow defeating the large night boss, ending the battle spectacularly. Cornjello is completely overwhelmed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she exclaims that Almond's performance was unbelievable. She cheers joyfully in front of her computer screen, bursting with emotion as Almond truly passed the stage brilliantly. Cornjello is extremely excited, determined to donate to Almond and wondering how much she should give. Cornjello's hand pauses when she sees another viewer challenge Almond to prove his perfect shot. The determined expression, Cornjello decides to donate a larger amount than 300,000 won. She doesn't want to lose the donation race, telling herself the money spent is worth it if it brings joy. Almond notices the large donation from Seogia, saying her name sounds familiar, which makes Cornjello overjoyed. Almond reads the viewer's comments and is intrigued by the suggestion to end the stream with a somersault. Despite the viewer's attempts to stop him, Almond's character performs a somersault to bid the audience farewell. However, instead of disconnecting, Almond is sent back to the nearest checkpoint, leaving him utterly confused. Almond realizes he wasn't disconnected due to the game's optimization mechanics, and the viewers express their regret. He decides to end the stream manually, waving thanks to Seogia once more amidst teasing comments. Almond breathes a sigh of relief after finishing the tense and dramatic livestream in the virtual game world. He is happy to have stayed connected, and also pleased that his thank you for the 300,000 won donation was successful. Suddenly, a viewer named Seogia donates another 1 million won, making Almond curious about her generosity. Almond feels a bit awkward and worried, thinking that Seogia might be young and spending too much money on the stream. Feels embarrassed by his own thoughts, wondering if he is being too old-fashioned and outdated. Meanwhile, Seogia lies on the floor, telling herself that the streamer shouldn't feel guilty and that today's stream was amazing. She suddenly remembers she forgot to save the video of the live stream and hastily sits up from the floor. Seogia starts editing the video, selecting a perfect background music track from her company's resource library. He smiles with satisfaction, praising the storyline, visuals, and Almond's remarkable improvement in the recent stream. A confident smile, Seogia is certain that the highlight video she is making will become extremely popular. In his private room, the streamer Cornjello was sitting in front of his computer screen, continuously clicking his mouse. Yoo Sang-hyun received a call from his friend, Kim Joo-hyuk, and quickly picked up. Still half asleep, Yoo Sang-hyun answered the phone and confirmed to Joo-hyuk that he had just been woken up. Joo-hyuk made a lame joke and then abruptly hung up, leaving Sang-hyun no time to react. Joo-hyuk called back immediately, surprised that Sang-hyun had hung up and apologized for his joke. After the greetings, Joo-hyuk seriously informed Sang-hyun that there was a problem that needed to be solved. Joo-hyuk asked about the fan named Seogia, who had posted the edited videos, and Sang-hyun listened curiously. He explained that Seogia didn't read comments and had blocked messages, making it impossible to contact them to offer them the editor position. Joo-hyuk suggested mentioning it the next time Seogia donated, but Sang-hyun didn't want to do it that way. Sang-hyun decided he would rather wait longer to find a suitable editor than put pressure on a fan. After the call, Sang-hyun stared thoughtfully at his phone, thinking about finding a video editor for his channel. With his mind in turmoil, Yoo Sang-hyun felt a heavy burden and tried to relieve it by cleaning. Believed that cleaning the house was the best way, so he wearily carried a large trash bag outside. Standing in front of the stairs, Sang-hyun sighed wearily, even though he had to go up and down this way every day. Quickly lifted his spirits, deciding to treat climbing the stairs as an exercise instead of complaining. Just as he was motivating himself, a stranger suddenly opened a door and slammed into Yoo Sang-hyun, who was on his way up. Stunned by the strong impact, Sang-hyun fell down while the stranger frantically apologized. The stranger rushed over to where Sang-hyun was lying on the ground and worriedly asked if he was hurt. Yoo Sang-hyun tried to say he was fine, but his jacket unexpectedly slipped off his shoulder as he moved. While Sang-hyun sat up and looked down, the stranger froze, covering their face in embarrassment and surprise. Strangers stared at Sang-hyun with wide eyes, their hands covering their mouth in utter astonishment. Sang-hyun confusedly asked the strange girl, who was sitting and eating bread, if she was okay. Seeing that the girl didn't seem to be in any danger, Sang-hyun decided to leave so as not to bother her anymore. Conveniently threw a large trash bag into the nearby collection area, finishing his morning chore. Feeling refreshed after the exercise, Sang-hyun suddenly received a call. Picked up the phone, and the person on the other end, who seemed to be Joo-hyuk, urgently asked if he had seen it yet. Joo-hyuk excitedly announced Seojia's new video on AllTube, praising it as just as insane as the last one. Video about Almond had just been released and had already attracted 3,000 live viewers and received over 100 comments. Joo-hyuk said the video was also trending and predicted it would reach 200,000 views, which astonished Sang-hyun. After thanking Joo-hyuk and hanging up, Sang-hyun hurried off, leaving a bewildered call behind him. Called back, Sang-hyun stopped and turned to look, unsure who had just called his name. Sang-hyun realized the girl panting in the alley was the same one he had bumped into earlier. The girl stopped Sang-hyun, making him confused and wonder if he had dropped something. Suddenly, the girl quickly held out a notebook and a pen towards the bewildered Sang-hyun. Still out of breath, the girl shyly gathered her courage to ask for Sang-hyun's autograph. Sang-hyun was completely stunned and couldn't believe it when he heard the girl's request for an autograph. Standing under the streetlight, Sang-hyun suddenly realized something incredible. This girl was his fan. Curiously asked if she watched his live streams and received a nod of confirmation. Sang-hyun couldn't believe that an unknown streamer like him had a fan right in this neighborhood. Sang-hyun happily agreed, saying it would be his honor, and asked for the girl's name to sign it for her. The girl said her name was Jia. Sang-hyun suddenly froze, his hand holding the pen suspended in midair. A young woman in a baseball cap, looking surprised and flustered, introduced herself as Jia. Sang-hyun approached a table in a cafe where two men, including Joo-hyuk, were waiting. Joo-hyuk commented on Jia's editing work, while she explained it was her major and hobby. Joo-hyuk expressed his admiration that Jia could work a full-time job and still create videos so professionally. Joo-hyuk suddenly revealed that they had been looking for her for a long time, which made Jia feel a bit uncomfortable. Jia curiously asked why they were looking for her, and Joo-hyuk reassured her while searching for something in his briefcase. Shortly after, Joo-hyuk took out a contract and spread it on the table, to Jia's astonishment. Joo-hyuk officially made an offer of collaboration, surprising Joo-hyuk with how quickly he had prepared the contract. Jia seemed hesitant about the sudden offer, and Joo-hyuk quickly noticed her reluctance. Joo-hyuk then leaned forward, preparing to reveal some important information to Jia. A man in a suit informed Jia that her videos were having revenue issues, which greatly surprised her. Explained that fan channels are not allowed to be monetized due to legal issues like copyright and portrait rights. Jia countered that she had donated a lot of money, such as the 1 million won donation to the streamer Almond. Known as Almond's biggest sponsor, Jia's argument made the man and his assistant acknowledge her point. Jia asserted that she didn't create videos for money and had not received any revenue from them to date. The man acknowledged that and proposed she collaborate with their company to produce videos for profit. He was surprised that Jia showed no interest in profit, thinking to himself that money was not her motivation. Realized that her huge donations and the videos she made stemmed purely from her admiration for Almond. Faced with this truth, the man was stunned and began to understand Jia's true motive for supporting Almond. Decided to play his final card, saying that Almond himself needed her help as an editor to persuade her. Sang-hyun was extremely confused by the sudden proposal from the man in the suit and the girl sitting across from him. The girl was stunned to realize that Sang-hyun really needed her help, and their plan seemed to have succeeded. The man in the suit asserted that Almond had been looking for her for a long time, and Sang-hyun also awkwardly admitted that he really wanted to collaborate. Gave her full creative control over the videos, emphasizing that they truly just needed her help, which made her reconsider. The girl emotionally realized it had been a long time since someone had told her they truly needed her help, a long-forgotten feeling. She recalled her life, always having to overcome every difficulty by herself with seemingly no one needing or acknowledging her efforts. The girl asked for more time to think. Sang-hyun and his companion couldn't hide their joy, taking it as a good sign. However, Sang-hyun's expression suddenly turned serious as he hesitated, seeming to have an issue that needed to be clarified. Sang-hyun admitted to the girl that there was one single issue that needed to be resolved before they could start collaborating. Female editor sitting opposite began to raise the one issue that made her hesitate to accept the job offer. He explained that her current company had a policy prohibiting employees from signing contracts with multiple employers. That meant she would have to quit her job, but she needed a stable source of income to cover her living expenses. Sang-hyun listened with a worried expression as she said her current job paid well, and the income from videos was too risky. Sang-hyun clenched his fists, feeling helpless as he had only been streaming for a short time and couldn't afford to pay her a stable salary. Feeling stuck, Sang-hyun appeared discouraged and suggested that perhaps they should reconsider the offer. In contrast to his friend's disappointment, Joo-hyuk smiled confidently as if he already had a solution. Joo-hyuk announced that he had just happened to receive an important email and reached into his bag to pull out his device. Showed them an email from the game company Punk, offering a streamer partnership for Almond and sponsoring the editor's recruitment fee. Female editor was utterly astonished, and Sang-hyun couldn't believe that a big company like Punk would send him an offer. Sang-hyun decisively agreed to sign the streamer contract, much to the surprise of Joo-hyuk and the company representative. Joo-hyuk thought to himself that Sang-hyun had made his decision very quickly, perhaps because he really disliked his current job. Contract offered a base salary of 25 million won a year, along with 40% of the revenue from the AltTube channel as a bonus. Prioritizing a stable income, Sang-hyun rejected the 50-50 split option and decided to sign the contract. Representative shook Sang-hyun's hand, promising to get in touch after reporting to Punk and expressing his anticipation for their collaboration. Sang-hyun asked about the old videos on his channel and was told they would be re-uploaded to the company's official channel. After the agreement was settled, Sang-hyun politely bowed goodbye and left, leaving Joo-hyuk and the representative to watch him go. Soon as Sang-hyun was gone, Joo-hyuk turned and nudged the representative's arm with an expectant look. Joo-hyuk nervously asked if the streamer partnership offer for him was real, prompting the representative to reassure him. Joo-hyuk still couldn't believe a famous company would want him, but the representative confirmed that the terms were real. Manager told Sang-hyun he thought recruiting Seo-jia would be easy because she was a careful yet easygoing fan. Sang-hyun dismissed it, arguing that being a fan and signing a legal contract were two completely different matters. Sang-hyun was secretly surprised by Seo-jia's calmness and rationality, not expecting her to be able to keep such a cool head. Recalled that she hadn't smiled at all during the meeting, but then comforted himself that keeping business and personal matters separate was a good thing. Meanwhile, Seo-jia rushed home, quickly slamming the door behind her with an urgent expression. She threw down her belongings, hastily took off her coat, and jumped straight onto her bed, her actions filled with uncontrollable excitement. Seo-jia buried her face in her pillow and kicked and punched repeatedly, releasing the extreme excitement she had suppressed throughout the meeting. Heart-pounding, she couldn't believe she had met Almond and was now going to be his editor. She looked at the contract in her hand, feeling that everything was surreal, but she knew for sure that this was not a dream. Seo-jia silently wondered if she had finally succeeded in escaping her old life and starting a new chapter. Sang-hyun recalled the disparaging remarks from his former colleagues about his qualifications and uncertain future. Seo-jia also reminisced about her own dead-end past, having once thought she would never escape it. Suddenly, Almond's video became famous, hitting the top trending list and receiving countless praises. Sang-hyun smiled happily as he read the positive comments, feeling recognized for the first time. He was immersed in a warm, indescribably euphoric feeling, a happiness he had never experienced before. More determined, Sang-hyun planned to start his livestream earlier and maintain a regular broadcast schedule. Just as he sat down in the capsule to prepare to play the game, Sang-hyun suddenly received a new notification. He was surprised to see that Seo-jia had sent him a complete intro video after just a short time. Seo-jia explained that she had taken the opportunity to make this video in advance, leaving Sang-hyun amazed by its quality. Silently admired Seo-jia's talent and thanked her, promising to use the intro video effectively. Almond officially began the live broadcast with a professional introduction, signaling that the stream was on air. Immediately, his loyal followers received a notification and were surprised to see him go live. The announcement of Almond's live stream spread quickly, attracting the attention of many viewers everywhere. Fans were excited that Almond was live earlier than expected, and the chat box quickly filled with their greetings. The audience was extremely impressed with Almond's new introduction, praising it as being as epic as a movie trailer. Viewers quickly recognized the style of the famous creator Seo-jia in the intro and admired Almond. Almond greeted his fans and thanked Ruby Sword and Sizzling Eggplant for their support right as the stream began. Almond logged into Kingdom Age, appearing in the castle hall filled with soldiers' corpses from his battle the day before. He announced to the viewers that he needed to go report to Emilia, but first, he had something to do. Almond playfully declared he was going to clean up a few items, and the viewers fully supported his action. Almond was puzzled by 3 glowing items, listening to conflicting advice from the audience on which one to take. Almond was astonished when he opened a chest full of sparkling gold, but the audience quickly drew his attention elsewhere. Almond was captivated by a shiny suit of armor on a mannequin, and the viewers were cheering for him to steal this precious item as well. After collecting the items, Almond strode out of the treasure-filled room, ready for the next part of his journey. His new gear, Almond explained that he had taken the maximum number of items due to the weight limit, much to the audience's regret. Almond was confident that with his new equipment, he would no longer be easily taken down in a single hit, except in special cases. Almond nimbly mounted his horse, decisively declaring that he was setting off to complete the rest of his unfinished quest. Day had broken. Almond arrived in front of a castle and was glad that travel time in the game wasn't as long as in real life. Just as he arrived, a familiar voice suddenly called his name, causing Almond to turn his head in surprise toward the sound. One calling him was Lady Amelia. She joyfully peeked out from the window of her carriage upon seeing that Almond had arrived safely. Amelia was surprised and asked Almond why he had returned so soon when she saw him bowing at the door. Almond announced he brought news about the quest, causing Amelia's expression to become tense and surprised. Amelia asked her handmaiden to step outside so she could speak privately with Almond, but the maid seemed hesitant. In a stern tone, Amelia gave the order again, forcing the handmaiden to obey and leave in fear. After the handmaiden left, Amelia led Almond outside, heading toward a waiting carriage. As they walked, Amelia started the conversation, wondering about Almond's unexpectedly quick return. Amelia worriedly asked if Almond had changed his mind and given up on the quest she had assigned him. Almond firmly denied it, asserting that he had returned to report that the quest had been successfully completed. Amelia was completely stunned. She couldn't believe it, as only 2 days had passed since she assigned the quest. Almond explained that it only took him 1 day for the raid, after subtracting travel and preparation time. Amelia was utterly astonished, unable to believe what had just happened and wondering how it was even possible. Amelia's eyes widened, showing her extreme astonishment at the unexpected situation unfolding before her. Almond smiled and explained that because security was too tight, he had conveniently eliminated all of them. Hearing this, Amelia screamed in utter horror, stammering as she asked Almond what he had just done. Amelia was utterly astonished and bewildered by the unexpected information, unable to believe what she had just heard. She tried to regain her composure after the initial shock, while a system message appeared, mocking her reaction. The man in the green cloak confirmed that Talorante Castle was completely empty because all its residents were dead. Amelia expressed her admiration and disbelief that the man had managed to conquer the entire vast castle by himself. The black-haired man seemed a bit flustered by Amelia's emotional reaction. He just smiled and appeared slightly puzzled. The man declared that they didn't need to wait any longer, making Amelia curious about his next intentions. Amelia decided that the Janaret family must seize this territory to protect the people, and immediately ordered her servant to prepare a carriage. He explained that they had to go to Talorante Castle immediately before other nobles could arrive to claim it. The maidservant saw Amelia off to the carriage, wishing her a safe journey, and she thanked the maid in return. She was about to get into the carriage. Amelia suddenly called out to Almond, who was standing with a few others, and he immediately responded to her. Amelia turned back, urging the man who was standing dumbfounded at the door to quickly get inside the carriage. With an intrigued expression, Amelia invited Almond in, saying she had many things she wanted to learn about him. Almond was astonished when the system announced that Amelia's favorability had skyrocketed thanks to his performance. Inside the carriage, Amelia couldn't help but be amazed and asked Almond how he became so strong. Almond humbly suggested it was just flattery, but Amelia insisted she was being completely sincere. Amelia earnestly explained that over the years, she had met many different knights. However, she emphasized that none of them had ever been as talented and outstanding as Almond. Almond replied that he was only skilled in archery, which stunned Amelia, who asked if that was enough to take down an entire army. Amelia still couldn't believe such a simple truth, while the system took another opportunity to tease her naivety. Amelia said she had never seen a knight use a bow, and Almond corrected her, stating that he was a mercenary. Amelia was contemplating Almond's status as a mercenary while anxiously clenching her hands. He called Almond's name and began to propose something to him after their current mission was over. Amelia suddenly asked if Almond would consider becoming a knight after this mission was completed. He explained that she needed someone to manage the castle, but quickly added it was just a curious question. Players were extremely excited by the new development, calling it the knight route and eagerly awaiting his answer. Almond humbly refused, saying that a mercenary like him could never become a knight. Hearing Almond's reply, Amelia's face showed clear disappointment, and she didn't know what else to say. Emilia then changed the subject, informing Almond that her father, the Count, wanted to meet him. Almond was surprised that the Count wanted to see him, while Emilia said he was very pleased with the recent mission. Just as Almond was about to say that the Count didn't know something, Emilia quickly signaled for him to be quiet. Emilia placed her finger on Almond's lips, asking him to remain silent in an awkward yet intimate moment between them. He playfully said that a gentleman would overlook such minor details when with a lady, her face still blushing. Almond looked bewildered by Emilia's cuteness as she announced they had arrived at their destination after the long journey. A scene outside a castle appeared, where many people were cleaning up debris, indicating a battle had just ended. The man cleaning up looked at Emilia's group with a wary and suspicious gaze as they approached the castle gate. They reached the gate. A voice from inside called out, asking for their identities and whether they were from Talorante. Emilia took a decisive step forward and answered briefly, denying they were from Talorante, which made the guards even more curious. She confidently declared that they were from the Janaret family, her sharp gaze fixed straight ahead, with Almond standing right behind her. People at the gate were utterly astonished and began to whisper among themselves upon hearing the renowned name of the Janaret family. They discussed worriedly, realizing that Talorante's forces had been wiped out and they couldn't stop the Janaret group. Almond said that the people were still in a state of confusion after the sudden change of territory ownership. The tattered flag of Talorante showed that the territory was still under their control. Emilia smiled confidently at Almond, seemingly having a plan in mind. Without hesitation, Emilia reached out and grabbed the Talorante family flag hanging on the wall. She suddenly yanked the flag down before the astonished eyes of Almond, who was standing behind her. Immediately after, a new yellow flag bearing the Janaret family crest was unfurled. People below stared in amazement at the new flag, unable to believe their ruler had changed. Populace buzzed with discussion. Some were dejected, while others hoped the Janaret family would rule better. Almond worriedly asked Emilia if it was okay to leave things as they were while the people were still confused. Suggested Emilia should give a speech so the people would know who to be loyal to. Emilia smiled gently, her face radiating satisfaction and serenity now that everything was settled. Almond and Emilia stood on high, looking down at the people. She believed that everything would eventually stabilize. Emilia was confident that the people would quickly adapt to their new life under her rule. A week later, the scene in the Talorante domain had changed significantly, becoming more peaceful and stable. People who had been enslaved due to debt were now unshackled and allowed to work to pay off their debts. Increase in labor brought about a natural revival, breathing new life into the once gloomy domain. Almond smiled with satisfaction. This new policy was expected to bring great long-term benefits to the domain. Lost in thought, Almond was surprised when a hand gently placed on his shoulder called his name from behind. It was Emilia. She had found Almond standing alone by the window and cheerfully approached him. Emilia took Almond's hand and gently reminded him of his meeting with her father tomorrow. Almond gently held Emilia's hand, affirming that he would never let her down. Viewers' chat exploded, excited that Almond had so quickly conquered Emilia's storyline. Almond thought this was a happy ending for them both, but an unexpected system notification appeared. Immediately after, a piercing horn blast echoed from the distance, signaling an unexpected event was about to occur. Both Almond and Emilia flinched and turned around, startled and bewildered by the sudden sound. Sound seemed to come from afar, where a castle was appearing under a gloomy sky. An army in full plate armor, led by a white-haired knight, had gathered outside the castle. A mysterious knight with striking white hair wore a full-face helmet, exuding an air of authority and determination. Emilia guessed this army belonged to Lord Talorante, here to reclaim the castle. With a determined gaze, Almond equipped his archer gear, confident he could stop them. Emilia squeezed Almond's hand, conveying her anxiety and encouragement before he went off to battle. With her eyes closed, Emilia prayed for Almond's safety as he prepared to face danger. Yellow banners of the army fluttered in the wind, heralding an impending battle. In command, Almond and the other soldiers quickly took their positions, ready to fight on the battlefield. One-eyed commander raised his sword high, declaring their mission was to protect Talorante Castle. Boomed that they fought for the honor of Lady Emilia Janaret, who had hired them. The entire army roared in response to the call to arms, determined to win this war. Almond looked up at the sky, his eyes pensive and filled with thoughts before the battle. On the castle walls, Emilia watched the army with concern, her heart filled with unease for their fate. Almond's gaze became sharp and resolute, showing his high determination as the battle was about to begin. Almond stared straight ahead, his golden eyes shining with determination, his face radiating seriousness and readiness. Suddenly, a glowing system notification appeared, assigning him the crucial mission of leading the battle to victory. Following the command, a mighty army with spears and banners began to move, signaling the official start of the war. Large-scale battle in the game began, making Almond's viewers extremely excited about this grand event. Viewers compared and praised Almond, saying he could do things that other famous streamers like Bubblegum couldn't. Almond politely asked the audience not to mention other streamers, and everyone quickly agreed with him respectfully. Almond's character stepped forward, signaling that he was about to make an important announcement to those watching the broadcast. At the peak of the excitement, Almond suddenly smiled and announced the end of the livestream, leaving the audience utterly stunned and confused. Despite the pleas and calls for him to stay, Almond maintained a radiant smile, determined to end his broadcast. Almond said goodbye to his Tribe Fam fans and disappeared in a flash of light, officially disconnecting. Back in his room, Almond lay on his bed looking at his phone, smiling thoughtfully after ending his livestream. He read the viewers' reactions on his phone and told himself that ending the stream at that moment was the right decision. Almond recalled Acornjello's advice, illustrated by a scene of Murdy explaining the importance of ending a stream at the right time. Almond lay on his bed, enjoyably scrolling through his phone, looking at interesting social media posts about the game. He read a post on how to increase Emilia's favorability by crazily capturing an entire castle alone. Almond read comments praising his gameplay as legendary and unbeatable, making him wonder if it was really that difficult. Tossed and turned, thinking that a professional archer could do it, and wondered if anyone like that had played Kingdom Age yet. Sudden thought flashed through Almond's mind, causing him to pause and stare intently at his phone screen with a pensive expression. Sang-hyun recalled the praise for his incredible concentration and began to wonder if he had a talent for VR games. He continued to ponder, thinking that while archery requires high concentration, it wasn't a trait exclusive to archers. Sang-hyun quickly accepted this and lay back down on his bed, continuing to scroll through his phone to see if there were any other popular posts. Suddenly saw a post titled Analysis of Almond's Archery Skills, which immediately caught his attention. The article analyzed Almond's skills in detail, from his posture to how his hand didn't tremble, amazing him with the writer's expertise. Sang-hyun concluded that with the content of this video, the person in it couldn't possibly be an amateur. Sang-hyun shot up in surprise while looking at his phone, as if he had read a shocking comment. Former national archer commented that Almond was even better than a professional athlete, stunning everyone. Sang-hyun trembled, wondering about the person's identity, because if they had been on the national team, he would surely know them. Sang-hyun let out a sigh and leaned back on his bed, his eyes still glued to the glowing phone screen. Figured it was useless to worry, as there was no information in the post that revealed his identity anyway. Sang-hyun thought to himself that he had cut off contact with the archery world for 10 years and was curious about the commenter. Recalled the secret that besides his coach, no one knew he retired due to an injury from an accident. Memory suddenly flooded back, an image of a younger Sang-hyun turning his head as someone called his name from behind. A young girl with long hair was shouting angrily, asking Sang-hyun if he was really going to end things like this. The young man told the girl that he no longer found archery fun, which stunned her. The girl angrily questioned who would do it if he didn't, as everyone was struggling to keep up with him. He couldn't believe he wanted to quit just because it wasn't fun anymore and asked if he was serious. The young man turned his back, coldly confirming that he was completely serious about his decision to quit archery. After a moment of silence, the young man decisively said, "Fine," and turned to leave. With teary eyes, the girl shouted at him to just leave if he had made up his mind. The young man walked away silently, leaving the girl standing alone in the twilight. As he turned away, a tear rolled down the young man's cheek, revealing his sadness. The young man's tear fell, creating a spreading ripple, symbolizing his overwhelming emotions. The scene shifted to a fresh morning with a blue sky and a rainbow, signaling a new beginning. Sang-hyun smiled as he read the mixed comments from the audience about Almond's siege battle, finding them quite interesting. Despite the negative comments, Sang-hyun was grateful because he didn't have many viewers yet, so all attention was valuable. While walking home, Sang-hyun was surprised to see a person in a hooded sweatshirt stepping out of a nearby house. A hooded girl called out Sang-hyun's name in surprise, and he recognized his acquaintance, a girl named Jia. Sang-hyun and Jia walked down the stairs together. They greeted each other and learned that both were out for an evening exercise. Sang-hyun suggested walking with Jia and she agreed, and he mentioned that he had something to show her. Two of them walked together to a quiet park with a riverbank and a lush green lawn reflecting sparkling lights. After walking for a while in the park, Jia seemed tired and sat down to rest on a bench by the path. Sang-hyun thoughtfully handed Jia a bottle of water to quench her thirst after exercising, and she happily accepted it with thanks. Jia curiously asked about the things Sang-hyun wanted to show her, which he remembered while she was focused on her phone. Jia had just finished a few videos for her new channel and handed her phone to Sang-hyun for a preview before uploading. Sang-hyun was surprised and delighted to be the first viewer, while Jia was a bit shy. Video started with episode 1 of Kingdom Age, revealing Sanghyun's biometric code created just before filming. During his first live broadcast, Sanghyun asked about using a bow and received negative feedback from viewers. Despite the warnings, Sanghyun decided to choose the bow, leading viewers to think he was stubborn and would fail. Sanghyun's in-game character showed a determined and confident expression with his risky choice. In-game, Sanghyun landed a headshot on an enemy, and the realistic effect amazed the real-life Sanghyun. Scene shifted to an impressive angle, showing Sanghyun's character skillfully drawing his bow. Screen synchronized with the arrow's speed, creating a series of consecutive headshots that made the chat explode in amazement. Sanghyun was moved as he watched the video edited by Jia, with viewer reactions perfectly integrated. Sanghyun watched the video edited by Jia intently. On the screen was the image of his character, Almond. Jia, with a shy and anxious expression, nervously asked Sanghyun what he thought of the video. Sanghyun was utterly amazed and praised it lavishly, calling the video Jia made a masterpiece. Jia blushed in embarrassment as Sanghyun praised the details of the packing, effects, and comment integration. While Jia stammered her thanks, Sanghyun looked at her with a calm expression and a slight smile. Sanghyun thought the video was ready to be uploaded immediately, but Jia hesitated and declined. Jia explained that she heard it's better to release 3 or 4 videos at once for better results. Jia offered to continue producing videos in this style, and Sanghyun happily agreed. After their conversation, the scene shifted to Jia's room, signaling the end of the day. Arriving in her room, Jia wearily collapsed onto her bed, feeling exhausted after a long day of work. Sanghyun was incredibly amazed, exclaiming that Jia's video was truly a work of art. Jia felt extremely pleased and satisfied, seeing that Sanghyun genuinely liked her work. The first time, Jia felt the wonderful happiness of her efforts being recognized. Lost in thought, Jia's phone suddenly vibrated with a new message. Jia quickly grabbed her phone, blushing and nervously hoping it was a message from Almond. As she looked at the screen, Jia's expression changed from hopeful to stunned and disappointed. She sat silently on her bed, the cheerful atmosphere from before completely gone after reading the message. Jia's face hardened, and she stared at her phone screen with an extremely serious expression. Too stunned by what she had just read, Jia's hand went limp, dropping the phone onto the bed. On the screen was a message from the sender, SOB. Jia tried to ignore it and think about work. The Kingdom Age Game Forum. A post announcing that Almond would be live-streaming a siege battle attracted the attention of the player community. People commented excitedly, emphasizing that this was the world's first Archer Challenge siege battle to be broadcast live. Many fans expressed their anticipation, making plans to watch Almond's livestream after school or on their way home from work. Unexpectedly, Almond started the livestream earlier than scheduled, much to the surprise of fans who were at school or work. Almond officially appeared on the livestream, greeting his fan community, the Tribe, and received a warm welcome in return. Almond read the viewers' comments about him going live early and the compliments on his appearance, which surprised him slightly. Almond thought to himself that despite his worries about streaming at the wrong time, the number of viewers today was even higher than yesterday. He explained that he started early because he was curious about the siege battle and predicted it would be a long one, making the viewers even more excited. Almond officially started the match, and his archer character appeared on the battlefield, ready for the upcoming siege. The game, an elderly man approached and told Almond's character that his future looked very bright. Almond gave a thumbs up, pretending not to understand what Emilia, who was standing atop a distant tower, meant. Emilia stared straight ahead, firmly asserting that Almond understood her meaning very well, and there was no denying it. His new teammate, Roman, playfully teased Almond about Lady Emilia, causing the flustered young man to quickly deny it. Roman laughed gleefully and put his arm around Almond's shoulder, while viewers in the chat commented on their unexpected closeness. Roman said that thanks to Almond, they had received an important quest, and he might get promoted soon. Stopping his teasing, Roman became serious and pointed towards the army gathering in front of them. Roman stated that their main target in this battle was the knight in the conspicuous golden armor at the center. Almond noted that the target wouldn't come to the front lines directly, so Roman suggested that he try to ambush him. Almond accepted the ambush mission while another soldier raised a war horn, preparing to sound the charge. Soon as the war horn sounded, Roman and the other soldiers immediately shouted and charged forward bravely. Roman's troops galloped at high speed, charging straight ahead into the fierce battle. From above, Roman's cavalry charged down valiantly, attacking the waiting enemy ranks. Facing the attack, an enemy commander ordered his archers to prepare to fire. Command, a volley of arrows was released, forming a deadly rain that flew towards the cavalry. The rain of arrows quickly found its mark. One of Roman's soldiers was hit by an arrow and screamed in pain. Soldier collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him as he breathed his last on the battlefield. Battlefield scene grew more brutal, with the pools of blood from the fallen soldiers. Dia decided to transfer command of the army to the NPCs, allowing them to fight automatically based on basic orders. Dia announced to his teammates that he had listened to Roman and would go take down the golden-helmeted commander himself. Immediately, a viewer named Shy Follicle donated and wagered 10,000 won for every kill Gia got. Almond and the tribe were stunned by the 10,000 won per kill donation mission, while the viewers in the chat were underestimating his abilities. Almond thought pensively, while a viewer suggested he could get at most 20 kills in this difficult battle. Almond smiled and accepted the mission, causing the chat to explode with cheers and bets on the number of kills he would get. Almond crouched down, hiding in the tall grass to prepare for his plan. Almond hid in the bushes, observing the enemy army, while the viewers wondered why he was acting alone instead of with his teammates. Almond told himself that the provocation had raised everyone's expectations, and he would never turn down a mission like this. According to Acorngello, donations in game streams were rare, and Almond calculated that with 80 arrows, he could earn nearly 1 million won. Almond continued to observe, realizing that mission donations were special because they truly helped build momentum for the stream. Almond drew his bow, deciding to prolong the battle instead of just taking down the leader to make the stream more engaging and dramatic. The enemy army, led by knights, charged forward in unison with thunderous shouts, rushing straight ahead. Two cloaked soldiers looked to the side in alarm, seemingly realizing something unusual was happening in the battle. Suddenly, an unseen arrow flew out of nowhere, striking a soldier directly in the head and causing him to collapse on the spot. The soldier shouted a warning that they were being attacked from the left, but his comrades looked panicked and confused. The entire troop looked around in confusion, completely unable to pinpoint the location of the enemy who had just launched the surprise attack. Bearded commander appeared, angrily yelling at the soldiers not to waste time over a single arrow. Just as the commander was ordering his troops to press on, another arrow flew in and struck him right in the face. Centurion captain collapsed, leaving the entire army horrified and stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. From a distance, a young archer observed and silently admired the arrow's perfect trajectory, understanding why the attacker was alone. Another arrow, trailing a blazing red aura, whizzed down and embedded itself in the ground right in front of the panicking soldiers. Soldiers finally spotted the attacker's position, a lone archer hiding in the forest to the southwest. The commander's order, a squad of 20 enemy soldiers gathered to hold the left flank, unaware that they had become Almond's target. While the viewers grew anxious, Almond calmly counted his arrows, preparing for his audacious plan. Almond stuck exactly 20 arrows into the ground, each one prepared for a soldier in the approaching enemy squad. The enemy squad of 20 soldiers charged forward with swords drawn, completely unaware of the danger lurking from afar. Almond confidently declared that he would use exactly 20 arrows to take down the 20 soldiers, astonishing the viewers with his confidence. Sensing something was wrong, the charging enemy soldiers suddenly turned to look behind them. Instantly, a surprise arrow flew in, striking an enemy soldier before he could even react. The soldier collapsed to the ground in disbelief, only managing to see the arrow that struck him before losing consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, another magically enhanced arrow flew out, seeking its next target. Magic arrow struck another enemy precisely in the head, continuing Almond's flawless and lightning-fast assault. One of Almond's magic arrows pierced straight through an enemy soldier's head, causing him to fall in agony. Another soldier screamed in terror as he realized that all the arrows were aimed only at their one weak point, the head. He tried to shout a warning to his comrades to protect their heads. This soldier was also taken down instantly by another arrow. From a distance, Almond continued to use his rapid-fire skill to shoot down a series of enemies, with only 3 seconds left on its duration. Faced with overwhelming power, the remaining soldiers panicked and fled in disarray amidst a battlefield littered with the corpses of their comrades. Soldiers' terrified screams echoed through the forest, startling even a bird. Soldier fell while trying to call for help. The rapid-fire skill's duration had only 2 seconds left. Last soldier fell, and Almond's skill expired at the same moment, returning silence to the battlefield. The audience on Almond's livestream erupted, praising the legendary performance as he took down 20 soldiers with just 20 arrows. Gia, who was watching the broadcast, was completely overwhelmed and in awe of Almond's incredible archery skills. Viewer realized the reason why everyone, including himself, was captivated by the player Almond was not just his skill. It was the unshakable confidence that drove everyone wild when Almond declared he was preparing 20 arrows. That confidence was not blind faith, because Almond himself never doubted his own abilities. Confidence was built on solid, calculated results, demonstrated by the arrow hurtling towards the enemy. Instantly, Almond's arrow struck a soldier directly in the head with absolute precision. Performance of a true genius excited the audience, who continuously sent donations to support Almond. Without any hesitation, Almond drew his bow again, the taut bowstring signaling the next shot. He easily took down more enemies, and the notification board displayed Almond's 40-kill streak. Almond confidently announced that he still had about 40 arrows left, while the audience was still buzzing with excitement. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, the enemy commander on horseback could not help but be stunned and horrified. The enemy was stunned to discover that 20 soldiers had been killed by a lone archer. Commander immediately ordered 40 more soldiers to the front line to stop the archer. Following the order, the troops immediately rushed forward to confront the enemy. As the troops advanced, the viewers on Sanghyun's stream channel began to comment enthusiastically. Tia was shocked to learn that 1 million won was the minimum amount to create a network bounty quest. Tia, under the nickname No Name, asked Shy Follicle again and received confirmation about the large sum. Hearing about the quest, Sanghyun gripped his bow, preparing for action. Sanghyun drew his bow, aimed straight ahead, and declared he would complete this quest. He shot a powerful arrow, which exploded upon hitting the enemy's formation. Soldier tried to shout to hold the formation as Sanghyun's arrow struck the ground. Almond activated the rapid-fire skill, confidently declaring he would continue the unfinished battle. Almond's skill caused chaos, making the enemy team members scream in pain and collapse. Almond continuously shot arrows at the charging soldiers, creating a deadly rain of arrows. Suddenly, a flash of light came from the bushes in the distance, signaling a potential danger. Unexpected arrow landed right in front of Almond, making his teammates realize in astonishment that the enemy side also had an archer. His teammates worried because Almond couldn't move while using rapid fire. He thoughtfully tried to pinpoint the enemy's location, quickly scanned the chaotically moving enemy ranks to find the other archer. Another arrow was shot, landing provocatively right at Almond's feet. Thanks to the second arrow, Almond finally pinpointed the exact direction of the attacker. Almond immediately shot an arrow into the air, using his masterful technique to intercept the opponent's attack. Viewers in the chat couldn't believe their eyes, praising Almond as a Superman for shooting down another arrow with an arrow. Enemy soldier was stunned, not understanding what had just happened as his comrade's arrow was shot down right before his eyes. At the same time, the player controlling the enemy archer felt a painful mental shock as if pierced by an arrow. In the game, that player's archer character also collapsed immediately after the mental attack. Faced with Almond's overwhelming power, the entire remaining enemy force faltered, hesitated, and lost their will to fight. Giving the enemy no chance, Almond calmly drew another arrow from his quiver, preparing for the next shot. Almond drew his bow, aimed at the target, and mentally calculated the money he would earn from taking down these players. Another soldier trembled, his sword hand unsteady as he faced Almond's terrifying and superior skill. Enraged, that soldier screamed and charged towards Almond, but he quickly shot an arrow in response. However, Almond suddenly realized something was wrong right after his arrow was fired. Unexpected arrow pierced through the head of an enemy soldier, taking him down instantly. His comrade was terrified by the frightening arrow speed of the mysterious attacker, as another man was shot down. Witnessing the second soldier fall, the remaining one stood stunned for a moment in shock and panic. Terrified, the last soldier turned and fled for his life from the distant figure of Sanghyun. Sanghyun calmly watched the fleeing enemy, raising his hand to draw another arrow to finish him off. However, Sanghyun suddenly froze with a surprised expression as he realized something unusual. Realized he had run out of arrows, causing the watching audience to comment with a mix of regret and amusement. Sanghyun read the comments from Shy Follicle, who had just escaped death, and other teasing viewers. Meanwhile, Shy Follicle was still running for his life, panting from exhaustion and fear. After running for a distance, Shy Follicle looked back, anxiously wondering if he had shaken Sanghyun off his tail. Almond accelerated, dashing forward to pursue the last enemy trying to escape from him. The enemy screamed in terror, while the audience was greatly amused by the AI's realistic reaction. Almond shot a warning arrow right next to the enemy, causing him to scream in terror and beg for his life. Without hesitation, Almond quickly retrieved the arrow stuck in the ground, ready for the next shot. A sharp gaze and intense focus, Almond drew his bow, aiming straight at his final target. Arrow was released, whistling through the air at a terrifying speed, flying straight towards the enemy. Final arrow hit its mark, taking down the last soldier and perfectly ending the chase. The audience was astonished by Almond's record of 80 consecutive kills, unable to believe his extraordinary skill. Almond smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the quest board, announcing that he only had 20 targets left. Viewer named Shy Follicle lost a bet and donated 1,000,000 won. Almond happily thanked him for completing the quest. Almond suddenly heard resounding cheers of victory from a distance while checking his user interface. From a distance, the troops were regrouping on the battlefield, signaling that the final battle had ended. Soldiers joyfully surrounded and hailed Sir Robin, who was proudly riding his horse among them. Standing at the back, Almond heard the soldiers praising Robin as the one with the greatest contribution in this battle. Meanwhile, the livestream audience was indignant that Robin was being praised when Almond was the true hero. Almond felt extremely hurt and sad because no one knew he had single-handedly defeated 100 enemies. Suddenly, an elderly man in a cloak approached and apologized for letting Almond witness that scene. The man explained with a weary expression that this was how mercenaries like them were usually treated. The man sighed and then asked Almond if he saw any problem with that unfair treatment. Said they were ordered to receive their base pay and leave immediately, despite having contributed significantly to the victory. The mercenary captain asked the commander why he was being difficult about the bonus, suggesting they hadn't done anything significant. Commander coldly asked if there was a problem with paying the exact amount agreed upon in the original contract. Captain pointed out that the contract clearly stated there would be an additional reward for those with good performance. Commander looked skeptical, asking about the good performance of the mercenaries he was talking about. Commander demanded to hear about the notable achievements of mercenaries on a battlefield meant for knights. Commander sarcastically remarked that mercenaries only knew how to fight defensively, using the excuse that their bodies were their only asset. Mercenary captain was furious at the commander's insult, clenching his fists. Just then, Sang-hyun appeared from behind and calmly asked his captain what was happening. Commander smirked provocatively, asking the mercenary captain if he had said anything wrong. Sang-hyun looked at the commander and silently admitted that this was indeed how most people thought about mercenaries. Roman frowned upon hearing about the prejudice and the necessity of trust for mercenaries, the foundation of the entire system. Nobleman on horseback grew angry, claiming the mercenaries had no right to speak of honor and had betrayed his trust. Roman grabbed the astonished Sang-hyun, loudly questioning the nobleman about the young man's feat of single-handedly defeating 100 men. Nobleman sneered, showing contempt and complete disbelief in the claim about Sang-hyun's achievement. Nobleman and his soldiers burst into mocking laughter, while Sang-hyun's audience seethed, looking for a way to punish him. Sang-hyun read the audience's comments. They were surprised that Roman, who was the angriest, could restrain himself so well. Roman's hand tightened into a fist, showing the suppressed rage due to the difference in social status between the two parties. Sang-hyun placed a hand on Roman's shoulder, intending to advise him to let it go as the nobleman turned his horse and rode away in the distance. Suddenly, Roman violently pushed Sang-hyun's hand away and shouted that he didn't need anyone's pity or guidance. Knight in splendid armor with a golden helmet appeared, observing the defeated group who still held their heads high with pride. Knight in armor and a red cloak asked Sang-hyun if his side had finally won. Sang-hyun angrily clenched his fists, questioning why they had taken the castle and killed all his soldiers. He shouted, asking if this was the honor of House Janneret, while Robin was being reprimanded by a higher-ranking knight. Robin tried to explain, but was cut off by the senior knight, who demanded to speak with someone from House Janneret. Suddenly, a voice rang out, denying the request, leaving the helmeted Sang-hyun bewildered. Sang-hyun turned around in astonishment, his eyes widening inside his helmet in surprise at the strange presence. Two figures, one young and one old, suddenly materialized out of thin air right behind Sang-hyun. Sang-hyun was startled, realizing it was an automatic response from the game, but then he felt something was off. The person who had just appeared had the exact same appearance as Sang-hyun, leaving him utterly confused and surprised. Senior Knight asked the newcomer if he was a knight and received the answer, no. Asked about his identity, the mercenary captain patted Sang-hyun's shoulder and introduced him as a member of their company. The person opposite them looked surprised to hear that Sang-hyun was just a mercenary, while their banner fluttered in the wind. Majestic knight in golden armor was skeptical, not believing that the one who single-handedly defeated 100 soldiers was just an ordinary mercenary. Sang-hyun and the mercenary captain were both stunned to realize the other party knew about his feat of defeating 100 soldiers. Young knight in a red cloak standing nearby also couldn't hide his astonishment and confusion at the newly revealed information. Sang-hyun realized the other party knew about his achievement and secretly hoped he would finally receive the respect he deserved. Red-cloaked knight coughed awkwardly, seemingly trying to hide his embarrassment or disbelief. However, the other soldiers began to whisper among themselves, not believing that a cowardly archer could take down 100 men. Knight in golden armor noticed the skepticism of the soldiers under his command and silently thought their attitude was foolish. Deeply disappointed by his own troops' disbelief, the golden-armored knight covered his face and asked if the other party was sure they wanted to work with them. A mysterious voice from within the golden helmet asked why Sanghyun would serve someone who couldn't see his true worth. Sanghyun was startled as he recognized the familiar voice, an unbelievable premonition about the person's identity rising within him. The person was Rosnita. She removed her helmet and smiled, suggesting Sanghyun come work for her instead of Emilia. Sanghyun was stunned as a choice window appeared, requiring him to decide whether to accept the offer or refuse it. Couldn't believe that the person behind the golden helmet was Rosnita, the second female lead of the Game Kingdom age. Despite losing the battle, Rosnita exuded an air of confidence and pride, a charm completely different from Emilia's. Sanghyun had to admire the beauty and the meticulous investment the game developers had put into the character of Rosnita. Even the Knights of House Janaret were completely captivated by Rosnita's beauty, even though she was the leader of the enemy faction. The audience began to argue fiercely, with many claiming Rosnita was better and urging Sanghyun to abandon Emilia. The audience argued, Sanghyun was confused, not knowing what choice to make for this important decision. Sanghyun hesitated before the choice, feeling that changing the female lead after spending so much time with Emilia was not right. He remembered Emilia, the gentle girl he had known since the very first days of the game. Memories of the time they had spent together and grown closer flooded his mind. Meanwhile, Rosnita grew impatient and angry, urging Sanghyun to give an answer immediately. Sanghyun was overwhelmed by the chat window, which was fiercely debating between choosing Rosnita or staying loyal to Emilia. Screen displayed option 1 for Rosnita and 2 for Emilia, while the fan comments kept scrolling rapidly. Overwhelmed by the numbers, Sanghyun's finger hovered, unable to decide between the two difficult choices. Suddenly, Sanghyun smiled and decided to end today's broadcast instead of making any choice at all. Screen flashed, and Sanghyun's live broadcast officially ended, to the astonishment of the viewers. Sanghyun took off his glasses, realizing that the ones who stayed behind to curse at him were also his most ardent fans. Almond had a legion of passionate fans. They were the first to show up at every stream to support him. Though they sometimes used strong language, these fans were the ones who helped promote Almond for free in various communities. A man sitting in front of the computer analyzed and concluded that Almond possessed an incredibly large fan base. He analyzed that although male fans donated more frequently, the total amount donated by female fans was significantly higher. However, no one could compare to Gia, as her single donation far exceeded the total amount ever received. Based on these factors, he concluded that it would be best for Almond to try a game published by Punk next time. Suddenly, a loud voice calling Kim Joo-hyuk rang out, startling him and causing him to slam his hand on the desk. Kim Joo-hyuk was stunned to see his parents standing at his room's door. He stammered, "Dad." Kim Joo-hyuk's father looked furious and demanded to know what he had done, while his mother tried to hold him back. Angrily advanced on Kim Joo-hyuk and questioned why he had suddenly quit his job, leaving him at a loss for words. Kim Joo-hyuk's father angrily grabbed him by the collar, yelling that he had lost his mind for taking a new job. Trembled with rage, questioning if Joo-hyuk had thought about his reputation and the humiliation he had to endure in front of Mr. Han. His father ordered Joo-hyuk to start working at his company the very next day, leaving him utterly astonished. With a frighteningly cold expression, his father growled the question again when he saw Joo-hyuk was about to object to his decision. Joo-hyuk's heart pounded in his chest under the pressure from his father, who was asking if he had anything else to say. Standing in the room before his parents, Kim Joo-hyuk bowed his head in submission, mumbling that he had no other opinion. He reluctantly accepted the demand, assuring his father that he would be at the company the next day. His mother praised Joo-hyuk's choice and offered to bring him some fruit, but he gently declined her concern. Kim Joo-hyuk said he just wanted to be alone for a while, his gaze drifting towards his computer setup. Thought to himself about his streaming job. Although he had earned 2.7 million won in just 1 week, it was not yet a fortune. Sanghyun and Joo-hyuk, two people from opposite extremes, were connected through the digital world and money. Sanghyun recalled a happy moment with Joo-hyuk. Though there was no glory, he had found joy and hope. Sanghyun woke up with a start, wondering if all the beautiful memories he just had were only a dream. Sniffled as he took off his glasses, bitterly accepting that if it was a dream, it was a very long and realistic one. Deep in sleep, Sanghyun was awakened by the incessant ringing of the doorbell, causing him to grumble in annoyance. Still drowsy, Sanghyun staggered to the door, wondering who could be visiting so early in the morning while the bell kept ringing. Sanghyun cracked the door open with a sleepy face, wondering who was ringing the bell so loudly this early in the morning. Sanghyun was stunned to hear a familiar voice call his name and complain about having waited outside for too long. Sang-hyun stammered Joo-hyuk's name, unable to believe his eyes and fearing his friend had done something foolish. Joo-hyuk appeared at the door with a cheerful face, panting but still exclaiming happily upon seeing he had found the right house. Notification popped up, announcing that the character had moved out of the house to start an independent life. Celebrate, a box of golden, appetizing fried chicken was ready on the table. The man with glasses cheerfully invited Sang-hyun to enjoy the fried chicken and drinks with him. The man asked if Sang-hyun was sure he wouldn't drink. Sang-hyun refused because he had a live stream soon. During this, the man happily drank both cans of soda, making Sang-hyun think to himself how happy he looked. Sang-hyun curiously asked his friend why he had suddenly decided to move out. The man seemed a bit awkward. He said it was a complicated story and wanted to tell Sang-hyun later. Suggested staying at Sang-hyun's place for a while, and Sang-hyun happily agreed as the house was big enough for two. The table, 2 cans of para beer and crispy pieces of fried chicken remained after their conversation. Man changed the subject, asking Sang-hyun about his next plan in the game Kingdom Age, which left him bewildered. Friend asked Sang-hyun about his indecision in choosing between 2 famous female characters, Emilia and Rosnita. While eating, Sang-hyun casually replied that he didn't really care about choosing either one, which greatly surprised his friend. Surprised friend asked Sang-hyun if he had read the online posts, but the streamer just casually asked back if there was anything interesting. Friend explained that the fan community was in a heated debate, split into 2 factions supporting Rosnita and Emilia. Sang-hyun just smiled and admitted that his fans were quite passionate, contrary to his friend's worries. Friend silently admired Sang-hyun's composure, as he remained calm in the face of negative comments, thinking it was a gamer's quality. Sang-hyun suddenly changed the subject, saying he had something important to discuss with his friend. Sang-hyun shared his feeling that Kingdom Age was coming to an end, and that he was looking for a new direction to retain old viewers and attract new fans. During this, the friend became excited and unexpectedly pulled out a laptop, startling Sang-hyun with his reaction. Friend confidently pushed up his glasses, declaring that he had completed the preliminary research for their next plan. The confident look, Mr. Han pressed the enter key to introduce something special to Sang-hyun. Button glowed green, signaling the start of a dramatic presentation. Mr. Han excitedly introduced a new game called Battle Large to Sang-hyun. Mr. Han asked Sang-hyun if he had ever played this game, surprising him with the formal address. Mr. Han explained that Battle Large is an online player-versus-player survival game. The game's objective is to be the last survivor out of 100 people, requiring precision and decisiveness. Gameplay demands precise aiming skills to quickly take down opponents from a distance. Mr. Han confidently asserted that this game was a perfect fit for Sang-hyun's playstyle. Sang-hyun showed great interest, smiling and thinking that the game looked very fun and cool. Sang-hyun wondered if he should practice before live streaming, which greatly surprised Mr. Han. Sang-hyun jolted awake from a nightmare about the game, in which a shout warned of an incoming grenade. Man sighed, saying that Sang-hyun truly didn't understand what his audience wanted, leaving him bewildered as to why. Asked what the audience wanted to see, Sang-hyun naively replied that it was probably excellent gameplay and masterful skills. Man immediately shook his head in denial, arguing that anyone with good skills could do that, making Sang-hyun even more curious. To emphasize his point, the man decisively raised an index finger, drawing Sang-hyun's attention, pointed directly at Sang-hyun, and asserted that what his audience truly craved was an unparalleled genius. Reminded Sang-hyun of his first Kingdom Age stream, where he had displayed insane gameplay without any practice. Image of Sang-hyun's in-game character with sharp eyes, drawing a glowing bow and arrow, appeared as proof of that talent. Man smiled confidently, asserting that it was precisely that excellence and innate talent that made the audience go wild. Therefore, he suggested they stick to that strategy, showcasing top-tier gameplay without any practice sessions. Sang-hyun thought that mastering the bow and arrow in the shooter game, Battle Large, without prior practice would be difficult. To prove his point, Sang-hyun's friend turned on a holographic screen, asking him to look at it to see something. Screen replayed a scene of Sang-hyun shooting an enemy in the head while riding a horse, a feat not everyone could accomplish. Friend asserted that if it were easy, someone else would have done it, proving that Sang-hyun was on a completely different level. Sang-hyun had a sudden realization, as if he had figured out the reason behind his extraordinary abilities in the game. Explained that he had recently been running a simulation program to train his sense of direction and reflexes. Sang-hyun said it was a basic program, but he had completed it on the highest difficulty, making his friend curious about his score. Sang-hyun casually replied that his highest score was around 12,000 points, causing his friend's hand, which was tapping on a phone, to freeze. Friend was utterly astonished by that number, while Sang-hyun remained clueless as to why his friend reacted that way. After checking, the friend dazedly informed Sanghyun that with that score, he was currently at the top of the leaderboard. Man in glasses pointed to the leaderboard, confirming that the number 1 optimization code belonged to Sanghyun, leaving him completely stunned. Sanghyun was shocked to realize he was truly at the top, while his friend asserted that his gaming skill had nothing to do with archery. Friend continued to praise Sanghyun's innate talent in this field, causing him to get lost in his own train of thought. New glint of determination shone in Sanghyun's eyes as he gradually realized and accepted the truth about his hidden potential in the game. The image of the number 1 spot on the leaderboard reflected in his eyes, affirming the new reality that he was the best player. Friend excitedly suggested registering Sanghyun for the Battle Large tournament immediately, while he was still dazed. Sanghyun started up his gaming machine, and his friend wondered why he decided to start the live stream during the day. Sanghyun explained that he wanted to test which time slot attracted the most viewers, and his friend agreed it was a good idea. With a supportive smile, the friend in glasses said goodbye and left, leaving Sanghyun alone to prepare for his broadcast. Sanghyun muttered something unpleasant about his friend, but the friend heard it and shouted back annoyedly from outside the room. Friend was angrily shouting at the machine, but Almond coldly warned him to take his hands off, or they would be severed by the game pod. The game, Almond looked at the person opposite him and asked how much time she needed to think, his tone somewhat impatient. Rosnita impatiently thought that at this rate, it would be sunset, while a choice panel with 2 options appeared before Almond. The audience on the stream channel was in a heated debate, passionately divided into 2 factions supporting Rosnita and Emilia. Almond was aware that whatever his choice, it would completely change the entire course of the game. Almond decided to refuse, saying that while he was grateful, he had sworn loyalty to someone else, causing the Emilia faction to erupt in joy. Hearing Almond's answer, Rosnita was slightly surprised, then let out an unreadable laugh, asking him back, "Is that so?" Rosnita smiled and praised Almond, saying he was better than most of the knights she had ever met. Order was given, and Almond, as a prisoner, was escorted away by the soldiers, to the regret of the Rosnita faction. Sanghyun thought that if he had chosen Rosnita, the story would have been longer, but this was the right choice to move on to the next game. Almond decided to leave, thinking it was the best way to maintain his loyalty to Emilia. Suddenly, Emilia appeared from behind and called Almond's name, causing him to stop in his tracks. Almond turned around with a look of astonishment, unable to believe his eyes that Emilia was here. Emilia smiled radiantly, her eyes filled with joy and relief as she called Almond's name. Without hesitation, Emilia took hurried steps across the green grass towards Almond. Knights worriedly tried to stop her, reminding Emilia that danger still lurked around them. Almond was still stunned, wondering how Emilia could have possibly made it all the way here. Ignoring the knight's advice, Emilia ran and threw her arms around Almond in happiness. Blonde woman suddenly rushed forward, leaving the black-haired young man stunned and unable to react. Emilia suddenly rushed to embrace Almond, leaving him utterly surprised and flustered by her action. Turning Emilia's hug, Almond also wrapped his arms around her, gently placing them on her shoulders, showing his appreciation. Almond looked at Emilia affectionately and proudly declared that he had returned with a glorious victory. Emilia smiled happily, praising Almond, and it seemed she was about to confess her feelings. Almond suddenly placed a finger on Emilia's lips, gently stopping her before she could finish her sentence. Almond's unexpected action left Emilia completely stunned, speechless from the surprise. Scene abruptly cut to a moving carriage, leaving their romantic moment hanging. Another soldier on horseback approached Almond, asking if he was the archer who took down 100 men. Almond appeared slightly embarrassed, while an older soldier with him teased that he had just denied it. Almond mused that it was their enemies who acknowledged their achievements. Almond humbly said that his success was thanks to the support of everyone on the front lines. Almond thanked Almond, saying his words would boost morale, but also wondered why he spoke as if he wasn't part of the team. Almond said that Almond was no longer a mercenary, and his future would depend on his own choices. Almond patted Almond's shoulder, thanking him for helping everyone earn enough money, while the others were surprised by their sudden closeness. Scene shifted to a magnificent castle under a brilliant sunset, heralding a new chapter in Almond's journey. Almond rode his horse alone through the gate and deep into the castle grounds. Emilia led Almond deeper into the castle, making him realize he had entered a very important area. Emilia asked the on-duty guard to open the door, introducing Almond as an important guest for tonight's feast. As the door opened, Almond was extremely surprised when a familiar voice welcomed him from inside. Lord Janaret, Emilia's father, welcomed Almond and said he had heard a lot about him. Lord Janaret unexpectedly expressed his deep gratitude and praised Almond for helping his daughter. Lord Janaret ordered dinner to be served, while Almond felt relieved but still a bit anxious. System suddenly displayed a quest requiring Almond to successfully complete dinner with Emilia's family. Servant placed a bowl in front of Almond, leaving him surprised and confused about what was happening. Almond realized the bowl contained water, and a strange interface with hand-washing buttons appeared before him. He was utterly astonished when the buttons glowed brilliantly after he accidentally pressed one of them. Almond panicked, realizing he had mindlessly pressed the button, fearing the impending consequences. Dinner suddenly turned into a rhythm game, forcing Almond to interact with approaching orbs of light. Almond awkwardly completed the challenge, while Lord Janaret and Emilia performed the ritual elegantly. Almond realized the game, Kingdom, was as complex and unpredictable as a puzzle, just like life itself. Faced a high-difficulty cooking minigame that required pressing a complex sequence of controls correctly. Next challenge was to carve the roasted turkey in the correct indicated order, a task that made Almond feel immense pressure. Almond was completely exhausted, feeling the pressure of the game was no different from a stressful meeting with future in-laws. Emilia's father, the Lord, raised his wine glass and began an important conversation, addressing Almond directly by name. Lord unexpectedly offered Almond the chance to become a knight, opening up a completely new and unprecedented story choice. Almond hesitated, thinking about abandoning the mercenary path, which was the main objective of the game he was playing. Suddenly realized that choosing to become a knight could very well mean ending the game right there. Almond didn't expect that choosing Emilia would advance the game's progress so quickly, while the audience was very curious about the new ending. The determined look, Almond prepared to make his choice amidst conflicting opinions from the audience. Almond abruptly ended the live stream, causing fans to scream in the chat because he had disappeared again. Back in reality, Almond stepped out of the gaming machine after unexpectedly logging out of the virtual world. Almond felt satisfied for ending the stream at the right time, even though it was quite short and had no battles. Man with Glasses praised the stream for being very fun, which surprised Almond since there were no action scenes. Man showed Almond his phone, where posts about his stream were trending in the community. Man with Glasses confidently asserted that all his assessments were based purely on data. Delivered the good news that Mr. O from Punk had called and would sponsor the editor's salary, which made Almond very happy. Explained it was part of their proposal, but Almond still felt it was different now that it was approved. Man announced a meeting and filming sessions for tomorrow, and Almond decided to go to bed early. Next day, the man with glasses stood on a crowded street, preparing for the scheduled itinerary. Post on a gaming forum with a provocative title led to a news link, but the post had no engagement. Link led to a gaming news site, revealing the breaking news that streamer Almond, Yu Sanghyun, had become a partner streamer for Punk. People started buzzing about the news, with one person exclaiming in amazement that streamer Almond had gone global. Students also discussed Almond's success, unable to believe he got a partnership deal just by playing the game Kingdom. Punk was introduced as the world's largest game distribution company, but it was recently being threatened by the rapid rise of high games. Counter this threat, Punk had implemented aggressive strategies, including collaborating with partner streamers. He signed contracts with famous streamers to promote games, but the online community mockingly called Almond Plown, a clown for Punk. However, some people raised doubts, arguing that Almond's 1,000 viewers were too few to secure a partnership deal. Others argued that a partnership deal meant more than just advertising, even comparing Almond to the famous streamer Bubblegum. People speculated that Punk must have seen great potential in Almond, who had breathed new life into the game Kingdom. Fans debated Almond's future, with some wanting him to quit the game and others wanting him to resolve things with Emilia. Even though the broadcast had ended, fans still gathered in the chat, discussing the next game Almond would play. Yu Sanghyun was approached by game company staff, while fans were still suggesting new games for him. Yu Sanghyun sat in a meeting with a serious expression, while fans joked that he was about to start his homework. Computer screen showed the broadcast had ended, but fans patiently waited for Almond to stream again soon. Fans suddenly announced that Almond was live, confusing others who couldn't find him on his old channel. A surprising moment, Almond appeared on screen with a bright smile and greeted everyone. Almond officially debuted on the new platform AllTube, confidently introducing himself to the large audience watching. His familiar greeting, "Hello everyone, Almond here," he confirmed his return on a brand new streaming channel. Almond announced that he had created his own AllTube channel and become a partner streamer for Punk, news that reached a strange girl. Almond silently thanked everyone for their support, while a colleague was astonished to recognize him on a computer screen. Girl announced that from now on, she would be uploading her gameplay videos to this channel. Almond's AllTube channel announced that the previous viral video would be remade and released along with 3 new episodes of the game Kingdom Age. Almond smiled brightly, promising to continue working hard to bring better quality content to his viewers. News of Almond officially becoming a partner streamer for Punk exploded, creating a wave of fervent fandom online. To celebrate their success, the two cheerfully clinked their beer glasses together in a very excited atmosphere. The older man praised Yu Sanghyun for doing a great job while they were celebrating together at a diner. The man regretted that Jia wasn't at the party, but Yu Sanghyun humbly said it was just an after-work meal. The man was in awe of Seo Jia's ability, as she had finished editing 3 videos in just 2 short days. Yu Sanghyun explained that Seo Jia had a pre-existing hobby of video editing, which greatly surprised the man. Yu Sanghyun irritably asked his companion about someone's indifferent attitude, but he just replied that he didn't know. Black-haired friend pressed him about what Yu Sanghyun was going to say, but Yu Sanghyun asked back what it was about. As his friend was about to ask why Yu Sanghyun had left home, Yu Sanghyun suddenly slammed his head down on the table, cutting off the conversation. The noisy atmosphere of the fried chicken restaurant, Yu Sanghyun remained with his face down on the table while his friend watched him. Yu Sanghyun suddenly pulled his friend down and signaled for silence, leaving him confused about what was happening. Yu Sanghyun explained that his action was because a few members of their old team had just walked into the restaurant. He realized the restaurant was near Aseong Corporation and Punk, places where they had worked together before. Two agreed to leave quietly after the other group had settled down, but one of them approached. Black-haired friend was startled when he heard a familiar voice, realizing they had been spotted. Memory of a former colleague's venomous words, saying he got into the company through connections, suddenly flooded back. Middle-aged man, a former colleague, suddenly appeared and greeted Kim Joo-hyuk with a smug look on his face. This man acted extremely surprised upon noticing Yu Sanghyun's presence there. Kim Joo-hyuk forced a smile, trying to be friendly and asking about their former colleagues. Former colleague immediately started grilling Kim Joo-hyuk about his current job after quitting. He and his companion burst out laughing mockingly, while Kim Joo-hyuk saw right through their intentions. Kim Joo-hyuk thought to himself that Manager Park was just waiting for him to admit he was unemployed and struggling. Kim Joo-hyuk secretly imagined the look on Mr. Park's face when he found out he was now Yu Sanghyun's manager. Former colleague turned to scold Yu Sanghyun for not greeting his former boss, Mr. Park. Yu Sanghyun's cold reply that they weren't close enough to greet each other left Mr. Park stunned. While Kim Joo-hyuk was panicking, Yu Sanghyun calmly asked if he had said anything wrong. Mr. Park thought to himself that Kim Joo-hyuk was not only incompetent, but also couldn't use his hands, a truly useless person. Kim Joo-hyuk coldly replied that he had no reason to greet Mr. Park. Mr. Park looked contemptuous, crossing his arms and scoffing at Kim Joo-hyuk's attitude. Mr. Park continued to berate him, claiming that it was because Kim Joo-hyuk didn't know how to deal with people that he was shunned by society. Loudly lectured that even if they disliked each other in this situation, Kim Joo-hyuk still had to be polite and greet him. Mr. Park placed a hand on his shoulder. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately covered his mouth, trying to suppress a laugh. Mr. Park asked in surprise if he was laughing, and Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he had just been told to act cool. People around began to whisper and gossip about Mr. Park abusing his power and being rude to others. During the gossip, Mr. Park became flustered and angry, not knowing how to react. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at Mr. Park with a provocative expression and said that he was the least cool person there. Unable to control his anger, Mr. Park lunged to attack Yu Sanghyun, causing his colleague to panic. Yu Sanghyun easily blocked Mr. Park's lunge, his cold gaze looking down at the older man. Yu Sanghyun calmly warned Mr. Park that they should resolve things with words, instead of resorting to violence. Mr. Park was completely overwhelmed by Yu Sanghyun's presence, breaking out in a sweat and only able to stammer in fear. Colleague rushed over to intervene, begging both Yu Sanghyun and Mr. Park to calm down immediately. Just then, a man in a suit with a cheerful expression suddenly appeared and spoke up, drawing attention. Cheerful man waved at Yu Sanghyun, appearing extremely happy to have run into him here. Colleague with glasses seemed extremely confused and surprised by the stranger's appearance and attitude. Yu Sanghyun recognized the man as Mr. O, while Mr. Park, standing beside him, was clueless as to who this person was. Mr. O happily informed Yu Sanghyun that the video he had just uploaded was experiencing a dizzying surge in views. The man gleefully boasted that Punk's management really liked Yu Sanghyun, leaving Mr. Park, who was standing nearby, stunned and speechless. Mr. Park became even more horrified when he heard that a top executive from the major company Punk wanted to invite Yu Sanghyun to dinner. Staff recognized streamer Almond, and they excitedly praised his handsome looks and polite attitude in front of Mr. O. Female employee asked Mr. O for Almond's autograph, and the man was also excited to get one to show off to his family and friends. Man smugly said that he didn't need an autograph because he already had it on the partnership contract, leaving Mr. Park speechless from shock. Mr. Park was stunned to realize that the person he looked down on was actually one of Punk's important partners. Mr. Park gritted his teeth, his face showing extreme anger and humiliation at this ironic situation. Mr. Park furiously turned and stormed off, dragging along his still confused colleague because they had already ordered food. Mr. Park lost his composure and yelled in his colleague's face, demanding that he leave immediately without explanation. Remaining people could only watch Mr. Park's retreating back, not understanding what had happened to him after that incident. Yu Sang-hyun thanked Mr. O for his help, and Mr. O comforted him, saying that you sometimes run into people like that. Yu Sang-hyun continued to thank Mr. O for lying to help him, which surprised Mr. O, who didn't understand what was happening. Yu Sang-hyun pointed out that Mr. O had exaggerated about the executives, the view count, and the dinner, causing Mr. O to laugh and admit it. Mr. O explained that people like that are easily swayed by big names, then confidently showed off his Punk employee ID. Yu Sang-hyun bowed and thanked Mr. O again, and Mr. O cheerfully told him to enjoy his meal and not to worry. Just as Yu Sang-hyun was about to leave, Mr. O suddenly called him back, saying he had just remembered something important. Mr. O seriously suggested that Yu Sang-hyun let him know when he was free so they could have dinner together as mentioned. Yu Sang-hyun was extremely flustered and surprised by Mr. O's unexpected offer, not knowing how to react. Yu Sang-hyun blankly asked if this was another joke, which made Mr. O startled and bewildered as well. Mr. O burst out laughing and confirmed that the dinner invitation was real, but Yu Sang-hyun was still confused and didn't understand. Yu Sang-hyun asked about the video views, admitting he had exaggerated about all the executives being present at the meeting. Almond's first video on his AllTube channel recorded him starting the game Kingdom Age and deciding to choose a bow as his weapon. Yu Sang-hyun recalled the warning that being famous on Tribe didn't guarantee success on AllTube and that it would take time to see revenue. Considering it an investment for the future, Yu Sang-hyun didn't have high expectations for the immediate results of the new AllTube channel for Almond. Yu Sang-hyun was astonished to discover that Almond's Kingdom Age videos had gained tens of thousands of views in just one day. He was stunned, wondering what miracle had occurred, as not even the famous streamer Bubblegum had achieved such good results on AllTube. Friend explained that video editing plays a crucial role in the success of a channel on the AllTube platform. Turned out that a fan channel, Almond's Fan Seojia, had been posting edited videos of Almond and attracting a huge number of views on AllTube. Yu Sang-hyun realized that the viral effect from Seojia's videos had helped the official channel explode, feeling like he had won the lottery. Yu Sang-hyun's housemate reported that he received a message from Mr. Lee, saying that Mr. Park had been grumpy all day. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that Mr. Park believed Yu Sang-hyun had powerful backing, which made Yu Sang-hyun wonder why he would think that. Yu Sang-hyun thought Mr. Park was simple-minded for believing Mr. O's flattery, who had been smiling smugly because his plan had succeeded. Kim Joo-hyuk hurriedly urged Yu Sang-hyun to go to the bathroom, but he coldly replied that he was going out to exercise and felt they were being too familiar. Yu Sang-hyun went for a run outdoors, feeling his mood improve with the exercise and realizing he hadn't left the house much since quitting his company job. Remembered eating chicken and drinking beer the previous night, and told himself that as a former athlete, he couldn't let himself get so out of shape. Yu Sang-hyun put on his headphones, enjoying music while jogging to get more motivation for his morning workout. While he was running, Yu Sang-hyun's phone suddenly rang. He was surprised and wondered why that person was calling him at this time. On the other end of the line, Mr. O was sitting in front of his computer and angrily shouting into the phone, demanding that Yu Sang-hyun check his messages immediately. Yu Sang-hyun tried to explain that he was exercising, but was scolded by Mr. O for not answering an important call, which made him feel tortured. Yu Sang-hyun irritably thought to himself that Mr. O was born to be a manager, and Mr. O immediately asked back if that was meant to be an insult. Mr. Park announced that the video views were very high, so director Punk wanted to invite Yu Sang-hyun to dinner, and he would have to go alone. Yu Sang-hyun understood and agreed, but he curiously asked Mr. Park if that was the only reason for his call. Mr. Park denied it and revealed that the call was actually about another matter related to Seojia. Mr. Park believed they owed Seojia a lot for this success and suggested they should do something to express their gratitude to her. Yu Sang-hyun completely agreed with Mr. Park's opinion and immediately suggested buying Seojia a gift to thank her. However, Mr. Park suddenly rejected the idea, saying it wasn't necessary, which greatly surprised Yu Sanghyun. Mr. Park revealed that he was with Seo Jia at that very moment, as he had his own plan to thank her. Turned out that Mr. Park had taken Seo Jia to a newly opened fast food restaurant, where a large crowd was queuing. Yu Sanghyun, who was also in the restaurant, was surprised that the place was packed despite being newly opened, and thought to himself that it was lucky he had arrived early. Yu Sanghyun was surprised to see Seo Jia sitting alone at another table, with a pensive and thoughtful expression. Yu Sanghyun brought the food to the table for Seo Jia, who was already waiting, and she politely thanked him. Yu Sanghyun wondered if a burger meal was too simple, recalling how flustered Seo Jia was when asked what she wanted to eat. Seo Jia took the burger and thanked Yu Sanghyun again for the meal, affirming that she really didn't mind. Seo Jia opened her mouth wide to take a big bite of the burger, an action that made Yu Sanghyun stare in surprise. Both ate in silence, a somewhat shy and awkward atmosphere enveloping their meal. Seo Jia found it hard to eat while being stared at, causing Yu Sanghyun to apologize and think that he was just surprised because she was eating with such a good appetite. Scene shifted to an empty table nearby, showing the quiet space of the fast food restaurant. Yu Sanghyun ate his fries while thinking to himself that he was naturally a rather quiet and reserved person. Realized that Seo Jia was just as silent, quietly eating her portion of fries. Yu Sanghyun tried to start a conversation to break the silence, but Seo Jia only responded briefly and somewhat hesitantly. Seo Jia sat opposite Yu Sanghyun, calmly confirming something he had just asked her. Yu Sanghyun replied briefly, and then they both fell silent again during their meal at the restaurant. Yu Sanghyun thought that there was no need to force a quiet person to talk, and this silence was actually better for him. He looked at Seo Jia and thought to himself that she must have had a very tough time at work. Suddenly, Seo Jia bowed her head and confessed that she had never been good at communicating with others. Yu Sanghyun was surprised, recalling that she had spoken just fine last time and had even shown him the video. Seo Jia explained that their previous conversation was for work, and she had no problem with that. She recalled an image of her past self, her face lowered with a sad and insecure expression. Seo Jia continued to share that at other times. She really didn't know what to say. Yu Sanghyun frowned slightly, showing that he understood the issue and was a little worried about the girl in front of him. Seo Jia turned her back and suddenly asked Yu Sanghyun if she was a strange person. Yu Sanghyun stopped eating, his expression turning serious upon hearing Seo Jia's insecure question. Seo Jia painfully admitted that was what other people said about her, and asked about the frustrations of going to work. Memories of her days working at her old company suddenly flooded Seo Jia's mind. Yu Sanghyun was surprised when Seo Jia confessed that, although work had its good points, it was sometimes very frustrating. Yu Sanghyun stirred his drink while starting to share his thoughts on the pressures of work. Believed that if people didn't have an outlet, they would bottle everything up until they collapsed. Yu Sanghyun said that he and Joo-hyuk had also quit their jobs, so they were more than willing to listen to her story. Later, Seo Jia, in sportswear, worriedly asked Yu Sanghyun what had happened on the stairs. Yu Sanghyun, in a white hoodie, just stood silently with his back to Seo Jia, who was further up. Seo Jia thought to herself about Almond's growth after watching his broadcast. Almond started his live broadcast, receiving many congratulations from fans for becoming a partner streamer. Announced to everyone that he had officially partnered with Punk, making fans curious about the future of the game kingdom. Facing the fans' worries, Almond smiled and announced that he would continue playing Kingdom Age in today's stream. Though Almond entered the game as usual, the viewers sensed that this would be the last time he played Kingdom Age. Everyone knew a new game was about to begin, and Almond didn't hesitate to choose the path of becoming a knight in the game. In-game scene shifted to a winter land covered in white snow, signaling the beginning of a new chapter. Almond's character, in a knight's attire, approached Princess Emilia amidst a romantic snowfall. Without hesitation, his character knelt, offered his sword, and showed his loyalty to the princess. Emilia gently placed her hand on the sword, calling out her knight's name, Almond, to knight him. Emilia, in a formal setting, declared the knighting of Almond, who was kneeling before her. Almond looked up with radiant golden eyes, his face glowing with contentment and happiness. Emilia's deep blue eyes sparkled as she looked at Almond, seemingly moved as well. Emilia gave a radiant smile that stunned the players, making them wonder if this was the happy ending. Suddenly, the scene changed, and Almond was startled to find himself standing in an unfamiliar room. Almond realized time had passed as the winter scenery disappeared, replaced by a warm spring. Looked down and noticed his attire had changed, becoming more elegant and elaborate. Almond happily accepted his new identity, Knight Almond, and was determined to play to the end. Immediately after, Almond suddenly felt something was wrong, and his expression turned to one of shock. Surrounding scenery began to show cracks and sparks, signaling that the story was not over yet. Quest scrolls suddenly burst into flames, signaling that an important event was about to be revealed. Uhyuk stared at the burning scroll, his eyes filled with determination at the unexpected announcement. Scroll revealed a line about the final quest, overcome the trial to become a true knight. Uhyuk was shocked to realize he had not yet officially become a knight and had to complete this trial. Panicked blonde-haired boy burst into the room, shouting Almond's name and startling him out of his thoughts. Boy was worried to see Almond still unarmed and urged him on, as he was about to be late for the duel. Almond was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, while the boy looked horrified at his confusion. Boy suspected Almond had used stimulants, but he just awkwardly denied it while fans were commenting. Two boys hurriedly pushed Almond along, reminding him that today was the day he had to prove himself worthy of being a knight. Page Boy also mentioned how heartbroken Lady Amelia would be if she knew about Almond's condition. Amelia suddenly appeared behind a servant who was talking about her, startling him into stammering, "My lady." Almond gently bent down and placed a kiss on Amelia's hand, while Yu Sanghyun was surprised by this unexpected reward. Amelia looked directly into Almond's eyes and reminded him that their future depended on the outcome of the upcoming duel. Amelia expressed her absolute faith that Almond would do very well, and he thanked her for her trust and encouragement. After receiving the encouragement, Almond and Amelia held hands tightly, determined to move forward together. Walked towards the light together, determined to prove to everyone that Almond was fully worthy of the title of knight. Scene shifted to a large arena, packed with a cheering crowd, ready for the upcoming match. Almond and Amelia stood before the arena. He was surprised to see such a place near the castle and wondered about the competition format. A man named Alberto appeared, annoying Yu Sanghyun as he recognized him as one of the villains. Upon facing Alberto, Almond couldn't hide his contempt and let out a scornful, sarcastic laugh. Almond secretly thought about the Janaret family knighting an unknown person, making the title seem so cheap. Mustached Lord believed that since Almond had no prestigious background, he could only advance by proving his own strength. Amelia immediately retorted, asserting that Almond had already proven himself by single-handedly capturing Talorante Castle and defeating a giant monster. Another noble lady scoffed, claiming those were just exaggerated rumors with no concrete evidence to be believed. Lord was startled and stunned when Amelia asked him in return if he himself had ever accomplished anything great. He shouted in anger, but Amelia ignored him and turned to tell her knight, Almond, to get ready for the upcoming match. Almond gently called Amelia's name. She turned to look at him with a somewhat worried and uncertain expression about the upcoming match. Almond smiled reassuringly at her, saying not to worry because he was the one who had proposed this duel, so he was completely confident. Hearing Almond's confident and decisive words, Lady Amelia's worried expression seemed to soften somewhat. Amelia placed her hand on Almond's arm trustingly, affirming that she wasn't worried about him or the match at all. Almond squeezed Amelia's hand, saying he couldn't stand seeing her being disrespected. Declared resolutely that from now on, no one would dare to look down on them, his eyes filled with determination. Almond confidently stepped into the arena amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. The audience in the stands roared in unison, shouting Almond's name with excited and admiring faces. Almond asked who his opponent was, but the match announcer signaled for him to be patient. The announcer began to quote an old saying as a spiked iron gate slowly rose. The heavy gate was lifted, and the announcer continued his saying about a true knight. A giant troll appeared. That was the opponent a knight had to face alone. Almond was completely astonished, thinking that having to fight a troll was beyond imagination. The crowd also began to murmur in fear, worried for their own safety. The audience wondered, as they had heard Almond only used a bow, but this time the opponent was a large troll. Everyone thought it was impossible to defeat a troll with just a bow and arrow because of its regenerative ability. The audience discussed animatedly, believing that heavy weapons were needed to inflict massive damage and prevent the troll from regenerating. The man challenged Almond, smugly waiting to see how he would deal with the troll. The other knights had all fled. Only Almond was left alone to face the troll. Almond cautiously approached the growling troll, preparing for the impending confrontation. Noticing the troll didn't attack immediately, Almond calmly considered his next move. Yu Sanghyun recalled from past experience that to take down a troll, one needed to attack with a sword. Back in reality, Almond was still holding his bow, and the audience was also bewildered because a troll couldn't die that easily. Facing the difficult challenge and memories of trolls, Almond maintained a determined expression. Almond's arrow struck the troll straight in the head, finishing it in a single blow. Nobles watching the match were all stunned and couldn't believe their eyes at this result. Troll collapsed onto the arena floor in silence, while Almond stood alone, full of pride. The audience on the livestream channel erupted in joy, praising Almond's perfect shot. Viewers commented that not even a troll was an exception to Almond's skill. Almond smiled confidently as the crowd chanted his name, calling him the true knight of the bow. Nobleman was furious, refusing to accept the reality as the crowd chanted Emilia's and Almond's names. Nobleman claimed the troll was drugged and ordered the hesitant knights to go and check. Woman stepped forward, demanding the nobleman admit that the match was truly over. Emilia stood beside Almond, warning that the nobleman's honor would be tarnished if more blood was shed. In the middle of the arena, a nobleman trembled in fear at the unfolding scene. Yu Sanghyun looked directly at Emilia, declaring that he would take the position of her family's knight. The ending song played. A view of the castle appeared, signaling that the game's story had come to an end. The ending scene, Yu Sanghyun and Emilia held their wedding under a sword arch, officially becoming husband and wife. Emilia smiled radiantly in her wedding dress, her face glowing with complete happiness on her big day. Couple's touching ending moved the viewers, who praised their beauty and their story. Turning to reality, Yu Sanghyun was stunned to realize the game had ended, his heart filled with a sense of wistfulness and regret. As the production team's credits rolled, Yu Sanghyun knew it was time to say goodbye. He had to part with his first VR game, the game that had changed his life with a prosthetic robotic arm. Yu Sanghyun waved goodbye, ending a week-long experience that had completely changed his life. After completing the game, the character Almond said a final farewell to the player. Yu Sanghyun sat alone in a dark room, staring at the bright screen after just finishing the game. Yu Sanghyun muttered to himself, relieved but also a little regretful for having truly completed Kingdom. Immediately after, Yu Sanghyun smiled and decided to move on to a new game right away. Fans in Almond's chat channel exploded, excitedly suggesting he play PvP games next. Yu Sanghyun thought to himself and clenched his fist. He couldn't say he didn't feel any pressure at all. Realized online games were completely different. From now on, he would have to face real people, not AI. Worried that professional players wouldn't hold back, and his genius image might crumble. However, pushing aside his worries, he decided to announce the next game during the broadcast. A confident expression, Yu Sanghyun declared he couldn't let his fans down and announced the game, Battle Large. Almond expressed his sadness about some issue to his friend while eating fried chicken. Almond's friend worried that if he switched games, many of Kingdom's loyal viewers would leave. Almond calmly explained that it was something every multi-platform streamer had to go through, and there was no need to worry too much. Friend said that depending on the game, the viewership could drop by half, which greatly astonished Almond. Almond wondered about this risk and was told by his friend that it was necessary for the channel's growth. Almond smiled confidently, thinking that no audience would want to watch a channel that never changed. Despite appearing confident, Almond's expression showed he was also trying to convince himself. However, losing 900 viewers, almost half, when switching to Battle Large still pained him a little. Almond reassured his friend and announced he would start as soon as the game, Battle Large, finished downloading, surprising the audience. Fan named Affogato warned Almond that Battle Large was very realistic, completely different from Kingdom. Almond speculated this realistic game might be like Real Olympics, which he had played before because it felt so real. With a confident smile, Almond began to log into the new virtual reality game called Battle Large. Immediately after logging in, the sound of helicopter blades roared, signaling he was in the game. Soldier in the helicopter cockpit announced to everyone that they had reached the drop point. Almond panicked and trembled when he heard the soldier tell everyone to prepare to jump from the helicopter. Almond was overwhelmed by the game's realism, while the audience started teasingly asking if he was scared. Seeing Almond hesitate, two other players grabbed him while a soldier urged him to jump immediately. Almond panicked, wondering how he could possibly jump, while the audience continuously mocked his fear. Even though he had watched the tutorial video, Almond never expected to be pushed out of the helicopter by another player. Immediately after, another player bravely jumped down, receiving endless praise from the audience in the chat. Almond was stunned to see the other players jumping out of the plane one by one to start the match. System notification appeared, urging Almond to parachute quickly or risk being left behind. Still on the plane, Almond looked nervous and swallowed hard as he prepared for his jump. The determination not to lose, Almond gathered all his courage and decisively jumped out of the plane's door. Almond screamed with excitement as he plunged down from the sky, enjoying the feeling of freefall. While free-falling, Almond was suddenly astonished to realize a real helicopter was flying above him. Terrifyingly realistic feeling made Almond scream in horror, realizing this was not like a game. Continued to plummet at a dizzying speed, his face contorted with extreme fear during the fall. Fortunately, the parachute deployed automatically, saving Almond from the dangerous fall in the nick of time. Almond breathed a sigh of relief, but then he quickly noticed something unusual about the game. Almond realized he was falling too fast and felt that something was wrong. Almond's landing was not smooth at all, causing him to fall flat on his face and become a laughingstock for the audience. Almond coughed violently and struggled to get up after the hard impact, while the viewers continued to comment. Still panting, Almond wondered if things really had to be this difficult. Almond looked around and saw other players already engaged in fierce combat amidst the ruins. Almond realized the situation was chaotic from the start, and then suddenly someone shouted, pointing towards him. Two other players spotted Almond and cheered with joy, thinking they had found an easy target. Almond fled in panic, wondering how they knew his level, unaware it was due to his clumsy landing. To escape the pursuit, Almond decided to run and hide inside a nearby ruined building. Quickly ran into the building and slammed the door shut to shake off his pursuers. Yu Sanghyun panted inside the ruined building, wondering if he could find something to use as a weapon. Suddenly, Yu Sanghyun's eyes widened in astonishment as he spotted something ahead. In front of him was an old table, on which lay a bow and some arrows, an unexpected discovery. It was a modern compound bow, lying on the table and emitting a brilliant aura. Yu Sanghyun stared at the compound bow with a look of amazement and slight confusion. His heart pounding, he remembered using one when he was an athlete and never expected to see it here. Suddenly, Yu Sanghyun was startled by strange noises coming from outside. Yu Sanghyun immediately turned around, his face full of vigilance as he realized the meaning of the sound. Realized someone was coming up the stairs outside, the footsteps growing clearer. Realizing they were about to enter the second floor, Yu Sanghyun didn't hesitate to grab the compound bow. Creaking sound was heard as two players cautiously opened the door and entered the ruined building. Food looked down the stairs and informed his teammate that their target was still on the first floor. All three of them went down the stairs, one wondering if the target was hiding instead of looting. Keanu Reeves confidently asserted that the target was a newbie, but he was suddenly attacked from behind. Keanu Reeves collapsed, and a notification board appeared confirming Almond had taken him down, stunning his teammates. Remaining two were shocked. One checked and screamed upon discovering Keanu Reeves was killed by an arrow. Based on the arrow's direction and a flash of light from the window, K-Food pinpointed Almond's location. K-Food immediately aimed his gun towards the room on the first floor, ready to fire at the newly discovered target. Instantly, Almond fired a precise arrow, taking down K-Food and scoring a spectacular double kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Almond drew his bow again, aiming straight at the last remaining target of the enemy team. Almond was surprised to realize one of his opponents had fled the battle. Realized the last enemy had escaped, which also surprised the audience in the chat channel. Almond debated whether to give chase, while the audience argued about it. Deciding not to let the enemy escape, Almond immediately sped up to chase after him. The enemy suddenly turned back, drawing his bow and aiming straight at Almond with an angry expression. Almond nimbly dodged the opponent's arrow in the nick of time, letting it graze his shoulder. Almond counterattacked and took down Taste Cow, completing his spectacular triple kill. Almond smiled smugly, thinking that Taste Cow was just trying to imitate his style. Wondered why it was so easy to defeat enemies, and the audience explained it was because he was matched with low-level players. Feeling more confident, Almond decided to continue playing and gather more items. Piercing beep rang out, startling a person lying in the ruined room awake. The young man with the bow looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening in the abandoned house. He wondered where that strange sound was coming from, as golden streams of light began to appear. Suddenly, a notification screen appeared in front of him, signaling that the blue zone was about to shrink. System notifications blared urgently, stating that the blue zone would shrink in just 30 seconds. Survival game has a system called the blue zone, an area that gradually shrinks over time to force players to move. The young man looked at the map and realized his current position was not advantageous, as the blue zone was about to shrink. Seeing other players hastily moving, the young man decided he should also leave quickly. Stepped out into a desolate, ruined area and realized he had to move very carefully because there were very few places to hide. While moving, he suddenly heard the sound of an approaching car and quickly ducked behind a collapsed wall. Carefully peeked out, silently praying that the car would just pass by without noticing his presence. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out as something whizzed past his head, leaving him utterly astonished and terrified. Immediately after, a barrage of gunfire erupted, shattering the wall where he was hiding, forcing him to tumble to the ground. Almond sat on the ground with a dazed expression, while the system commented on the naive reaction of a new player. Teammate leaned close to Almond and teased him about his reaction, causing him to shyly turn his face away. Almond was startled to realize the enemy was returning in a car, heading straight for him at high speed. Almond hurriedly ran, assuming the car couldn't get too close, and decided to find a safe place to hide. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred nearby, sending dirt and rocks flying, creating a chaotic scene. Almond was horrified to see the surrounding walls crumble to pieces just from being hit by enemy fire. Realizing he couldn't keep dodging forever, Almond quickly dashed towards another wall to find cover. While running, Almond accidentally stepped on a gun lying on the ground, making a dangerous click sound. Almond quickly spun around, performing a masterful evasive maneuver, narrowly escaping danger. A volley of bullets hit the wall right behind him, while the system praised Almond's athletic skills and parkour move. Enraged enemy fired continuously, screaming for Almond to stop hiding and come out to die. Almond cautiously hid behind a sturdy wall, sighing in relief for finding a temporarily safe hiding spot. New enemy group of 3 appeared, mocking the hiding Almond. Seeing the enemies approaching, Almond calmly drew his bow while they discussed how to attack him. Facing the more numerous enemies, Almond just smirked with a confident and mysterious smile. The enemies, Lalo Fan, began to move, advancing towards the wall where Almond was hiding. Immediately, Almond counterattacked, quickly firing a sharp arrow towards the enemy. Almond's arrow struck Lalo Fan directly in the head, taking him down instantly in one shot. Almond thought to himself that he was lucky his opponent wasn't wearing a helmet, while his teammates were astonished. Lalo Fan's teammate, Paka Fan, tried to explain that it was a critical headshot from the bow. Before he could finish his sentence, Paka Fan was also hit by another of Almond's arrows and was eliminated from the match. Last surviving enemy was terrified, hastily running to find a hiding place. The enemy shouted in anger, unable to find Almond, and threatened to report him while he was calmly hiding behind a wall. Almond didn't need to search. He calmly raised his bow, listening and judging the enemy's position just by the sound of his voice. Almond raised his bow high, aiming straight at the sky, confident that he had determined the approximate location of the hiding enemy. Without a moment's hesitation, Almond released the bowstring, firing a skillful arrow towards the target without looking directly at his opponent. The arrow flew in a perfect arc, diving straight down from above onto the spot where the enemy was cowering, completely unaware. The arrow plunged into the enemy's back, causing him to scream in pain, while other spectators were amazed by the spectacular no-look shot. Almond realized the opponent had moved slightly. He thanked the sound for that and affirmed his ability to judge everything by hearing alone. Immediately, Almond drew his bow again and fired another arrow with extreme speed to finish off his opponent completely. While the enemy was still screaming, Almond maintained a calm and highly focused expression, drawing the bowstring for the decisive shot. Final arrow created a brilliant pillar of light, and the system immediately announced that Almond had officially downed the player Dopafan. Almond was surprised that the opponent wasn't eliminated but only downed, a term he was unfamiliar with. The system explained that down meant critical damage but not a finishing blow, which made Almond realize something. Almond began to understand that the downed mechanic was the reason why teaming up was so popular in the game. The audience in the chat channel shouted, informing Almond that this was actually a squad match, not a solo one. Almond was completely confused and bewildered by the unexpected information that he was in a squad match. Almond suddenly remembered the tutorial video for the Battle Large mode, where players could form teams of up to 4. Realized he had mistakenly entered the squad mode, where teammates could revive each other after being downed. Viewer named Solo Union Party donated and gave Almond a mission, promising a large reward if he placed first. Almond deduced that in a squad match, if there was no one left to revive, it would be an instant finishing blow. Just as he realized this, Almond was startled and turned around as a gun barrel was suddenly pointed straight at him. Arrow suddenly struck the young man from behind, causing him to stagger as blood splattered. In pain from the wound, the young man realized there was still one last enemy hiding somewhere. Losing his balance from the surprise attack, the young man screamed in pain and fell backward onto the ground. Lying on the ground, the young man felt his heart pound as he realized he had actually been hit. Feeling was terrifyingly real. He quickly rolled and spun to evade the incoming barrage of bullets. After a series of evasive maneuvers, the young man crashed into an obstacle, astonishing the watching audience. Hiding behind the obstacle, he panted and realized he had just single-handedly faced an entire 4-person squad. The young man was surprised when the display showed his heart rate had skyrocketed, nearly reaching the red zone. He read the system notification about the red zone and wondered if anyone actually played the game in such a dangerous state. He was still thinking. A strange hand suddenly appeared from above and touched his head. Almond was startled by a sound the audience couldn't hear, making them think he was scared. Wondered why the audience couldn't hear anything, while the enemy's footsteps were very clear. The enemy was approaching, walking slowly but deliberately, making Almond suspect his position had been exposed. Suddenly, Almond realized something important as he analyzed the approaching enemy's intentions. Deduced that the enemy wasn't hesitating because their goal wasn't to eliminate him immediately. Noticing the enemy switched to moving stealthily, Almond became even more certain of their true purpose. Footsteps suddenly stopped, signaling that the opponent had reached their target location. Almond shot and downed Water Rat Man as he was reviving Dopafan, successfully scoring a spectacular double kill. Almond breathed a sigh of relief, confirming his judgment was correct. They were trying to save their injured teammate. Almond confidently declared victory, while the audience erupted with praise and donations for his top-tier skills. The audience donated and commented enthusiastically on Almond's skills, which he saw as a good sign for his streaming career. Almond was delighted to be on his way to becoming a famous streamer and decided to go loot the enemies he had just defeated. As he got closer, Almond was surprised to find a modern assault rifle lying on the ground right in front of him. The young man appeared extremely surprised and somewhat intrigued upon seeing a gun, a completely different kind of weapon. The image of the rifle reflected in Almond's eyes. He began to sweat and wonder what to do next. Almond's train of thought appeared. He was contemplating whether to switch to using a new type of weapon. Almond stood silently, his familiar bow still in hand, but his gaze was fixed thoughtfully on the gun lying on the ground. Thought of switching to this modern assault rifle became clearer and clearer in Almond's mind. The audience in the chat channel began to argue. Some were excited for Almond to use the gun, while others wanted him to maintain his archer identity. Faced with the viewers' conflicting opinions and his own indecision, Almond once again didn't know what to do. The young man was thrilled to win first place using only a bow and arrow, and he considered becoming a streamer who specialized in using bows. Suddenly, he worried about losing, and whether his fans would accept him giving up guns to use only a bow. Right at that moment, a viewer named Seogia donated 100,000 won with a mission to win using only a bow. The young man was stunned when he realized the person who had just donated and given him the mission was Seogia. Though he hesitated a bit about Seogia's situation, he still decided to accept because he really needed this mission. Thanked Seogia and confidently declared he would show everyone how he wins first place with just a bow. Match began, and necessary recovery and power-up items for the players appeared on the ground. The audience suggested Almond should go to the farm to find a helmet, but he found the location quite far. Almond was wishing for a vehicle when a viewer suddenly shouted for him to look to the other side. Almond was startled and immediately turned to look in the direction the viewer had just pointed, his face full of surprise. Car sped across the desolate desert, leaving a long, thick trail of dust behind as it moved forward. Confidently declared he would drive straight to the farm, while his teammates in the chat channel continuously cheered for him to speed up. Car continued its journey across the open land, but from a hidden corner, it seemed to have been spotted by someone. Teammate warned him not to drive straight through a crowded area, which surprised him and made him wonder why. Before he could fully understand the warning about making noise, a grenade was thrown, soaring towards his car. Deadly grenade rolled on the ground and stopped right in front of the wheel, signaling a terrifying explosion was about to happen. Terrifying explosion occurred, sending the car flying, and the teammate finished their explanation that making noise would attract attention. Inside the car, the young man was violently thrown about by the force of the explosion, completely losing control for a moment. After the impact, the car flipped over and crashed heavily to the ground, severely damaged. Hanging upside down in the car, the young man coughed and choked, wondering if this was a workplace accident, while the chat channel was filled with laughter. Almond panicked as he realized another grenade was about to be thrown at him, while he was hanging dangerously upside down. Immediately, another grenade was thrown in, landing on the floor right near Almond's position with a clatter. Grenade exploded violently, and the teammates in the match all believed that Almond had been eliminated in the blast. However, Almond suddenly emerged from the smoke and fire, panting and declaring that he was still alive and safe. Almond hid behind a wall, but his vision was obscured by the thick smoke from the nearby explosion. Unable to see anything, Almond decided he should move to the building's rooftop to check. He acted quickly, kicking open the door leading to the rooftop decisively and forcefully. Reaching the rooftop, Almond looked around and saw that the place was completely empty, without a soul in sight. However, just as he was about to move on, Almond suddenly froze, feeling that something was wrong. Carefully peered through a broken wall and squinted, sensing he had just seen something in the distance. Loud gunshots suddenly rang out, the bullet striking the ground, signaling an attack from a distance. Almond was startled and fell to the ground as a bullet whizzed past. He realized in panic that his position had been exposed. Two gunmen from the opposing team fired continuously, but one signaled to stop because the target had taken cover. Another sniper from the enemy team expressed regret for having just barely missed taking down the target. The enemy team began to act. 2 members stayed behind to provide cover while the other 2 charged straight into the building. Almond was pinned down by enemy fire, realizing he was facing very professional opponents. Almond let out a breath, trying to calm himself amidst the hail of bullets and the extremely dangerous situation. Almond closed his eyes, telling himself to stay calm and focus on listening to every sound around him to grasp the situation. Using his special ability, Almond recalled there were 4 enemies and heard the footsteps of 2 of them approaching. Almond knew he was in a tight spot. If he peeked his head out from behind the low wall, he would be taken down instantly. Almond realized his only remaining option was to act within the thick, swirling dust. Sniper from the enemy team was observing the building where Almond was hiding through a scope. Sniper saw no movement and wondered if Almond had given up. Assumed Almond wouldn't dare to peek out and decided to move in with his teammate to finish him off. Meanwhile, Almond was ready with his bow and many arrows, patiently waiting for the enemy. As the enemies moved in, one of them accidentally stepped on a trap that Almond had set. Soon as the trap was triggered, Almond immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow towards the target. At the same time, the enemy's weapon seemed to malfunction, failing to fire at the crucial moment. Not missing the opportunity, Almond quickly shot another arrow, determined to finish off the opponent. 2 remaining members of the enemy team realized their teammate was under attack and rushed towards Almond's position. Suddenly, an arrow flew from behind, striking a blonde-haired player squarely in the back, causing him to scream in pain. His teammate, a player with a red scarf, was stunned, not understanding what had just happened to his comrade. Mr. Crab, another player, was also taken down by an arrow, and a notification that Almond had eliminated him appeared on the screen. Viewers in the chat room were utterly astonished and excitedly discussed Almond's unbelievable, seemingly unaimed shot. Almond thought to himself that the last shot was impressive, recalling the days he practiced archery with circus-like skills. In his memory, Almond had practiced difficult techniques like hitting another falling arrow, a game from his childhood. He and his friends had had fun moments, and Almond realized that trying strange things as a child was actually useful. Turning to the present, Almond was sitting on the stairs when he was suddenly startled by a loud noise nearby. Almond immediately became alert upon hearing steady footsteps approaching his hiding spot on the stairs. Almond realized the person approaching was the one who had been running right behind him earlier and was now heading for the door above. Almond realized the opponent was using a gun, putting him at a great disadvantage in a direct confrontation. He heard the enemy's footsteps getting closer and could only hope the opponent would miss. Almond quickly drew his bow, preparing for his decisive move. However, he decided not to rely on luck but on his own skills. At the same time, the enemy slowly opened the door, completely unaware of what awaited him. The moment the door cracked open, Almond immediately released the bowstring, shooting an arrow towards the enemy. The arrow flew through the narrow gap in the door, striking the opponent standing on the other side. The enemy stared in shock at the arrow embedded in his chest, completely baffled by what had just happened. Couldn't believe how Almond could have made such a precise shot. Realized with astonishment that the arrow had flown through an almost invisible gap. Almond concentrated intensely, drawing his bow and aiming straight at the target with a sharp and determined gaze. His target, another player, was hiding in the tall grass, completely unaware of the danger. The arrow hit its mark, taking down the enemy just as he stepped through the doorway, causing him to collapse onto the floor. Kill notification appeared, confirming that Almond had hit Spongesoup, leaving the audience amazed by the godlike play. Almond humbly claimed it was just good timing and luck, while the viewers continued to buzz about his skill. Meanwhile, Spongesoup's teammate wondered about the unusual silence and didn't understand what had happened. Spongesoup sent a message warning his teammate about Almond's formidable skills, leaving them utterly astonished and bewildered. Squidworm was annoyed, thinking Spongesoup had been taken down simply due to carelessness and didn't believe the warning. Almond sat back confidently, thinking to himself that no one at this rank could pull off a shot like that. Turned out that Spongesoup and Squidworm's team was Love Monday, a strong team of highly skilled gamers. Almond's team had taken a year off, and now he found himself having to work while his teammates were constantly rejected for jobs. Crushed by life, his team returned after a long time but had to start over from the stone rank, the lowest tier in the game. During a match, a teammate was knocked down and frustratingly screamed for help, but the other hesitated, fearing the enemy would attack them first. Spongesoup, though heavily injured, managed to crawl to the first floor and inform his teammate that the enemy hadn't finished him off yet. SpongeSoup's teammates suspected the enemy was setting a trap, waiting for them to come to the rescue, and wondered about his confidence in a 2-versus-1 situation. Crab suggested Squidworm abandon SpongeSoup, believing the enemy was a pro, but Squidworm angrily reminded him of their vow to climb the ranks. Squidworm asserted that the issue wasn't losing ranking points, but that his pride was being hurt by the situation. Crab wondered why Squidworm was taking the match so seriously, but then quickly readied his sniper rifle again. Squidworm decided to go for the rescue and told Crab to provide cover, but Crab pointed out they needed someone to guard, so they decided to go together. After agreeing, Squidworm and Crab carefully moved together towards the building where SpongeSoup was injured and waiting. Almond's teammate slid down the slope to regroup, while he remained vigilant, pointing his gun forward to provide cover. Almond's teammate expressed sympathy for Mr. Crab, who had just been taken down, while Almond maintained his ready-to-fight stance. Patrick worriedly suggested they should run, but Almond immediately reminded him that he was losing his cool and not focusing. Almond explained that they had to move carefully while still aiming, otherwise the enemy would suddenly jump out and attack. Patrick was startled when he suddenly discovered something. He quickly raised his gun to prepare for the upcoming situation. Patrick discovered SpongeSoup peeking from the left corner of the wall and shouted, causing SpongeSoup to curse silently in frustration. Almond ordered Patrick to stay close to the wall so the enemy couldn't shoot with a bow, and not to take his eyes off the scope. Almond and Patrick carefully moved forward, while on the opposite side, SpongeSoup was holding his breath, waiting for them. Two continued to advance cautiously, Almond confident that they had almost reached the target position safely. Just as Patrick confidently said they were about to enter the opponent's blind spot, an arrow suddenly flew past, cutting him off. Almond was startled after shooting the arrow. He sensed something unusual and dangerous was about to happen. Almond's arrow whizzed towards the two enemies standing at the foot of a building, the target right in front of him. The arrow struck a soldier's helmet directly, causing Patrick Star, standing next to him, to shudder in horror. Patrick Star shouted that Almond could see them, so they couldn't go straight and had to find a way to dodge. Secret to dodging Almond's attack was to move backward or step to the side to avoid the trajectory. Two immediately did so, successfully dodging the arrow, which embedded itself in the ground right behind them. Patrick Star breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed joyfully that they had both dodged the dangerous attack. When Patrick Star turned back, he was shocked to find his teammate had mysteriously disappeared. Almond was astonished to see a notification that Patrick Star was eliminated by him, even though he hadn't taken him down. Patrick Star realized in horror that a sharp blade had pierced through his eye in an instant. Squidworm was stunned to realize he was being attacked from a firing angle he thought was completely impossible. His face showed clear shock and disbelief, completely unable to understand what was happening. Almond suddenly burst out of the building, flipping upside down in midair and aiming his crossbow straight at Squidworm. By a critical blow, Squidworm fell backward to the ground, only managing to call Almond a crazy bastard. Game system announced that Almond had taken down Squidworm, successfully scoring a double kill. The audience continuously donated to Almond, while he silently thought it was lucky he had taken painkillers beforehand. Despite taking the medicine, Almond still felt sore and was silently glad he had found medical items from the enemy. Almond took the painkillers while viewers continuously commented, amazed by his unbelievable play. Notification appeared stating the blue zone would shrink in 30 seconds, while the audience still called him a madman. Almond calmly assessed the situation, announcing that the number of players still alive in the match was down to 26. After recovering enough health, Almond discarded the item and decided it was time to act. Player, after being taken down by Almond's team, quickly typed on his keyboard to make a post. Accessed the Battle Large Game Forum to upload a clip of the match. After finishing his draft, he decisively pressed the Enter key to post his article on the forum. His post appeared with the title, A Professional Player in a Bronze Lobby. GIF. Clip showed Almond, unexpectedly, taking down a player named Mr. Crab with a bow and arrow. Poster looked at the screen with a dejected expression, unable to believe his whole team was wiped out by one person. He was annoyed when comments suggested his team lost due to poor skill rather than acknowledging the opponent. Suddenly, a player named Squidworm commented, asserting that his team was in Diamond 1 last year. The appearance of Squidworm, or Love Monday, left the online community stunned and excited. The audience chattered excitedly about the stone-ranked archer, with some recognizing him as the gamer Love Monday, who still maintained his top-tier skills. One viewer found a link to the stone-ranked archer's livestream and called for everyone to watch, all surprised that he was a streamer. Many others were also curious and quickly clicked the livestream link to watch the stone-ranked archer's match live. Meanwhile, another person was sitting in front of a computer, smiling sinisterly and thinking to himself that his opponent was about to be doomed. The game, the archer was carefully rummaging through an old wooden chest, searching for useful items for himself. He sighed in disappointment when he saw the chest was empty. Viewers commented that the healing items had probably already been taken. The room was filled with modern weapons like rifles, pistols, and grenades, but he couldn't use them because of his mission. Suddenly, the rewards for the win with only a bow and win a squad match solo missions increased to 400,000 won. Young man glanced at his livestream viewer count and was completely stunned when the number had suddenly skyrocketed to 1,905 people. Incredibly surprised and happy, he tried to maintain a calm expression and focus on the match at hand. Almond cheerfully announced that he would be leaving, as there was nothing left to loot in this area. Almond suddenly realized his livestream viewer count had inexplicably increased again. Bad feelings suddenly flashed through Almond's mind as he looked at the screen. Noticed something very unusual in the chat box with negative comments. Almond was shocked as he read the comments. Many people were calling him Almond and accusing him of cheating. Almond was completely speechless when a viewer in the chat asked if he was a daranker. He realized the sudden spike in viewers was due to being mistaken by another community as a daranker. Even so, Almond remained optimistic that this was a good opportunity and that Juhyuk would handle the rest. In-game announcement sounded. The blue zone was shrinking, forcing players to move. Suddenly, Almond heard the sound of gunfire erupting from ahead, signaling an enemy was nearby. Shrinking blue zone was causing battles to occur more frequently, with the sound of gunfire echoing everywhere. Juhyuk decided it was time to move. He started running, determined to win with his bow. It's the gunfire. Juhyuk witnessed 5 players being eliminated. The match now had only 10 survivors left. Juhyuk silently calculated the number of remaining teams and hoped they were scattered, but his thoughts were cut short. Just as he passed a corner, Juhyuk unexpectedly bumped into another player coming from the opposite direction. Strong collision sent Juhyuk stumbling backward. He was in pain and dazed by the unexpected situation. While still in shock, Juhyuk suddenly heard an ominous click of a weapon being loaded. Right in front of Juhyuk, the other player had pointed the barrel of his gun straight at him, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. The enemy immediately opened fire. Juhyuk hastily fell to the ground to dodge the bullets but was still wounded. Despite being injured, Juhyuk didn't flinch but immediately raised his bow, aiming straight at his opponent. Juhyuk hid behind a broken wall, drawing his bow and waiting for an enemy with a gun who was approaching from above. Juhyuk sensed the enemy getting closer. He drew his bowstring taut and pinpointed the target's exact location. Explosion rang out as Juhyuk's arrow hit the enemy's head, startling even himself. Downed enemy's teammates were astonished, mistaking it for a shot from a distant sniper. Juhyuk noticed that the 2 enemies were distracted and firing in another direction, no longer paying attention to him. He stood up stretched and drew his bow, silently thinking about the advantages of playing alone in a team match. Another arrow flew, embedding itself in a soldier's helmet, causing heavy damage to his gear. Soldier who was hit clutched his head, complaining about the helmet's durability, while his teammate was surprised to realize it was an arrow. While treating his teammate, the soldier wondered who would use a bow and assumed the enemy was hiding somewhere. Just as the soldier thought the situation was stable, he looked up in horror to see another arrow hurtling straight towards him. Glowing red arrow suddenly struck the ground, signaling a long-range attack. Almond took down Bang Banger, leaving his teammates stunned and confused about what was happening. Immediately after, another arrow pierced the second enemy's back, making him scream in pain. The enemy collapsed, horrified that he couldn't understand how Almond could hit him without a line of sight. Almond's volley of arrows rained down from the sky, successively eliminating Boom Boomer and Bang Banger from the match. Almond confidently confirmed his kills, while the audience in the chat channel endlessly praised his skills. Gunshot rang out. Chubby Man eliminated Thug 957, leaving only 4 players in the match. Almond calculated the situation, realizing that if the remaining 3 players were not on the same team, he had a chance. With only 4 people left, Almond believed he could absolutely win this match. System suddenly announced that the blue zone would begin to shrink in just 30 seconds. Almond lamented his bad luck for having to constantly move, while the audience gloated and teased him. The audience worried about their bets, even praying for a sniper to take Almond down, which made Juhyuk remember. Juhyuk analyzed the map, realizing that even if the blue zone shrank, the enemy sniper still had many places to hide. Juhyuk moved quickly through a ruined alley, hoping the 3 remaining enemies were not gathered in the same place. Suddenly, Juhyuk peeked his head out from a corner and called out loudly, seemingly signaling for someone to follow his direction. Joo-hyuk discovered the three enemies were gathered in one spot, mocking that their last opponent was just sitting still. Almond faced a disadvantageous 1-on-3 situation, causing his chat box to explode with sympathetic comments. Meanwhile, another person was also on the move. He stopped at a predetermined location and said, "This is the spot." Observed two enemies moving, and calculated that they would have to pass through here to avoid the shrinking blue zone. Enemy team member looked at the map and confidently stated that with their current position, even the blue zone was on their side. Blue zone was shrinking, signaling the final circle of the life-or-death match was about to begin. Joo-hyuk felt his heart pound as he realized he was very close to first place. Tightened his grip on the arrow, worried whether he would win or just end up in fourth place. It is in these moments of extreme tension that the difference between a good player and a superstar is made. In this competitive context, Joo-hyuk had to prove himself by completing difficult tasks. His eyes shone with steely determination. He had to prove his abilities to everyone. Two enemies were hiding, confident in their advantage and wondering why Joo-hyuk wouldn't show himself. Joo-hyuk decided to wait patiently for the moment the opponent let their guard down and took a booster pill. After the pill took effect, he felt his body recover and was ready to launch the decisive attack. Prolonged silence made one of the two enemies suspicious, wondering if this was the right spot. Two enemies were in ambush, one worried because the blue zone was approaching, while the other advised him to be patient. Meanwhile, Joo-hyuk was still lying in ambush, despite the electric blue zone closing in right behind him. Blue zone finally arrived, and dangerous electric sparks began to arc from the ground around Joo-hyuk. Joo-hyuk started taking damage from the blue zone, gritting his teeth against the pain as his health bar depleted. Two enemies were confused at not seeing the target appear, wondering if they had missed him along the way. One enemy suddenly speculated that perhaps their target was right behind them, surprising his teammate. Despite the pain from the blue zone, Joo-hyuk persisted in drawing his bow, telling himself to hold on a little longer. Still skeptical, the blonde-haired enemy suddenly turned around to check the situation behind him. The moment the enemy moved, Joo-hyuk's eyes flashed with determination. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Joo-hyuk immediately fired, a volley of arrows embedding themselves straight into the blonde-haired enemy just as he turned around. Player named Dukyun was astonished to see the arrow coming towards him. At the same time, Almond took down another enemy, Imphao-07. Panicked, Dukyun immediately fired his gun repeatedly towards where the arrow had come from to find Almond's position. Dukyun's bullets were blocked by a mysterious blue energy shield, unable to penetrate it. Dukyun screamed for his opponent to reveal himself. Almond had already quickly shot 3 arrows into him. Almond gave his opponent no chance, focusing all his energy into the bow, preparing for the finishing blow. Final arrow was released, taking down Dukyun instantly, and the system announced that Almond had eliminated him. After the intense battle ended, Almond panted heavily. He looked exhausted but very satisfied. Almond collapsed to his knees, exhausted, while the audience watching the match was amazed by his performance. Breathed a sigh of relief after successfully overcoming a tough opponent and surviving. Gaining his composure, Almond stood up with a sharp gaze, telling himself that there was only one last enemy left. One player had been eliminated, leaving only one final enemy in this survival match. Player was bandaging his wounds, silently admiring the calmness of the enemy sniper. Realized the sniper hadn't fired because he was in the sniper's blind spot and continued to heal. Blue zone was shrinking. He glanced outside and hoped the last enemy would stay put. He was astonished to see the last enemy crawling inexplicably across the open grass. Guessed the opponent was crawling to a teammate to be revived and decided to sneakily follow. Enemy continued to move by slithering through the tall grass to conceal their movements. Wondered if they would dare risk reviving a teammate in such a precarious situation. Noticed the opponent's position still had an advantage as the blue zone shrank. No need to take risks. Suddenly understood that they were deliberately luring him into the sniper's line of sight. Joo-hyuk crawled through the grass, deducing that the enemy was hiding in a position with a view of the path. From above, Almond used his skill to scan the entire area, searching for the opponent's hiding place. Almond's vision swept past a rock and then stopped on a bare tree in the middle of the field. Suddenly, a blue electric current surrounded Joo-hyuk, signaling that he had sensed something unusual. Joo-hyuk's pupils contracted in astonishment as the electric current confirmed a nearby presence. Flash of insight lit up his mind. Joo-hyuk had pinpointed the exact location where Almond was lying in ambush. Meanwhile, an enemy sniper had also spotted Almond and was preparing to take advantage of this single opportunity. However, Juhyuk faced a problem as he couldn't raise his bow to shoot while lying prone. Suddenly, Juhyuk flipped onto his back, a baffling action that made the audience in the chat channel extremely surprised. He used his feet to push hard on the bow's riser, a strange posture that made viewers mistakenly think he had given up. Almond lay on his back, artfully drawing his bow with his feet, leaving the audience of the match utterly astonished and delighted. Though unsure of his chances of success, Almond still tried to pull the bowstring taut, preparing for this incredible shot. Pushing aside all worries, Almond focused intensely with a determined expression, knowing this was his only option. The bow's sight, Almond aimed straight at a distant enemy, determined to hit the target at all costs. The arrow was released, creating a brilliant streak of light as it flew towards the unsuspecting enemy in the distance. The arrow flew true, embedding itself in the enemy's helmet, cracking it open, and causing him to let out a surprised cry of pain. Caught off guard by the attack, the panicked enemy didn't know where the arrow came from and hastily sought better cover behind a crate. With a sharp gaze and a confident smile, Almond thought to himself that now everyone in the match knew the situation. Almond knew the injured enemy would use a healing item, creating the perfect opportunity for a follow-up attack. Immediately, a second arrow was shot into the sky in an arc, aimed directly at the recovering enemy's position. Almond suddenly fired a fatal shot to the last enemy's head, leaving him no time to react. The enemy named Torandoro fell, and a system notification confirmed that Almond had successfully eliminated his opponent. Previously, in a disadvantageous 1-on-3 situation, no spectator believed Almond could win. Even Almond himself had once thought this would be the end for him when he was cornered. He had turned the tables, taking down LM-07 and eliminating Duckyeon to the astonishment of the viewers. The audience urged Almond to pursue the final enemy, not understanding why he was hesitating so strangely. Turned out he had used a special skill to launch a surprising and precise attack on his opponent. Sight of the final enemy falling left everyone, including the viewers, stunned in disbelief. Almond took first place in the team match while playing solo, completing the mission using only a bow and receiving donations. This unexpected result caused the chat to explode, with praises and donations pouring in continuously. Almond was surprised to receive a large donation from a viewer named Miho, causing a stir in the chat and making him wonder if she was a famous streamer. Trying to remain calm, Almond expressed his sincere thanks to Miho and the other viewers who had supported him during today's livestream. Miho donated again and surprisingly invited Almond to join her clan, leaving him utterly astonished and flustered, unsure how to respond. Based on the viewers' reactions, Almond realized Miho frequently recruited members, and he politely declined, stating he was still a rookie. Miho continued to donate, saying she would wait for him to change his mind. Almond happily bowed his thanks and promised he would definitely consider her offer. After receiving the generous donations, Almond cheerfully waved goodbye to his viewers and ended his successful livestream. Just as the livestream ended, Duckyeon ran over with a look of astonishment, saying this Miho person was no ordinary figure and showed him his phone. Almond looked at Duckyeon's phone screen and was completely captivated by the image of a beautiful girl with pink hair striking a pose. Both Almond and Duckyeon blushed, mesmerized by Miho's beauty, who looked like a model or a famous star with her charming fox ears. Duckyeon thought that declining the clan invitation was the right move, and Almond agreed, not wanting his pro-gamer image to be affected. Almond curiously asked about people's reactions, while his friend hesitated as he looked at his phone. His friend announced that the reaction on the Kinchman forum was very positive, mostly praising Almond's stream. However, he said the real problem came from the gaming community of the game, Battle Large. Battle Large community accused Almond of cheating and smurfing, to which Almond admitted he had seen those comments too. His friend was confused by Almond's calmness, while he thought that hiding the optimization code had caused this misunderstanding. Almond cheerfully suggested making the source code public, but his friend immediately objected, fearing hackers would exploit it. Almond decided to ignore it, thinking that attention, even negative, was still attention, and his friend agreed, seeing it as an opportunity. His friend believed this was an opportunity in crisis that could make Almond more famous, but a sudden account ban notification appeared. Flew into a rage, crushing his phone in anger that Almond's account was banned without any verification of the facts. While his angry friend was about to throw the laptop, Almond sat in front of his computer and smiled calmly at the trouble that had befallen him. Juhyuk was frustrated because he had sent an email explaining his innocence, but the game administrator had not replied after hours of waiting. Suddenly, Juhyuk's attitude changed, thinking this situation might bring about a better outcome for him. Calling Dukyun's words, Juhyuk decided that in the end, it was all just about getting attention. A confident expression, Juhyuk decided he would seize this opportunity to truly attract attention, much to Dukyun's surprise. Juhyuk opened the Kingdom Age game forum and prepared to draft an official announcement to take advantage of the current situation. Under the name Almond, Juhyuk posted that his Battle Large account had been unjustly banned due to accusations of rank boosting. News of Almond's account ban spread quickly across the forums, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Juhyuk was pleased to see his loyal fans vigorously defending him and spreading his post. Forum erupted with a barrage of comments criticizing the administrators, claiming they were discriminating against a small streamer. Someone pondered, wondering just how good Almond had to be suspected of cheating after a single match. He was texting with Gia, saying that the video of yesterday's match couldn't possibly have been uploaded so quickly. Morning sun shone into the room, where trophies and certificates were displayed with honor. Suddenly, a video premiere notification popped up with a shocking title about being banned for rank breaking. Video titled D.A. Done is about to be released, revealing the story of a gamer who was banned in his very first match for allegedly griefing. Two people are discussing the video. One thinks the title is just clickbait, but the other insists the story is completely true. Another couple is also curious about the video, wondering why a player would be banned for being too good in their first match. Live chat on AllTube explodes with comments, with viewers confirming the information and expressing their astonishment at this rare incident. Video begins to play to the audience's anticipation, opening with a scene of a helicopter in the game with special graphic effects. In-game character, a young man, appears worried as he realizes he is in a team match instead of a solo match. Viewers laugh when they realize the player entered the wrong team mode, curious to see if he can win. The uploader of the video, a young man with glasses, smiles with satisfaction as he sees his chat box becoming incredibly lively and bustling. Initially, the viewers were skeptical, but Sanghyun's insane gameplay quickly turned their doubt into amazement and admiration. In the game, Sanghyun's character displays superior skills as he easily takes down an opponent from a distance with a single shot. In the video, Sanghyun is using his foot to string a compound bow, preparing for the match. Video shows a player being taken down instantly by a precise headshot. Highlight video reaches its climax as Sanghyun wins the final solo match. Two viewers are enjoying the highlight video, but one realizes that the video hasn't ended yet. Video suddenly glitches, displaying a message accusing Sanghyun of intentionally lowering his rank. Chat box explodes, with one side accusing Almond of rank manipulation and the other defending him, saying the admin will see the truth. Suddenly, a notification appears stating that the Almond account has been officially suspended for 1 year. Viewers are stunned, speculating that Almond was automatically banned by the system due to too many baseless reports. Thousands of outraged viewers flood online gaming communities to post about Almond's incident. Incident spreads, and the online community criticizes Battle Large for locking public match histories for privacy reasons. Streamer Almond's case caused such a stir that it was reported in the news, criticizing the incompetence of the game publisher, Battle Large. The office of the Battle Large game management team, the atmosphere is extremely tense due to the recent incident. Angry manager slams his hand on the table, yelling at his subordinate for causing such a big problem. Questions the employee on why he suspended Almond's account without checking his match history. The employee stammers an explanation that there were too many reports, but the manager sarcastically retorts his action. The angry manager threatens to fire the employee, causing him to just bow his head and repeatedly apologize. After venting his anger, the manager sighs helplessly, trying to suppress the boiling frustration within him. Looks at the news article about Almond and asks about his average viewership. The employee replies that the number is around 1,000. Manager continues to ask if there is anything else unusual about Almond, which confuses the employee. Slams the table again, demanding to know if Almond has any connections or backers, making the employee even more flustered. Young employee nervously confirms that the streamer is new and probably doesn't have a community manager. Boss orders the employee to call the community managers immediately, which greatly surprises him. Furious boss shouts, demanding the employee to arrange a meeting immediately to sort out this mess. Another director appears annoyed at having to deal with such a trivial matter at such a crucial time. Clutches a paper notifying him that he has passed the promotion exam and has an important second-round interview coming up. Scene shifts to a quiet house under a twilight sky, signaling a completely different setting. Meanwhile, at his home, Sanghyun is pensively brushing his teeth in the bathroom, thinking about something. Sanghyun checks his phone, but the inbox is empty. He still hasn't received any news from Battle Large. Thinking the ban would only last a day, Sang-hyun is suddenly called out by a startled friend wearing glasses. Sang-hyun's friend looks at his phone with a horrified expression and shouts that it's all gone. Sang-hyun's friend asks him if he knows what has disappeared, but Sang-hyun looks blank, not understanding what is happening. Friend announces that all the posts and articles about Sang-hyun from yesterday have disappeared, leaving Sang-hyun utterly astonished. Sang-hyun can't believe the Nyangapers community has wiped out all traces of Almond, completely burying the incident instead of admitting fault. Friend explains that they are intentionally covering up the incident to avoid admitting their poor management, which frustrates Sang-hyun. Friend is worried about today's stream, thinking Sang-hyun can't just go back to playing Kingdom as if nothing happened. Sang-hyun suddenly stands up and declares he won't be live streaming today, surprising his friend who asks for the reason. Sang-hyun reveals that he has a meeting with the director of Punk today, leaving his friend completely stunned and surprised. Friend comes up with the idea of whether they can ask for help from the director of Punk, while Sang-hyun considers the possibility. The determined look, Sang-hyun thinks he will know the answer after meeting and talking directly with the director. Scene shifts to an archery range, where someone is wondering if Sang-hyun truly possesses a natural talent. Coach states this firmly to Sang-hyun, while an old woman sits beside them, observing intently. Remarks that despite being young and weak, Sang-hyun possesses an extraordinary steadfast spirit for archery. The old woman humbly says she doesn't know much about archery, but the coach insists he is just telling the truth. Sang-hyun struggles to hold the trembling bow steady, while the coach believes that talent needs to be nurtured. The loud twang. Sang-hyun is surprised to have finally released the arrow from the bowstring. The arrow flies with a THWOK and lands precisely near the bullseye of the target. Coach is completely stunned, unable to believe the result he has just witnessed. Coach calls out Sang-hyun's name, causing the tired teenager to turn and look at him. Coach claps in praise, saying Sang-hyun's posture was still perfect even when exhausted. Sang-hyun is surprised by the compliment, and the coach explains that's why he hit the bullseye. In memory, a teacher places a hand on Sang-hyun's shoulder and tells him to always remember this moment, no matter what life brings. He advises him to keep his spirit strong and be ready to start over, and the arrow will find the bullseye on its own without him realizing it. Young Sang-hyun smiles brightly, obediently listening and responding to his respected teacher's words with a determined expression. Teacher cheerfully adds that things will get even better, making the young Sang-hyun extremely curious and confused. Suggests Sang-hyun try archery, opening up a promising and hopeful future for the young boy. Turning to the present, Sang-hyun, now a grown man, sighs wearily and dejectedly with his life. Sang-hyun recalls the advice, calm, composed, and focused, that he often heard as a child. He bitterly realizes the qualities that once made him an archery genius are now just meaningless words on his job resume. Sang-hyun is contemplating his unpredictable life. Someone suddenly calls his name from behind, causing him to stop. The person who called him is Mr. Oh, his former teacher. He smiles and thanks Sang-hyun for taking the trouble to meet him. Mr. Oh and Sang-hyun walk together on a street on a sunny afternoon. Sang-hyun walks silently with a calm expression, while Mr. Oh observes him. Mr. Oh suddenly calls Sang-hyun's name, causing him to turn and look, responding with a questioning tone. Mr. Oh smiles and remarks that Sang-hyun doesn't seem like the type of person who worries a lot. Sang-hyun appears slightly flustered and surprised by Mr. Oh's unexpected comment. Mr. Oh gently waves his hand, signaling that his words meant no harm. He explains it was a compliment, and Sang-hyun humbly replies that he's just a bit slow. Mr. Oh wonders about this, as Sang-hyun is very sharp when playing games, which makes Sang-hyun ask in surprise. Mr. Oh reveals that he was the one who chose Sang-hyun, which moves him to say thank you. Arriving at a luxurious Japanese restaurant, Sang-hyun is overwhelmed and worried about the expensive cost. Mr. Oh informed Sang-hyun that the director had arrived and he would go bring him over, and Sang-hyun calmly agreed. Mr. Oh returned to reassure Sang-hyun not to be too pressured, because compared to his achievements, this was insignificant. Sang-hyun seemed extremely confused and didn't understand what Mr. Oh meant by his achievements. Sang-hyun stood waiting and looked towards the door, where Mr. Oh was leading another man into the room. Sang-hyun politely bowed and introduced himself as Yu Sang-hyun to the newly arrived director. He raised his head. Sang-hyun began to realize who the man standing in front of him was. Sang-hyun was astonished to realize the person opposite him was Han Tae-ho, one of the directors of Punk. Sang-hyun shook Han Tae-ho's hand and expressed what an honor it was to meet him, while Han Tae-ho was silently sizing him up. Han Tae-ho had a very good first impression of Sang-hyun, noticing that he looked neat and different from other streamers. However, upon a closer look, Han Tae-ho seemed to notice something unexpected about Sang-hyun. Sang-hyun noticed Mr. Oh's hand was trembling as they shook, making him wonder if he was nervous. A luxurious Japanese restaurant, the chef was introducing scallop and boxfish dishes to Sang-hyun and the other two men. Mr. Oh tasted the boxfish and praised its wonderful flavor, especially the appetizers the restaurant served. Sang-hyun cheerfully played along with the two men's joke that the meal would be even more delicious when paid for by the company. Sang-hyun put a piece of fish in his mouth, slowly savoring the expensive dish amidst the cheerful atmosphere of the meal. Immediately after tasting it, Sang-hyun's eyes lit up in surprise at the exceptionally delicious flavor of the dish. Mr. Oh asked Sang-hyun if it was delicious, proudly boasting that the head chef here was very skilled, and he happily confirmed it. Mr. Oh remarked that Sang-hyun's way of eating was very sophisticated, but he humbly replied that he had only chanced upon coming here a few times. Mr. Oh's colleague suddenly leaned in and whispered something to him related to Han Tae-ho. Sang-hyun could only give a strained smile and sweat when praised for being an elite, while secretly thinking he was just a nepotism hire. Mr. Oh asked Sang-hyun if a director from Aseong was a regular here, and it was confirmed to be Director Lee. Mr. Oh cheerfully revealed that Director Lee Chil-seong, the one mentioned, was his old high school classmate. Sang-hyun appeared extremely surprised by the unexpected information Mr. Oh had just shared about his relationship with Director Lee. However, in his thoughts, Sang-hyun secretly admitted that he had actually had a feeling about this beforehand. Figured that directors often came from the elite, so it wasn't strange for them to know each other from a young age. Sang-hyun remarked that Mr. Oh's reaction showed they were very close, and said that no wonder the two of them looked somewhat alike. Mr. Oh let out a hearty laugh, secretly thinking that not only were they close, but he was also very proud to be Lee Chil-seong's friend. Mr. Oh humbly said that Lee Chil-seong was more successful than him, as Aseong was well known while he had to handle matters for a foreign company. Sang-hyun replied that Mr. Oh was working on an international stage, and that many of his colleagues wanted to move to punk because of it. Mr. Oh let out a sigh, praised Sang-hyun for being so well-spoken, and said that it was a necessary skill for a professional streamer. Tae-ho put down his teacup, remarking that no matter how successful, the streamer profession was a risky job. And Tae-ho looked at Sang-hyun, saying that for him to leave Aseong to pursue this line of work, there must be a story behind it. And Tae-ho's words seemed to strike a chord with Sang-hyun, causing him to flinch slightly and fall silent in thought. Sang-hyun clenched his fist, thinking to himself that Han Tae-ho's question was too personal and somewhat rude to ask so directly. Sang-hyun realized this was an opportunity to gain an advantage for his streaming career and solve the battle large issue if he could win Han Tae-ho over. Sang-hyun wondered whether he should tell Han Tae-ho his secret story, believing that a man like him would be discreet enough. After some hesitation, Sang-hyun decided to reveal his past, that he used to be a very skilled archer. Han Tae-ho and his companion were extremely astonished by Sang-hyun's revelation that he used to be an archer. Tae-ho glanced over, his eyes widening as he realized the immense significance of the information Sang-hyun had just revealed. Mr. Oh suddenly remembered that Director Han's hobby was archery. He hadn't expected such an interesting coincidence. The man asked Sang-hyun why he had given up his career, but he just remained silent. Sang-hyun revealed he had to retire due to an injury to his right hand, which surprised the man. He recounted having an accident after winning a gold medal at the national championships, astonishing the two men. Two men were stunned to realize Sang-hyun was the youngest champion when he said he was only 17. Sang-hyun recounted that he had tried for 3 years but couldn't overcome the injury, after which he was accepted into the Aseong group. He admitted he didn't get into Aseong on his own merit and thus faced a lot of trouble at work. Sang-hyun recalled being constantly berated and harshly criticized by his superiors for not focusing on his work. Afterward, Sang-hyun began to find passion and excitement in the world of virtual reality games. Man realized Sang-hyun's right hand worked normally in the game, and he had chosen streaming to make a living. Sang-hyun mused that when his grandmother was alive, he hadn't cared that his hand could function in VR. Mr. Oh mused that life never goes according to plan, as Sang-hyun silently raised his glass to drink. Mr. Oh smiled, saying that although it might sound cliché, that's what makes life interesting and worth looking forward to. Mr. Oh revealed his dream had once been to be unemployed, but he was very happy that life hadn't let him do that. He was satisfied with who he was now, and assured Sang-hyun that he would do well in everything too. Sang-hyun was moved by Mr. Oh's sincere words of encouragement. He bowed his head and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Another man also came to encourage Sang-hyun, believing he would do well, and asked about the new game he was playing. Sang-hyun immediately became excited, his eyes lighting up when asked about the new game he was so passionate about. However, the man suddenly cut Sang-hyun off, hastily stood up, and started looking for something on the table. Turned out he just wanted to show off his achievements, leaving Sang-hyun disappointed for not getting a chance to share his problem. The Man held up a tablet, pointed to a growing chart, and asked Sanghyun if he knew what it was. Director showed Sanghyun a strongly growing chart, making him curiously ask if it was a stock chart. Sanghyun was utterly astonished to learn it was the revenue chart for the game Kingdom Age, following his live streams. Director showed that the reviews all mentioned the name Almond, affirming that thanks to him, they had gained significant influence with the developer. Two directors analyzed that although initial sales were low, the timing and the reviews clearly proved Sanghyun's impact. Sanghyun still couldn't believe his stream had such a huge influence as he listened to the director's explanation. Two directors looked at Sanghyun with impressed expressions, realizing he definitely had the makings of a star and possessed his own unique charm. One director enthusiastically praised Sanghyun, while he just shyly replied with a simple thank you. Director affirmed it wasn't empty praise and believed that Sanghyun would surely be truly successful in the future. Director tapped his hand on the table, saying that Kingdom was a single-player game and Sanghyun couldn't just keep playing that one title forever. Asked about his next plan, Sanghyun replied that he would play the game titled Battle Large. During the meeting, a director mentioned the popular game that his son also played, which slightly surprised Sanghyun and made him speculate. Director looked straight at Sanghyun with a confident expression and asked about the work's progress, as if he already knew something. Director suddenly gave a playful wink, leaving Sanghyun completely stunned and speechless. Sanghyun lowered his face, silently admitting that it was just as he had predicted. Gaining his composure, Sanghyun looked up and frankly informed the director that a small problem had occurred. Scene changes to the lobby of the Battle Large building, where a few people are waiting in line at the information desk. Man in business attire is hastily sprinting down the building's hallway. Middle-aged employee hurried along, wondering why the manager had called him so early in the morning. Man broke into a hopeful smile, thinking that perhaps this call was to inform him of his promotion. Knocked on the office door and asked if the person inside had called for him, receiving a confirmation from the director. Department head invited Sanghyun into his office and told him to sit on the sofa. Sanghyun was surprised to see that Mr. Kim had also been called to this sudden meeting. Department head, with a tense expression, began to explain why he had called them both. Suddenly asked Sanghyun and Mr. Kim if they knew where he had been that morning. Department head raised a finger, preparing to reveal some important and surprising information. Revealed that he had been to the CEO's office, leaving both of them confused. Department head said the CEO had heard a very strange rumor. Abruptly asked if they knew who Almond was, startling both of them. Sanghyun panicked, thinking the director already knew about the Almond incident, even though he believed the posts had been deleted. Department head shouted impatiently, and Sanghyun, frightened, admitted that he knew Almond. Tiho declared he wouldn't waste his breath since Mr. O was about to quit anyway, leaving Mr. O utterly shocked and stunned. Mr. O anxiously asked about the disciplinary action, suggesting the incident wasn't serious, but Han Tiho just laughed sarcastically. Tiho asked sternly if Mr. O understood the situation, and if he knew where the director had gotten the tip from. And Tiho slammed the table, criticizing Mr. O for trying to cover up the incident instead of seeking information that was easily available to him. Mr. O was stunned into silence as he realized the truth behind Han Tiho's words, a truth he had never expected. Phone screen displayed the information of Almond, or Yu Sanghyun, who was a partner streamer of the Punk platform. Mr. O couldn't believe his eyes. It turned out the rookie streamer Almond was an important partner of the Punk platform. And Tiho revealed that Almond had helped increase Kingdom Age's revenue fivefold, so the director had naturally received a call. And Tiho questioned Mr. O about the consequences of Punk not promoting the game and of him banning one of their partners without proof. Completely devastated, Mr. O could only hold his head and sigh as he realized the grave mistake he had made for the company. Director said he knew covering up mistakes was common, but to deceive others, one had to be truly smart. Said that neither of them was smart enough and should live honestly, causing one employee to fearfully beg for forgiveness. The other employee continued to plead for another chance, but the director decisively waved his hand in refusal. Director ordered them to write apology letters, face the disciplinary committee, and hand over the Almond case to another team. Employee could only remain silent, his hands clenched on his lap, showing his tension and helplessness. Director sat down, coldly asking why they hadn't left yet and threatening to call security to escort them out. With no other choice, the two employees had to stand up and quietly leave the director's office. Door closed, and the director sat alone on the sofa, smiling in relief and using his phone. Called Team 2, confirming that Almond's suspension had been lifted and praised them for a job well done. Instructed Team 2 to start preparing a new advertising campaign with Punk and Almond, leaving no room for controversy. Older man called his employee's name, Kim Keel, with a displeased expression. He angrily questioned Kim Keel, asking if he hadn't already inquired about the streamer's connections. He slammed the table angrily, recalling how Kim Keel had insisted the streamer was new and definitely had no one backing him. A face full of rage, he shouted, placing all the blame for this incident on Kim Keel. Kim Keel also looked annoyed. He didn't understand why he had to bear all the responsibility for this. Kim Keel couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted that it was the man himself who had ordered to bury the incident from the start. The argument quickly escalated into a chaotic brawl, forcing security personnel to rush in and intervene. Scene shifted to a quiet office, sunlight streaming in, signaling a change after the fight. Next morning, while Yu Sang-hyun was eating, a friend asked him about the outcome of yesterday's commotion. His friend with glasses, who had just woken up, explained that he had overslept and hadn't had a chance to ask about the situation. Sang-hyun replied briefly that the meeting with Mr. Oh had gone very well. Man wanted more details, so Sang-hyun started to think about the meeting. Sang-hyun thought that Mr. Oh seemed to like him, which made the man curious and ask why. Recounted that Mr. Oh had arranged another meeting and had even asked him to teach him archery. Man was overjoyed, thinking this was a huge opportunity for Sang-hyun. Breathed a sigh of relief that Sang-hyun hadn't said anything wrong during the meeting. Man suddenly remembered and asked Sang-hyun about mentioning Battle Large. Sang-hyun said that Mr. Han Tae-ho would contact the CEO of Battle Large. Just then, Sang-hyun's phone received a new notification, surprising them both. It was a message from the Battle Large management team. They had finally made contact. Sang-hyun was delighted to receive a notification that his Almond account suspension had been lifted and that he would also be compensated. Kim Keel suggested that director Han Tae-ho was very fond of Sang-hyun, which greatly surprised and confused him. Kim Keel explained that Han Tae-ho had called the CEO of another company early in the morning just for Sang-hyun. Sang-hyun realized it was true when he looked at the clock. It was only 9:35 a.m., still very early. Sang-hyun was surprised to see Kim Keel up early in the kitchen, and Keel teased him that he should turn Han Tae-ho into Robin Hood. Kim Keel confidently replied that unlike Sang-hyun, he preferred a hearty breakfast instead of just a quick bowl of cereal. Sang-hyun said he was going to exercise to sober up from drinking too much yesterday, and Kim Keel happily agreed. While warming up to exercise, Sang-hyun suddenly remembered something important he needed to do right away. Quickly took out his phone, thinking he needed to post on the forum to announce that his account had been unbanned. Almond posted an announcement about the ban being lifted and his stream schedule, immediately receiving countless congratulatory comments from fans. Community's reaction was very positive. They discussed Battle Large admitting its mistake and giving free skins to players. Girl was happy that Almond's innocence had finally been proven, and she received a message from someone named Juhyuk. Two articles were all on Almond's side, exposing the mistakes and heavy-handed management of the Battle Large administration. While reading the news, the girl suddenly looked surprised and confused when something unexpected appeared on her phone. Girl was curious about a video on AllTube titled Punk Partner Streamer vs. Battle Large Admin. Video, uploaded by someone named Smallong, accused the chaotic management of almost causing a new player to lose all the money they had put into the game. Video suddenly paused, the screen glitching with a BZZT sound, signaling a shift in content. Character wearing a bear mask appeared on the screen, introducing himself as the uploader of the video, Smallong. Smallong spoke up in defense of Almond, questioning why a new player was banned for deranking in their very first match. Smallong continued his harsh criticism, asserting that everyone knew how terrible the Battle Large administration was. Turned out Almond's account was unblocked so quickly because Punk had directly contacted the director of Battle Large. Viewers, unaware that Punk was on Almond's side, criticized Battle Large, causing the video to reach 100,000 views in 3 hours. Alltuber Smallong gloated, mistakenly thinking the public's attention was solely focused on Battle Large's poor management. However, his joy was short-lived, as viewers started demanding footage of Almond in the video. Viewers didn't care about the management scandal. They were just curious about the gamer accused of match-fixing in his debut game. Meanwhile, Yu Sang-hyun was having dinner, completely unaware of what was happening online. Sang-hyun was eating while scrolling through his phone. Then he suddenly stopped with a puzzled and surprised expression. His friend who was with him worriedly asked if the food was bad, but Sang-hyun quickly denied it. Sang-hyun asked his friend in amazement if their channel had ever reached 400,000 views. Sang-hyun showed him the phone. His friend was also stunned to see the Almond channel had reached 400,000 views. Sang-hyun's friend was shocked while looking at his phone, while Sang-hyun thought AllTube might have glitched while they were eating. Friend questioned Sang-hyun's calmness, thinking the sudden spike in views was also happening to other creators. Sang-hyun calmly speculated that the unusually high views were likely due to the recent account suspension incident drawing attention. Friend agreed and noticed many related videos appearing. They both considered it a blessing in disguise. Friend jumped for joy, but Sang-hyun reminded him that video views don't necessarily mean an increase in live-stream viewers. Sang-hyun maintained a firm expression, saying they should continue to work hard instead of getting too excited about temporary success. Sang-hyun's unexpectedly serious attitude left his friend feeling confused and a bit awkward, unsure how to respond. The atmosphere between Sang-hyun and his friend suddenly became awkward and uncomfortable after their recent conversation. Sang-hyun remained silent, his hand gripping his chopsticks tightly, thinking to himself that it wasn't that he didn't have high hopes for his success. Told himself not to get too excited, as one popular video was like a candle in the wind, unable to guarantee long-term success. Sang-hyun sat in the gaming booth, trying to stay calm and control himself before starting the livestream. Sang-hyun started the livestream, telling himself that keeping a cool head was the most important skill for an archer in the game. Sang-hyun noticed the chat was more active than usual, with many viewers discussing and curious about the streamer named Almond. Scrolling through the rapidly moving messages on the screen, Sang-hyun was suddenly interrupted by an incident. Loud thud echoed from outside, indicating a strong physical impact had occurred in Sang-hyun's house. Man with glasses asked in surprise why Sang-hyun had suddenly exited the gaming booth while he was streaming. Sang-hyun explained in confusion that he had accidentally bumped into the gaming booth while moving, causing it to open automatically. Sang-hyun said he would be right back, leaving the man with glasses to wonder blankly about his movement. Turning to the stream, Sang-hyun was horrified to see the chat exploding over the sudden disconnection incident. Sang-hyun was astonished to see the viewer count had reached over 2,000, even though his intro music hadn't finished. Sang-hyun was embarrassed to receive teasing messages about him running away from the gaming machine. He could only awkwardly reply, "Shut up." Sang-hyun's friend with glasses smiled knowingly, sensing that this was the true beginning of a new journey for them. Receiving the encouragement, "You can do it," Sang-hyun clenched his fist, determined to seize and make the most of this opportunity. Sang-hyun's livestream views as Almond skyrocketed, showing that the character was very popular, and he couldn't let this chance slip away. Before starting the livestream, Sang-hyun took a deep breath to regain the calmness and focus needed for the performance. The game, Sang-hyun as Almond drew his bow and arrow. The familiar scene reminded him of the past and made everything feel the same as before. Realized that although the feeling was the same, the current circumstances were completely different. His eyes shone with determination and high confidence. The livestream officially began. Sang-hyun's character Almond appeared on the screen and received the first greeting from a viewer. A wave of greeting messages from fans continuously appeared, calling out the names Almond and Al, making him smile with confidence and happiness. Sang-hyun officially revealed himself and greeted his fans. The chat exploded with compliments and surprise at the number of viewers. Almond started the livestream and was surprised to see the chat explode with questions and interest from the large YouTube audience. Almond prepared his materials and began to re-explain the entire incident to the new and larger audience from the YouTube platform. Explained the reason his account was suspended, and the viewers in the chat expressed sympathy and criticized Battle Large. Almond received a supportive donation. He expressed his thanks and revealed that his partner company, Punk, had quickly helped him resolve everything. Chat was surprised to realize that what Smallong had said before was true, while Almond seemed confused by the viewer's reaction. Almond was bewildered by the audience's reaction, and seeing the viewer count soar to nearly 4,000, he decided not to waste any more time. As Almond was about to announce the game he would play, a Kingdom fan donated and introduced the terrible game for him. Chibi image of Almond appeared with a helpless and speechless expression next to the Kingdom game box, wrapped like an unwanted gift. The audience laughed at the perfect coincidence and teased the return of the Kingdom fans, which made Almond laugh as well. After the teasing, Almond announced he would play Battle Large and immediately logged into the game to start his official livestream. Sang-hyun entered a solo match while viewers commented, hopping he hadn't chosen the team mode by mistake again. Sang-hyun confirmed he had chosen the solo mode correctly, causing the viewers to breathe a sigh of relief and applaud him. Sang-hyun agreed with the audience that predicting the outcome of a Battle Large match was nearly impossible, even for a top player. The audience continued to argue heatedly about Sang-hyun's rank, showing the game's unpredictability even for the best players. Sang-hyun clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination and intense focus before the match officially began. Sang-hyun thought to himself that he still had a lot to prove, showing his fierce determination. Viewer named I Believe in You suddenly donated and set a mission: win the first match to receive a 300,000 won prize. Sang-hyun was extremely surprised by the unexpected mission, while the audience was also very excited. Without hesitation, Sang-hyun pressed the accept mission button and thanked I Believe in You for the 300,000 won prize. Sang-hyun's eyes lit up with currency symbols. He declared he would take that money, making the audience laugh at his humorous attitude. Sang-hyun resolutely entered the first solo match, his hand carefully picking up an arrow, ready for the upcoming challenge. Mission appeared, requiring Sang-hyun to win the first match to receive a reward worth 300,000 won. Pressure mounted as Sang-hyun realized that 4,000 people were watching his crucial match live. Stage was set. A vast archery range appeared, signaling the match was about to officially begin. Sang-hyun wondered if he would become a superstar or remain just an ordinary streamer after this fateful match. He realized that everything, from his future to his reputation, now depended on the precision of his fingertips. Instead of drawing the bow, Sang-hyun's hand suddenly clenched into a fist, showing extreme tension. System announced that all players were ready. Sang-hyun smirked confidently. This was what he had been waiting for. Notification appeared on a brilliant yellow background, declaring the official start of the match to everyone's anticipation. Scene suddenly shifted to a swaying helicopter, along with screams urging someone to jump down quickly. NPC shouted, urging the players, including Almond, to jump from the plane to start the match. From the plane, Almond calmly recalled how he had jumped thoughtlessly last time. That had put him at a disadvantageous starting position, so this time he was determined to choose his landing spot carefully. Almond looked for a place with good loot but little competition, then decisively jumped out of the plane. Almond deployed his parachute and descended towards the ground while the chat buzzed with discussion, predicting he would fail the landing again. Plummeted towards the ground at a dizzying speed, preparing for a dramatic landing. Almond executed a spectacular, perfect landing, astonishing the audience with his remarkable improvement. Viewer named Foodie Critic donated to applaud him, and Almond smiled and offered his thanks. Then Almond turned his eyes towards a building in the distance, telling himself it was time to start the match. He immediately sprinted towards the building with the primary goal of finding and equipping a weapon. Almond forcefully kicked open the door, storming into a dilapidated room to search for items. Almond stepped inside, breathing a sigh of relief, believing he was the only one there. However, he suddenly stopped, his eyes showing surprise as he saw something. Almond cried out in joy upon finding a modern bow, believing luck had smiled upon him. Just then a small rustling sound suddenly echoed, catching Almond's attention. Almond immediately turned around, his gaze wary as he looked towards the door. With his keen senses, Almond felt someone rushing towards him at high speed. Without hesitation, Almond immediately reached out and grabbed the bow he had just found. Decided he would escape while conveniently taking down the approaching enemy. With that, Almond gripped the bow firmly and dashed out of the room like a gust of wind. Sudden slam of a door from a nearby building immediately alerted Almond to the presence of an opponent. Inside, a player named Toms held a rifle, bewildered and unaware of what was happening outside. Toms was confused to find a strange, shiny object suddenly attached to the barrel of his gun. Turned out to be Almond's arrow. He was calmly drawing his bow, aiming straight at the target from a distance. Almond released the bowstring, and the arrow shot forward with terrifying speed, taking down Toms instantly in a single blow. System notification confirmed that Almond had eliminated Toms, and he smiled, satisfied with the power of his new bow. The audience on Almond's livestream erupted, astonished by his masterful play and strength. Director Han Tiho, who was watching the match, was also stunned and exclaimed in amazement at the performance. Tiho clearly realized that Almond's strength and skills had improved dramatically since the last time. Recalled how Almond had struggled in the first battle large, but now he played as if he knew everything in advance. Sang-hyun moved swiftly and decisively, showcasing superior skill from the very beginning of the match. Even before fully adapting, Sang-hyun's gameplay far surpassed most other opponents. Now that he had fully adapted, another player fled in panic, having not yet found a weapon. Sang-hyun drew his bow, appearing almost unstoppable with his marksmanship. Almond took down Dodori with a precise shot, scoring his second kill of the match. Viewers were astounded by Almond's archery skills, unable to believe he could hit his targets so easily. One viewer explained that the compound bow was very difficult to use, which made the new audience admire him even more. Old viewers teased the newcomers, claiming that Almond's arrows only aimed for the head. Almond thanked Ruby Sword for a donation, and gently reminded the old viewers to stop teasing the new ones. Sang-hyun announced he would check the direction of the safe zone, which would change in 30 seconds. Almond was extremely surprised and confused by the unexpected situation that had just occurred in the match. Realized he was very far from the circle and had to run about 4 kilometers, leading the audience to believe he was the unluckiest player. Viewer named Sizzling Eggplant donated and advised Almond to loot before running, and he thanked the viewer for it. Learning from the previous match, Almond decided to prioritize finding healing items and quickly rushed into an abandoned house to loot. Found a few basic healing items, including an energy drink, but they didn't seem to satisfy him. While rummaging through an old cabinet, Almond suddenly discovered something interesting and let out a cry of surprise. It was a first aid kit that could restore 30% of his health, a crucial item that Almond believed would be very useful for the later stages of the game. The audience wondered why Almond hadn't picked up the first aid kit, while he just smiled and continued searching for other items in the house. Almond's gaze suddenly stopped when he spotted a shotgun lying on the cracked floor. The audience was extremely excited to see the shotgun, but Almond stood frozen, making everyone worry and wonder what was happening. Almond pretended not to see the gun on the floor, despite the viewers constantly pointing out its location to him. Almond casually replied that he didn't see anything, despite the audience teasing him for deliberately ignoring it. Questioned by the audience about ignoring them, Almond confidently stood up and denied it. Almond's handsome appearance made the viewers instantly forget about the shotgun, and he decided to move to another location. Almond announced that after searching the area, he had only found a few healing items and no armor or helmet. Almond wondered in confusion if there was a trick to finding items, but the viewers just teased that he was unlucky. Notification that the blue zone was shrinking suddenly appeared, surprising Almond and making him realize he had to move immediately. Almond immediately sprinted across the desert region to quickly get into the safe zone. Panting as he ran, Almond thought that maybe next time he should skip looting to save time. Realized he was better suited to rushing high ground and taking down enemies than hiding and looting. Sang-hyun could feel the blue zone getting very close as electric sparks began to surround his body. Gasped for breath, realizing that running 4 kilometers to escape the blue zone was a bad idea. System notified him that he was inhaling toxic air and would lose 1% of his health every 5 seconds due to the effect. Fight it, Sang-hyun quickly took out a small yellow pill from his vial. Sang-hyun swallowed the pill, hoping it would help him hold out longer in this situation. Seeing another player running ahead, Sang-hyun told himself that he was almost there. Thought it would be safer to enter late, but he suddenly heard the sound of a motorcycle approaching from a distance. A man on a motorcycle suddenly sped past, shouting for Sang-hyun to get out of his way. Sang-hyun was surprised, wondering how the other person could drive so fast without falling. Contrary to Sang-hyun's thoughts, the driver was also screaming in panic because of the excessive speed. Sang-hyun calmly watched as another player crashed his bike from going too fast on the rough terrain. Didn't expect that after the first round, the opponents in the second round would be amateur players fighting over a bicycle, or even players with very poor skills, engaging in close-quarters gunfights where not a single shot hit its mark. It's the chaotic scene. Sang-hyun was suddenly startled as a series of gunshots and explosions erupted right next to him. Sang-hyun was astonished by the chaotic spectacle and wondered if this was the level of stone-tier players. Sound of gunfire and explosions echoed through the sky, signaling that a fierce battle was taking place in the game. Player in a red jacket, holding a gun, looked panicked by the chaotic situation. Player in red shouted, telling the opponent not to come closer, and frantically fired his gun continuously. Almond, the player with the bow, nimbly dodged the bullets flying towards him. Almond thought to himself that the situation was truly chaotic, and this was the reality of the stone rank. Realizing he had no other choice, Almond decided to raise his bow to counterattack. Almond ran while shooting an arrow, following the survival rule of when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Player in red was astonished to see that Almond could hit an opponent's head while running. Other players also felt terrified by Almond's fearsome skills. Another player decided that Almond had to be taken down first because he was too dangerous. Almond was surprised to see that all the other players were now aiming at him. Almond smiled, feeling that this 1 versus 4 situation was strangely familiar. Calmly raised his bow, ready to face all the enemies rushing towards him. Meanwhile, the other players had also loaded their guns, ready to open fire on Almond. Sounds of the bow and guns rang out simultaneously, creating a fiery battle scene. Almond reminisced about his past when he was at the athletes' village, where his seniors were fond of him. Sang-hyun recalled the old days. His personality was much friendlier, so everyone liked him. He remembered the friendly invitations from other national athletes. National soccer player invited Sang-hyun to go to the field to practice and play soccer together. Another national basketball player invited him to play basketball after lunch. Sang-hyun was exhausted on the soccer field, being urged by his seniors to get up and defend. He was again panting on the basketball court after trying to shoot a 3-pointer. Being constantly pushed by his seniors, Sang-hyun felt like he was going crazy from exhaustion. Sang-hyun sprinted on the grass field, preparing to take a shot. Realized he couldn't break through the dense defense and needed to pass the ball. Senior shouted for Sang-hyun to dribble past them himself because there was no one to pass to. Sang-hyun, who only focused on archery, found the concept of dribbling completely foreign. Suddenly realized that the moves his seniors had performed on him before were all feinting techniques. Senior explained that when there are no teammates to support him, he needs to dribble past the opponent himself. Sang-hyun confessed that he was terrible at dribbling, but the senior asserted that they were better because they were national players. Senior said that anyone could do it in a moment and told Sang-hyun to watch. Jumped up, pretending to take a three-point shot to draw attention. Instead of shooting, he bounced the ball on the ground, performing a surprise dribble move. Senior explained that it wasn't necessary to actually dribble past the opponent, just make them think you will. Sang-hyun decided to try applying this technique in the ongoing soccer match. He remembered the advice to act with conviction, from his gaze to every movement. Defender saw Sang-hyun intending to break through directly and appeared ready to block him. Sang-hyun swung his leg, pretending to take a powerful shot towards the goal. Skillfully used his other foot to lightly tap the ball to the side, deceiving the defender. Defender was caught by surprise, unable to react in time to Sang-hyun's feint. Sang-hyun used his shoulder to bump the defender, taking advantage of the opening to get past him. Continued to rush towards the goal, preparing to unleash the decisive shot. Sang-hyun was overjoyed, thinking he had successfully broken through the defense. However, another defender appeared in time and blocked his shot. Final whistle blew right after. Though the shot was blocked, the senior still praised Sang-hyun for executing a perfect feint. Sang-hyun was stunned to realize he had just dribbled past even national players. Seniors gathered around to praise him, saying that although they had underestimated him a bit, he still needed more practice. Sang-hyun wondered what use this lesson would be for an archer like him. Turning to the present battle, Almond realized that lesson finally had its use. Almond dived to the ground, pretending to be shot and dropping his bow. Smiled triumphantly as he saw his plan had succeeded, confusing the other players. The other players started shooting at each other, thinking their opponent had taken down Almond. One player cursed angrily, but his teammate replied that this was a solo match. Just as that player was distracted, an arrow flew straight into his head. Almond watched coldly, continuing to execute his plan perfectly. Quickly drew his bow, shooting down the bewildered player in red, completing Almond's plan. System notification appeared, confirming Almond had eliminated Hucha in Act 01, achieving a double kill. Almond breathed a sigh of relief, while the audience in the chat channel endlessly praised his performance. Almond suddenly felt a surge of power flowing into his body. Panted, realizing he was exhausted after the recent fight. Almond thought with frustration that he still had to use the first aid kit in the end. The audience in the chat commented that encountering 4 griefers made looting pointless. Almond sighed because even with the first aid kit, he couldn't fully recover his stamina. He admitted that this match was truly difficult and challenging. Elsewhere, the man with glasses was watching Almond's broadcast. He was astonished to see the number of live viewers had skyrocketed to over 5,000. The man with glasses clenched his fist in joy, thinking they could live comfortably just by streaming. He silently thanked himself for listening to the marketing team's advice back when he had a job. Recalled a colleague explaining that controversial marketing is a double-edged sword, but very beneficial for the underdog. Thanks to the confrontation with the battle-large administrators, Almond's channel naturally gained a media advantage. However, the man with glasses knew they couldn't let their guard down, because this attention would soon fade. Analysis showed that most new viewers came from a specific link, and retaining them depended on Sang-hyun. The man with glasses worried when he thought about the pressure Sang-hyun had to face. He shook his head, reassuring himself not to worry and to trust in Sang-hyun. He continued to watch the screen, believing that Sang-hyun would easily overcome the challenge as he always did. Peaceful scene on a desolate hill signals an impending battle. Almond is suddenly attacked by an opponent, a staggering slap that leaves him dazed. He is sent flying, while the system announces he has taken down 12 people. After defeating his opponent, Almond begins to search the body for useful items. He only finds basic recovery items, including a first aid kit and 2 bandages. Almond thinks he only needs a helmet to complete his gear, but it keeps eluding him. Viewer named Helmet Murderer donates, and Almond decides to stop looking for loot. Explains to his viewers that since he can't find good gear, he will take it from other players. Almond declares his new strategy. From now on, he will only target players with helmets. Viewer named Dilemma donates, and wonders if the remaining players would be safer without helmets. Almond spots another player in the distance, but realizes this person also doesn't have a helmet. Though the target has no helmet, Almond quickly takes down Evilmerl with a precise arrow. Almond is startled when the gun of the just-defeated player accidentally fires as it hits the ground. Gunshot sends a flock of crows flying, breaking the brief silence on the battlefield. Breathes a sigh of relief, realizing the player probably had their finger on the trigger before dying. Almond casually comments that his opponent was noisy, amusing his viewers who continue to donate. Eluding an energy drink from his opponent's body, he notices he's receiving more donations than usual today. Curious about the sudden increase, Almond decides to check his current viewer count. He is completely stunned by the number displayed on his interface screen. Viewer count has skyrocketed to an astonishing 5,549 people. Almond stares in disbelief, shocked that his viewership has surpassed the 5,500 mark. Suddenly recalls a conversation with his friend, Jahyuk, about live streaming. A flashback, Jahyuk had told him that if he surpassed 5,000 viewers, he could become a stable streamer. Almond had asked Jahyuk how much money he could make per month with that number of viewers. Thought of earning a significant income from live streaming leaves Almond momentarily ecstatic. Quickly snaps back to reality, telling himself not to get distracted in the middle of a match. Deciding not to check the viewer count again, he continues moving, unaware of a nearby grenade. Almond's keen senses alert him to the danger just after the grenade is thrown. Close-up shot shows the grenade on the ground, its pin pulled and ready to detonate. Grenade explodes, but it seems to have detonated a considerable distance away from Almond. Scene introduces the Bubblegum Stream Snipers, players dedicated to targeting the streamer Bubblegum. Player named Bubble Sniper is hiding nearby, looking confused by the outcome of the explosion. Bubble Sniper realizes the person he just attacked wasn't Bubblegum, whom he thought was in the area. The Bubble Sniper, his goal is to help Bubblegum win by eliminating other threats. He observes Almond's gear and notes the opponent has a bow and body armor, but lacks a helmet. Leaving a grenade is enough to take Almond down. Bubble Sniper prepares to throw it at him. Knows the grenade will explode in 10 seconds and begins a countdown after pulling the pin. After holding the grenade for 4 seconds, Bubble Sniper rolls it towards his unsuspecting target. Calculates that at this rate, Almond will only have 2 seconds to react after spotting the grenade. Grenade silently rolls towards Almond, who is still looking in the other direction. Bubble Sniper smirks, confident that a player of this rank can do nothing in such a short time. However, Almond sees the grenade's reflection in his eye and reacts instantly. A split second, he raises his bow, aiming not at the enemy but at the grenade on the ground. Bubble Sniper, satisfied with his plan, decides it's time to go back and find Bubblegum. Sudden noise makes him turn his head, a flash of confusion on his face. He is astonished to see Almond still standing, and the grenade he threw gone. As he panics, wondering where the grenade went, he looks up and sees it flying back towards him. Grenade explodes right in front of Bubble Sniper, catching him completely by surprise. Force of the blast throws him backward, his plan having backfired spectacularly. Explosion leaves a scorched mark on the ground where Bubble Sniper was hiding. Dazed and injured, Bubble Sniper tries to comprehend what just happened. Sits up bewildered, asking why the grenade flew at him, and sees Almond standing before him. Almond calmly raises his bow, smiling as he points out that his opponent has a helmet. Bubble Sniper realizes the unbelievable truth in horror. Almond had somehow deflected the grenade with an arrow. Single arrow flies through the air, heading straight for the stunned Bubble Sniper. System announces that Almond has successfully eliminated Bubble Sniper, bringing his total kill count to 20. Almond happily loots the helmet from his defeated opponent, overjoyed to finally have won. Viewers are utterly confused, unable to understand how the grenade was sent back. Almond begins to explain his seemingly impossible feat to his astonished audience. Says that when he spotted the grenade, it was too far to kick, and he didn't have enough time to back away. Left with no other option, he quickly drew an arrow from his quiver to deal with the threat. Explains that he simply flicked the grenade up with the arrow, a solution that further confuses the viewers. Almond clarifies that he didn't shoot the grenade directly, but rather shot its underside at a 45-degree angle. His precise shot sent the grenade flying back towards the enemy, much like kicking a ball. Safe zone is about to shrink, and being the furthest away, Almond decides it's time to move. Starts moving at a steady pace across the now quieter battlefield. As he moves, Almond notices there's less gunfire than before and takes down another player, Redwin, from a hidden position. The map shrinks, encounters become more frequent, and he quickly eliminates another player named Roll 128. Almond continues his rampage, taking out a player named Thur who was caught off guard. With only 5 players left, he checks his map to plan his final moves. Confident smile appears on Almond's face as he decides it's time to end the match. Unbeknownst to him, a sniper is hiding in the bushes, observing the battlefield through a scope. Sniper, revealed to be the streamer Bubblegum, announces that he will take down anyone coming in from the danger zone. Bubblegum was mocked by viewers for his poor skills, yet he confidently declared he would win first place in this match. Viewers continued to laugh and donate money to mock Bubblegum, pointing out that his win rate was only 0.04%. Despite the skepticism, Bubblegum had a good feeling that this time he might actually secure the top spot in the match. While hiding, Bubblegum suddenly detected someone approaching his position and immediately became highly alert. Realized that 3 opponents were advancing into the area simultaneously, making the situation extremely tense. Bubblegum reckoned that if he could take down all 3, he would immediately enter the final one-on-one duel. Through his scope, Bubblegum aimed at one of the 3 approaching opponents, while the viewers remained skeptical of his abilities. He calmly placed his finger on the trigger, preparing to make the decisive shot to take down the first target. Bubblegum unexpectedly hit and eliminated the player Najablife, leaving the watching viewers utterly astonished. Even Bubblegum himself couldn't believe his eyes that he had actually hit the target with a single shot. Gaining his composure, he quickly aimed at the next target, while the viewers were still buzzing about the previous shot. Another player fell, but the viewers were suspicious, thinking it was impossible for Bubblegum to hit 2 shots in a row. Bubblegum was about to boast about his achievement when he suddenly realized something was wrong upon looking at the kill notification. Turned out the player who had just been eliminated was Lemonbeat, and the one who did it was another gamer named Almond, not Bubblegum. Viewers had another chance to mock Bubblegum, calling him the 0.04% man because there was no way he could have done it. Through his scope, Bubblegum spotted Almond, the one who had stolen his kill, holding a bow instead of a gun. Almond, who had just eliminated Lemonbeat, was angry that someone had stolen his kill and was determined not to forgive them. Almond activated a special skill that made his eyes glow, seemingly to enhance his abilities. Bubblegum was startled as he felt as if he and Almond had just made eye contact, despite the great distance between them. Couldn't believe that Almond could see him from such a far distance, defying all normal logic. Even so, Bubblegum was confident that Almond couldn't do anything to him, and prepared to shoot down the stationary opponent. Almond noticed Bubblegum aiming at him, but thought an arrow could never reach this distance. Bubblegum mocked Almond as someone who didn't know their own limits, unable to gauge distances in battle. Considering Almond a novice, Bubblegum confidently declared he would take him down to claim the #1 spot in the match. Bubblegum pulled the trigger, certain that a bow could not compare to a sniper rifle in terms of range and power. However, an arrow suddenly flew by and intercepted Bubblegum's bullet just before it could travel far. Bubblegum was completely stunned, not understanding what had just happened as his bullet was blocked by an arrow. Looked around in confusion, wondering where his bullet had gone, while the viewers were equally surprised. Humiliated, Bubblegum angrily dismissed it as a game bug and decided to try again to prove his point. He aimed at Almond through the scope again, determined that this time his shot would definitely hit the mark. Once again, his bullet was intercepted in midair, leaving Bubblegum astonished and horrified. Bubblegum began to have doubts, wondering if Almond had actually used an arrow to block his bullet. Couldn't believe such an extraordinary ability and thought it was impossible, while the viewers started to believe it was true. Third arrow once again blocked the bullet, convincing the viewers that this was a real skill, not luck. Bubblegum screamed in panic, unable to comprehend what kind of bizarre luck could happen 3 times in a row. While Bubblegum was still in shock, Almond disappeared from his sights, leaving him even more bewildered. Almond had moved quickly and appeared right in front of Bubblegum, leaving him no time to react. Realizing his opponent was too close, Bubblegum only had time to notice an arrow hurtling straight towards him at terrifying speed. The arrow pierced through the scope and embedded itself straight into Bubblegum, finishing him off instantly. Notification appeared, confirming that Almond had eliminated Bubblegum, ending his hopes of winning first place. Turning to his room, Bubblegum sighed in disappointment upon seeing the final match result was 3rd place. Game streamer Bubblegum, though disappointed, still managed a forced smile and accepted the unexpected outcome. Cheerfully announced to his viewers that he had placed 3rd, considering it a good achievement as well. The suggestion of his viewers, Bubblegum decided to switch to watching the match of Almond, the one who had defeated him. He was curious to know what kind of person the archer who beat him was and what skills he possessed. Bubblegum decided to enter spectator mode to watch Almond's match, who had over 50,000 viewers. Almond explained that he had tried using a bow against a sniper rifle because they had similar firing speeds. He was also surprised that his plan had actually worked, while the viewers praised him as a madman. Another player complained that Almond's actions were too risky and abnormal, but he had his own reasons. Almond smiled and said he didn't like letting his opponents control his life, which greatly impressed the viewers. The audience in Almond's chat exploded, continuously donating large sums of money to show their admiration. Almond realized there was only one person left and decided to focus on winning instead of paying attention to the praise. Notice the final opponent was very quiet despite the recent noisy battle, indicating their caution. Almond thought this final opponent might be even more experienced than himself, while the viewers were still talking about bubblegum. Almond lay flat on the ground, pressing his ear to it to listen for the opponent's movements, a professional hunter's skill. Felt small vibrations on the ground, indicating the enemy was definitely very close to his position. Immediately, Almond sprang up, his eyes glowing as he had pinpointed the exact location of the final opponent. Stood up and looked towards the crumbling ruins, where he believed the opponent was hiding. Almond heard a small noise and confirmed the opponent's presence, while the viewers admired his skill. Without any hesitation, Almond drew his bow and shot an arrow towards the ruined wall, even though he couldn't see the target. The arrow exploded, destroying the hiding spot and exposing the opponent who was hiding behind the wall, surprising him. The opponent was astonished at being discovered, while Almond explained it wasn't because he was calm, but because the opponent's position was too good. Realizing he was exposed, the opponent hastily raised his gun to shoot, regretting that he couldn't hold out a little longer. Almond easily dodged the inaccurate shots, while the viewers mocked the opponent's poor skills. Seeing a scratch on his arm, Almond frowned slightly and concluded that this match would become a bit troublesome. Final opponent was suddenly revealed to be wearing a legendary helmet, something that couldn't be destroyed by a headshot. The unbreakable helmet, the final opponent gained a huge defensive advantage against Almond's attacks. Confident in his gear, the opponent began to fire continuously at Almond, trying to overwhelm him with firepower. Viewers commented that the opponent had gotten this far through luck, not skill, as Almond continued to dodge the bullets. Looking at the opponent with poor skills but powerful equipment, Almond reaffirmed that this would be a troublesome fight. Kim Jae-hyuk noticed that his opponent, Pitchstone, couldn't be taken down with a headshot because he was wearing a legendary helmet. Even so, he was confident that he only needed a little more effort to deal with this opponent. Kim Jae-hyuk shot an arrow accurately at Pitchstone's helmet, causing a massive shock. Pitchstone was stunned and collapsed to his knees after being hit by Kim Jae-hyuk's arrow. Kim Jae-hyuk believed that with that injury, his opponent wouldn't be able to shoot back, but then he noticed something unusual. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets flew towards Kim Jae-hyuk, greatly surprising him. Quickly realized the opponent had used a smoke grenade and decided to retaliate by throwing his own grenade. Pitchstone didn't expect Kim Jae-hyuk to have such modern equipment as well. Large explosion occurred, and Pitchstone thought Kim Jae-hyuk was trying to buy time to heal. Amidst the smoke, Kim Jae-hyuk detected the location of his coughing opponent. Realized the advantage of the bow and arrow was its silence, unlike a gun. Meanwhile, Pitchstone was trying to heal as quickly as possible in the smoke. Kim Jae-hyuk took advantage of the bow and arrow in this game to launch a surprise attack. Shot an arrow through the smoke, aiming straight at Pitchstone. The arrow lodged straight into Pitchstone's shoulder, astonishing him as he hadn't heard any sound. Pitchstone realized he couldn't shoot back and tried to reach for a grenade. Kim Jae-hyuk shot another arrow, lodging it straight into Pitchstone's hand. Pitchstone collapsed, not understanding how Kim Jae-hyuk could see him through the smoke. Kim Jae-hyuk continued to aim, determined to finish off his opponent even if it was a troublesome method. Notification appeared, stating that player Almond Kim Jae-hyuk had eliminated Pitchstone. Kim Jae-hyuk was delighted to have secured first place with a total of 31 kills. Gripped his bow tightly, feeling the joy of victory after the intense match. Viewers on his channel erupted, astonished by the number of kills and worried he would be banned again. Kim Jae-hyuk thanked everyone and expressed regret for not being able to respond to donations earlier. Sent his thanks to those who had supported him, like Rubbersword, Handwaffen, and Strategist. Suddenly a strange sound rang out, surprising Kim Jae-hyuk. Massive donation notification of 1.5 million won from the user Persistent Thrower appeared. Kim Jae-hyuk was stunned by the enormous donation he had just received. Thought this was the largest donation he had ever received, even larger than Jae-a's. The audience was also stunned by the donation amount, equivalent to a person's entire month's part-time salary. Woo Sang-hyun recognized the familiar nickname Persistent Thrower in the list of large donors. Checked the list and saw both the names Persistent Thrower and Strategist. Woo Sang-hyun noticed that both of them had been active for 10 years and had no issues. Covered his mouth, realizing the appearance of these two on today's stream. Woo Sang-hyun smiled, thinking this could be a good thing, and was proud that Kim Jae-hyuk was making a fortune. Kim Jae-hyuk sent his thanks to Persistent Thrower and was flustered, not knowing how to react. While thinking, an idea suddenly flashed in Kim Jae-hyuk's mind. He decided to perform an acrobatic stunt in response to the donation, exciting the viewers. Viewers were curious about what Kim Jae-hyuk would do next, with some even telling him to stop fooling around. Jae-hyuk found his bow, preparing for a special performance. Announced this was his reaction, drawing his bow to the astonishment of the audience. Viewers begged him not to leave, feeling regretful for having doubted him. Jae-hyuk shot an arrow into the sky, saying that his honor and reputation were at stake. The arrow soared high, while the viewers called him a crazy streamer. Jae-hyuk's in-game character performed 3 spectacular somersaults before disappearing. Bid farewell to his fans, saying he would see them tomorrow. Jae-hyuk was silent for a moment after finishing his performance, spread his arms wide, with an arrow stuck in his head, confusing everyone. Sang-hyun was angry because Kim Jae-hyuk didn't end the stream immediately as planned. Jae-hyuk laughed loudly and explained there was a reason why he only did 3 somersaults. Playfully said that the price for each somersault had gone up. Stream ended abruptly, leaving the viewers in a state of astonishment and amusement. Jae-hyuk removed his VR equipment, feeling a headache after the long stream. Sang-hyun laughed and apologized, explaining that because Kim Jae-hyuk ended so quickly, he had forgotten how to turn off the machine. Recounted how he had tried to turn off the entire VR pod, leaving Kim Jae-hyuk speechless. Jae-hyuk said he was going to take a shower, and Sang-hyun mentioned he had turned on the hot water an hour ago. In the bathroom, Kim Jae-hyuk felt exhausted from overexerting himself in the match. Reflected on the match, realizing that the grenade back then was truly dangerous. Jae-hyuk was disappointed that he couldn't achieve a perfect victory even in the bronze tier. Told himself he had to do better because he couldn't afford to play badly. Sang-hyun asked Kim Jae-hyuk if the streamer Bubblegum was famous, and he confirmed that he had watched them before. Sang-hyun revealed that the sniper in the last match was none other than Bubblegum. Friend of Bubblegum's was rewatching a clip of the match, curious about the mysterious archer. He and his friends were amazed by Kim Jae-hyuk's incredible archery skills. Couldn't believe this was only Kim Jae-hyuk's second match. Sang-hyun excitedly reported that Bubblegum and 50,000 others had watched Kim Jae-hyuk's stream. Kim Jae-hyuk was stunned to learn that his idol, Bubblegum, had watched him compete. Recalled that Bubblegum was the streamer who had always brought him comfort during his difficult office life. Kim Jae-hyuk, Bubblegum was the one who had led him to the path of a streamer today. Sang-hyun wondered where Kim Jae-hyuk was going when he saw him stand up. Kim Jae-hyuk said he felt tired and was going to bed to read people's reactions. Sang-hyun was confused, but still wished Kim Jae-hyuk a good rest. Lying in bed, Kim Jae-hyuk searched for information about Bubblegum but found no mention of himself. Comforted himself that he didn't expect to be recognized, and that it was enough for this to be special to him. Even so, Kim Jae-hyuk still felt a little sad, and decided to look at hot posts before sleeping. He was surprised when he saw a post on his phone. Sang-hyun was lying on his bed, scrolling through his phone, when something surprised him. Confusedly wondered what he was seeing on his phone screen. Sang-hyun's eyes widened, reflecting the light from the phone screen in his hand. Couldn't believe his eyes, and wondered if this was a dream. Sang-hyun was astonished to see his gaming videos under the name Almond, storming the charts on BattleBuy. Meanwhile, in her room, Seo Jae-ah was sitting in front of her computer, intently watching something. She was quietly following the live broadcast of her favorite streamer. Seo Jae-ah was watching the stream of Almond, the in-game character controlled by Sang-hyun. She was startled by a strange noise and looked around her room late at night. Seo Jae-ah realized it was past midnight, and she hadn't even eaten anything today. However, she wasn't very concerned about her hunger. Seo Jae-ah told herself that the feeling of hunger and all other pains would disappear when she watched streams like this. Even the memory of the person who had pushed her into hell vanished when she immersed herself in the game world. She marveled in admiration at the top-tier plays in the game. Seo Jae-ah particularly loved a scene in the video where Almond took down an opponent. He meticulously scripted the highlight video, adding sound effects and slow motion to heighten the drama. While focused on her work, Seo Jae-ah was suddenly startled by the sound of a donation notification. He noticed the donation amount this time was much larger than in the previous stream. Seo Jae-ah was stunned to see a massive donation notification pop up. User named Persistent Thrower had donated 1,500,000 won, leaving her utterly shocked. Seo Jae-ah hurriedly checked the donation rankings with a bad feeling. He was stunned to see that she, with the nickname Seo Jae-ah, had been pushed down to second place by Persistent Thrower. In panic, Seo Jae-ah hastily decided to donate more to reclaim the #1 spot. He quickly placed her hand on the mouse, ready to make the transaction. Then Seo Jae-ah suddenly stopped, remembering that she was his editor. She slumped over the desk with a sigh of relief, escaping the temptation of the donation competition. Jaya lay slumped on the desk, telling herself that she wanted to be useful to Sanghyun. She looked at the video draft with the #1 Almond's stamp and became more determined. Snapping out of it, she sat up straight and looked at the screen with determined eyes. Jaya told herself that if she wanted to help, she had to do what she did best. She realized that what she was best at was video editing, not donating. Jaya had a good feeling about this video and started organizing the files. She noticed there were many excellent scenes that didn't need much editing and believed the video could go viral. With high determination, Jaya got to work, vowing to create a video that would shock even those who had watched it live. He smiled with satisfaction, full of energy to create a masterpiece. Morning sunlight streamed through the window into the room where Jaya had worked all night. She had fallen asleep at her desk after finishing her work. Jaya drifted off right at her desk after a long night of hard work. After uploading the video, she texted Kim Jae-hyuk that she was done and going to sleep. Almond's new video on AllTube immediately garnered attention, with hundreds of people waiting to watch and the chat box exploding. Sanghyun and his friend were surprised by the dizzying speed of the chat box. Friend remarked that there were 1,450 people waiting, a huge number for a premiere. Sanghyun found it strange that so many people were eagerly waiting to watch a video on his own channel. He seemed quite nervous and restless about people's reactions. Friend wondered about the video and thought Jaya must have been very confident to upload it immediately. As the video started, the friend asked why Sanghyun was so calm when he himself was also very nervous. Friend was surprised to see the video used new age background music. Wondered if this type of music would fit a gritty action game, but it strangely harmonized with Almond's movements. Sanghyun realized that thanks to the music and editing, the video looked even more vivid than the actual game. Thought to himself that Jaya had brilliantly adjusted the video's intensity, to the point that even a layperson could feel its quality. Sanghyun believed that even people who didn't watch the stream would enjoy this video, thanks to her editing talent. Sanghyun's friend excitedly realized this was the 4v1 defense scene, while Sanghyun thought he looked foolish. Chat box exploded with comments praising the humor and brilliance of the 4v1 play. Both noticed the atmosphere in the video's chat was completely different from the live stream, and the grenade scene was about to start. The notorious gunslinger Bubble Sniper appeared. The chat once again erupted with mixed comments. Scene of Almond confronting Bubble Sniper was recreated dramatically. Scene of Almond kicking the grenade while running was edited with impressive subtitles, greatly delighting the viewers. Moment Almond shot his bow while backing away was shown in slow motion, creating a huge surprise for the viewers. Successful takedown of the opponent made the chat erupt in satisfaction and excitement. Sanghyun nervously awaited the audience's reaction to the next scene. Next opponent to appear was another skilled gunslinger named Bubblegum. Sanghyun worried whether people's reaction to the match with Bubblegum would be the same as on the forums. Chat box exploded once again, with viewers extremely excited and amused by this fateful confrontation. Friend excitedly called Sanghyun and showed him something on his phone. Pointed out that Bubblegum's fan page was flooded with posts about the match with Almond. Sanghyun realized that this video was a complete success. In a luxurious office, a man with glasses was watching Almond's video with a thoughtful expression. Didn't expect the video to be so popular and was curious about the identity of this unfamiliar gamer. Famous streamer Bubblegum has been active for over 10 years. He is very hardworking and almost never takes a break. Park Sung-tae, Bubblegum's manager, thought that meeting other streamers usually didn't cause much of a stir. However, he wondered why the encounter with Almond, a rookie streamer, had become so special and caused such a commotion. Park Sung-tae, who had been Bubblegum's manager for 5 years, believed the appeal of this job was the unpredictability of what would become popular. Decided to look up information about Almond, and while acknowledging he was handsome and talented, discovered something astonishing. Park Sung-tae was shocked to learn that Almond had only been playing the virtual reality game for 3 weeks, and this was only his second major match. Recalled the moment, Almond deflected the bullet with an arrow and decided to watch the video clip again. In the replay chat, viewers argued fiercely, with many suggesting it was staged or used computer graphics. Park Sung-tae dismissed the possibility of it being staged, as no one would deceive the audience when the original could be rewatched on the Tribe platform. He also ruled out the possibility of them colluding, as it would damage the reputation Bubblegum had built. Park Sung-tae asserted that being a streamer for 10 years without any issues was no joke. Even so, he had to admit that Almond's performance was truly extraordinary, to the point of being unbelievable even after seeing it with his own eyes. Regardless, Park Sung-tae thought it would be very interesting if the two of them created content together. Started planning, considering attention-grabbing titles, but felt that just asking, "Who is that archer?" wasn't enough. Park Sung-tae racked his brain for a breakthrough idea to capture the viewer's attention, and finally came up with a plan. Meanwhile, the online community was buzzing about Bubblegum's comical expression when Almond deflected his bullet. Friend informed Almond that other forums and websites were also buzzing about the match between him and Bubblegum. Almond couldn't believe he was being mentioned in the same breath as Bubblegum, and his friend found it amusing that he was a fan of such a celebrity. Friend explained that Bubblegum wasn't just a regular celebrity, but a top-tier streamer with a stable viewership. Expressed envy at Bubblegum's huge viewership and income, estimated at around 50,000 viewers. Almond surprisingly replied that Bubblegum lived a rather simple life and spent most of his income on his 2 children. Friend was surprised by Almond's knowledge and realized he was truly a big fan of Bubblegum. Almond recalled Bubblegum's past, revealing that he wasn't always famous from the start. When he first started, Bubblegum had an average sense of humor, and his friendly image was only so-so. Gaming skills weren't good either. He often failed and screamed during his streams. Basically, Bubblegum was someone with no special talents who often felt disappointed in himself. However, what set Bubblegum apart was his perseverance. He was always determined to try again after every failure. Persistence, sincerity, and sense of responsibility gradually won over the viewers. Even when he lost focus due to exhaustion, Bubblegum always maintained a sense of responsibility to finish what he started. Almond concluded that it was these qualities that allowed Bubblegum to survive and succeed in the harsh streamer market. Almond felt a strange sense of nostalgia watching Bubblegum's streams. They reminded him of his own past. He remembered his childhood days, often running to the playground after school and telling his grandmother he was going out. There, an older neighborhood friend, who seemed goofy but was reliable, was always waiting for him. Almond smiled, admitting that he respected Bubblegum for those qualities, not for his gaming skills. Housemate praised Jaya, saying it was thanks to her that Almond's confrontation with Bubblegum gained attention. He happily announced the video had reached 80,000 views in just 5 hours, and might break the 200,000 view record in 24 hours. Almond was astonished by the number, unable to believe his sudden success. He stared intently at his phone, reading the viewers' comments about him. However, alongside the praise, there were also many negative comments, criticizing his talent and comparing him to Gianjapa. Housemate worriedly asked why Almond was reading those malicious comments. Pointed out that those people just wanted to bring Almond down, and was surprised that he already knew about them. Almond calmly replied that he knew, making his friend wonder even more why he continued to read them. With a confident expression, Almond declared that all that criticism was just ammunition for him. He explained that since he had no family, insults about relatives couldn't affect him, leaving his friend stunned. Housemate suddenly understood why Manager Park disliked Almond. He felt scared. He was afraid of a young man who didn't flinch in the face of insults or hostility. Almond thought the current problem was that he was still unranked and needed to increase his streaming time. Friend worried about overworking, mentioning Sanghyun's case of being hospitalized for exhaustion. Almond retorted that being called a genius in the bronze tier was the real overkill, leaving his friend speechless. Almond stood up, deciding not to let the chatter hold him back. Declared he would increase the number of matches he played until he reached a higher rank, while his friend went to clean up. Almond sat at his computer desk and started watching strategy videos, while his friend watched from a distance. Friend thought to himself that Almond was truly passionate and determined. Suddenly understood what Almond meant by "it's ammunition," realizing he turned criticism into motivation. Inspired, the friend also decided to get to work and checked his email. Stared intently at the computer screen, having apparently seen an important email. Frantically ran to Almond, announcing that they had received an email. Friend shouted that it was an email from Bubblegum's manager, startling Almond in amazement. Email from Park Sung-tae proposed a collaboration project called the Bubblegum Salvation Project, a skills showdown. Almond was delighted to learn the collaboration involved him teaching Bubblegum how to play the game. However, the friend said there was a condition. Park Sung-tae wanted them to do the project after Almond reached the diamond rank. Almond was stunned by this difficult condition, as diamond was not an easy rank to achieve. Quickly shook off his hesitation and accepted the offer, since he wanted to raise his rank anyway. Friend confirmed he would reply to the email, while Almond asserted that difficult didn't mean he couldn't do it. This challenge made Almond even more determined. His channel had reached 130,000 views in just 8 hours. Almond unexpectedly started his livestream at 3 p.m., surprising the viewers. Viewers flocked in, some joking that they were skipping school or were unemployed to watch the stream. Familiar theme music played, confirming it was a real stream and not an accident. Almond greeted his tribe audience, and the chat box exploded with greetings and questions. Sitting in his gaming chair, Almond explained why he had turned on the stream earlier than usual. Declared that from now on, he would begin his journey to conquer the diamond rank, leaving everyone stunned. Housemate panicked upon hearing diamond, because it sounded like almond in Korean, but Almond explained it was the rank. The audience couldn't believe Almond would set such a high goal while he thought about his objective. Almond clenched his fist, showing his determination, confidently declared to everyone that he would reach the diamond rank in just 2 weeks. Yu Sanghyun was sitting on a chair, lost in thought about his goal. Smirked slightly, showing his determination for the goal he had just set. Yu Sanghyun confidently declared his goal was to reach diamond rank in just 2 weeks. The audience on his stream under the nickname Almond was skeptical and thought it was crazy. Yu Sanghyun asserted that according to his calculations, it was entirely possible, though the audience remained doubtful. Realizing no one believed him, Yu Sanghyun knew that this declaration sounded absurd. Told himself that as a streamer who had only played 2 large matches, it was natural that no one believed him. However, Yu Sanghyun, a former professional archer, knew his own abilities best. Believed he had enough data to validate this bold claim. Yu Sanghyun thought that his score in the tutorial mission had far surpassed that of Jianjapa, a famous gamer. Wasn't pressured by previous records because he wasn't like other people. Yu Sanghyun, a former archery prodigy, breaking records was completely normal. Honestly thought to himself that he was very happy to be able to challenge himself to new heights. The excitement of trying new things and the accompanying tension were feelings he hadn't experienced in a long time. Felt the excitement and tension that he hadn't had for a long time again. The determined look in his eyes, Yu Sanghyun said to himself, "Shall we begin?" and prepared to enter the match. Friend of his wearing glasses was watching the broadcast, foaming at the mouth in astonishment. Friend with glasses shouted, calling Yu Sanghyun's name and asking if he had lost his mind. Was horrified to see Yu Sanghyun parachute into a dangerous area, thinking that getting into the top 10 in every match was impossible. Friend with glasses held his head and lamented that this high-risk, high-reward playstyle was not his cup of tea. Suddenly realized that Yu Sanghyun also had such a bold and decisive side. Recalled that Yu Sanghyun had always been content with being average and doing things at his own pace. Yu Sanghyun used to have a distant, indifferent look towards everything around him. That look seemed to say that it wouldn't matter if tomorrow came or not. Now, his friend with glasses looked at the screen and began to realize something. Smiled as he realized that this was Yu Sanghyun's true self. Friend with glasses smiled confidently and decided to support Yu Sanghyun. Decided to join in on Yu Sanghyun's game and even increase the risk for a higher return. Started typing on his keyboard, spreading the news that Almond, Yu Sanghyun, would reach diamond rank in 2 weeks. Though companies had previously thought the idea was crazy, the friend with glasses completely believed in Yu Sanghyun. Wondered how anyone could say Yu Sanghyun couldn't do it, and he had such a determined look in his eyes. Friend with glasses smiled and confidently affirmed that Yu Sanghyun would definitely do it. Looking at the missed calls from his parents on his phone, he also told himself that he could do it too. Was determined that he could also succeed, just like Yu Sanghyun. The game, Yu Sanghyun was asked if he had a strategy to ensure victory. Yu Sanghyun declared he would go to the armory first, surprising the audience as it was a very competitive area. He asserted that he would use a bow, which confused the audience even more because one didn't need to go to the armory to get a bow. Yu Sanghyun landed on the roof of the armory, preparing for his plan. Snuck inside, noticing that the other players were busy fighting and not paying attention to him. The audience commented that the scene in the basement was chaotic, as everyone fought over valuable items. Yu Sanghyun spotted a few throwing knives on a crate. Thought that taking a knife would be useful, and quickly snatched it. Just then, another player also tried to take the knife, and was blocked by Yu Sanghyun. Yu Sanghyun coldly asked the other player what he was doing. The other player angrily shouted that he had gotten there first. Yu Sanghyun didn't say much, throwing a punch straight into his opponent's face. The other player staggered back after receiving the powerful blow. Clutched his mouth, astonished by Yu Sanghyun's strength and wondering why he was so strong. The other player was still in shock. Yu Sanghyun prepared to throw the knife. Yu Sanghyun made a perfect throw, sending the knife straight into his opponent. Threw the knife, taking down the opponent instantly. Notification appeared. Almond had eliminated the player Ahyemin, making the stream audience extremely excited. Yu Sanghyun thought to himself that being dragged by a baseball senior to play at the athlete's village was finally useful. Recalled the past when his senior made him throw balls, even though his specialty was archery. Viewer named Alrighty donated 5,000 won and realized Yu Sanghyun's strategy was to take advantage of his skills before anyone had gear. Yu Sanghyun confirmed that he wanted to eliminate as many players as possible right from the start. Thanked the viewer for the donation, while another player was hiding nearby. Hiding player suddenly aimed a double-barreled shotgun at Yu Sanghyun. Yu Sanghyun flinched and turned around as he sensed the danger. Quickly dodged the opponent's shot by a hair's breadth. The opponent panicked because Yu Sanghyun had gotten too close. Yu Sanghyun pulled out his remaining knife, preparing to counterattack. Quickly finished off the opponent with a fatal stab. Notification appeared. Almond had eliminated the player T09. After taking down many people, only eliminated players were left around. Another player was taken down by an arrow from a distance, indicating another enemy was lurking. Yu Sanghyun stood on the stairs, looking down at the pile of guns that the other players had left behind. Looked at the large pile of weapons on the floor, the result of the recent brawl. Yu Sanghyun found a gas can and poured it all over the pile of guns. Placed the gas can down next to the pile of weapons that had been doused in fuel. Yu Sanghyun lit a bottle of alcohol, creating a makeshift Molotov cocktail. Threw the Molotov cocktail at the pile of weapons, creating a large fire that incinerated everything. Seen at the armory was now just a pile of ashes after Yu Sanghyun's actions. Found a motorcycle and prepared to leave. Yu Sanghyun announced he would move to the next area and sped off on the bike. Match results appeared. Almond Yu Sanghyun had easily won with 50 kills. Almond easily won his first match on the journey to diamond rank, achieving 50 kills which astonished his friends. Almond thanked his benefactors Rampage, Half, Report Again, Let's Godia, and My First Time for their support after he wiped out the lobby. Confidently declared he would continue to the next round, while viewers, despite knowing he didn't belong in this rank, were surprised by his overwhelming dominance. Almond realized he was playing better and better, and resolved not to lose focus. Told himself this was just the beginning, and started searching for the next match. Meanwhile, to draw more attention to Almond, Sanghyun continuously wrote more sensational articles and created clips about him. Initially, there were many negative opinions about Almond's declaration to reach diamond rank in 2 weeks. However, after the first match, the online community's perspective began to change. Sanghyun wondered if this was really possible, realizing it was a high-risk, high-return gamble. Compared the situation to playing poker. If Almond succeeded, it would be a perfect victory. If Almond failed, he would face intense criticism from his haters. Sanghyun grew angry reading the negative comments, which mocked fans for posting clips of a bronze-tier player. Gritted his teeth in anger at the insults aimed at Almond and his supporters. Sanghyun was frustrated to realize that Almond's performance was still not enough to completely convince the anti-fans. Told himself there was no other way. The only thing to do was to prove himself. Almond was determined to prove his true strength and started a new match. Match began, and Almond and the other players parachuted down to an area. Landed in a desolate area, preparing for a battle of survival. Almond landed with 3 other players on the roof of a building. Quickly identified the locations of 2 other opponents near him. As expected, the other players were all heading down to the first floor to look for gear. Almond thought that fighting this early would not be beneficial. Since they all landed in the armory area, everyone would be looking for rare weapons. Another player wondered why the door was so rusty as he tried to open it. Just as that player managed to open the door, he was suddenly attacked. Almond had been waiting and attacked the other player the moment the door opened. Declared he wasn't interested in rare weapons, only in taking down opponents. The attacked player had no time to react before Almond stabbed him with a fatal knife blow. Victim was lucky not to die because the blade was dull, but he was still severely injured. Almond maintained a calm expression after the attack, astonishing the remaining player. Victim's teammate fled in terror, yelling at Almond for engaging so early. Without hesitation, Almond threw his knife at the fleeing player. Dagger struck the other player, causing him to collapse instantly. Almond finished off his opponent with a powerful stomp, eliminating the player named Forever Bronze. Viewers praised Almond's performance and were curious about his next move. Almond threw his knife towards the first player, who was still injured. Viewers were amazed by Almond's no-look takedown, realizing he had calculated everything. One viewer commented that the player injured by that dull knife probably wouldn't want to play anymore, while an info box explained the injured status. Injured player lay on the ground, looking at Almond with a resentful gaze. Angrily asked why Almond was acting so cruelly right at the start of the game. Almond coldly replied that he did it because he needed to climb the ranks. Quickly finished off the last player in the group, achieving a double kill. Almond looked thoughtfully at the bodies of the 2 players he had just taken down, realized there was only one last person in this area, and saw the terrified opponent in the distance. Last player backed away in fear, telling Almond not to come any closer. Almond noticed that bronze-tier players were really immersed in the game. His opponent appeared utterly terrified by Almond's dominance. The other player was so scared he started to cry, unable to believe what was happening. Burst into tears, terrified by Almond's killing intent. Viewers wondered if Almond was wiping the floor with his opponent. The other player panicked and jumped off the roof to try and escape. Landed painfully after the reckless jump. Gasped for breath, feeling the pain but still trying to stand up. Just as he thought he had survived, the player was suddenly ambushed by Almond from behind. Almond grabbed his opponent just as he stood up, giving him no chance. Almond finished off the player Jetbump Master, completing a spectacular triple kill. He landed gently on the ground, his body having absorbed most of the shock from the fall. Viewer informed Almond that there was a motorcycle behind him. Almond quickly started the motorcycle he had just found, decided to use the vehicle to move to the next area. The first floor of the armory, the other players were gathering. One player suggested the group go down to the basement together, since there weren't many people left here. Player holding a bow became wary upon hearing a strange noise. He was confused when he saw another player moving on the stairs. Suddenly, they heard an engine sound and were shocked to see a motorcycle speeding towards them. Viewers excitedly shouted Almond's name as he appeared. Almond drove his bike towards the armory, ignoring warnings that he was too late. He was confident that it didn't matter if the others had already collected all the basic items. Players inside the armory were stunned, not understanding what was happening. He realized in horror that Almond was driving straight at them. Almond crashed himself and the bike into the group of players, causing a massive collision. One player was sent flying into the air after the powerful impact. Almond jumped off the bike, using his knife to attack another player in midair. Delivered a fatal stab to the player Lovetimo as they were both falling. Almond took down Lovetimo, adding another kill to his record. Viewers couldn't believe their eyes, astonished by Almond's midair takedown. Everyone praised Almond's excellent and creative performance. The exhaust pipe of a motorcycle is smoking after stopping on the cracked ground. Sang-hyuk approached the vehicle and the crates, deciding to check what was inside. Looked pleased when he discovered something useful in the wreckage. Sang-hyuk felt lucky to find a bow, a grenade, and a Molotov cocktail. Scene shifts to a basement used as a secret armory. Another group of players is astonished as they run into the armory and marvel at what they see. They are excited that these weapons are even better than hero grade and think the trip was worth it. Just as they are about to equip the weapons and armor, a large explosion suddenly occurs. One person in the group is startled, confused about where the sound came from. The entire area is engulfed in a sea of fire, causing the other players to panic and scream. Female player panics because the toxic smoke is causing damage, and she hasn't had time to collect any items. Group pushes and shoves to get out of the only exit, arguing in their panic. Sang-hyuk suddenly appears at the exit, stunning those who are fleeing. Fires an arrow, taking down the player named Almedic, terrifying another. Masked male player angrily opens fire on Sang-hyuk, thinking he came here to die. Sang-hyuk swiftly dodges the opponent's barrage of bullets by a narrow margin. Female player looks around to see only dead bodies and wonders where the arrow came from. Sang-hyuk takes cover behind an obstacle, carefully preparing for his next shot. He aims through a gap, his eyes intensely focused on his target. Sang-hyuk fires an arrow imbued with green energy towards the enemy on the stairs. The arrow flies straight into the head of the masked male player, who is too surprised to react. Sang-hyuk takes down Yumda, scoring a double kill to the astonishment of the remaining person. The last remaining female player is terrified because she cannot see Sang-hyuk's position. He realizes the attack has stopped and deduces that Sang-hyuk cannot see her. He decides to use the smoke screen for an ambush, believing he will have to come down to loot. While she is waiting, Sang-hyuk has quietly pulled the pin on a grenade. Throws the grenade down the stairs, startling the female player with the sound. Grenade rolls to a stop right next to the girl, hiding behind the railing. He only has time to realize her perilous situation and lets out a desperate curse. Grenade explodes, taking down the last player named Minefield and earning Sang-hyuk a triple kill. Sang-hyuk emerges from the smoke and dust of the explosion, looking completely unaffected. He walks calmly, thinking to himself that he only threw the grenade as a precaution. Sang-hyuk is smug that his judgment was correct. There was indeed a survivor. Sang-hyuk's performance under the nickname Almond goes viral on the forums. Sang-hyuk's manager is delighted to see the forums loving his performance. However, alongside the praise, there are also many people who express hatred for Sang-hyuk. Manager understands that this means Sang-hyuk's popularity is growing. Believes that as long as Sang-hyuk continues to showcase his skills, everyone will have to acknowledge him. Everything will become a source of income for Sang-hyuk as he continues to grow. Sang-hyuk smiles confidently after securing first place in the match. 30 minutes later, the manager wildly celebrates another victory for Sang-hyuk. Game has a system of placement matches to determine a player's rank. In Battle Large, players have 5 placement matches, and if they win all 5, they will achieve at least gold rank. Sang-hyuk thinks this will make his journey to diamond rank much easier. Decides not to take unnecessary risks in these important matches. Sang-hyuk decides to continue going to the armory, as it seems to be a winning strategy. Wonders how many people will be at the armory this time when he lands. While falling, Sang-hyuk suddenly becomes aware of another person's presence. Realizes that person is aiming for him from the opposite direction. Sang-hyuk is attacked immediately upon landing on the ground. Player is identified as Bubble Sniper, stunning the viewers in the chat. Manager panics upon realizing a diamond rank player is deliberately hunting Sang-hyuk in a placement match. Thought there would be a brawl when they landed at the armory. Sang-hyuk is eliminated by Bubble Sniper. He won't be able to achieve gold rank. Manager remembers his boss telling him he has to go to work on Monday, adding to his pressure. Feels shocked by this unforeseen, disadvantageous situation. Clenches his fists, thinking he is finally starting to do what he wants. Manager can't take his eyes off the screen, not wanting to miss any important developments. Mid-air, Bubble Sniper mockingly calls Sang-hyuk Nutman. Bubble Sniper taunts that he will see Sang-hyuk on the ground, enraging the viewers. Sang-hyuk calmly raises his hand, preparing to respond to his opponent's provocation. Defiantly raises his middle finger at Bubble Sniper. Sang-hyuk's action makes the manager and the audience extremely excited and amused. Manager bursts out laughing, feeling relieved and proud of Sang-hyuk's reaction. Wonders why he was worried about Sang-hyuk, who just humorously took down his opponent. Manager smiles confidently, asserting that Almond, Sang-hyuk will not lose. Realizes his job is to make Sang-hyuk's victory even more glorious. Do that, he starts to devise a plan to support Sang-hyuk from the outside. Decides to use Bubble Sniper's fan cafe to attack his weak point. Manager worries that if he stirs up trouble and Sang-hyuk loses, things will get worse. Though reason tells him this is a crazy idea, he trusts that Sang-hyuk will not lose. Decides to stir up the community, spreading the news of the showdown between Sang-hyuk and Bubble Sniper. Manager posts, rallying people to watch Bubble Sniper get taken down. Sang-hyuk and Bubble Sniper are in freefall, preparing for their final confrontation. Both are determined to end this battle once and for all at the armory. The online community was buzzing about the upcoming match between bronze tier streamer Almond and the notorious player Bubble Sniper. Man in glasses watched the match on his computer, admitting that even though he hated Bubble Sniper, it was still fun to watch him play. Match was advertised as a showdown between a rising genius and a veteran troll, drawing in thousands of eager viewers. Survival battle began as the players parachuted onto the island. Sang-hyun, nicknamed Almond, was determined to win this final ranked match so he could rest for 2 weeks. Realized his target was Bubble Sniper, a player who specialized in hunting promising new players. Sang-hyun knew that veteran players often tended to crush talented newcomers to show off. With nearly 5,000 viewers, he realized he was among the top 10 combat streamers in the country at that moment. He used the same tactic in 3 consecutive matches, and he believed his opponent had caught on. Bubble Sniper was confident that Sang-hyun's moves were predictable, unaware that he was about to be surprised. Sang-hyun knew Bubble Sniper was in Diamond 1, 3 tiers higher than his own goal of Diamond 4. Guessed that Bubble Sniper had thoroughly analyzed his movement patterns and potential strategies beforehand. Therefore, Sang-hyun decided not to play conventionally, but to use a surprise tactic. Still in the air, Sang-hyun suddenly lunged at Bubble Sniper, catching him off guard. Bubble Sniper was completely stunned by Sang-hyun's bold and insane attack while still parachuting. Viewers were thrilled by the parachute battle and commented that Sang-hyun wouldn't do anything ordinary. Bubble Sniper taunted Sang-hyun, suggesting he did it because it was too hard to face him fairly. Sang-hyun retorted sarcastically, reminding Bubble Sniper of the time he was defeated by a bronze tier player. Bubble Sniper became enraged by the provocation, while viewers shouted warnings to Sang-hyun about the ground below. Both were startled when they realized they were about to land. Hard impact with the ground left both Sang-hyun and Bubble Sniper stunned. After the turbulent landing, both players coughed from the dust. Sang-hyun quickly got to his feet first, and the audience cheered for him to finish Bubble Sniper immediately. However, Sang-hyun surprisingly turned and ran, leaving Bubble Sniper and the viewers bewildered. Ran straight for the armory, realizing he needed gear to face his opponent. Sang-hyun knew that a fistfight would be very disadvantageous for a newcomer like him. Told himself he needed to find a weapon, anything, to have a chance at winning. While running, Sang-hyun spotted a knife on the ground and decided to take it. He lunged to pick up the knife, hoping to get his first weapon in the battle. Bubble Sniper threw his own knife to stop Sang-hyun, denying him the chance to get equipped. Bubble Sniper's knife flew swiftly towards Sang-hyun, but he didn't flinch. In an incredible moment, Sang-hyun caught the flying knife right by the hilt. Bubble Sniper and the viewers were stunned by Yu Sanghyun's extraordinary reflexes. Bubble Sniper couldn't believe his eyes, amazed that Yu Sanghyun had actually caught his knife. Finish it, Bubble Sniper threw a second knife with a powerful spin, believing no one could catch it. The audience shouted in worry, urging Yu Sanghyun to dodge Bubble Sniper's dangerous attack. Yu Sanghyun decided not to dodge, believing it wasn't the best option. He knew dodging was pointless because Bubble Sniper still had another knife nearby. Yu Sanghyun realized that whether the knife was spinning or not, he had to catch it. Focused intently, his eyes gleaming as he calculated the trajectory of the incoming knife. In his mind, Yu Sanghyun visualized every movement needed to catch the weapon. With extraordinary skill, Yu Sanghyun caught the second spinning knife as well, leaving everyone speechless. Bubble Sniper was completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Yu Sanghyun had done it. Seeing that Yu Sanghyun now had two knives, Bubble Sniper panicked and started to run. Yu Sanghyun threw one of the knives back at Bubble Sniper, asserting that this was also a form of aiming. Bubble Sniper thought that if he could just block this one attack, he would have a chance to counter. Just as Bubble Sniper prepared to block, Yu Sanghyun activated a skill that made the knife disappear and reappear right behind him. Bubble Sniper was stabbed unexpectedly from behind, unable to react to the fatal blow. Vicious stab ended the match swiftly. Yu Sanghyun stood watching Bubble Sniper fall, claiming the final victory. System announced that Yu Sanghyun had eliminated Bubble Sniper, bringing the number of remaining players down to 99. Man in glasses, who had been watching with bated breath, burst out in joy and shouted Yu Sanghyun's name. He was startled by his own shout, not expecting to get so excited. Coughed awkwardly, telling himself he never thought he would scream like this while watching a match. Recalled a past where he always lived with the feeling of being watched and would have probably been defeated if he were younger. Now he no longer felt afraid. Man in glasses clenched his fist, joyfully shouting encouragement for Yu Sanghyun once more. Smiled brightly, enjoying the feeling of freedom and victory that Yu Sanghyun had brought. Community forums exploded with posts about the epic match between Yu Sanghyun and Bubble Sniper. Match analysis videos were uploaded, highlighting the importance of the first move and calling it a genius's game. Viewers endlessly praised Yu Sanghyun's star potential and were curious about his future development. Commentator explained that the most important factor for becoming a star in sports and gaming is decision-making ability. Yu Sanghyun's talent for enduring adversity and shining under great pressure was recognized. After the match, Yu Sanghyun admitted it was a rather difficult fight. However, the real reason for his star potential was humorously revealed to be his handsome face. While waiting for his ranking results, Yu Sanghyun checked the quest he had completed. Received rewards for winning all his placement matches and for eliminating Bubble Sniper without using a gun. Yu Sanghyun smiled with satisfaction as he received a large sum of prize money from the completed quests. Ding sound rang out, signaling a new notification. System announced that Yu Sanghyun's rank had been calculated and he could check it now.
Sanghyun stood before the system screen, which announced that his rank had been calculated and was ready to be checked. Sanghyun, also known by his streamer nickname Almond, confidently said that the results were in and he would check them to complete the mission. The audience in the chat was buzzing, guessing that Almond's rank would be at least gold I since even JJP had reached that level. Almond told himself it couldn't be platinum, and it was a shame he was about to fail the platinum mission. Then decided to check his rank. Almond decisively pressed the check rank button on the system screen, preparing to face his final result. A brilliant flash of light appeared, and Almond's rank badge was revealed to be Platinum 3, a result that surpassed all expectations. Almond was completely surprised and stunned by the Platinum 3 result, a dazed expression clearly visible on his animated face. A close-up on Almond's surprised face, his eyes wide as he stared at the sparkling Platinum badge before him. Almond could only utter a single, bewildered, "Oh," unable to believe the result the system had just shown him. Almond's short, "Oh," reaction left the audience in the chat just as dazed and curious. The audience began to mock Almond's reaction, claiming it was a game bug and that it was unbelievable he had reached Platinum 3. Almond finally accepted the truth, muttering with a look of disbelief, "Oh, I'm a Platinum player." Almond quickly regained his composure, cheerfully announcing he would claim the Platinum mission reward amidst the audience's screams. Those who had bet that Almond couldn't reach Platinum cried out in despair, while a triumphant Almond threatened to punish them. Almond gave thanks for the mission reward and announced the end of the live stream, leaving the audience stunned. The audience quickly realized Almond was just pretending to end the stream and demanded he continue if he was going to do that. Suddenly, a viewer named Miho donated 500.0001 and told Almond to play a little longer before leaving. Almond was stunned when he realized the donor was Miho, the person he had met before. Almond was even more shocked by the 500.0001 than by reaching platinum rank. Not understanding why this was happening, the audience was excited by the appearance of hero Miho and teased about the two's relationship. While Almond was still dazed, Almond muttered that he had only been streaming for a short time and had already received such a large sum of money. It was truly a hot field. Although Almond thought that a donation was a donation, the audience kept pleading with him not to go since it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet. The chat was flooded with crying emojis and messages begging Almond to stay, thanking Miho for carrying the team. Almond looked at the enthusiastic messages from his fans with a touched expression. Almond realized that all these people genuinely liked the streamer Almond, not just as passing viewers. A warm and satisfied smile appeared on Almond's lips as he felt his fans' affection. Moved by the support, Almond decided to play a little longer and set his next goal as diamond rank for those who believed in him. After the stream, Sanghyun let out a sigh of relief in his room. Walnut, Sanghyun's manager, felt more at ease now that the placement matches were over and decided to check people's reactions. Walnut laughed out loud when he saw that the top comments were all curses and disbelief about Almond's result. Walnut was surprised to see a short video of Sanghyun's reaction had already been posted, and read his own comment praising little Sanghyun. Walnut was confused, not understanding what people were discussing in the comments. Walnut typed on his keyboard, deciding to intervene when he saw someone claiming Sanghyun had manipulated the ranking system and demanding he be reported. Walnut read the contentious comments, realizing that placing first in all placement matches made reaching platinum a reasonable outcome. Walnut thought deeply, wondering how the algorithm for determining ranks worked. Walnut began to search for information, wondering why people who also placed first in their matches had different ranks. Walnut realized that achieving Platinum 3 wasn't impossible, but was confused as to why people were arguing so fiercely about it. Walnut read more comments, including one suggesting that others were just jealous of Almond because he was handsome. Walnut realized that fairness in online games was more important than he thought. And when it was questioned, fiery debates would erupt. Walnut fell silent, having apparently made a decision after observing the situation. Walnut began to type, determined to nip these controversies in the bud. Walnut acted quickly to resolve the issue. At the Battle Large office, an older man smiled, remarking that Almond was quite a humorous person. He received an email from Walnut, Almond's manager, requesting that the company explain the ranking algorithm to quell the controversy. The superior was surprised by Walnut's audacity, who had sent an email demanding the company resolve the issue quickly. A young employee asked his superior what they would do next about this request. The superior mused that the problem would be solved if they just posted a simple explanation. The young employee shouted in surprise, disagreeing with ending things so simply. The superior explained that Almond's rank was determined by the AI to be completely deserved and that there was no possibility of an error. The young employee checked and reported that there had been a previous case of someone in Denmark achieving Platinum IV in their placement matches. The superior smiled smugly, saying this was excellent material and instructed the employee to prepare an email with his explanation. After the controversy was settled, Sanghyun continued to stream and achieved a 9-game winning streak. Sanghyun happily thanked viewers like Dororo and Weatherboy for setting bow-related missions, which helped him earn a lot of money. Sanghyun looked at his rank, thinking that he was just one more match away from Platinum 2. Sanghyun decided to play the final match next time and said goodbye to his audience. Despite their efforts to make him stay, Walnut remarked that because Sanghyun had worked hard, the audience didn't plead as much as before. Walnut was suddenly startled when he saw something unusual. Walnut worriedly asked if Sanghyun was okay, seeing that he looked very tired and was sweating. Sanghyun reassured him that he was fine and asked Walnut to get him an energy drink, but was advised not to overdo it. Walnut opened the large refrigerator but was surprised to find no energy drinks. Sanghyun pointed to another mini fridge, saying the drinks were in there. Walnut opened the mini fridge and was stunned to see it filled with energy drinks. Walnut couldn't understand why Sanghyun had to hoard so many energy drinks. Walnut handed Sanghyun a bottle and received a word of thanks. Walnut watched Sanghyun drink and felt that something was not right. Sanghyun sighed in relief after drinking and said he was going to take a shower, while Walnut thought he should be a model for an energy drink commercial. After Sanghyun left, Walnut secretly checked the mini fridge again. Walnut noticed that the temperature inside the fridge was not high, which was strange. Walnut reasoned that if this was a self-diagnosis issue, Sang-hyun would have solved it long ago. So he decided to investigate it himself. Walnut sat down at the computer, thinking he needed to investigate whether there was a problem with the gaming capsule. Walnut received an email from Fantasia, the game management company, with a very quick response. The email explained that the AI, Lovey, had ranked Almond based on his use of a restricted weapon, a high number of kills, and minimal farming. Walnut read the email and concluded that there was no error on their part and that the company would soon issue an official announcement. Walnut paused when he read another part of the email. The company offered to have Almond participate in some tests to officially prove his abilities and quell the negative public opinion. Walnut fell silent, realizing the intention behind this offer. Walnut realized this wasn't just a test, but actually an advertising offer. The computer screen displayed the email with the advertising offer, opening up a new opportunity for Sang-hyun. Aori happily informs Sang-hyun that they have received an advertising offer from the company Fantasia. Sang-hyun appears surprised and a little worried as Aori shows him the details on a tablet. Aori explains that this is an offer from Fantasia and that Punk has also agreed. They just need Sang-hyun's approval. Sang-hyun reads the email and wonders if this is an advertisement for a VR system related to his ranking as Mr. Almond. Aori confirms that Sang-hyun will test the simulator to prove his ranking, which makes him ponder thoughtfully. Seeing this, Aori worriedly asks what's wrong and if Sang-hyun wants to refuse the advertisement. But he denies it. Sang-hyun expresses his hesitation about the medical checkup, fearing that the secret of his right hand will become known to many people. Aori asks again if Sang-hyun has told the director about his hand's condition, causing him to clench his fist. Sang-hyun admits he told the director because he trusted him, but this time it's different because it will be broadcast publicly. He refuses Aori's suggestion to ask the production team not to broadcast that part, as he doesn't trust them. Aori becomes frustrated, reminding Sang-hyun that he needs a medical checkup anyway and about his condition after each time he uses the virtual reality pod. Sang-hyun suggests he could go to a hospital, but Aori counters that Fantasia's medical team is very famous and can check his brainwaves right inside the pod. Aori waits silently for an answer from Sang-hyun, who is still lost in thought. Aori asks directly if Sang-hyun is afraid his old colleagues will find out, a statement that makes Sang-hyun angrily slam the table. Sang-hyun warns Aori to be careful with his words, and the atmosphere between them becomes extremely tense. Aori angrily leaves, saying he's going out to eat, leaving Sang-hyun alone with his breakfast. After the argument, Sang-hyun sits alone at the dining table, his face full of sorrow and worry. He looks at his right hand, a secret he has always tried to hide from everyone. Sang-hyun clenches his fist, seemingly struggling with the difficult decisions ahead. On his way, Aori coincidentally meets Ji-ah, a girl in a pink hoodie, who is taking out the trash. Aori recognizes Ji-ah and offers to help her carry the trash bag. She is surprised but agrees and thanks him. After helping Ji-ah throw out the trash, Aori stays to talk with her. Ji-ah asks if Aori is just passing by and is curious about Sang-hyun, whom she doesn't see anywhere. Aori replies irritably that Sang-hyun is sleeping, leading Ji-ah to guess that the two of them just had a fight. Knowing that Sang-hyun is an early riser, Ji-ah becomes more certain of her guess. Aori quickly changes the subject, asking if she has eaten yet. Aori invites Ji-ah to eat blood sausage soup and says it's his treat, an offer that makes the girl extremely surprised and happy. 2 bowls of hot blood sausage soup are served in front of Aori and Ji-ah at a restaurant. Ji-ah unexpectedly orders a bottle of soju, surprising Aori since they are having breakfast. Aori hesitates about paying, but Ji-ah insists she will pay and opens the bottle herself. Aori politely declines to drink, but Ji-ah insists on pouring him a glass. Ji-ah says that Aori looks like he needs it, making him wonder if his mood is that obvious. After a moment of hesitation, Aori finally agrees to have a glass of soju with Ji-ah. Ji-ah personally pours the soju for a slightly flustered Aori, urging him to take the glass. Aori silently wonders if drinking in the morning is a good idea, but still takes the glass from Ji-ah. He decides to just go with it and downs the glass, telling himself he's not an office worker anymore. Ji-ah cheerfully asks Aori if he wants another drink and says that alcohol can solve more problems than he thinks. Aori wonders if Ji-ah often drinks this early, to which she replies that there's nothing wrong with it. Ji-ah perceptively realizes that Aori is the one who is unhappy, having started his day with an argument, which makes him blush with embarrassment. Ji-ah begins to confide, saying that if someone keeps suppressing their emotions, She explains that if they keep bottling it up without speaking, they will eventually break down. Recalling the scene of Sang-hyun being bullied, Ji-ah reveals that those were the words of Almond, aka Yu Sang-hyun, which astonishes Auri and makes him decide to order another bottle of soju. Auri slams his glass on the table, seemingly determined to get drunk to relieve his mood. Ji-ah, already tipsy, asks Auri why he can't just leave Sang-hyun alone if he has psychological trauma. Auri, also drunk, explains that this issue involves both Sang-hyun's health and the advertising contract. Ji-ah stammers that Almond knows everything but still admitted he has psychological trauma. Auri, his face flushed from being drunk, stutters in agreement that what Ji-ah said is right. He thinks to himself that Sang-hyun understands the pros and cons, so his reaction must have a deeper reason. Ji-ah is too drunk. Her body sways unsteadily and she is about to collapse onto the table. Suddenly, Ji-ah's head falls forward, startling Auri, who cries out in alarm. Ji-ah is so drunk that she has passed out on the dining table. Auri worriedly checks on her. Auri looks at the sleeping drunk Ji-ah with a complicated expression, muttering something about men. Arriving home drunk, Auri stumbles in and loudly announces he's back. Sang-hyun is sitting in the living room. He turns around in surprise to see Auri returning drunk. Sang-hyun asks Auri where he was drinking. Auri just replies tiredly and plops down on the chair. Sang-hyun sees the box of carrot cereal on the table and smiles faintly in a cryptic way. Sang-hyun informs the hungover Auri that the manager has finalized the filming schedule. He adds that the commercial shoot will take place tomorrow, which sobers up the drunk Auri in shock. Auri is surprised that Sang-hyun made a decision so quickly, but Sang-hyun explains that he realized this is something he must face. Auri still can't hide his concern and asks again if Sang-hyun is really okay. Sang-hyun reassures Auri, saying it's not a big deal and is part of a streamer's job. Auri looks at Yu Sang-hyun with a moved and slightly guilty expression at his friend's maturity. Auri sincerely apologizes to Sang-hyun for being hot-headed in the morning, explaining that he was just worried about his friend's health. Sang-hyun asks if Auri drank because of their argument, but Auri denies it. Auri recounts that he met Seo Ji-ah, invited her to eat, and then took her home after she got drunk, which surprises Sang-hyun. Sang-hyun remarks that Ji-ah seems to be a good drinker, and Auri agrees, saying she drinks even better than Section Chief Shim. Sang-hyun thoughtfully drinks some water and remarks that Ji-ah seems to be a person with a lot on her mind. Auri looks at Sang-hyun with a teasing expression and asks if he is interested in Ji-ah. Sang-hyun quickly puts the can of water down on the table, his eyes slightly flustered and avoidant. He denies Auri's teasing, but the image of Ji-ah appears in his mind. Sang-hyun announces on his channel that he will be taking a break to prepare for an important shoot, causing a wave of comments. The news spreads quickly. Streamer Almond has been invited to Fantasia's channel to resolve the controversy over rank manipulation. At the company, Joo-hyuk is instructed to collect all malicious comments aimed at Sang-hyun for the legal department to handle. While getting his makeup done, Sang-hyun worriedly asks Joo-hyuk about the public's reaction to the incident. Joo-hyuk explains that the gaming community is very sensitive to issues related to rankings. However, he says the reaction from the general public is very positive, with many expressing excitement and anticipation. Joo-hyuk shows Sang-hyun the positive reactions on a laptop, affirming that this is a good sign. Joo-hyuk smiles and says that this is why Acorn Jelly advised him to target the wider public. A chart shows that while gamers are angry, the general community finds the incident very interesting and worth watching. Joo-hyuk analyzes that although die-hard fans are an important factor, they cannot ignore the positive reaction from the general public. He looks at Sang-hyun and says that today is the day to determine whether the name Almond would be appealing enough to the public. While Sang-hyun was satisfied with his new look, Joo-hyuk believed this was an opportunity for Sang-hyun to win over even the most discerning mainstream audience. The stage lights turned on, preparing for Sang-hyun's appearance. On the stage with a large screen displaying Dissolution Analyzer, the host announced that Almond was ready. The stage lights turned on, signaling the start of a show. The Dissolution Analyzer program announced that the guest, Sang-hyun, was ready. Yoo Hae-yeon, the host, invited Sang-hyun to take a seat while he appeared quite hesitant. Yoo Hae-yeon reassured Sang-hyun that it was just a simple interview and physical examination. With only 30 seconds left until they went live, Sang-hyun sat alone, thinking about how most of the show would revolve around the physical test and the abnormalities related to the capsule. He swallowed nervously as the show prepared to begin. The clapboard from Fantasia Studios snapped shut, officially starting the recording. Yoo Hae-yeon brightly greeted the audience and introduced herself as the host of Dissolution Analyzer. The Dissolution Analyzer program was introduced as a long-running show that invites guests for a comprehensive analysis. Because the show's format was only appealing when the guest was a celebrity, being invited was a significant honor. The online audience erupted when they realized Sang-hyun's secret recording was for the world-class Dissolution Analyzer show. Yoo Hae-yeon noticed the audience's excitement and prepared to introduce the guest. A staff member backstage held up a sign signaling to Sang-hyun that the camera was about to turn to him. Yoo Hae-yeon formally introduced Sang-hyun, and the audience immediately went wild over his handsome appearance on camera. Yoo Hae-yeon was thrilled by the audience's explosive reaction, joking that Sang-hyun was no different from an idol. Sang-hyun shyly replied that he was around 30, so calling him an idol was a bit of an exaggeration. Yoo Hae-yeon feigned annoyance, asking why Sang-hyun would reveal his age right as she was trying to interview him. Sang-hyun admitted he was quite nervous as he hadn't expected so many viewers and asked if this was the usual viewership. Upon learning that today's viewership was even lower than usual, Sang-hyun seemed a little disappointed. Yoo Hae-yeon quickly encouraged him, confident that Sang-hyun could triple the viewership with his abilities. Sang-hyun acknowledged that Yoo Hae-yeon was very good at hosting, but he was also confident that he had tripled viewership before. Yoo Hae-yeon sulkily blamed Sang-hyun for suggesting this was the limit of his viewership. Sang-hyun felt flustered, realizing that being a guest here was completely different from working with Acorn Jelly. He felt less like a guest and more like an interesting toy for the Dissolution Analyzer show to exploit. Yoo Hae-yeon suggested starting the interview, startling Sang-hyun into nodding in immediate agreement. In the back, two men were watching the recording intently. The man with glasses commented that Sang-hyun was doing very well, while the director thanked him for taking care of Sang-hyun. The director asked the man with glasses if he had predicted that Sang-hyun would do better than expected. The man with glasses pointed to his head, saying that Sang-hyun didn't have any loose screws and would be very successful if he continued his career as an athlete. He recalled having to go around asking people to arrange things and bowing his head in thanks. Another person asked the director how he felt, and he replied that Sang-hyun was great. He really liked him. However, the director was concerned that Sang-hyun's image was too mysterious because they had removed all questions about his past. The strange man argued that the mysterious image was outdated. Nowadays, the trend was to expose everything and turn it into entertainment. The director explained that Sang-hyun himself had refused to answer the interview questions, and it wasn't the main part anyway. The strange man wondered if the main part was the physical test, as statistics showed it wasn't very appealing. The director simply said to wait and see. Then Yoo Hae-yeon announced the start of the physical test. Yoo Hae-yeon asked Sang-hyun how he felt, knowing that the manipulation of his rank was about to be exposed in a minute. Sang-hyun replied in a stiff and somewhat textbook manner that he was very nervous, making the audience laugh. Yoo Hae-yeon excitedly declared it was time to prove the abilities of Sang-hyun, who had reached Platinum 3 after his placement matches. The two were transported into a virtual space, and the audience was surprised by the speed of the scene transition. Sang-hyun felt a distinct difference in the virtual space, while Yoo Hae-yeon said it was too early to be surprised. Yoo Hae-yeon introduced the special stage they had prepared. A hyper-realistic archery range appeared before their eyes. Sang-hyun and the audience were all astonished by the realism of the virtual space, which looked identical to the real world. The audience commented that starting with archery seemed a bit direct. Yoo Hae-yeon explained that since Sang-hyun was famous for his bow and Korea is a nation of archers, they had prepared this VR space. She revealed that the stage was modeled after an Olympic arena and was a passion project of Fantasia. But Sang-hyun was surprised as he had never heard of it. Sang-hyun was startled to realize he was in a VR space and wondered where Kim Joo-voo was. He sensed the different class of this technology and was ready to begin. Yoo Hae-yeon invited Sang-hyun to choose a bow from the rack. Sang-hyun chose a Yahello bow from the company Wingwon. He felt the bow, from the stabilizer to the grip, and found it almost indistinguishable from a real one. Sang-hyun confirmed he would use this bow, thinking that if it was this realistic, it was no different from shooting a real bow. Yoo Hae-yeon asked if this was his first time shooting a professional bow, but Sang-hyun remained silent. Sang-hyun raised the bow, preparing to shoot. Yoo Hae-yeon and the audience were amazed by his posture, thinking it surpassed even the professional level. Sang-hyun held a perfect stance, focusing on the target. He maintained a calm and highly focused expression before shooting. Yu Heian was stunned, sensing that the arrow would definitely hit its mark. The arrow flew and embedded itself right in the bullseye, leaving the audience in awe. Yu Heian was completely speechless at the perfect shot. Unable to say a word, Sang-hyun turned back and commented that the bow was quite good, saying it was just a test shot. Yu Heian snapped out of it, quickly remembering she was advertising, and praised the realistic feel of the technology. She tried to brush it off, saying the first shot was just practice, but inwardly she thought it was beyond imagination. Yu Heian told herself to calm down as they were live, while Sang-hyun just watched quietly. She forced a smile and praised Sang-hyun for being quite good, but the audience thought "quite good" was an understatement. Yu Heian quickly changed the subject, asking the audience if they were curious about Sang-hyun's real performance. She excitedly asked Sang-hyun if he was ready. Sang-hyun didn't answer but simply raised his bow, ready for the next shots. He drew the bowstring skillfully. Sang-hyun released the arrow with a confident and professional expression. He was highly focused, his eyes as sharp as a real athlete's. All the arrows hit the bullseye, stacking on top of each other perfectly. Sang-hyun looked at the result, while the audience couldn't believe their eyes, thinking this talent shouldn't just be a streamer. Yu Heian stammered, asserting that there were no assist settings in the game. The director in the back was also stunned, realizing all the arrows had hit the 10-point ring. He wondered if it was possible to shoot all the arrows within 12 seconds. Thinking that even a gold medalist would find it difficult, the audience in the chat also exploded with questions and disbelief. The director couldn't understand how a mere streamer could possess this level of skill. Sang-hyun asked if he should continue shooting, startling Yu Heian and another person. Yu Heian hurriedly declared the archery test was over because it had ended too quickly and was no longer meaningful. She quickly announced the transition to the next test. Almond's live broadcast seemed to have failed, making him think things weren't going as planned. A producer was frustrated that their plan had fallen apart, as Almond was supposed to struggle with the game's realism. His colleague explained their advertising strategy was to have a skilled gamer fail to emphasize the game's realism. The producer's colleagues whispered that this is how he acts when he genuinely likes something. Despite always complaining on the surface, a man in a suit decided it was time to check the community's reaction and started posting on forums. The forums were flooded with mixed reactions, some calling it a failed publicity stunt, others praising Almond's skills. The man in the suit realized that regardless, the most important thing was that Almond, or Yu Sang-hyun, was gaining attention. The female MC, Yu Heian, cheerfully announced to the audience that the previous test was just for fun and the next one was about to begin. Yu Heian revealed that Almond had more than just archery skills and introduced the next challenge. Titled, Survival. The scene transitioned, and Almond and Yu Heian were now standing in a completely new grid-like virtual space. The audience in the chat channel became excited upon learning that Almond would be redoing the challenge Jeonjappa had once done. The chat channel commented that Almond's graphics looked different and that his system seemed to have frozen. Yu Heian called out to Almond to snap him out of his daze. And he came to his senses, much to the viewers' amusement. Yu Heian asked for Almond's impression of the new space, and he admitted it felt more like a game, though he was disappointed he couldn't shoot more. She excitedly explained that this was the difference in experience within Fantasia's hyper-realistic virtual space. Yu Heian emphasized the difference between reality and participating in this infamous survival test. When asked for his honest thoughts, Almond looked directly at Yu Heian with a serious expression. Almond confidently declared that he thought this test would be easy, greatly surprising Yu Heian and the audience. Yu Heian asked if he knew what kind of test this was, and he replied that she had told him to watch it before coming. She became flustered because Almond had said something he shouldn't have, while the audience found him terrible at broadcasting. Yu Heian continued by asking if he had seen Jeonjappa's run, and Almond calmly confirmed that he had. She appeared flustered when Almond said he had watched Jeonjappa's test, which she hadn't expected. Almond confidently asserted that he would get a higher score, falling completely into her provocative trap. Yu Heian was stunned by his incredible confidence, while the chat channel was extremely amused. With a knowing smile, Yu Heian agreed and prepared to start the test. As the lights went out, she officially began the challenge, and Almond readied himself. The moment the countdown hit 1, a weapon was fired directly at Almond. Almond was immediately hit and cursed as he was knocked backward. He got up and remarked that the last attack was really powerful. Almond complained that attacking the moment the lights came back on was a bit unfair. Another gun turret activated and prepared to fire at him. Almond swiftly dodged the laser beam firing from the turret. He noticed a giant sword thrown into his blind spot and wondered if the weapons changed each time. Almond quickly identified the blind spot and moved to dodge the next attack. He successfully dodged another laser beam, earning admiration from the observers. Yu Heian watched through a giant screen, admitting that Almond was not someone easily defeated. The audience in the chat channel asked Yu Heian to reveal Jeonjappa's record for comparison. Yu Heian happily agreed to show them Jeonjappa's record. The screen displayed Jeonjappa's record of 30 minutes and 39 seconds. A respectable achievement. Yu Heian provoked Almond, asking if Jeonjappa's record seemed too far out of his reach. Despite this, she had to silently admit that Almond's performance was impressive, as 71% of players had already been eliminated. Yu Heian declared that the easy part was over and pressed a red button to start the next phase. Almond looked up with a determined expression as the challenge grew more difficult. The announcer declared that this was when the real challenge began. Phase 2. Almond braced himself as the second phase of the test officially began. The floor beneath Almond's feet began to collapse, much to the viewers' astonishment. Almond managed to dodge just in time as the tiles under his feet disappeared. He realized that the floor wasn't collapsing randomly. Almond detected a slight vibration before a tile disappeared, a crucial clue. Thanks to this observation, he confidently declared that he could dodge the collapsing floor. The audience was amazed by his ability to move on the crumbling ground. Wondering if he had memorized the pattern, Yu Heian confirmed that they hadn't given any hints, meaning he couldn't have memorized it beforehand. She was surprised by Almond's survival skills, noting he had reached the top 11% despite only using the device for 3 weeks. Almond continued to skillfully jump from one tile to another to survive. He realized the pattern had changed, now combined with flying weapons, causing any tile that was hit to fall immediately. Almond remained unfazed, believing the 30-minute mark would pass quickly. In the control room, a junior staff member asked their superior if the stats they were seeing were normal. The female superior reviewed Almond's data, confirming his concentration level was very high but the machinery was functioning normally. The data showed his stats were approaching 250, on par with Jeonjappa. The junior staff member wondered if the VNG stat, representing full dive potential, could reach such a high level. The superior explained that while rare, it wasn't impossible, citing Jeonjappa as an example. But Almond was much older. Although hard to believe, the superior had to admit that this was Almond's actual result. The female superior fell silent, pondering this extraordinary data. She hypothesized that this could happen if he had been continuously practicing through imagination. The junior staff member laughed, suggesting that would require 10 years of non-stop practice. The superior asked for her opinion, but then pointed out that full dive technology had only existed for 8 years. The junior staff member was stunned into silence. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, the superior wondered how Almond could have practiced through imagination even before full dive technology was created. A flashback showed Almond in a state of deep concentration, seemingly practicing with a phantom spear. Back in the game, the announcer declared that Almond had surpassed 15 minutes and was now in the top 1.2%. Almond remained highly focused, dodging increasingly complex attacks. He noticed the weapons were becoming more brutal as a giant spiked ball appeared. The announcer declared the start of Phase 3, catching Almond by surprise. Almond swallowed, recalling that Phase 1 was flying weapons and Phase 2 was the collapsing floor. He braced himself, wondering what new challenge Phase 3 would bring. Almond stood firm, his eyes wide in anticipation of the next challenge. He was horrified to see lightning strike the arena, realizing this was the new threat of Phase 3. Almond stands in a futuristic room, preparing to face a survival challenge. A spectator is stunned when the challenge is revealed to be descending lightning bolts. The audience in the chat room explodes, not believing he has to dodge lightning bolts. Almond slides across the floor, dodging a giant lightning bolt shaped like a pair of scissors. The audience can't believe their eyes, while Almond calmly explains his abilities. He reveals that he can sense the static electricity in the air and the vibrations of the floor before each attack. Almond continues to dodge with ease while reading comments, astonishing the audience. He maintains a look of intense focus, ready for any challenge to come. Almond looks up, making the audience wonder what he is looking at after hearing a sound. He quickly dodges a beam of light shooting straight down from the ceiling. Almond lands safely, and the audience confirms they also heard the warning sign. He thinks to himself that this challenge isn't too difficult because the game gave him warning signs. Almond assumes this is a trick by the Fantasia game and steps on a tile that makes a click sound. The tile unexpectedly launches him into the air, leaving the audience bewildered as to how he will dodge in midair. A female commentator excitedly announces that Almond is now airborne. She wonders what he will do next, unable to move his body freely, as a barrage of daggers flies towards Almond. The female commentator doubts if he can dodge them. Despite being suspended in midair, Almond maintains a calm and focused expression. The audience in the chat room is completely confused and amazed by the seemingly impossible situation. The female commentator exclaims in astonishment as she sees Almond twist his body in midair to dodge the daggers. She wonders if the gap between the attacks is too large, making it too easy for Almond to dodge. The female commentator decides to increase the difficulty of the challenge. Almond bends backward to dodge a laser beam, astonishing the audience who compare it to a limbo dance. After dodging the attack, he looks up, calmly waiting for the next challenge. A series of pistols appear, leading the female commentator to believe that Almond cannot possibly dodge this time. Just when everyone thinks it's over, Almond reaches out and catches a falling pistol. A man in sunglasses in the crowd is completely shocked by this action. The female commentator is also stunned, speechless at the unbelievable sight. Almond uses the pistol he just caught to shoot down the other falling pistols. He lands gently after completely neutralizing the threat. Almond immediately looks up, preparing for the next wave of attacks. He admits that the last attack was quite unexpected. While the audience is still buzzing with excitement, a man in a suit, observing, wonders if Almond is using imaginary training. He wants to know Almond's method for research purposes, but a female researcher says she has never heard of it. The man in the suit recalls that in an interview, Sang-hyun was just an ordinary office worker, which astonishes the female researcher. The female researcher is confused, wondering if Sang-hyun's brain is naturally extraordinary. She asks the man the reason for his questions, and he begins to explain. He reveals that it is because of Almond's VNS stats displayed on the tablet. He explains that Almond's stats could only be achieved after a long period of imaginary training. He adds that it must be the result of intense, detailed, and realistic training to the point of overload. The man shocks the female researcher by saying that achieving this would require 10 years of non-stop training. He muses that such extreme training is unheard of, as most people would opt for physical training. Looking towards the machines, the man in the suit has a sudden realization. He finally understands Sang-hyun's actions. He connects the dots as to why Sang-hyun shot the bow so naturally and why he cried so much. He also understands Sang-hyun's extraordinary focus while in the machine. A flashback shows a past Sang-hyun as a passionate archer. The man realizes that Sang-hyun has been dreaming the same dream for 10 years. It was a dream he had desperately longed for, the dream of becoming an archer. He recalls that even after the accident, Sang-hyun did not give up on archery in his dreams for a decade. The one gem that continued to shine brightly in the darkness was that persistent dream. The man concludes in tears that that gem is the present-day Almond. The female researcher notices he is emotional and asks with concern. Meanwhile, the commentator announces that Almond has officially passed the 30-minute mark. She excitedly says that he is getting very close to Jeonjappa's record and that history is about to be made. The man in the suit calmly tells the female researcher that Almond is not doing imaginary training. He states with certainty that Almond is simply a genius. The audience is stunned as the commentator announces Almond is only 39 seconds away from Jeonjappa's record. An opponent can't believe it, admitting that a true genius who can defeat another genius has appeared. The scene shifts to the door of the control room. A senior female researcher returns and is frantically told by her junior colleague that there is a problem. The junior points to the control panel, reporting that the synchronization level is at an abnormal rate. The junior announces the synchronization level has reached 97%, to her superior's horror. The senior female researcher confirms the dangerous 97% figure on the screen. She wonders why the safety system didn't automatically disconnect the user as programmed. The junior frantically realizes they are using a new prototype that doesn't have the safety limit installed. The senior female researcher recognizes the gravity of the situation, as even 85% is a dangerous threshold. She immediately rushes off, determined to stop the process at once. Yu Sang-hyun was dodging attacks in the virtual space at an extremely fast speed. He continued to move nimbly, weaving through the projectiles flying towards him. With only 5 seconds left, Yu Sang-hyun was still trying to hold on against the attacks. He rushed forward at a dizzying speed, determined to overcome the challenge. Yu Sanghyun slid across the floor, narrowly dodging another attack. A spear suddenly appeared, aimed straight at Yu Sanghyun. Yu Sanghyun quickly snatched the incoming spear, his eyes full of confidence. He powerfully stopped the opponent's weapon with his bare hands. With a swing of his arm, Yu Sanghyun knocked the spear away, creating a small explosion. The two weapons collided in midair and then fell to the virtual arena floor. Yu Sanghyun told himself that only cannonballs were left and he just needed to try a little harder. With only 2 seconds remaining, he began to feel the pressure. A barrage of giant, fiery cannonballs suddenly appeared, startling Yu Sanghyun. He realized that just dodging wasn't enough. He needed to hit a few of them. Yu Sanghyun's gaze sharpened as he prepared for a decisive move. Suddenly, Yu Sanghyun felt something strange happen to his hand. With only 1 second left, he realized there was a problem with his right hand. The game ended, and in the real world, a worried man called out Yu Sanghyun's name. A female staff member from the technical team rushed in frantically, asking about the results and Almond's condition. A technician sitting in front of the screen confusedly announced the record. The results showed that Jaeonjappa and Almond had identical scores. A draw. The manager shouted, demanding a closer check, not believing there wasn't even a 0.0001 second difference. The manager stared at the screen, not understanding what was happening. More detailed results appeared, confirming that Jaeonjappa's and Almond's scores were identical down to the last digit. Everyone rushed frantically to Yu Sanghyun, who had fainted in the game pod. Yu Sanghyun regained consciousness, realizing he was still alive and telling himself that the last time someone died in a pod was 5 years ago. The people around him frantically called for the medical team, while Yu Sanghyun wondered if he had overexerted himself. A worried female staff member asked about Yu Sanghyun's condition while the medical team was on its way. The medical team, led by Dr. Song Hana, approached Yu Sanghyun to examine him. Dr. Song Hana shone a light into Yu Sanghyun's eyes to check his reaction. She asked if he realized everyone was staring at him. Yu Sanghyun was still dazed, sweat streaming down his face. In his daze, Yu Sanghyun called out the names Han and Soyeon. Dr. Song Hana asked Yu Sanghyun if he was conscious. She worriedly asked about his condition, calling him Sanghyun. Yu Sanghyun closed his eyes, thinking it was impossible for her to be here. Dr. Song Hana announced that there were no abnormalities after the examination. The manager breathed a sigh of relief, while Yu Sanghyun wondered why everyone was gathered here. The manager angrily scolded Yu Sanghyun for being reckless and told him to lie down and rest. Yu Sanghyun interrupted the manager and turned to speak with Dr. Song Hana. He told Dr. Song Hana that he had something to discuss with her privately. In the consultation room, Dr. Song Hana asked Yu Sanghyun if he felt discomfort using his right hand. Yu Sanghyun admitted that it was inevitable she would find out after so many tests. Dr. Song Hana explained that his problem wasn't with his arm but was neurological, related to his brain being affected after the less than full dive greater than. She diagnosed him with a neurological disorder similar to acquired cerebral palsy. And luckily, it only affected his right hand. She further explained that there were many cases of hemiplegia, and emphasized that he was lucky. Yu Sanghyun recalled a previous doctor saying the same thing, but he couldn't accept being lucky to be injured. Dr. Song Hana asked if there was a problem, explaining that while it was fine now, the future was uncertain. She asked Yu Sanghyun if he ever wondered why his hand worked normally in virtual reality despite his neurological disability. Yu Sanghyun admitted he had wondered a little but didn't think much of it since his hand could still move, and asked her for the reason. Dr. Song Hana simply explained that other parts of his brain were compensating to control the hand. She compared his condition to a company where an employee is on sick leave, and other employees have to work overtime to compensate. Yu Sanghyun understood that the part of his brain controlling his right hand was damaged. But in virtual reality, other areas could take over. Dr. Song Hana confirmed this and explained that was why he sweated so much and felt tired, as his brain was being overloaded. She warned that if this condition continued and he used the game pod for long periods, they didn't know what might happen. Yu Sanghyun clenched his fist, thinking about his promise to reach the diamond rank. He worriedly asked what he should do, as this was his career. Dr. Song Hana advised him to exercise regularly, maintain healthy habits, and come for regular checkups. She gave him her business card, which had the name Song Hana on it. Song Hana said she would treat him for free. Yu Sanghyun was surprised. thinking that doctors who could read brainwaves and play games simultaneously were very rare and expensive. Song Hana explained that the phenomenon he was experiencing was not common. She admitted this was the first time she had seen such a case. Yu Sanghyun realized that she wanted to study his case. Song Hana confirmed it but said the research was nothing major, he just needed to live his life normally. She explained that she would just be collecting data during the process and asked if he would allow her to use it for research. Yu Sanghyun agreed immediately, which surprised Song Hana a little. He said he would discuss it with his manager. Song Hana advised him to think it over more carefully before contacting her again. Not to agree so hastily. Yu Sanghyun suddenly remembered something. He said there was something he hadn't had a chance to ask earlier. Yu Sanghyun walked out of the room, and the manager immediately asked about his condition. The manager worriedly asked if the situation was serious. Seeing Yu Sanghyun not answering, the manager shook his shoulder and asked what was wrong. Yu Sanghyun grabbed the manager's shoulders. He said that he hadn't broken the record. He explained that the doctor said he had tied with Jeonjapa. The manager shouted angrily, saying that if he had held on for just 0.0001 more seconds, he would have won. He scolded Yu Sanghyun for almost dying and still caring about the score. Yu Sanghyun grabbed the manager's collar, arguing that the record was more important. While another staff member called out Almond's name, the technician said that he needed to come back right away because the livestream was still ongoing. A man wearing glasses suddenly stopped Almond and called his name questioningly. A man wearing headphones ran over, urgently telling them to return immediately, leaving Almond utterly bewildered. The man in glasses was shocked to learn the broadcast was still live and hurriedly pulled Almond along. He excitedly told a confused Almond that it wasn't just a few viewers waiting, but a great many. As he was dragged away, Almond wondered what the audience was saying, assuming he had been unconscious for at least an hour. He recalled the doctor saying his match was a perfect draw, down to the nanosecond. However, a notification popped up stating that for the first time, someone had surpassed a VNS score of 300 during his broadcast. Almond was stunned to hear he had surpassed a VNS score of 300. He looked up at the monitor, which confirmed the news of his record-breaking live stream. The man in glasses smirked, thinking to himself that Almond was very surprised by the news. He continued his thought, assuming anyone would be surprised after breaking a world record. However, Almond then asked what VNS was, to the utter astonishment of the man with him. The man in glasses couldn't believe Almond didn't know what a VNS score was, a concept familiar to most gamers. He chuckled, deciding it didn't matter and that Almond just needed to get on stage. He patted Almond on the back, saying the host, Nuna, would explain everything and that this was Almond's true self. Almond wondered why he called the host Nuna when she looked younger, causing the man to blush and explain it was just an expression. The host, Yu Haeyeon, saw them and exclaimed that he had arrived, while the man in glasses pushed a reluctant Almond forward. The man in glasses urged Almond onto the stage, saying everyone had been waiting for a long time. The cameras focused on them as an announcement was made that the long-awaited Almond was about to appear. Yu Haeyeon introduced Almond's dramatic entrance as he was pushed onto the brightly lit stage. Almond appeared on stage while the live chat exploded with excitement and curiosity about his identity. Yu Haeyeon invited Almond to sit comfortably, and he politely thanked her. She enthusiastically asked about his well-being, while the audience commented on his calm reaction to her energy. Yu Haeyeon cheerfully confirmed that Almond had indeed broken the world record. She threw confetti and congratulated him on setting the world record for the highest VNS score. Yu Haeyeon suggested Almond say a few words, but he replied that he had a question. Almond calmly asked Yu Haeyeon what VNS was, leaving her completely speechless. The live chat exploded, finding Haeyeon's reaction hilarious and wondering if this was scripted. Yu Haeyeon turned to look at the man in glasses standing at the back of the stage. The man in glasses just smiled awkwardly, silently confirming that Almond truly had no idea. Yu Haeyeon recalled that he had only been streaming for 3 weeks and was amazed he had broken Jeonjapa's record without knowing what VNS was. Almond asked again why she said he broke the record when he heard his score was a draw with Jeonjapa. Yu Haeyeon explained that he had drawn in the survival challenge and offered to explain VNS first. She explained simply that VNS was a measure of a player's ability in virtual reality. She continued, saying the concept was similar to IQ and APM in the era of mouse and keyboard gaming. Haeyeon clarified that while VNS score wasn't an absolute measure, good players usually had high scores, and Jeonjapa had been the record holder. With an excited expression, Yoo Hae-yeon declared that Almond had just beaten that record. Almond maintained a calm expression, trying to process the information about the achievement he had just accomplished. Yoo Hae-yeon asked if he now felt like a world record holder. But he countered by asking if it was official. To her surprise, Almond explained that the standards for VNS seemed rather vague. He continued, arguing that Fantasia's machines couldn't be used to establish an official record. Almond concluded that since the standard wasn't clearly defined and the world didn't recognize VNS, it was just an unofficial number 1 spot. Yoo Hae-yeon tried to salvage the situation, nervously asking how he felt even if it was just an unofficial record against Jeonjapa. Almond turned to look at her and simply said it was a pity. His response left Yoo Hae-yeon in shock, completely stunned by his reaction. She couldn't understand why he was disappointed, but Almond calmly explained that if it wasn't official, anyone could be number 1. He compared it to a mother always thinking her child is number 1, leaving Yoo Hae-yeon at a loss for words. Backstage, the two men commented that it didn't matter if it was official or not, and remarked that Almond was very strict about records. Yoo Hae-yeon asked if he was disappointed because the record was unofficial, but Almond said it was also because he couldn't win the match. He expressed regret for not being able to break the record right at that moment in the game. Yoo Hae-yeon was confused, wondering why he had such a reaction when he had drawn with the best in the world. She observed that he wasn't happy at all, and even seemed to be angry. Almond's competitive and intense reaction was something Yoo Hae-yeon had never seen in other streamers. Although she found this novel reaction a bit uncomfortable, she contemplated something while looking at his analysis data. She empathized, saying he must have been very disappointed to have the record slip through his fingers. However, she encouraged him, saying that achieving this feat without much VR gaming experience was already incredible. Yoo Hae-yeon shared her personal opinion that she believed he would become an even greater gamer than Jeonjapa, causing a debate in the chat. She then asked what he thought, putting him in the spotlight as the audience awaited his answer. Almond confidently replied, "Yes, I think I can do it," surprising the audience with his assertiveness. Yoo Hae-yeon thanked him for his answer and asked if he would join the Dissolution Analyzer program again in the future. Almond seemed unwilling to talk about his VNS record anymore, while Hae-yeon thought there would be a lot to discuss. When Hae-yeon asked for the reason, Almond said the match had ended in a draw and he had something else he wanted to say. He compared celebrating an unofficial record to football fans consoling themselves with possession stats after a loss, causing Hae-yeon to hastily end the interview. The two men backstage laughed nervously as they thanked the audience and reminded them to subscribe. The broadcast ended with the sign-off, "This has been us with Almond," while the chat exploded with reactions to his final controversial statement. The match between Yoo Sang-hyun and his opponent ended in a draw. He considered it a pity but seemed to have accepted it. Kim Joo-hyuk laughed heartily while drinking water, praising Yoo Sang-hyun's talent and comparing his justification to that of a football fan. Kim Joo-hyuk continued to laugh loudly, claiming that everything Yoo Sang-hyun said were classic lines, while Yoo Sang-hyun looked confused. While Kim Joo-hyuk shouted, "They're all golden words," Yoo Sang-hyun was lying flustered on the floor, telling his friend to shut up. Yoo Sang-hyun felt embarrassed about his earlier statement, wondering how he could have said such a thing after the match ended in a draw. He blamed himself, calling himself Almond, and wondering why a newcomer would be angry about a draw with the world's number 1 player. Yoo Sang-hyun admitted to himself that he had gotten too excited upon hearing the phrase, "world record." He reflected that in the heat of the moment, he had unconsciously reverted to being the archery genius Yoo Sang-hyun, who always craved to break records. Kim Joo-hyuk kept re-watching Yoo Sang-hyun's statement, feeling it was still brilliant even after hearing it over and over again. Yoo Sang-hyun irritably asked how many times Kim Joo-hyuk had re-watched it, but his friend reassured him that everything turned out fine in the end. Kim Joo-hyuk insisted that he was praising Yoo Sang-hyun, who was annoyedly cursing under his breath. While Kim Joo-hyuk was enjoying a drink in the background, Yoo Sang-hyun looked at his phone and admitted that it was fortunate things had turned out well. Yoo Sang-hyun read the comments about Almond and saw that people's reactions were much better than expected. Someone even thought Hyoni had taken a liking to him. He was surprised not to be criticized, as one comment praised Almond for being very endearing. One comment explained that instead of bragging about beating Jeonjapa in VNS points, Yoo Sang-hyun had been objective about himself. The comment continued, noting that after the football fan metaphor, he had immediately given an objective assessment of his performance. Yoo Sang-hyun silently corrected the comment, saying he hadn't mentioned Korean football, and realized the story had been twisted. He sat on the sofa, wondering if people liked him because he had shown his true self. Kim Joo-hyuk felt sleepy from the beer and said he was going to bed. And Yoo Sang-hyun decided to rest as well. As he walked, Yoo Sang-hyun reflected that this straightforwardness had once been a hindrance when he was an office worker. However, he now realized that in this world of streamers, his frankness had become a great advantage. He sat at his desk, thinking that perhaps this was the right path for him all along. The next day, Yoo Sang-hyun was shocked to see his streamer name, Almond, in the live search rankings, along with Jeonjapa. While eating breakfast, he stared at his phone in amazement, wondering if yesterday's live stream had really made such a big impact. He considered creating a profile, but the current search results for Almond only showed roasted almonds and air quality data from Yuzu. He dismissed the idea, thinking that a small-time streamer who wasn't top-tier shouldn't have a profile. Just as his phone vibrated, Yoo Sang-hyun was surprised to receive a message from Acorn Jelly, who praised the stream and thanked him for helping their collaboration video gain views. He smiled, realizing they hadn't been in touch since the stream, and felt grateful to hear from Acorn Jelly, who had helped him become a partner streamer. Acorn Jelly teased him about the Korean football comment and invited him for a drink, to which Yoo Sang-hyun happily agreed. Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly appeared behind Yoo Sang-hyun, startling him by asking if he was scared and if the message was from Acorn Jelly. Startled, Yoo Sang-hyun told Kim Joo-hyuk to make some noise when moving around next time, and his friend cheerfully agreed. As Kim Joo-hyuk walked away, Yoo Sang-hyun's phone on the table began to vibrate continuously. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if he was getting a call, but Yoo Sang-hyun said they were all emails or messages. While cooking, Kim Joo-hyuk wondered if Yoo Sang-hyun had been hacked and told him to check his phone himself. Yoo Sang-hyun picked up his phone to see what was going on. He stared at his phone in astonishment. He had received a flood of messages from companies like Amumusinsa, a game manufacturer, and even Oh Kangwoo's kimchi stew, all wanting to get in touch. Yoo Sang-hyun was bewildered by the flood of sponsorship and advertising offers, wondering why they were sending them so early in the morning. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that marketing departments often don't clock out, which reminded Yoo Sang-hyun of a senior who practically lived at the company. Kim Joo-hyuk clarified that these companies were trying to sign them while they were still relatively cheap, like buying stocks when the price is low. Yoo Sang-hyun asked why Kim Joo-hyuk hadn't accepted previous offers from smaller brands when they needed the money. Kim Joo-hyuk stated firmly that it wouldn't work, as they could only profit if their stock price went up first. He explained that signing with a no-name brand would damage Yoo Sang-hyun's image, and they needed to be careful to stream for the long term. Yoo Sang-hyun was impressed, realizing that Kim Joo-hyuk, who needed money, had seen the bigger picture and rejected all those offers. Kim Joo-hyuk felt the pressure of Yoo Sang-hyun's trust in him, wondering what they should do now. Kim Joo-hyuk mentioned that the places contacting them now were all well-known brands, but Yoo Sang-hyun wanted to wait a little longer. Yoo Sang-hyun said he had an idea for the first advertisement but would talk about it later, leaving the entire decision to Kim Joo-hyuk. Yoo Sang-hyun's gaze fell on the breakfast Kim Joo-hyuk had prepared. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if Yoo Sang-hyun was planning to eat all of it himself and shooed him away, refusing to share. Elsewhere, Manager Oh's colleagues congratulated him, saying he was lucky and would surely get a promotion thanks to the stream. Manager Oh laughed proudly, boasting about his keen eye and how he knew Yoo Sang-hyun was good at both gaming and entertainment. Thanks to the successful stream, the team was having a company party during the day and celebrating happily. A colleague admitted to Manager Oh that they were initially very skeptical when he suddenly brought in an unknown person. The colleague continued, saying he had thought Yoo Sang-hyun was the boss's hidden nephew, but then he was immediately being compared to Jeonjapa. Manager Oh agreed confidently, certain that all game developers were now lining up to get an ad with Almond. Another colleague whispered that, just between them, he thought Almond had actually won that match. A young colleague was moved, sobbing because they finally had a partner streamer on par with Jeonjapa, while others told him not to cry. Everyone raised their glasses to toast Manager Oh and Almond for their hard work. Manager Oh took a drink, feeling his job had never been as rewarding as in the moment he discovered someone's potential. Back home, Yoo Sang-hyun prepared to enter the gaming capsule. Kim Joo-hyuk advised Yoo Sang-hyun not to worry about other things and to focus on streaming. Kim Joo-hyuk emphasized that the most important thing for them was to reach the diamond rank, and Yoo Sang-hyun agreed. Yu Sang-hyun knew there were more viewers now but was determined not to be swayed by the numbers. He decided to keep doing things as he always had. He closed his eyes, centering his mind. He opened his eyes, determined to stay calm and focused. At the company party, a notification popped up on a phone. Almond has started streaming. Shocking the employee holding it. The employee was stunned, realizing Almond was streaming right now, even though it was still the middle of the day. Manager O, being called for a second round, told his colleagues he was just going to the restroom. He thought that since this was a company party thanks to Almond, it would be great to watch the stream together. But he needed to be cautious. He found a quiet corner, thinking he had to be careful, as popularity could vanish quickly in this volatile market. Manager O knew there was no guarantee of immediate results after just one broadcast. However, he believed that if Yu Sang-hyun truly had star potential, this stream would prove it. He considered the previous 3.000 to 5.000 viewers to be just a temporary fad, and estimated Almond's average viewership to be 2.000 to 3.000. He set a new goal, to surpass 6.000 viewers, double the previous average. He anxiously watched the viewer count, hoping for 6.000, then greedily wishing for 7.000, and that number was immediately surpassed. The stream had started and the number of viewers had skyrocketed. Manager O rushed out of the restaurant, deciding there was no better place than that chicken joint. He urgently told his colleagues that the problem wasn't their location, but that everyone needed to watch Almond's livestream right now. Kim Joo-hyuk was working on his laptop when he suddenly looked extremely surprised at something on the screen. He let out a curse, unable to believe what he was seeing. Meanwhile, another group of people was also gathering to watch a streamer's livestream that had just started. The person live streaming, Sang-hyun, was stunned to see that the number of viewers had reached 8.309. Kim Joo-hyuk, the manager, was overjoyed and celebrated this unexpected success. He was confident that if they could maintain this number, it would be the first step to becoming a mid-tier streamer. Kim Joo-hyuk fell into thought, recalling Sang-hyun's past difficulties. He remembered that Sang-hyun was very sensitive about two topics, his past related to archery and his right hand. Sang-hyun had once warned him to be careful with his words, showing that his trauma was deeper than he had thought. Kim Joo-hyuk realized he had been short-sighted to think he could turn Sang-hyun's past into a highlight to attract viewers. He accepted that everyone has secrets they want to keep to themselves and looked towards the game console. Kim Joo-hyuk decided to make a phone call, thinking that if Sang-hyun wasn't ready, he wouldn't force him. He introduced himself as Kim Joo-hyuk, Almond's manager, and contacted them about editing the broadcast. Kim Joo-hyuk asked the editor to completely cut the part related to archery at the beginning of the broadcast. Meanwhile, Almond's chat channel exploded due to the sudden spike in viewers, making everyone extremely excited. Almond, or Sang-hyun, started the stream and was also surprised to see so many people watching. The chat box was flooded with greetings from all over, including international fans and newcomers. Although it wasn't a special broadcast, Sang-hyun felt the atmosphere was completely different from before. He became flustered and didn't know what to say in the face of this sudden, massive attention. Sang-hyun felt so nervous that he couldn't speak in front of the huge audience. Suddenly, a viewer named Ruby Sword donated and called him world class, catching Sang-hyun's attention. Almond thanked Ruby Sword and humbly joked that he was still just at a common level. An old viewer named Eggplant also donated, and Almond happily thanked them for supporting him since the early days. Thanks to the familiar viewers, Almond suddenly felt relaxed and sensed the good vibe of the stream. When asked what game he would play today, Almond excitedly announced it after receiving a donation from Casio. He excitedly declared that today he would play Battle Large, a fighting game. Almond reiterated his promise to reach Diamond rank in 2 weeks, and the screen began to load Battle Large. The game explained that to rank up, a player must win 3 promotion matches or place in the top 10 in 2 consecutive matches. Almond was confident he could do it as he only needed a maximum of 4 more matches to complete the promotion series. Just then, Ruby Sword donated again and set a mission with a 101 reward if Almond won all his matches today. Almond cheerfully thanked Ruby Sword for the 100.000 While the audience teased that he had mistakenly added a 0, he continued to give thanks for the generous donations and missions right from the start of the stream. Just as Almond was about to start, a viewer named Onion Soup donated 100.0001 and asked if Yoo Hae-yeon was pretty in real life. Almond was surprised as this was the first time someone had donated to ask an off-topic question. But he still answered that she was very pretty. He admitted that although Yoo Hae-yeon was prettier in real life than on screen, the difference wasn't that big. Just as Almond was about to start again, a flood of other questions from donors like Osoy and Slope came in. Many new viewers were confused by the questions. While Almond realized he should have started with a chat session, he decided to answer the questions first and thanked Osoy for the donation. Almond honestly recounted that at first, he thought the results were rigged and had grabbed his manager by the collar. Hearing this, Almond immediately asked Joohyuk to ban Joohyuk's own account for revealing that in the chat box. Kim Joohyuk angrily slammed Almond's game console and walked away. Almond told the audience that Joohyuk had just hit his console and left, making him feel scared. He asserted that the results were not actually manipulated, and that even the engineers didn't understand why it happened. A viewer named Fishcake donated and asked if Almond thought he was more talented than Jeonjappa. Almond cleverly replied that talent is a vague concept and everything depends on the results. Right after, another viewer named Papapa asked if he knew much about Jeonjappa. Almond admitted that he had only recently become interested in VR games, so he only knew the name, but he had followed him for research. He found it interesting that Jeonjappa seemed to talk very little during his live streams. The audience explained that Jeonjappa was insecure about his voice, and Almond realized that was the reason. When a viewer named Calmby made a negative comment about Jeonjappa, Almond immediately asked Joohyuk to ban that person. Almond maintained a serious expression, showing his firmness against comments that crossed the line. He smiled, feeling satisfied with himself after handling the situation. Almond continued the chat session, feeling more comfortable and open. Meanwhile, a woman was watching his live stream with a pensive expression. She wondered how much longer Almond would keep talking. Almond sat in front of the chat screen, engrossed in the conversation with his viewers. He realized this might be the most he had ever talked during a stream. Perhaps because the audience was more diverse. Almond admitted that it was quite fun and wondered if this was what celebrities felt like when reading comments about themselves. He was startled when he saw the audience bring up the question about his health checkup that he had missed. Almond realized he had missed Slope's question and apologized for seeing it too late. He explained that the reason he was rushed to the emergency room was because his body was not very compatible with the game console. Almond lied that everything was fine and the doctor said he would get better with regular exercise. In reality, the doctor had only said that exercising and eating healthy were the best he could do, without promising a recovery. Even so, Almond reassured himself that everything would be okay. He thought about the positive aspects of being a streamer, interacting with fans and being able to do archery to his heart's content in the game. Almond truly loved this job and wished he could do it for a very long time. The scene shifts to a luxurious house at sunset. After many matches, Almond was finally down to his last promotion match. The chat expressed regret that Almond couldn't find a bow in the match, but he still made it to the top 10. The woman who had been watching the stream from the beginning appeared silent and thoughtful. Almond ended the broadcast, promising to continue tomorrow, while the woman was still watching. After the stream ended, the woman was revealed to be sitting in a wheelchair. She placed the remote control on the table. The girl in the wheelchair moved into another room and closed the door. Streamer Almond greets his audience and begins his platinum promotion match, receiving enthusiastic cheers from the viewers. An elderly butler brings tea and says he will be as quick as possible. The butler notices Jeonjappa sitting in a wheelchair, intently watching Almond's live stream. He asks Jeonjappa if she is really interested in this stream, but she remains silent. Jeonjappa asks the butler for his thoughts on what people are talking about. The butler is confused, not understanding what she is referring to. Jeonjappa explains that people are gossiping that the legend, Jeonjappa, is about to be surpassed by Almond. The butler smiles, dismissing it as baseless talk. Jeonjappa counters, saying that 2 of her records have already been broken by Almond. She explains that Almond reached the platinum rank right after his placement matches and broke the VNS point record. What bothers Jeonjappa more is that Almond declared that breaking her VNS record meant nothing. The butler asks if she is truly bothered by those words. Jeonjappa recalls Almond's nonchalant expression when he said it. She feels he acted as if he could break one of her real records at any time. The butler reassures her that new, arrogant people always appear. He asks Jeonjappa if she remembers the name of any of them. Jeonjappa admits that she doesn't remember anyone, then calmly sips her tea. The butler smiles, saying that in that case, she doesn't need to worry about Almond. He asks for permission to finish his work and tells Jaeonjappa to call if she needs anything. After the butler leaves, Jaeonjappa continues to watch the broadcast with a pensive look. On the screen, Almond is parachuting down to the armory area, making Jaeonjappa wonder if that tactic will work this time. Jaeonjappa muses that a promotion match is very different from a regular match, especially for a streamer. In the game, Almond's character lands safely on the ground. Almond informs his audience that he will start at the armory again, a familiar move to his viewers. Suddenly, a motorcycle rushes towards Almond from behind. Almond dodges the vehicle spectacularly, causing viewers to compare his ability to even Jaeonjappa's. He maintains his balance after the surprising dodge. Almond wonders in surprise what just happened. He notices the motorcycle driver had laughed even though he had dodged. Before the person drove away, Almond quickly gives chase, running inside the armory building. He is surprised to see the motorcycle driver has gone down the stairs. Almond's audience is amazed by the opponent's driving skills in such a high MMR match. Almond looks around inside the dark warehouse building. He realizes he doesn't see any bows, while another opponent with a machete is lurking from above. As Almond's guard is down, the blonde-haired opponent suddenly attacks from behind. The attacker looks smug, believing Almond won't be able to dodge twice in a row. He lunges forward, swinging the machete towards Almond. Almond quickly blocks the opponent's machete. He smiles and thanks the opponent for the gift of a weapon. The attacker shouts in anger and rushes towards Almond again. Almond uses the newly acquired machete to stick it into the wall, creating a foothold. The blonde-haired attacker is terrified by Almond's unexpected move. Almond asks his opponent if he has another knife, causing him to panic. Almond moves swiftly, using the machete as leverage to attack. He quickly takes down the opponent named Arsenal Jungler, causing his chat to explode with excitement. Almond continues to move, shooting down another opponent who was on a higher level. The bow-wielding opponent is astonished, not understanding why Almond has such good dodging abilities. Almond hides behind a wall, feeling that something is wrong and realizing someone has been farming bows. He checks the forums and discovers a post recruiting people to streamer hunt, targeting himself. Almond realizes the difficult situation as the opponent on the second floor has taken all the guns and bows. However, he tells himself that he still has an ace up his sleeve. The opponent above thinks Almond has run away and receives a blaming message from his teammate. The streamer hunters start arguing via messages, blaming each other for letting Almond escape. They decide to stop arguing and focus on defending Jaeonjappa's honor. Almond suddenly shatters a window, lunging straight at the bow-wielding opponent. He appears right in front of the opponent with shocking suddenness. The bow-wielding opponent is terrified, not understanding how Almond could have gotten there. Almond strikes quickly, taking down the opponent. A notification appears showing that Almond has eliminated the player like Subhithabel. Almond realizes his tactic was successful. While the viewers are extremely excited, he suddenly remembers something as he looks at the notification board. Almond looks back at the chat and wonders who suggested he climb up with the knife. He cheerfully thanks the user named Papapa for giving him the great idea. Almond looks at the loot from the defeated enemies and feels it's better than he thought. He compares the defeated streamer hunters to good fertilizer for his loot harvest. Almond appears pensive, listening to the movements around him. He hears the sounds of intense fighting below, indicating there are still many enemies. Almond stands on a railing, assessing that he doesn't know how many snipers are there. Therefore, he decides to use one of the bows he just picked up to continue the fight. The stream viewers wondered about the group causing a commotion, not knowing that they were the same ones who were on their way here earlier. Meanwhile, other viewers mocked the group of players, calling them foolish for daring to target Almond only to be taken down by him. Although the game, Battle Large, had many variables, everyone shared a common feeling about the outcome of this confrontation. The decisive moment came when Almond took down the player holding all the arrows, completely changing the tide of the battle. After losing their main weapon supply, the group of streamer hunters realized their fate was sealed. Realizing their disadvantageous situation, the remaining members of the streamer hunter group screamed in panic and started to flee for their lives. However, their escape attempt was quickly thwarted as Almond moved with incredible speed to block their path and eliminate them one by one. While Almond was dealing with the enemies on the upper floor, another crowd of players had gathered chaotically in front of the warehouse. The players on the lower floor were chaotically shoving each other in a brawl, trying to fight their way forward. From above, Almond continued his hunt and eliminated a player named Erfault, thinning the number of opponents below. The crowd continued to flee in panic, unaware that the archer above was targeting them, leaving only 2 members of the streamer hunter group. A player in a blue hoodie tried to attack another, but the chaos of the brawl prevented him from landing a precise blow. From his vantage point, Almond observed the chaotic fight below and wondered what one of the players was doing. He calmly drew his bow, aiming at a player who thought they were safe hiding behind a wall or another person. Almond's arrow flew true, eliminating an unsuspecting player named Lobel Prize from the chaotic fight. Almond coldly declared that everyone there was going to die anyway. As he continued to pick off targets from above, another player, struck down by Almond's arrow, cried out in surprise and pain before being eliminated from the game. Almond remarked on the abundance of targets, likening the players below to a large school of fish waiting to be caught. A player hit in the shoulder screamed in terror, bewildered about the identity of the skilled archer on the second floor. The players on the lower floor realized the threat from above and decided they had to team up to eliminate the archer first. Almond was slightly surprised to see the crowd's attention suddenly shift entirely towards him. A player threw a shoe at Almond, calling him a damn mosquito, and urging the others to take him down together. Almond easily dodged the incoming projectiles, surprised that his simple baiting tactic had actually worked. The players below were stunned to see Almond dodge all their attacks, wondering who this mysterious archer was. One player pointed out that if they didn't eliminate Almond first, they wouldn't be able to get to the basement, putting the group in a bind. The remaining players, now united against a common enemy, prepared to rush the second floor to take down Almond. Almond assessed the situation, noting there were about 11 players left and admitting to himself that he was at a complete disadvantage. Despite the difficult situation, he remained determined, aware of the disadvantage but still readying himself for the fight ahead. He wished he could shoot faster, realizing his current bow and technique were limiting his rate of fire against multiple opponents. He recalled that in the game Kingdom Age, continuous shooting was possible thanks to the skill system. However, Battle Large had no skill system, meaning a player's ability depended entirely on their individual technique. The concept of a hand technique for consecutive shooting flashed in his mind, and he decided to try something he remembered. He recalled watching a video on AllTube about an archery technique used in ancient warfare, which was highly effective for rapid firing, although he had never mastered it due to his coach's scolding and the limitations of a sports bow. He thought he could do it now. Feeling his condition was perfect, he resolved to successfully execute the ancient technique with a confident smile. He began to execute the technique, first by grabbing a handful of arrows from his quiver to replicate what he remembered. He carefully wedged the arrows between the fingers of his bow hand, preparing for a rapid volley. As the opposing players started rushing up the stairs, Almond was ready to unleash his newly remembered technique. He drew the bowstring with 4 arrows ready, preparing to fire them in succession, a seemingly impossible feat. With a confident smile, he knew he had herded them right where he wanted them for an easy elimination. The first arrow was released, flying straight and true towards the charging opponents. The moment the first arrow left the string, his hand was already moving to knock the next one swiftly. He immediately knocked the second arrow, his movements fluid and incredibly fast, maintaining a continuous rate of fire. He continued the sequence, knocking and firing one arrow after another in a relentless, deadly flow. Arrows rained down on the advancing players, each one finding its mark with lethal precision. The players below looked up in confusion, completely caught off guard by the overwhelming and rapid volley of arrows. They fell into chaos and disbelief, wondering what kind of attack it was as they were taken down one by one. The kill feed lit up continuously as Almond eliminated Omen, DOE09, Oiman 2, and Honeybee 3 in quick succession. The remaining survivors looked up in astonishment, wondering if what they just saw was a game bug and how he did it. They were utterly confused as to how Almond could achieve such a high rate of fire with just a regular bow. Almond, pleased with his performance, told himself that his execution of the technique was not bad. He noted the viewers' reactions and was glad that he no longer had to conserve arrows. He mocked and thanked the fertilizer player he had eliminated earlier, as he was now using his arrows very effectively. The chat exploded with religious praise for Saint Almond, while Yuzu asked him about his assassination display. Viewers like Neutraligen and Leithspray donated, creating a mock religion around Almond's incredible display of skill. Another viewer, Ruby Sword, was confused by the stream's sudden change, but Almond reassured them they were on the right channel. A viewer named Sniper Snipe donated and asked who the streamer hunters were, but Almond feigned ignorance. as they were dead and nameless. More importantly, Almond realized that the players gathering items in the basement were probably done. He debated whether to enter the basement, while his chat repeatedly advised him to run because there was a monster down there. Viewers advised him to run first, believing he already had enough kills to rank high. But Almond hesitated. Despite everyone's advice, Almond declared that he wanted to take first place. Showing his ambition, he wondered what a power suit was, a term mentioned by the viewers that he had never heard of. The power suit was explained to be a legendary grade item that tripled the wearer's physical abilities. To maintain its legendary value, the developers had continuously buffed its stats, making it game-breakingly overpowered. It was an extremely rare item, only appearing in the armory's basement or in supply drops, making it highly sought after. Almond understood, realizing that the strategy guide videos he watched wouldn't cover such a luck-dependent variable. His eyes widened as he processed the new information, understanding the potential threat he might face. He suddenly heard a loud noise from the basement, confirming his suspicion that someone was down there. The chat confirmed his fears, stating the sound was from a power suit and warning that it was approaching. Almond decided to check the situation below by looking at the kill log. As the power suit had a very low appearance rate, he looked at the kill log and noticed a player named Jensen had eliminated 007 Jond, an indicator of the power suit's strength. The kill log continued to update, showing Jensen eliminating multiple players, confirming he was the one with the power suit. Almond glanced down the stairs, realizing that while he was lucky to get arrows, someone else was lucky enough to find the suit. He witnessed Jensen, in the power suit, effortlessly take down another player, confirming he wasn't as lucky as he thought. Jensen looked up and saw Sang-hyun looking down from the upper floor with a surprised expression. Sang-hyun realized the person below was the one who had been riding the motorcycle earlier. Jensen immediately rushed up the stairs towards Sang-hyun at a terrifying speed. Sang-hyun was completely shocked by his opponent's sudden and dizzying approach speed. Jensen landed with an extremely powerful stomp, causing the ground around him to shatter. Jensen smirked, clearly impressed with the power of his new suit. He exclaimed that his power suit was extremely effective, as shown by the crater he had just created. Jensen looked around, wondering where Sang-hyun had disappeared to after his powerful landing. From a distance, Sang-hyun had already drawn his bow, aiming an arrow precisely at the target. Sang-hyun fired the arrow, which flew straight towards the unsuspecting Jensen. Sang-hyun was surprised to see Jensen easily dodge the arrow with just a slight movement. Jensen acknowledged his opponent's incredible archery skills, confirming that he knew who he was facing. Jensen confidently identified his opponent as the famous player Almond and drew a rifle. Sang-hyun was stunned to realize Jensen was using a hero-grade weapon. Jensen began to open fire, forcing Sang-hyun to dive for cover behind some crates. Sang-hyun was pinned to the floor as bullets flew wildly around him. Jensen laughed maniacally while continuing to unleash a relentless barrage of bullets. Pinned down, Sang-hyun gritted his teeth, realizing his difficult situation while viewers commented on the possibility of him being taken down. Sang-hyun quickly threw a smoke bomb towards Jensen to create a distraction. Jensen was momentarily surprised by the smoke bomb that had just landed at his feet. Instead of attacking, Jensen suddenly rushed through the smoke and shouted for Sang-hyun's autograph. The place where Sang-hyun was hiding was completely destroyed by the firepower, with viewers commenting on how he had narrowly escaped death. After successfully repositioning thanks to the smoke bomb, Sang-hyun breathed a sigh of relief. Viewers commented on Jensen's frantic fighting style, suggesting the power suit only enhanced physical abilities. Sang-hyun explained to his viewers that he couldn't use the skyshot technique because the roof was in the way. With his usual tactics neutralized, Sang-hyun decided there was only one final method left. He recalled a technique he had only seen on AllTube, and resolved to do everything he could right now. A system notification window appeared before Sang-hyun as he prepared for his next move. Sang-hyun gave a strained smile, worried about the difficult battle ahead. He accepted the fact that battle large would be a tough fight to the very end. As the map indicated, Sang-hyun began to set a trap by placing something on top of the crates. The trap created small sparks on the metal crates to attract his opponent's attention. Jensen emerged from the smoke, taunting Sang-hyun for hiding so well. Thinking he had found his target, Jensen prepared to attack the hiding spot. Sang-hyun seized the opportunity to attack from the flank while Jensen was distracted. He realized he needed to find a perfect obstacle to hide behind. Sang-hyun looked for something sturdy enough that not even a hero-grade weapon could penetrate. he spotted a large, solid pillar that could serve as perfect cover. Jensen complained that Sang-hyun was just running around all day while he aimed. Jensen once again fanatically screamed, "Almond," demanding a picture while still firing relentlessly. A bullet grazed Sang-hyun's leg, causing a minor injury. Sang-hyun winced in pain from the wound on his foot. A notification appeared, stating his movement speed had been reduced due to the injury and the safe zone was shrinking. Despite his injury, Sang-hyun struggled to move to escape the shrinking danger zone. Jensen yelled that hiding was useless and continued to fire at the pillar Sang-hyun was using for cover. The pillar was gradually being destroyed by Jensen's relentless firepower. Hiding behind cover, Sang-hyun prepared another arrow, concentrating intensely. Breathing heavily, Sang-hyun drew his bow and aimed at the wall. Much to the viewer's confusion, he continued to hold his stance, focusing his energy despite his exhausted body. After a moment of intense concentration, Sang-hyun finally felt ready to shoot. He released the arrow, which was enveloped in a strange blue aura. The arrow flew along the wall, bending its path unnaturally, astonishing the viewers. The viewers couldn't believe their eyes as they watched the arrow curve around the corner. Sang-hyun's eyes glinted with focus. He had successfully executed the incredible curve shot. He immediately prepared another arrow. Continuing his assault, Sang-hyun fired again, sending a second arrow curving along the wall. He fired the third and fourth arrows in quick succession, all following the impossible curved trajectory. Multiple curved arrows converged on Jensen from an unexpected angle. Jensen's eyes widened in shock as he realized the arrows were heading for him. The arrows hit their mark, embedding themselves in Jensen's head and neck. Jensen collapsed to the ground, defeated by the indefensible barrage of curving arrows. A notification confirmed that Sang-hyun, in-game name Almond, had eliminated Jensen, securing his 66th kill. The viewers went wild, completely stunned by the curve shot technique they had just witnessed. Sang-hyun explained to his bewildered audience that the curve shot was actually possible with a real bow and arrow. When asked if he had ever used a real bow, he laughed it off, saying who uses bows these days, prompting a chibi to remind Sang-hyun to watch his words. A moderator made a donation and a message appeared asking if the power suit now belonged to him. Sang-hyun excitedly decided to try on the power suit he had just looted from Jensen. He put on the blue power suit, feeling its perfect fit. Sang-hyun struck a pose, feeling great in his new legendary item and decided he would rank up to Plat 2. Almond received a notification that he had inhaled toxic gas. But fortunately, his gas mask helped reduce the damage by half. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that thanks to the gas mask, he had suffered almost no damage. Suddenly, Almond was stunned to realize his body had become strangely light. He felt his body was as light as a feather, and a strange power was surging through him. Almond felt this was a sensation that was both dangerous and captivating. As if he had become a different person. The young man exclaimed that this power was incredibly overpowered. While the viewers laughed at his expression, the audience commented that Almond looked very excited as he danced around, enjoying the thrilling sensation of moving his body. Almond wondered if this was the reason the game, Life is Legends, was so famous. The game, Life is Legends, was introduced as the world's #1 game, where players fight monsters with superpowers. Curious about his new power, Almond decided to slowly gather medical items and move with the safe zone. He started running and was astonished by his own extraordinary speed. Almond felt like he was flying even though he wasn't running at full speed, causing viewers to compare him to Sonic. The young man couldn't help but admire how truly reliable the power suit was. Almond smiled confidently, completely immersed in this new experience. He thought the game Lil must be a lot of fun and decided he would try playing it next time. Almond entered a desolate area with ruined buildings to search for items. He was rummaging through a house when the system announced the safe zone would shrink in 30 seconds. Almond was startled, having been so engrossed in collecting items that he hadn't noticed the time. He proudly showed off his haul of countless medical items, while viewers teased him for only knowing how to farm healing items. Almond revealed that he had found a hero-class helmet and armor but couldn't equip them at the same time as the power suit. He realized the power suit was not invincible and had a weakness in the head area, which was also why he had been able to defeat Jensen. After stocking up on enough healing items, Almond confidently decided to go on a rampage against other players. He felt excited and wondered how different this battle would be from the games he had played before. Almond wondered if there were any elimination quests, making the viewers laugh at his naivety. Miho, another player watching the stream, laughed contemptuously at Almond's question. She wondered if Almond was being shameless or simply naive as she watched him on the live screen. Sitting in a wheelchair, Miho decided to check how many players were left in the match. She chuckled and admitted that Almond was an interesting player. Another player was attacked by Almond and fell freely from a great height. Almond explained that targeting streamers was easier because their strategies were often predictable. However, an arrow suddenly flew towards Almond, but it curved strangely. Miho, who was watching the match, was astonished to see Almond's arrow could bend. She was incredibly surprised because she had never seen anyone use a bow and arrow that way. Miho couldn't hide her excitement and admiration for Almond's unique and ingenious skill. Feeling an excitement she hadn't felt in a long time, Miho told herself she would add 30 more kills to her record with 54 players still alive. Almond's audience was amazed at his ability to move as if flying. His already good physical abilities were now even stronger. Another player was brutally taken down by Almond, making the audience shudder. A viewer commented that with Almond's appearance, this survival game had turned into a horror game. Viewers remarked that the combination of Almond's recurve bow and power suit was more effective than they had expected. Almond continuously shot down opponents, causing one viewer to exclaim that the game had become completely unbalanced. Miho looked at the screen announcing Almond had finished first with a total of 51 kills and thought the game had lost its balance. A badge lit up, marking the victory and promotion of the winner. Miho sighed as she realized she had also been promoted thanks to Almond's performance. She looked straight ahead with a mysterious and determined expression. Miho clapped slowly, a smug smile on her face, and praised Almond's performance as not bad at all. Almond also received a promotion notification, stunning his viewers because he had done it in less than a week. Almond's audience erupted in excitement, convinced he would soon reach diamond rank and break records. Almond read the comments and realized everyone believed he would break Jaeonjappa's 1-month record to reach diamond rank. He just smiled discreetly at everyone's expectations. Almond happily announced to his viewers that he had achieved his goal for the day and would be ending the stream. The viewers expressed their disappointment. One even donated money and asked if he planned to continue grinding to diamond rank. Almond received many words of encouragement and donations from viewers, who advised him to take care of his health. He thanked everyone for their understanding and prepared to turn off the game. As soon as he left the game, Almond staggered and fell to the floor. He leaned against the wall, exhausted and drenched in sweat after the intense live stream. A man with glasses worriedly asked if Almond had overexerted himself. Seeing how tired he was, Almond admitted that facing the streamer hunters from the start was difficult and that he would report them. The man with glasses was surprised as he looked at the laptop screen. He announced that even though the stream had just ended, there were already many hot posts about Almond, Miho, and even Bubblegum. The man paid special attention to the news that Bubblegum had actually returned to playing Battle Large. Bubblegum was known as a variety streamer who often changed his main game seasonally. The man with glasses was surprised because Bubblegum had played Battle Large last quarter, and he thought he would be playing a different game. He received a call from Bubblegum's manager, Park Sung-tae, and realized what the man had said before was true. Park Sung-tae confirmed over the phone that Bubblegum had chosen Battle Large as his main game again, possibly due to his encounter with Almond. Park Sung-tae confidently said that Almond reaching diamond rank was a given. Just a matter of time. The man with glasses smiled, silently praising Park Sung-tae for having a good eye for talent. Almond was sitting and eating a cup of pudding to recharge his energy. He felt revitalized after eating the sweet treat, though he still looked quite tired. Almond scrolled through his phone while eating, reading the positive feedback about his stream. He smiled as he read a comment suggesting that the gods had truly helped him during today's broadcast. A flashback showed a player humorously shouting that he wanted to be Almond when he grew up. That player, a streamer hunter, ran up to ask for Almond's autograph after being defeated. Almond admitted that the streamer hunter's actions were quite funny and made the broadcast more interesting. However, he still decided he would not forgive the act of streamer hunting. He fondly recalled the moment he climbed to the second floor with a knife. Following a viewer's suggestion, Almond was curious about who had given him that idea. He was stunned when he discovered that the viewer who suggested the idea might have been Jaeonjappa's alternate account. Almond was sitting at the dining table and looking at his phone in confusion, wondering what everyone was talking about. He read an online discussion about whether the user Papapa was a sub-account of Jaeonjappa. Almond was astonished to realize that the user Papapa, who had given sharp advice, was the legendary streamer Jaeonjappa. He recalled Papapa's comments, all of which were the best judgments in every match situation. Almond wondered how someone could have such a keen game sense just through the chat box. And just then, Sang-hyun came out and said he was hungry. Sang-hyun invited Almond to go out to eat, and Almond asked where they were going. Sang-hyun suggested going for kimchi stew at a newly opened branch, which surprised Almond with its suddenness. Sang-hyun explained that the restaurant had offered Almond a promotion, and they were going to try the food to decide whether to accept it. Almond and Sang-hyun happily agreed to have some soju, as it had been a long time since they drank together. While going down the steep, terraced slope, Almond complained that passing through here was always a test of endurance. Sang-hyun worried about getting around in the winter with snow, but Almond said that his grandmother still managed it just fine. Almond suggested that Sang-hyun was just lacking exercise, which annoyed Sang-hyun because he was constantly being reminded of it. Sang-hyun irritably declared he would exercise just because he hated hearing Almond nag. Just then, Sang-hyun unexpectedly bumped into Ji-ah, who was coming up the stairs. Ji-ah quickly apologized to Sang-hyun, who was dazed and had a bandage on his head. While Almond witnessed the familiar scene, Sang-hyun sat down on the ground and frantically searched for his glasses after the collision. Almond picked up the glasses and handed them to Sang-hyun, who was turning to look at him. Ji-ah took the glasses and said that they didn't seem to be broken. Sang-hyun took the glasses back from Ji-ah and shyly said thank you. Sang-hyun greeted Almond, while Almond thought the scarf really suited Ji-ah, whom they had run into again. Sang-hyun asked Ji-ah if she was going somewhere, and she replied that she wasn't going anywhere in particular. Sang-hyun invited Ji-ah to eat with them, and she seemed interested upon hearing about food. The three of them went together to a place called Oh Kangwoo's Kimchi Stew, which looked quite crowded. Sang-hyun pointed to the restaurant and said it was quite famous, and Almond confirmed that he knew of it. Almond stood alone and heard whispers and chatter from the people around him. He vaguely heard someone recognize him as D and know of him. Almond worriedly wondered if people had recognized him. He quickly dismissed the thought, assuming he was mistaken and wondering if this was celebrity syndrome. Sang-hyun hurriedly pulled Almond and Ji-ah inside, saying it was a secret promotional request. Sang-hyun looked at the menu and seemed pleased because it was simple, with the main dish being hell kimchi stew. Almond ordered 3 servings of the 9.0001 kimchi stew, and the server confirmed the order. Ji-ah ordered an additional bottle of soju, and the server happily took the request. Almond remarked that Ji-ah seemed to like soups and rice dishes, and she confirmed that they were delicious. Almond was talking when he was suddenly interrupted by a server. The female employee, Lee Joo-hyun, hesitantly asked if he was Almond and requested an autograph. Almond was a little surprised but happily agreed and thanked her for recognizing him. He asked for Lee Joo-hyun's name to sign for her, while Ji-ah and Sang-hyun watched in surprise. Almond carefully signed an autograph for Lee Joo-hyun, who looked extremely excited. Lee Joo-hyun happily received the autograph and said she would treat it as a family heirloom. Immediately after, many other people also rushed over to ask for photos, overwhelming Almond. Almond told Sang-hyun that he didn't mind this, while Sang-hyun was eating. However, Almond worried that this would be a nuisance to the restaurant, but Sang-hyun told him not to worry. Another employee of the restaurant cheerfully welcomed the new customers who were flocking in. Sang-hyun pointed out that the restaurant was benefiting from the people coming to see Almond, which made him feel relieved. After the impromptu fan meeting ended, Sang-hyun praised Almond for doing a good job, while Ji-ah looked tired. Sang-hyun raised his glass and suggested the three of them start their meal properly. The three of them happily clinked their soju glasses together to start the feast. Ji-ah drank very quickly, while Almond and Sang-hyun were surprised at how much they had drunk. Sang-hyun was just about to say they should head home when Ji-ah slammed her glass on the table. Ji-ah, in her drunken state, pointed at Almond and expressed her jealousy over how famous he was. Almond humbly replied that he wasn't very famous, while Ji-ah thought they were both drunk. Ji-ah drunkenly asked who the real videomaker was, making Sang-hyun feel a sense of foreboding. Ji-ah suddenly face planted into her rice bowl, causing Almond and Sang-hyun to cry out in alarm. Sang-hyun worried about Ji-ah, saying she was so young to be getting this drunk. Ji-ah groggily replied, calling Sang-hyun old hyuk, and expressing jealousy that he was old, which made him yell in anger. Sang-hyun irritably retorted to Almond's teasing, saying that Almond was also over 30. Almond calmly denied it. He revealed that he was actually only 28 years old, leaving Sang-hyun completely stunned. Almond explained that he was exempt from military service because he was the family's breadwinner and also didn't go to college. Sang-hyun was shocked to learn that Almond had lied about his age on stream. While Ji-ah was sad that the soju bottle was empty, Almond nonchalantly said that 28 and 30 were basically the same, which made Sang-hyun even angrier. Almond said he was about to turn 29, and Sang-hyun retorted that by that logic, he was also about to turn 32. Ji-ah, scrolling through her phone, found the conversation about age boring and said that everyone already knew she was young. Ji-ah suddenly froze when she saw something on her phone. She stammered out the name, Jaeon, and realized the legendary streamer Jaeonjappa was live. Almond and Sang-hyun were both surprised by this news. Sang-hyun said it had been 3 years since Jaeonjappa last live-streamed. Almond recalled hearing that Jaeonjappa occasionally filmed commercials. Almond opened his phone and confirmed that Jaeonjappa's live broadcast was real. Sang-hyun was startled to see a notification on his phone that streamer Jaeonjappa was live. He checked again and saw it was true. Wondering how many people were watching Jaeonjappa's livestream, Sang-hyun seemed worried and confused by his rival's unexpected return. However, just as he was about to watch, Jaeonjappa's live stream suddenly ended. Ji-ah, who was sitting with him, also saw the stream end and wondered if it was a network error. Sang-hyun's friend with glasses confirmed that the stream was only on for a moment before it went dark. All three friends felt let down and confused by this strange incident. Ji-ah slumped over the table in disappointment, while the friend with glasses suggested it was just a mistake. Sang-hyun breathed a sigh of relief, admitting he had been a little worried for a moment. He suddenly realized he was clenching his fist, wondering if he was considering Jaeonjappa a rival. Sang-hyun felt his thoughts were crossing a line if others knew about them. He recalled that to reach diamond rank, a player needed to be in the top 5%, and it had taken Jaeonjappa a month to do it. Sang-hyun told himself that they had, after all, faced off as streamers. With the achievements he had made, Sang-hyun wondered if he could consider Jaeonjappa his rival. Meanwhile, his friend with glasses just hoped it was really a technical error. He was worried because Jaeonjappa's and Almond's concepts were too similar. If Jaeonjappa returned, it would be disadvantageous for Sang-hyun. Ji-ah suddenly jolted awake from her drunken stupor, surprising her two friends. The friend with glasses remarked that Ji-ah was completely wasted, probably only waking up for a moment with her last bit of strength. Sang-hyun suddenly realized the reason Ji-ah woke up was that she had notifications turned on for Jaeonjappa's channel. He silently wondered if Ji-ah had originally been a fan of Jaeonjappa. The friend with glasses thought it wasn't strange, as Jaeonjappa had been inactive for a long time. He explained that it was natural for Ji-ah to switch to being a fan of Almond, a streamer with a similar style. Sang-hyun helped the sleeping drunk Ji-ah up and told his friend with glasses that they should get going. When Sang-hyun was about to pay, the owner cheerfully said they could leave without paying. Sang-hyun was surprised and asked why they were getting a free meal. The owner proudly revealed it was because Sang-hyun had received an advertising offer from his chain of stores. Sang-hyun replied, stunned, that he hadn't yet agreed to the advertising offer. The owner looked flustered and embarrassed for being too hasty, while a small employee whispered about the boss's impulsiveness. Sang-hyun still tried to pay, but the owner stopped him, saying this was better. The owner bowed and asked Sang-hyun to remember the Cheonggi branch and reconsider the advertising offer. Leaving the restaurant, Oh Kangwoo's kimchi stew, Sang-hyun carried Ji-ah on his back while his friend walked beside them. The friend with glasses suppressed a laugh, thinking to himself that he now understood why older people like to be flattered. Sang-hyun offered to carry Ji-ah, but his friend said that he was already carrying her. Sang-hyun still insisted on doing something for Ji-ah, making his friend reluctantly agree. After switching places, Sang-hyun just asked his friend to pull up his hood for him properly. He explained that it would be a hassle if someone recognized him on the street. As they continued walking, the friend with glasses curiously asked what Sang-hyun wanted to do for Ji-ah. Sang-hyun didn't answer directly but just called Ji-ah's name gently. The friend with glasses remarked that at the office, Sang-hyun was very cold to everyone. Sang-hyun just hummed and said that it was just. He explained it was fan service because Ji-ah was actually his first fan. Hearing that, the friend with glasses suddenly understood, thinking to himself that he had forgotten about that. The memory of a drunk Ji-ah praising how famous Almond was flashed through his mind. Sang-hyun smiled, wondering if Ji-ah had been hurt because he treated other fans well. He thought that she was his first fan, so he should do this for her. After walking a bit, the friend with glasses offered to switch back. calling Sang-hyun a jerk. The next morning, Ji-ah woke up in her room with a splitting headache. She staggered to her feet, feeling dizzy after a night of drinking. Ji-ah opened the fridge and took out a hangover cure drink to soothe her discomfort. She downed the entire bottle in one go, trying to regain her senses. After finishing the drink, Ji-ah felt a little better but was still dizzy. She suddenly recalled her out-of-control actions from when she was drunk last night. Ji-ah blushed and was extremely embarrassed as she remembered what she had said and done. She rushed to open the fridge, frantically wondering if she had any bleach at home. Realizing she didn't, Ji-ah felt hopeless and wanted to erase the embarrassing memory. She clutched her head and screamed silently, feeling immense regret for her actions. Ji-ah blamed herself for drinking, then answered her own question, because it was delicious. To forget her embarrassment, she decided to watch a movie to distract herself. Ji-ah sat at her desk and turned on her computer to find a movie. She wondered if she had any free movie vouchers left and started searching. A movie titled Pandora's Box appeared on the screen. Ji-ah thought to herself that it was a cheesy and somewhat old-fashioned movie title. In the movie trailer, a person was using a key to open Pandora's box. Ji-ah suddenly dismissed the idea of watching a movie, thinking this wasn't the time for it as she had a lot of work to do. She sat in front of the computer screen, wondering if that person would care. Ji-ah worried that if she posted the video a day late, anyone would even notice, even though she had worked so hard. She sadly realized that she was just an editor. Sang-hyun's words, fan service, and the image of him carrying her last night replayed in Ji-ah's mind. That warm image gave her more motivation. Ji-ah looked at the glowing Pandora's box on the screen, her gaze becoming determined. She resolved to get to work. Opening the video editing software on her computer, Ji-ah began editing the video of Almond's livestream from last night. She wondered if 7 hours would be enough to finish the job and smiled confidently. The Pandora's box on the screen, like a symbol of her soon-to-be completed product, shone brightly. Early the next morning, a surprise notification appeared, waking everyone up. It was the notification for Almond's new video, uploaded earlier than expected. Sang-hyun's friend with glasses was shocked to see the new video had been posted. Unable to believe this work speed, he was astonished to realize that Ji-ah had edited the video all night after being so drunk. The friend with glasses still had a headache from the alcohol. Wondering if this was the power of youth, he put his glasses back on, deciding to watch the new video immediately, despite having doubts about its quality since Ji-ah had edited it while drunk. Almond starts the live stream, announcing that he would start the match at the armory area. He lands at the armory but is surprised to find no bows, only a knife nearby. Almond thinks this match might be a failure, while the comments call it the prelude to the tragedy of the 5 idiots. A blonde opponent rushes forward, launching a kick at Almond and shouting that he can't dodge twice in a row. Almond quickly blocks the opponent's kick with ease. He picks up the knife he saw earlier and smiles confidently. The blonde opponent is stunned as Almond thanks him for gifting the weapon. The blonde opponent screams in terror as Almond rushes to attack with the knife. Another player with a top knot intervenes, stopping them both and saying this isn't the time for them to fight. The player who just intervened stresses that they need to protect Jeonjappa as another archer appears. The newly appeared archer has a smug look, getting mocked by the viewers in the chat. The audience is amused by the archer's surprised expression, calling it a reaction from a third-rate horror movie. The scene shows an impressive play, making viewers wonder how he could do that. A man with glasses rewatches the stream on his phone, finding it incredible even though he already knows what happens. He swipes to the next video, which is episode 5 of Battle Large, featuring Jen Sen. In the video, a boy named Jen Senator excitedly tells his mother that he wants to be Almond when he grows up. The video shows Jen Senator playing a game and constantly shouting his admiration for Almond. Almond, watching this scene, looks extremely uncomfortable with the excessive fandom. The man with glasses laughs, finding the scene even funnier on rewatch. Because Almond never even called Jen Sen by name, he wonders if the first 2 videos are this good. How amazing the highlight compilation video will be. He clicks on a new video titled, Battle Large Episode 6. Yes. Almond has a power suit. Almond, now in a blue power suit, feels great and decides to farm a bit more before moving. Viewers comment that with this power suit, the victory is almost guaranteed. Almond notes that he will start taking damage from the third shrink and his gas mask will break. He cheerfully decides to make the most of the situation, with plenty of healing items. He isn't worried about his health as the blue zone is about to shrink. Full of confidence, Almond declares it's time to go on a rampage. He uses the power suit to dash across the battlefield at incredible speed. The first-person view shows the immense speed, thrilling the viewers. The system warns him he is taking damage from the blue zone, so he drinks an energy drink to heal. While running through the blue zone, he sees the safe zone ahead. He checks the number of surviving players. The count shows there are still 47 survivors in the match. Almond readies his bow, sensing the battle ahead. He hears gunshots everywhere, confirming that other players are fighting. He looks in the direction of the gunfire. He draws his bow to aim, but viewers wonder if he can hit a target from such a long distance. He pulls back the bowstring, wondering if this shot will land. Almond fires an arrow, instantly downing an opponent named Cowardman. He is slightly surprised that it was a one-shot down, guessing the opponent wasn't wearing a helmet. The player who was just shot, Cowardman, can't believe what just happened. Cowardman sees Almond in the distance, glowing in the power suit, and realizes he has to run. However, seeing that Almond is using a bow, Cowardman thinks he might have a chance. Cowardman aims his sniper rifle, believing he has the advantage at this range and can claim the power suit. He looks through his scope but is shocked to find Almond has disappeared. Suddenly, an arrow flies towards him from an unexpected direction. The arrow hits, sending him reeling from the impact. He is confused as to why the arrow came from that direction. His helmet is damaged, and he wonders how the arrows arrived almost simultaneously. He realizes in horror that there were two arrows. A third arrow flies in, finishing him off and eliminating him from the game. The kill feed shows that Almond has eliminated a player named Farm. Almond is pleased with his 3 consecutive shots, while viewers continuously send donations. He thanks the viewers for their support, saying the power suit's effect is better than expected, making it easy to fire in succession. As the blue zone shrinks again, he notices a change. He sighs, realizing the safe zone is once again far from his current position. He checks the map and sees the next safe zone is the plaza. The plaza is introduced as a notoriously brutal place in Battle Large. A wide, flat area. The only cover in the plaza is a giant fountain in the center and a few stalls, making it unpredictable. However, for Almond, a chaotic fight is good news as he confidently aims for the number 1 spot. A viewer named Wanatry donates, and everyone in the chat agrees that the fight in the plaza is advantageous for Almond. Wanatry issues a mission: get 20 kills for a 201 reward. Almond calculates that getting 20 kills with 45 people left alive is a challenge. He cheerfully thanks Wanatry in advance for the 201, confident that he will complete the mission. He rushes towards the plaza, energized by the mission and the viewer's excitement. He moves at an incredible speed across the open field. He reaches the edge of the plaza, noticing that he seems to be the first one there. Viewers joke that he's the first because he killed everyone on the way, and he already has 7 out of 20 kills. He considers finding a good spot before other players arrive. A viewer suggests the 2nd floor of a building at the end of the plaza. Almond considers the suggestion but dismisses it, thinking it's too close to the blue zone's edge. Another viewer, Papapa, donates 50 won and suggests he just run around the fountain and shoot everyone down. Almond thanks Papapa for the donation and agrees with the plan. He acknowledges the concern that the fountain is too exposed, like he's daring others to come get him. However, he analyzes that the fountain is one of the only large cover spots, allowing him to circle it for defense. He completes his calculation, concluding the fountain is a perfect spot as it's also in the center of the safe zone. Despite mixed opinions from the viewers, he decides he has to try it to find out. He jumps towards the fountain, ready to execute his plan. A player hastily runs through a desolate, ruined area in a survival battle. Approaching the center, the player, carrying a rifle, discovers a large structure with a whirlpool in the middle. He is pleased to see that he is the first to arrive at the central area and no one else is here yet. He notices that this area has a wide field of view, very favorable for holding a position. With the gun in his hand, he confidently smirks, thinking that securing the number 1 spot will be a piece of cake. However, he is completely unaware that another person is hiding beneath the water. From within the whirlpool, the archer Almond has drawn his bow, aiming straight at the unsuspecting enemy. Almond shoots an arrow with terrifying speed, hurtling straight towards the smug player. A notification appears, confirming Almond has eliminated Jontelia, causing him to drop his weapon in shock. Another nearby player is startled into alertness upon hearing the sound of the engagement. In another location, a player discovers someone hiding inside a fountain. A group of players realizes the central area has been taken, but they decide to attack to reclaim it. Two members of that group immediately charge forward, determined to capture the fountain. The livestream viewers are astonished to learn that Almond is single-handedly facing 12 other people. Two other players are also advancing, realizing Almond will be surrounded no matter who he takes down first. Still hidden underwater, Almond calmly draws his bow, preparing to deal with the approaching enemies. He shoots an arrow into the air, creating an unpredictable arc to attack the enemy. Almond is aware that he must always stay one step ahead to survive and win. Viewers comment that Almond shoots as fast as a machine gun and that hiding in the water makes bullets useless against him. Almond continues to display his masterful archery skills from his advantageous hiding spot. Suddenly, he senses an approaching danger as the hair on the back of his neck stands up. From behind, another player unloads his gun continuously into the fountain, trying to eliminate Almond. The bullets hit the stone pillars, unable to penetrate his natural defense. The attacker keeps firing relentlessly, determined to destroy Almond's hiding place. He yells that if Almond continues to hide, he will demolish the entire hiding spot. Just as he finishes speaking, an arrow descends from the sky, stunning him. Jia, the video editor, is watching the match on his phone and is also surprised by the turn of events. A comment explains that the powerful arrow sent the enemy in power armor flying. Almond spots more opponents approaching through the misty water. He moves quickly, skillfully dodging the volleys of bullets flying towards him. Almond runs along the ruined structures, using the pillars for cover. Two enemies, annoyed by Almond's movements, decide to attack him head-on. Hiding behind a pillar, Almond has anticipated their intention and has his bow ready. He shoots an arrow in a perfect curve, going around the stone pillar and taking down both enemies at once. Jia remarks that the first time Almond performed a curved shot, he didn't look as comfortable as he does now. He concludes that in just one match, Almond's skill level has reached its peak. Jia exclaims in amazement, "Unbelievable," as he re-watches Almond's brilliant moment on his phone. He wonders if this is the true definition of the word talent. Almond smiles confidently, drawing his bow for the final shot to end the match. He takes down the last player, Demigrass, officially securing an absolute victory. After the match ends, Almond breathes a sigh of relief, concluding a tense battle. The screen displays a congratulatory message for first place while viewers erupt with lavish praise. Jia, his face flushed with excitement, can't help but exclaim, "Amazing." He realizes the power of editing, as just adjusting the speed and timing made the video different. Jia excitedly checks the online community's reaction after uploading the match highlight video. He is delighted to see the video already has many comments, including one likening Almond's victory to breaking into an empty house. Jia is utterly stunned to see the video has climbed to the 41st position on the trending chart. He happily decides to go and read the fans' comments. However, looking at the screen, Jia appears confused by something. He realizes the video at rank 41 belongs to the streamer Miho, not Almond's video as he thought. Jia anxiously scrolls down, not seeing the video in the top 30 and wonders if it dropped in rank that quickly. He continues to scroll past channels with over 300,000 subscribers without seeing his video. Jia looks up from his phone with a look of disbelief at what he is about to see. He is stunned to discover that Almond's video has skyrocketed to the 21st position in just a short time. Jia is completely speechless, his hand trembling as he holds the phone, and can only utter one word: God. He looks up with the reverent expression of a believer, muttering, "God Jia," to praise himself. Jia realizes their channel is the only one in the top 30 with fewer than 100,000 subscribers. A remarkable achievement. He knows that when a video's views surpass the number of subscribers, it means the channel is growing rapidly. With 50,000 subscribers and a massive viewership, Jia joyfully realizes their channel is experiencing explosive growth. He checks again and confirms the channel has reached 50,000 subscribers. Immediately thinking of organizing an event, Jia silently thinks this growth is absurd. All thanks to the genius streamer Almond and the perfect editor himself. He is envious of young talents and wonders if he has ever been as passionate about anything as they are. Jia reminisces about his past, when his resume was filled with achievements but lacked real passion and talent. He recalls being socially recognized and feeling okay with it, despite just being someone who followed orders. Jia questions whether blindly following others' words is too dull and sad of an identity. He starts comparing his life to Yu Sanghyun's 30 years but then suddenly stops. Jia abruptly remembers that Yu Sanghyun is actually 28. not 30. He becomes even angrier upon realizing Yu Sang-hyun had pretended to be his friend while lying about his age. Jia shifts his attention, wondering why Almond hasn't replied to the message he sent yesterday about the video. He wonders if Almond is still sleeping and looks towards his room. Almond panted on the bed, as if he had just had a nightmare. He woke up with a start, a look of horror on his face after the frightening dream. A headache struck, causing Almond to clutch his head in pain. He realized he had dreamt that dream again, sweat breaking out. In the dream, a voice echoed, asserting that his archery talent was unparalleled. Almond wondered if he had been pushing himself too hard. Almond's older brother peeked into the room, saying it was the first time his younger brother had overslept in a long time. Almond admitted he might have had too much to drink last night. His brother laughed loudly, teasing that Almond had even revealed he was his younger brother. Almond glared at his brother and sarcastically said it was great to be the older brother. Old yuck. He went into the bathroom in annoyance, muttering that his brother was a nuisance. Almond wondered why his brother placed so much importance on the age difference. In the shower, Almond began to think about what had happened. He recalled the experience of playing the game with the power suit yesterday and found it very fun. This feeling was different from when he could hold a bow again. It was enjoyable in a special way. Almond suddenly realized he had used the word fun and began to reflect on it. He wondered if he wasn't just happy to be shooting a bow again, but was also enjoying the game itself. He stood under the shower, lost in his own thoughts. Almond concluded that whatever it was, the fact that his heart was racing was a good sign. He thought this feeling would be good motivation for him in the future. Almond told himself the most important thing now was to reach the diamond rank. Another streamer excitedly declared he would reach diamond in 2 weeks to meet Bubblegum, whom he admired. Almond was determined that if he could do that, he could keep his bow for longer. He picked up his phone, wondering if there were any special articles today. Almond noticed a forum post about his video hitting the trending charts. He wondered about the trending video, thinking Jia was too drunk to have worked on it. Almond was surprised to see the video, Almond Has a Power Suit, was at number 19 on the charts. He couldn't believe his eyes, wondering if it was a fan-made Photoshop. Reading the comments, he saw that people were also surprised, and there were even some envious remarks. Almond's brother confirmed his video was at rank 19, having even climbed from 21. His brother said only Jia would know how the video was posted, but she was probably asleep. Almond wondered why his brother called Jia Miss when she was younger, and got the reply that she was a goddess. His brother reverently called out Ji-men and advised Almond to watch the video to understand. Almond was skeptical about the video's quality since Jia was drunk when she made it. Nevertheless, he decided to sit down and watch the video. After watching it, Almond was completely convinced and exclaimed, Jia is a goddess. He realized Jia was like a constellation who had chosen to bless him. The god of editing, blessing, Almond. His brother asked triumphantly, I told you so, little brother. Almond annoyedly reminded him that he didn't need to add little brother to the end of every sentence. He explained that someone of higher status usually doesn't need to add honorifics for others. Almond concluded that what his brother was doing was basically like calling him hung. Almond's brother slammed the table in protest, not accepting this logic. He declared that since he was older, he would let it slide, making Almond think his brother was quick on his feet. Almond realized that very personality had helped his brother get far and be recognized. He could learn a lot. Almond stuck his spoon into his rice bowl decisively. His brother took food from Almond's bowl, saying that sharing is caring. The two brothers started another food war at the table. In the end, Almond's brother lost, and Almond noted that his brother's cooking skills were getting better. His brother suggested Almond should hold an event now that he had reached 50,000 subscribers. Almond replied while eating that he hadn't really thought that far ahead. He gave his brother full authority to decide, saying he couldn't think of anything. The clock struck nearly 11, signaling the start of a new day. Almond thought about his progress. Today was the 5th day, and things were moving faster than expected. However, he read the comments and knew it was not the time to be complacent. The comments mentioned that Jaeonjappa, JJP, had turned on his stream, possibly to send a message to Almond. Almond wondered why. In this situation, a ridiculous thought popped into his head. He decided he didn't need 2 weeks to reach diamond rank. Almond confidently declared that just 1 week was enough, exciting the fans. The girl in the wheelchair watched the broadcast. Hearing Almond confidently say he could reach diamond in a week, the man in the suit entered and called to her. reminding her to keep moving forward. He asked if she had anything to say about yesterday's incident. The girl admitted it was a mistake, albeit a small one. After being reminded of the doctor's words, she fell silent, looking ahead with a pensive expression. The man asked if she felt a sense of rivalry, but the girl cut him off and said the conversation was over. She coldly ordered him to leave, and he silently obeyed. Almond's race to diamond rank had begun. This was the 5th day. The audience in the live chat was amazed that Almond was about to have his promotion match. Almond ended the broadcast for the day after achieving his goal. The room returned to silence after the broadcast ended. On the 6th day, the girl in the wheelchair wondered if she should continue running today. She noticed posts recruiting people to take her down and thought they were persistent. She decided she would still go to the armory and use her usual method. Almond continued his winning streak, taking down many opponents and winning brilliantly. He felt it would be a waste to stop at Platinum 1 and decided to use a strategy based purely on skill. Almond thought about raising his rank even further for tomorrow. On the 7th day, the girl in the wheelchair bit her nails. Realizing Almond's tactics were almost noble, she realized it had been exactly 1 week since Almond declared he would reach diamond rank. Almond appeared on the screen, ready for the final match. While fans cheered enthusiastically, the girl bit her nails harder. Sensing an ominous premonition, she looked at the screen, where Almond was in his most perfect condition. A week had passed since Almond's controversial declaration was announced to the world. The online community was in an uproar, with many calling Almond a liar for shortening his timeline to reach diamond rank from 2 weeks to 1. Almond woke up, rubbed his eyes, and wondered if he was still dreaming. He checked the online forums and realized his achievement of nearly reaching diamond rank in 1 week was real, not a dream. Almond read the comments on the forums, where people were debating his progress and whether he could maintain his rank. He wondered why everyone was so interested in his challenge, until he saw a comment about the Dissolution Analyzer video. Almond realized that the footage he had recorded had been edited and uploaded to AllTube by the Fantasia channel. He was astonished to see the videos gaining hundreds of thousands of views in just an hour, as expected from a channel with millions of subscribers. Lying in bed, Almond figured that most of Fantasia's diverse audience was probably learning about him for the first time. He saw comments from new fans, impressed by his skills and appearance. Realizing the video was released at the perfect time, Almond understood that because he was challenging Jaeonjapa's record, people naturally became interested in his rank. He admitted to himself that the pressure was part of the fun and he enjoyed the thrill of the moment. Almond reflected on the excitement he got from sports, which came from turning people's doubt and jealousy into astonishment. He felt he had more opportunities to experience this feeling while live streaming games. Almond began to wonder if he was better suited for live streaming than professional sports. Then, a thought crossed his mind, wondering if he was just an attention seeker who loved the roar of the crowd. After a moment of silence, Almond looked at his phone and seemed to accept that it might be true. He continued to stare at his phone, lost in thought about his own motivations. Almond got out of bed, ready to start the day. He saw his roommate already at his gaming setup and asked if he was playing, to which his friend replied that Almond was up early. Almond sat down at his own gaming rig, saying he wanted to practice first. He thought back to how he had stopped practicing for a while due to the risks of overgaming. But something was different today. The positive comments from new fans flashed through his mind, reinforcing his confidence. With renewed determination and feeling the support of his audience, Almond believed he could play all day today. After finishing the practice tutorial, Almond took a deep breath, feeling ready for the next step. He entered a virtual free practice space, where the system offered a tip about connecting to external applications. Almond decided to link the practice space with the Weapon Master and AllTube apps. In his chibi form, he searched for and found a specific video he wanted to watch. He opened a video he had watched as a child about archery techniques used in ancient battles. Almond felt he was reaching the limits of sport archery and needed to learn techniques more suited for combat. The video explained that for this type of archery, speed was more important than accuracy. Almond stood on the roof of a virtual building, preparing to practice with multiple targets below. He realized it wasn't about the stance, but about how he shot the arrow to fit the situation. Almond quickly fired a volley of arrows toward the targets. He reflected on the results, noticing his firing speed was definitely faster than before. However, he was disappointed to see that only a single arrow had hit the bullseye. Almond realized this was a problem beyond his athlete's habits, as a great bow was useless if it couldn't hit its target. He considered changing his bow grip to a method more similar to traditional archery. Almond knew that combining two extremes like speed and accuracy was often impossible. Like hot iced coffee. Nevertheless, he attempted to combine the techniques, rapidly firing arrows while moving through the air. He landed gracefully after his practice session. Almond smiled, satisfied with the results of his new technique. Looking at the targets, he saw he had successfully combined speed and accuracy and could now move on to trick shots. Back in the real world, his roommate was shocked by the amount of food Almond was eating for breakfast. Almond reassured his friend that he was fine and just hungrier than usual. While the friend decided not to dwell on the large portion, the roommate was confused, noticing that Almond had been practicing all morning but wasn't tired at all, which was unusual. Almond started his live stream, greeting his audience, who were excitedly asking if he would reach diamond rank today. He announced that it had been a week since he declared his goal, and now it was time to set a new record. The stream explained that Almond's current rank was Platinum 1 with 55 points, and he needed 100 points for the promotion match. The system further explained that the match from Platinum to Diamond was a more difficult promotion match, with 5 rounds instead of 3. The chat box buzzed with anticipation as the match was about to begin. The match began with the players inside a helicopter. Almond felt the helicopter's sound was like a heartbeat as the team was ordered to descend. While his teammates panicked, Almond calmly hummed to himself, feeling his condition today was perfect. He smiled confidently, eager to see how he would perform in the match. Looking outside, Almond realized they were in a jungle map. He and a teammate peeked out from a rock ledge, thinking the basic formation should be the same as in the desert map. From his vantage point, Almond quickly spotted an armory in the jungle below. When a teammate yelled for him to jump, Almond calmly agreed and pushed himself off the ledge. He dove headfirst toward the ground, leading the jump. The other players were amazed, one exclaiming that they wanted to be like Almond when they grew up. One of his teammates called his name in surprise, but Almond told himself that getting used to this was inevitable. Almond calmly decided on his next move. He suddenly turned in midair and asked a nearby player if he should kill him. Much to the player's horror, Almond grabbed the player's gear, who cried out in confusion, calling him hung. The player was horrified as he realized his predicament. Almond smiled and told the player he shouldn't have made it so obvious he was stream sniping. He proceeded to attack the stream sniper in midair. The other players watched in astonishment as Almond neutralized the stream sniper. He continued to strike the helpless player as they were falling. Almond prepared to deliver a final kick to the stream sniper's face. He kicked the player away, while the chat cheered that the sniper got what he deserved. Almond deployed his paraglider, leaving the defeated stream sniper to fall, while the chat celebrated the ketchup ending. While gliding, Almond noticed other players nearby and thought that if they made eye contact, there would be trouble. A blonde-haired player looked up in terror as he realized Almond was right above him. Many players glided toward the armory, one thinking he needed to find a weapon as soon as he landed, trying not to be noticed.